Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 813 to Chapter 895. Facing Long Chen's attack, Ling Xiao gathered 30% of his Heavenly Yuan force on the Hell Dragon sword and used the Cloud Dragon technique to stab out. This stab happened to hit the weakest spot of Long Chen's Golden Dragon fist. A gust of wind blew as the Hell Dragon roared. It was as if two divine dragons were roaring on the stage. Many warriors present had the same illusion. Poof, a strong sword intent gushed out from the Hell Dragon sword. After a moment of stalemate, it tore apart the huge Golden Dragon spring layer by layer. This stab not only blocked Long Chen's attack, but also destroyed Long Chen's protective Heavenly Yuan force. Both of them used swords, but they were much stronger than Lu Taiyin. Long Chen's shirt was torn apart, and a large patch of dragon scales appeared on his chest. On the dragon scales, there was a white mark. Ling Xiao's sword broke his protective Heavenly Yuan force, but it couldn't pierce through his dragon scales. This was the source of the Dragon Clan's strong defense. Big Brother Ling is indeed Big Brother Ling. However, it's impossible for this sword to defeat me. Please use even more power, Golden Dragon Fist, Twin Dragons fetch water. Long Chen admired Ling Xiao, but he didn't like Ling Xiao showing mercy to him. As his aura exploded, two golden dragons rushed out from his arms. This was the result of the combination of the terrifying Heavenly Yuan force and dragon's extinction. Fierce, domineering, Weng, the stage shook again, and the cracks became bigger. There were already some places where people couldn't stand. In the void, the golden ripples continued to spread. If it wasn't for the array, the warriors near the stage wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Fine, you're my brother. I'll draw my sword. Ling Xiao gave Long Chen face. Although he didn't need to draw his sword to defeat Long Chen, he wanted to use his sword to make Long Chen lose in a more glorious way. The storage ring on his hand flashed with a faint blue light. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and the purple flash sword was already in his hand. To deal with a strong defense, only lightning internal force could have greater destructive power. Therefore, the purple flash sword was the most suitable. Not only did he draw the purple flash sword, but his Heavenly Yuan force had also increased to 40%. He drew his sword. He's finally unsheathed his sword. We can finally see Ling Xiao displaying his true swordsmanship. Not only that, but his heavenly elemental energy has also reached 40%. This level is already comparable to the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. No wonder he could defeat Jian Wuji and Hong Samadhi. I'm afraid this is his trump card. This guy has finally met his match. Not only has he drawn his sword, but he has also revealed his full strength. Yes, although 40% of Heaven's essence energy isn't particularly strong, this person's control of power is very good. His 40% of Heaven's essence energy is probably equivalent to 60% of others. Yes, I feel the same way. After watching so many matches, if they still could not see Ling Xiao's superb control ability, then these martial artists were really incompetent. It's equivalent to 60% of someone else's Heaven's origin energy. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? His strength is indeed strong, but he can't simply boast about it. Some people naturally still did not believe it. They were both humans and geniuses. How could Ling Xiao's Heavenly Yuan force be stronger than others, with the purple flash sword in hand? 40% of Heaven's essence energy was completely unleashed. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of his swordsmanship was increasing crazily. The terrifying sword intent was also becoming more ferocious. Heavenly Yuan force was a source of energy that was higher than true essence. Its existence was not only an increase in attack power, but also an increase in overall strength. Speed, strength, power, accuracy, technique, and so on were all greatly increased. It could even increase the explosive power of sword intent. Pu, sharp sword light flashed in the void, and the two golden dragons were sliced into pieces like hairtails on a chopping board. Then, they exploded one after another. Big Brother Ling is indeed powerful. We're both using 40% of Heaven's essence energy, but I really can't compare to you. Long Chen laughed bitterly. Ling Xiao was really too terrifying. They were both using 40% of Heaven's essence energy, but Ling Xiao's Heaven's essence energy seemed to always suppress him, making him unable to raise his head. No matter how ferocious his fist force was, it would be dissolved by the sword chi. Even the most valiant dragons would become useless hairpins. Dragon Emperor's protective art. At the critical moment, Longchen roared. His heaven's essence energy combined with his true essence formed a layer of light golden film on the surface of his body. It was very thin, but its defensive power was absolutely shocking. This Dragon Emperor's protective art was originally a defensive martial art that Ling Xiao pursued. However, because Ling Xiao obtained the more powerful ancient Hell Dragon inheritance, this set of martial art became useless. He asked for a copy from the sect and gave it to Long Chen. It was most suitable for Long Chen to use it. Under the Dragon Emperor's protective art, Long Chen's eyes were wide open, emitting a strange golden light. He then put his fists together and blasted out an even stronger attack. Dragon Emperor's hegemony. This was the strongest move that Long Chen could use in his human dragon form. All the energy in his body was concentrated to one point, which could be used for both defense and offense. The ferocious Dragon Emperor seemed to have descended from the void, roaring furiously at Ling Xiao. Its huge head seemed to be able to easily swallow the entire martial arts stage. This was because Long Chen's cultivation was not high enough. If his cultivation was high enough, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could swallow a large city with this move. Of course, it should be more than enough to deal with a martial artist now. Facing this brazen attack, Ling Xiao smiled. Lightning flashed on the purple lightning sword, making Ling Xiao look like a god of lightning. This move will send you off the stage, Descent of the Sword Demon. This was the first move of the Shadow Sword art. Originally, there should be 13 human-shaped sword chis flying out. However, this time, when the first human-shaped sword chi flew out, Long Chen's entire defense collapsed. A helpless and bitter smile appeared on his face. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong. He knew that it was impossible for him to defeat his big brother Ling, but he still found it unbelievable that he was sent flying like this. Too strong, so strong that it was unimaginable. Could it be that big brother Ling had also advanced to the heaven realm? Long Chen, who was sent flying, thought of this. Bang! Long Chen finally fell outside the sparring ring. Although he quickly stood up, he cupped his hands and said, "My strongest defense can't stop you, and my strongest attack can't hurt you. I can only admit defeat." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Long Chen did not have any dejected expression on his face. Instead, he was a little excited. He had always hoped to have a real fight with Ling Xiao. Today, it finally came true. Losing to Ling Xiao was not embarrassing. What was there to be dejected about? He could not be happier. If his big brother Ling could not even defeat him, how could the revival of the dragon race succeed? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Comprehend what I just told you well. If you can comprehend it, then you'll be able to enter the top 3 in this martial Dao festival. If not, then you can only enter the top 6 at most." Long Chen's defense was indeed shocking, and his attack was also extremely powerful. However, these were all inferior to Ling Xiao's. Therefore, this battle was actually just Ling Xiao teaching Long Chen on the spot. After absorbing Long Chen's luck, Ling Xiao's luck had also reached 8 cauldrons, completely catching up with Qin Bixue. Based on the current situation, he was only second to Hai Mian-ko and Bai Qianjiao, and tied with Qin Bixue for third place. That sword strike just now was indeed terrifying. "Bixue, are you confident?" The Bloodblade sect master no longer thought about defeating Hai Mian-ko. He had already lowered his expectations. As long as Qin Bixue could get second place, it would be enough. However, after watching Ling Xiao and Long Chen's battle, he began to worry again. Ling Xiao, this brat, can unleash the power of 60% of his heavenly elemental energy with 40% of his heavenly elemental energy. You have to be careful. Sect Master, don't worry. If that's all he has, it's not enough. Even though Qin Bixue lost to Hai Mian-ko, not only did his arrogance not weaken, but it also became stronger. Perhaps he thought that he was the strongest other than Hai Mian-ko, so he had to perform well in front of Hai Mian-ko. I didn't expect this person's aura to become so strong after taking out his sword. That murderous aura doesn't lose to Qin Bixue's at all. He's not easy to deal with. I thought it would be good if he could get into the ranks of the 6 young lords. Now, it seems like he's even stronger. Emma Wushang frowned. After losing to Qin Bixue, he didn't want to lose to anyone other than Hai Myung-ko. Hong Li's expression was a little agitated. She had always wanted to suppress Qin Bishue and Ling Zhao's aura. However, although Qin Bishue lost to Hai Myung-ko, he won against Mo Wushang. Ling Xiao had not lost a single battle until now. It was simply a miracle. On the other hand, she had actually lost to her senior sister, Bai Qianjiao. This made her very unhappy. Now, Ling Xiao had become her target. As long as she could defeat Ling Xiao, she felt that she would have a chance to regain the audience's recognition. Encountered Ling Xiao, danger. Bai Qianjiao's expression was still indifferent, but she seemed to have sensed Ling Xiao's terrifying strength and muttered to herself. At this moment, the spectators were already discussing animatedly. Ling Xiao is still strong. He's firmly suppressing Long Chen. Looks like we've all misjudged him. He's the strongest supernova. Yeah. From this round, it seems like Ling Xiao and Long Chen have been holding back. But compared to Hai Myung-ko, there's still a big gap between them. But I still think he's the most likely to challenge Hai Myung-ko. Why? Think about it. So far, he has defeated Fire Devil Supremacy, Hong Samadhi, and Long Chen, 3 martial artists who are ranked in the top 10. Not to mention, he also defeated one of the 6 young masters, Jian Wuji. Yeah. In every battle, it feels like he's giving it his all. But in the next battle, he'll always surprise everyone. Even so, his future is not optimistic. His next opponents are the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, Qin Bishue, Hong Li, Lu Taiyin, and Lan Yu'er. Lan Yu'er and Lu Taiyin are definitely not his opponents, so they can be eliminated. But the other 5 are not easy to deal with. Hong Li may have lost to Bai Qianjiao, but she may not lose to Ling Xiao. This is interesting. I'm finally looking forward to it. Can Ling Xiao keep winning? If Fire Devil Ancestor was a dark horse, then Ling Xiao would be a peerless dark horse that was almost purple. From the group stage until now, no matter who he met, he had never lost. No one even knew how strong he was or what his trump card was. Because in every battle, he didn't seem to give it his all. He only revealed a little bit of his strength. Let's wait and see if this dark horse can be a dark horse until the end. After Ling Xiao defeated Long Chen, the next battle was by Qianjiao against Lu Taiyin. Lu Taiyin was very strong. Even though he lost to Long Chen, he had proved his strength with his swordsmanship. But unfortunately, he was facing Bai Qianjiao, who was ranked higher than him. In just 5 moves, Bai Qianjiao broke through Lu Taiyin's protective barrier of heavenly elemental energy and defeated him. After this victory, Bai Qianjiao's popularity skyrocketed. Some even suspected that she was hiding her strength, enough to fight with Hai Myung-ko. After that, the proud Hong Li was defeated by Fire Devil Supremacy again, which surprised everyone. The strength that Fire Devil Supremacy displayed had also broken through the celestial realm. However, he was only at the late stage of One Line Sky. He was still inferior to Hai Myung-ko. Originally, Fire Devil Supremacy didn't plan to reveal his strength so quickly. However, after experiencing defeat, he had no way out. Moreover, Hai Myung-ko had already revealed her strength. He had nothing to hide. Just as Fire Devil Supremacy's surprise ended, Hai Myung-ko's battle started again. Hai Myung-ko vs Mo Wushang. This was the battle between the first and second place of the previous tournament. Mo Wushang was naturally unwilling to admit defeat when facing Hai Myung-ko. Although he knew that he wasn't as strong as Hai Myung-ko, it wasn't in his character to admit defeat like this. However, during the battle, he realized that the current Hai Myung-ko was even stronger than the previous Hai Myung-ko. Not only did the gap between the two not close, but it also widened. His demonic eye was like a joke in front of Hai Myung-ko. It didn't have any effect at all. Hai Myung-ko stood there and watched Mo Wushang act arrogantly. She gave Mo Wushang 10 moves. In the end, she used the same ordinary sacred ancestor's long fist and sent Mo Wushang flying out of the arena. Of course, she still gave Mo Wushang some face and didn't let him perform so tragically. After absorbing Mo Wushang's luck, Hai Myung-ko's ninth cauldron was close to being formed. It was basically 70% complete. It couldn't be helped. This last cauldron was much more difficult than the previous 8. Therefore, it wasn't easy to form the 9th cauldron. After Xianxia defeated Mo Wushang, the 12th round of the competition came to an end. After a short break, the 13th round officially began. The 13th round started with the highlight. Xianxia vs. Long Chen. However, to the audience's disappointment, Long Chen chose to forfeit. He didn't even enter the arena. Many people thought that Long Chen chose to forfeit because he wasn't a match for Xianxia. No one would laugh at him. However, Long Chen understood that he had reached a critical moment in his comprehension. Even if his opponent wasn't Xianxia, he would still forfeit. How boring. Yeah, Qin Bixue, Mo Wushang, and Long Chen have already proven that they aren't a match for the Holy Sun. Could it be that the only ones we can hope for are Bai Qianjiao and Ling Xiao? It seems like that's the case. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I only hope that you can let us dream for a little longer. The 13th round of the tournament continued. After Long Chen forfeited, the tournament went on for a few more boring matches. Finally, another highly anticipated duel began. Qin Bixue vs. Bai Qianjiao. Qin Bixue had only lost to Xianxia. He had yet to lose to any other opponent. He had even defeated Gongzi Mo Wushang, who was ranked 2nd in the previous tournament. Bai Qianjiao had yet to lose a single match as well. Keeping a low profile didn't mean that she was weak. After defeating strong opponents in a row, her reputation had risen to a new height. Many people even hoped that Bai Qianjiao could defeat Xianxia and even challenge Xianxia for first place. Therefore, this battle had become especially crucial. If Bai Qianjiao defeated Qin Bixue, there would still be hope. If she lost, the only person left who could challenge Xianxia would be Ling Xiao. Slaughter in all directions. Blood battle in all directions. Ambush from all sides. Blood thunder dance. As soon as the match began, Qin Bixue launched a fierce attack on Bai Qianjiao. This was his usual fighting style, no matter who he was up against. Terrifying blood-red light danced in the air. Blood-red lightning kept falling on the arena. The arena, which had just been repaired after the 12th round, cracked again. If it was someone other than Xianxia, they would have been defeated by Qin Bixue's crazy and powerful attacks. However, Bai Qianjiao was very special. The realm of clear water that she cultivated was very special. Coupled with the fact that she could clearly see her opponent's weakness, she was always able to avoid Qin Bixue's killing moves at the most crucial moment. This greatly reduced the power of Qin Bixue's attacks. On top of that, she maintained a calm expression on her face, which made Qin Bixue very unhappy. However, even though he was unhappy, it wasn't easy to defeat Bai Qianjiao. Looking up from the bottom of the arena, the sky was filled with blood-red light and saber shadows that covered almost the entire arena. Only the center of the arena was a small patch of green water, which firmly protected Bai Qianjiao. Everyone could see that Bai Qianjiao was at a disadvantage. However, if Qin Bixue couldn't take down Bai Qianjiao in a short period of time, the tables would turn and Qin Bixue would be the one to lose. Qin Bixue clearly understood this. He did not hold back and immediately entered the state of blood saber transformation. He attempted to use his most powerful attack to break through Bai Qianjiao's jade water domain. Boom! Under Qin Bixue's continuous attacks, Bai Qianjiao only had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Good. Very good. Other than the Holy Sun, you are the strongest opponent I have ever met. However, today, I must defeat you. Buzz! At that moment, Qin Bixue's aura surged again. What? He's still hiding something? Mo Wushang, who had lost to Qin Bixue earlier, had an ugly expression on his face. He thought that he had forced Qin Bixue to use all of his strength. However, it seemed that this wasn't the case. How was he supposed to face Mo Wushang now? Ha ha ha, Mo Wushang, you don't have to take it to heart. I just broke through by chance after the battle with you. What a wonderful feeling. Bai Qianjiao, you are very strong, but you are also very unlucky. Lose. A bitter smile appeared on Bai Qianjiao's face. It seemed that she wasn't expressionless. It was just that she hadn't encountered any real difficulties yet. Boom! Bai Qianjiao was knocked out of the arena by Qin Bixue. she was defeated. Qin Bixue is getting stronger and stronger. Even Bai Qianjiao is no match for him. Will he become the second strongest person after the Holy Sun? Who knows? Let's continue watching. Ling Xiao might also be hiding something. I can only hope so. Hong Li vs Lu Taiyin. Many people supported Hong Li in this battle because they felt that Hong Li's strength was exaggerated. After losing to Bai Qianjiao and Fire Devil supremacy in a row, Hong Li's strength was seriously doubted. However, Hong Li's performance was beyond their expectations. Facing Lu Taiyin, Hong Li wasn't as anxious and reckless as before. Instead, she felt more like Bai Qianjiao. Although this feeling was still immature, she defeated Lu Taiyin after 20 moves. Why do I feel that Hong Li has suddenly grown? Yes, but it's too late. She lost too many times before. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to get first place. That's not necessarily the case. The points of the prodigy battle are different from ordinary points. It's based on how much luck one has. As long as she can defeat a few more experts, her luck will increase according to the multiplier, and she'll get more. Hong Li walked down the arena and went to the injured Bai Qianjiao. Senior sister, I finally understand what you said. It's good that you understand. You are Hong Li. After the carp leaps the dragon's gate, everyone will be impressed. The providence of the aquamarine shrine depends on you. Bai Qianjiao knew very well how terrifying Hong Li would be once she was enlightened. After the battle between Hong Li and Lu Taiyin, several more battles took place. Among them, Mo Wushang easily defeated his opponent and stopped his losing streak. No one would underestimate him. After all, he lost to two opponents, one was Hai Myung Ko and the other was Qin Bixue, who were currently the most popular figures. In addition, Ling Xiao met Lan Yuer, who took the initiative to admit defeat. She wasn't as battle-hungry as Long Chen. Since she knew how powerful Ling Xiao was, why would she waste her energy? After all, she still had a chance to enter the top 6, so she had to conserve her energy. After the 13th round, the 14th round began. As soon as this round began, Ling Xiao met a strong opponent, which caused the audience to cheer. Because his opponent was Mo Wushang had only lost to Qin Bixue and Hai Myung Ko. Whether Ling Xiao could defeat Mo Wushang would determine whether he, as a dark horse, could continue his miracle. No one would underestimate Ling Xiao. And no one would underestimate Mo Wushang. After all, Mo Wushang's demonic eye was terrifying. Not only could it easily see through the opponent's flaws, it also had many other special abilities. Of course, more importantly, many people had heard that Ling Xiao might have killed Mo Wushang's relative, Xianxia, during the preliminaries. This caused Mo Wushang to hate Ling Xiao even more. Against Ling Xiao, perhaps Mo Wushang would be able to display more strength. However, Ling Xiao wasn't a pushover. Those who looked down on him had already lost. This included Hong Sanmei and Jian Wuji, the two young masters of the past. On the battle stage, Ling Xiao and Mo Wushang stood 100 meters apart, but their expressions were completely different. Ling Xiao was still calm and composed. Mo Wushang, on the other hand, was gnashing his teeth. In truth, among all the opponents, Ling Xiao was the least afraid of Mo Wushang. In terms of soul power, Mo Wushang wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Because of this, he was very calm. If the one standing opposite him was Hai Myung Ko, he might have a more serious expression, but there was no need for that now. It's about to start. Not only are there no openings to hide from the demonic eye, it's also impossible to guard against illusions. Ling Xiao is a skill-based fighter. Once his moves are seen through, he'll be in trouble. That's right. If there's anyone who can counter Ling Xiao, it's probably Mo Wushang. His demonic eye is practically cheating. Sigh, I'm really nervous for Ling Xiao. I wonder how he'll deal with Mo Wushang's terrifying demonic eye. On the stage, Mo Wushang had already activated his demonic eye. A sharp red light enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Looks like I guessed right. You're actually full of weaknesses and openings. The only reason you're able to win against your opponents is because you're faster. He didn't attack directly, as if he wanted to use his words to deal a blow to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled brightly. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed is invincible. There's nothing wrong with being fast. Once you're fast, you can cover all your openings. Unfortunately, your speed is meaningless in front of me. Emma Wushang sneered, before we fight, I want to ask you one thing. Were you the one who killed Xianxia? Yes. Ling Xiao didn't deny it, I'll never let those who deserve to die go. Then you deserve to die too. Emma Wushang's expression turned ferocious, and his voice became unusually fierce. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. It might be difficult for others to kill you, but for me, it's as easy as flipping my hand. Not to mention that you're full of openings, even if there's only one, you won't be able to escape my demonic eye. If Emma Wushang wanted to regain his confidence from Ling Xiao, he had to look down on Ling Xiao strategically and defeat Ling Xiao completely. Ah. Ling Xiao suddenly yawned, are you going to attack or not? I don't have time to waste on you. You're courting death. Emma Wushang actually entered his transformation state. Under his huge body, Ling Xiao was like a tiny baby, not even worth mentioning. Demon Eye, Annihilation. The moment he transformed, Emma Wushang made his move. He didn't want to give Ling Xiao any chance. He wanted to cripple Ling Xiao with a single strike and force Ling Xiao out of today's competition. Of course, this was not enough to appease the hatred in his heart. Therefore, after the competition, he still had to find a way to kill Ling Xiao. Anyway, Ling Xiao couldn't live. No matter what, he could not. When the spectators saw this, they knew that Emma Wushang intended to use all his strength to quickly defeat Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao had too many tricks up his sleeve. If the battle dragged on for too long, no one could predict what Ling Xiao would do next. That would be very disadvantageous for Emma Wushang. Hey, the competition hasn't started yet, right? Ling Xiao frowned and looked at the referee's table. Normally, the referee would announce the start of the match. This time, however, Emma Wushang had obviously made his move first. You have nothing to lose anyway. So be it. At the referee's table, the head referee said calmly. The head referee had originally been looking forward to Ling Xiao's performance. However, he was still a member of the Sacred Dynasty's royal family. He didn't know what the Sacred Emperor had fed this old man, but in any case, this old man had been looking at Ling Xiao for a long time now. This should have been a clear violation of the rules, and Emma Wushang could have been directly ordered to lose. However, he didn't do so. Although the other 10 judges were unhappy, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, the other party was too strong. Damn, isn't this a little too shameless? He attacked first, and the referee didn't do anything? Did Ling Xiao offend the referee? Who knows? Ling Xiao is in danger now. Due to the sudden attack, the demon eye's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already at Ling Xiao's throat. Emma Wushang was aiming for Ling Xiao's vitals. Boom, just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao would definitely be injured by this attack, a strange black light appeared and blocked the red light. Then, the two forces exploded and disappeared. Look, what's that? The sharp-eyed people had already noticed that a huge eye had appeared above Ling Xiao's head. It was eerie, terrifying, and exuded an extremely evil aura. You have the demon eye, and I have the ghost eye. Also, I forgot to tell you that part of the ghost eye was taken from Xianxia. After fusing with the soul lamp of the Lanternfish clan, it became like this. It's the key to my secret soul technique. Ling Xiao stood there with a smile on his face. He knew that the people of the Sky King sect were shameless, so he was guarding against Emma Wushang. Even though the other party had taken the credit, he still resulted in an instant. However, because he had defended in a hurry, his strength was only on par with his opponent. What bullshit T ghost eye? How can it be compared to my demon eye? Emma Wushang did not believe that Ling Xiao's ghost eye was so powerful. Yeah, this name doesn't sound good, and it doesn't reflect the characteristics of the fusion of the ghost eye and the soul lamp. In the fighting ring, Ling Xiao did not care about the ferocious Emma Wushang. Instead, he rubbed his chin as if he was thinking about something. Oh, right. I've thought of a better name. Let's call it the Eye of the World. The moment Ling Xiao thought of this name, his Mountain River martial soul resonated. The Mountain River World, the Eye of the World. So that's it, So that's it. Unexpectedly, he had found the most suitable way to release the power of the Mountain River Martial Soul. The Eye of the World would be the Eye of the Mountain River World, the representative of the Mountain River Martial Soul. As the idea matured, a red sun appeared in the Mountain River World. However, the red sun looked like the Eye of the World, overlooking the entire Mountain River World. Ling Xiao had always felt that after he had reached the sky-human realm, the Mountain River Martial Soul should have some special changes, such as adding some special effects. However, nothing happened. He did not expect it to be waiting here. He finally understood that the Mountain River World was like a blank world except for the things that had been formed in the beginning. Everything had to be created by Ling Xiao. This world was created according to his creation. As for how the Mountain River Martial Soul would develop, it would all depend on his creation. Seeing Ling Xiao standing there in a daze, Mo Wushang's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He would not show mercy. Demon Eye, inextinguishable dark flame. The terrifying black flame covered the entire fighting ring, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. What's wrong with Ling Xiao? Could it be that he's under an illusion? It must be. Look, he suddenly stopped moving. Sigh, I thought that Ling Xiao would give us a surprise and have the strength to defeat the Holy Sun. Now, it seems that he's even weaker than the Qin Bishue. That's right. Eh? Something's wrong. Look at the inextinguishable dark flame, why did it take a detour? A shocking scene happened. When the inextinguishable dark flame approached Ling Xiao, it actually bypassed Ling Xiao and only burned on the stage, but it was unable to harm Ling Xiao in the slightest. Are all the disciples of the Heavenly King sect so shameless? But it doesn't matter. I was in the wrong for being distracted during the competition. Your sneak attack wasn't wrong either. But the problem is that your sneak attack couldn't even hurt me. Isn't that too embarrassing? Ling Xiao seemed to have regained his senses. At the same time, the giant eye on top of his head also underwent a miraculous change. The originally incomparably evil aura actually became profound and mysterious. Enlightenment, this was something that martial artists often talked about. The ultimate of martial arts was the 3000 Grand Das. Ling Xiao didn't understand what this meant in the past. Now he understood that although it was important to train hard, it was equally important to have an epiphany. Facing Mo Wushang today, he gained enlightenment. It was also because of this that the Mountain River Martial Spirit and Ghost Flame Martial Spirit merged and gave birth to a new Eye of the World. Mo Wushang was still in a state of shock. He didn't understand why his inextinguishable dark flame avoided Ling Xiao. Have you heard of the power of celestial phenomenon? Ling Xiao suddenly asked, didn't you notice that my Eye of the World is releasing the power of celestial phenomenon of the wind attribute? As the saying goes, if you understand one thing, you will understand all. The Mountain River World was a world. When Ling Xiao integrated the power of celestial phenomenon of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts, it would form a true celestial phenomenon. However, the strength of Ling Xiao's cultivation level would directly affect the strength of these celestial phenomena. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, fog. Currently, Ling Xiao had grasped the power of these 5 celestial phenomena, and the Mountain River World also had these 5 celestial phenomena. When these celestial phenomena were displayed through the Eye of the World, they would merge with the power of heavenly Yuan Qi and Soul Force, becoming even more powerful. Celestial phenomenon of the world. Could it be that you've cultivated the 12 Golden Lotus Arts? Mo Wushang seemed to be quite knowledgeable. He had also heard of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. That's right. What level are you at now? The 5th level. Ha 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 ha, idiot. You actually cultivated such a sure-death martial art. Looks like I overestimated you. Mo Wushang suddenly laughed loudly, looking very proud. Definitely dead? Ling Xiao frowned and said, you seem to be very familiar with this kind of martial art. Of course, who in the 12 sects doesn't know of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts? That is a martial art created by the craziest Lotus Grandmaster in history. It is said to be a gold-grade martial art, but in reality, it is a martial art that can grow. However, it must be combined with the 9 great ancient dragon souls and the 12 sacred flames in order to truly grow. Mo Wushang smiled and said, stupid people practice this kind of martial arts one after another. However, there are countless casualties. You will not be an exception. I see. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. No wonder the 12 golden lotus arts leveled up after he obtained the ancient hell dragon martial soul. It was actually because of this reason. Chang Yueying and Chang Yueli from Yuehua school probably knew about it, but they didn't tell Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao's heart was suddenly enlightened. Mo Wushang, since you told me all this, I will let you have 10 moves. If you can touch me within 10 moves, it will be considered my loss. After 10 moves, I will definitely attack. Ling Xiao didn't want to owe Mo Wushang a favor, and now was the time to return it. How dare you insult me? Mo Wushang roared angrily. Let's do it. 10 moves. Ling Xiao didn't care about Mo Wushang's anger at all. He just stood there and said indifferently. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Mo Wushang was really angry. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this, not even Han Mianko, but now, Ling Xiao actually dared to do so. His demonic eyes flickered continuously, and countless red lights shot out like dazzling fireworks and countless scarlet flying swords, enveloping Ling Xiao completely. Then, he rushed forward, and after transforming, his huge claws viciously slapped at Ling Xiao. His idea was simple. Since you want to let me win, I will let you die. Chi 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 chi, pung 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 pung. It was the annihilation ray and the terrifying giant claws. Mo Wushang's attacks were ferocious. Facing such an attack, even the Qin Bishui had to transform to block it. But all of these attacks were dodged by Ling Xiao. On the stage, Ling Xiao looked like he was spreading his wings. However, every step he took was mysterious, and he just happened to be able to dodge Mo Wushang's attacks. There is one last move left. You have to seize the opportunity. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Ling Xiao actually had the time to remind Mo Wushang while he was moving. What the hell? How did this Ling Xiao have such a mysterious movement skill? Why didn't he use it before? Hee, do you think that his previous opponents would let him use this movement skill to escape? That's right. If he didn't say that he would let Mo Wushang have 10 moves, he probably wouldn't have chosen to use this movement skill to dodge. Ha ha ha, there is hope. There is hope. What hope? There is hope that he can defeat the Holy Sun. At the very least, he is qualified to challenge him. With such a movement skill, even the Holy Sun would have a hard time catching him. That seems to be the case. The martial artists in the stands were excited. Ling Xiao's battle had given them a new surprise. First, it was the Eye of the World. Then, it was the Cloud Dragon Divine Traveler, Illusory Array. They finally felt that there was suspense in the competition for the chosen one once again. Ah. Go to hell, Demon Eye, Ultimate Strike. Originally, Mo Wushang wouldn't have been able to use this move under the pressure of his opponent. This was because he needed a long time to prepare. But this time, Ling Xiao gave him a handicap of 10 moves, giving him such a chance. At that moment, the sky changed color. The entire space turned blood red. Above the terrifying demonic eye, a thick red light continuously condensed and then suddenly shot out. In that instant, the entire stage shattered. The two contestants could only fight in the void. 10 moves have passed. You can lose now. The commotion wasn't as great as Mo Wushang's, but the effect was absolute. Ling Xiao easily reached Mo Wushang's side. The energy sword in his hand was already dripping with blood. On Mo Wushang's neck, there was an obvious wound. You'd better not move. Otherwise, next time, it won't be a simple external injury. Your head will be separated from your body. Mo Wushang refused to accept it. No one had ever been able to take 10 moves from him without getting hurt. Han Mianko might have been able to, but she had never tried. But now, he had no choice but to accept it. Because he didn't dare to move. The piercing pain on his neck continued. If he dared to move, Ling Xiao would really use the energy sword to cut off his head. Still not announcing the result? Ling Xiao looked at the judges and asked coldly, Head judge, I don't know what I've done to offend you, but in this kind of competition, if you cheat, the sacred dynasty will lose face. He hasn't admitted defeat. How am I supposed to announce it? The head judge's face turned red as he shouted. After all, he still cared about his reputation. Mo Wushang, you're not admitting defeat? Ling Xiao looked at Mo Wushang and asked coldly. There's only a Mo Wushang who dies standing, not a Mo Wushang who admits defeat. Scram. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words with Mo Wushang. He kicked Mo Wushang's face and sent his huge body flying out of the arena. Many people were stunned by this scene. After all, he looked as delicate as a baby in front of Mo Wushang. Thinking about the scene of a baby kicking an adult into the air, it was indeed quite strange. Mo Wushang collapsed outside the arena. The head judge had no choice but to announce Ling Xiao's victory. At the same time, Ling Xiao absorbed Mo Wushang's luck and began to condense his ninth cauldron. He was now second only to Hai Miankeo and had surpassed by Qianjiao. At that moment, the spectator stands were completely silent. They had thought that it would be an even match, with Mo Wushang having the upper hand. But in the end, it had become Ling Xiao's performance. In front of him, Mo Wushang was as weak as a 3-year-old child. This Ling Xiao is too scary. I can still understand the movement technique at the end because it's fast and mysterious. But what's going on at the beginning? Why didn't the inextinguishable dark flame attack him? I think he said something about celestial energy. 12 Golden Lotus Arts. Yes. It's the celestial energy produced after cultivating the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. It's said that after cultivating this internal cultivation technique, whether it's true yuan or heavenly yuan, it will be completely transformed into celestial energy. It's extremely powerful. That's an ability that only a god can have. Isn't Master Lotus a god? No human has ever been able to successfully cultivate the martial arts that he created. Most people would give up after cultivating to the first or second level, while a portion of people died tragically because of cultivating this martial arts. But what's this Ling Xiao? He's a human. Why isn't he dead? Why is he so strong? It's not time yet. Didn't you hear what he said? Right now, he's only at the 5th level. The further he cultivates, the more dangerous it gets. The more he cultivates, the easier it will be for problems to arise. Sigh, I thought he could surpass the Holy Sun. Who knew that it was just a flash in the pan? Forget it, he can't surpass the Holy Sun. As long as he can reach the level of the Qin Bishue, it's enough. Who knows what will happen next? That's right, he might lose if he meets Qianjiao. At the end of the day, Ling Xiao still didn't have much of a fan base. Although he had relied on his own strength to rise up and attract a group of fans, there were still more people who didn't think highly of him. Even if he defeated Mo's son. However, there were still Bai Qianjiao, Qin Bishue, and Hongli, who had obviously undergone a transformation. He Wushangxi, Lin, he might not even a single win. Soon, the 14th round ended. After resting for 2 hours, the 15th round began. The closer it was to the end, the more the audience was focused on it. The matches after the 10th place became a rest period. Many of the audience even used this time to go to the toilet. In the first few matches, the ones that really caught their attention were the battles between Fire Demon Ancestor and Hong Samadhi, and Hong Li and Mo Wushang. After all, Fire Demon Ancestor's cultivation had reached the advanced stage of One-Line Sky. Against Hong Samadhi, he won easily without much effort. His luck naturally increased as well. The battle between Hong Li and Mo Wushang was exceptionally exciting. Just as Bai Qianjiao said, Hong Li was like a carp that had jumped through the Dragon's Gate. She had completely transformed into an enhanced version of Bai Qianjiao. Bai Qianjiao alone was enough to fight against Mo Wushang. Not to mention the enhanced version of Bai Qianjiao. In the end, Mo Wushang lost to Hong Li after 200 moves. This was a huge blow to Mo Wushang. Losing to Hai Miankeo and Qin Bishue was nothing. However, losing to Ling Xiao and then to Hong Li was something he simply could not accept. As a result, the upper echelons of the Heavenly King sect did not look too good. After these 2 matches, the most anticipated match was the one between Long Chen and Hong Samadhi. Although Long Chen was favored, the only one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty that he had defeated was Lu Taiyin. It was very difficult for him to win. Although Hong Samadhi had lost a few matches in a row, he was actually stronger than Lu Taiyin. However, he lost this match very easily. After understanding Ling Zhao's words, Long Chen cleverly disguised the power of his golden dragon as the power of his martial soul. With this, his strength had increased tremendously. It was reasonable for him to defeat Hong Samadhi. The next match will be Ling Xiao against Bai Qianjiao. The head judge seemed to be excited. He seemed to think that Bai Qianjiao could pose a threat to Ling Xiao. In the VIP seats, the sect leader of Heavenly King sect, Si Kongzun, and Xingdi smiled. Ling Xiao, this dark horse, really gave them a headache. Someone had to be able to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, who knew where this fellow's tail would end up sticking out? The audience was in an uproar. Although Bai Qianjiao lost to Qin Bixue, it was because Qin Bixue had broken through to the celestial realm. If not, Qin Bixue would be the one to lose in the end. Therefore, the audience thought highly of Bai Qianjiao. As for Ling Xiao, it was needless to say. This dark horse had already defeated Jian Wuji, Hong Samadhi, and Emma Wushang, these three young masters. It seemed that the reputation of the 6 young masters would be completely destroyed by Ling Xiao today. Of course, to Ling Xiao, this battle was more important than the audience thought. He was a human, and Bai Qianjiao was from the Xi clan. She was a martial artist belonging to the Storm Legion. The Xi clan had never given up on destroying the human race. It had been like this since ancient times. The true Demon Emperor had almost completed this task. Now that the Storm Legion was attacking, Bai Qianjiao would undoubtedly become the front line of the Xi clan. Therefore, he could not lose to Bai Qianjiao. Losing to a foreign race made him feel worse than losing to Hai Mian-ko. Before the battle, can you answer a question for me? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Of course. Bai Qianjiao did not refuse. What I want to ask is, if the human race and the Xi clan go to war one day, what will your choice be? Ling Xiao felt that this question was very important. You actually know about the Xi clan. As expected, you are not simple. Bai Qianjiao frowned and said coldly, although I admire you, as a human, I am a pawn of the Storm Legion. I must prioritize the Xi clan. I will not show mercy to humans. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I also admire you. Your talent is not very good, but you can rely on your own efforts to master the blue water domain. However, in the face of righteousness, there is no room for carelessness. Come, let me see your righteousness. Bai Qianjiao took a deep breath. Since the opponent already knew her identity as a member of the Xi clan, she could completely let go. In the previous battle, she was afraid that the opponent would discover her identity. There were some moves that she did not use. On the completely repaired fighting ring, a man and a woman stood 100 meters apart from each other. On the left was Ling Xiao, who was still dressed in green and looked very ordinary. However, the person under the green robe was not ordinary. He, who had defeated 3 young masters in a row, had become the most anticipated opponent to defeat Hai Mian-ko. On the other side, Bai Qianjiao was dressed in white, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. She slowly pulled out a sword from her storage ring. It was a slender and flexible sword. It was an immortal-grade artifact of the water attribute, and it was inlaid with the heart of the ocean. Bai Qianjiao had never used a sword in the previous battles. Even Hongli did not know that she could use a sword. Among so many opponents, only you are worthy of my sword. Bai Qianjiao showed a beautiful smile that she had never shown before. Oh? You flatter me. Qin Bixue defeated you. Ling Xiao said lightly. He suppressed me with his cultivation in the last stage. Even if I used my sword, it was useless. The gap in cultivation is still difficult to make up for, especially between the transcendent realm and the celestial realm. The gap is too big. Bai Qianjiao shook her head and said. Is that so? Ling Xiao smiled. In any case, he didn't need to use his cultivation to suppress Bai Qianjiao. That would be too boring, and he wouldn't be able to gain anything. Yes. After taking a deep breath, Bai Qianjiao stopped talking. Her bright eyes stared at Ling Xiao. All the opportunities were locked on Ling Xiao. To be honest, compared to the domineering and murderous Qin Bixue, Ling Xiao not only gave her more pressure, but also made him more difficult for her to figure out. She did not know whether Ling Xiao or Qin Bixue was stronger. But she knew one thing very well. Qin Bishua's strength was transparent, and it could be seen at a glance. However, Ling Xiao's strength had always been hazy. No one knew how strong he was. Humans' fear of the unknown came from the bottom of their hearts. It was not something that could be easily shaken off. Jade Water Sword Technique, Fury of Water. The Jade Water Sword technique originated from the Jade Water domain. Only after cultivating to a certain level would one be able to comprehend it. Therefore, Bai Qianjiao's swordsmanship was unique. In the Jade Water Divine Palace, apart from the palace master, there was probably no one else who could use it. Bai Qianjiao's body was as slow as water. But in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was as fast as lightning. In an instant, the distance between the two of them was reduced to less than 10 meters. Bai Qianjiao's sword finally stabbed out for the first time. Wrapped in a strange sword intent, the entire air instantly became turbulent. It was as if a raging sea had been stirred up with monstrous waves. As for the ray of light in the turbulent waves, it was the terrifying sword light. She had borrowed the power of the sea to greatly increase the artistic conception and power of the swordsmanship. Below the stage, Hong Li's eyes lit up. She thought that Ling Xiao was really powerful. He had actually forced her senior sister to use her true unique skill. Not only that, but everything about Bai Qianjiao seemed to have improved further. It was as if all of these had descended on her in order to defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's face was still indifferent. There was no sword in his hand. The sword in his heart had already taken shape. His fingertips emitted an astonishing aura. A qi sword suddenly emitted a dazzling light, like a flashing viper shooting out of a dark cave. As if it had been calculated, it accurately stabbed Bai Qianjiao's sword. In terms of seeing through weaknesses, Ling Xiao was much better than Bai Qianjiao. Whether it was the power of the sea or the sword intent, it could not change Ling Xiao's strong will and flexible skills. The world of mountains and rivers was eternal. Even if it fell, it could be reborn. It seemed to be an existence that was more eternal than heaven and earth. Clang, the qi sword collided with the treasure sword. The powerful divine essence burst out with astonishing sparks, as bright as the stars in the night. Buzz, ah, it hurts, my ears hurt. In the audience, a Heaven Pulse martial artist suddenly held his ears and exclaimed. At this time, his ears seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. That kind of pain really caused him to be endlessly terrified. Me too, what's going on? It should be the sword intent. It's definitely the effect of the sword intent. Both of them use swords, and the sword intent is very strong. Even if there is a protective array, it still makes people feel uncomfortable. Humph, those who are not strong enough should stay away. Don't be deaf and blind. A celestial realm martial artist snorted coldly. Although it seemed that he was not affected at all, in fact, he was not. His ears were fine, but his body trembled violently. It was as if a terrifying chill had rushed into his body, causing him to feel cold all over. Both of them are skill-based swordsmen. Every strike they make is focused on concentrating their energy into a single point to achieve the most powerful attack. This is the so-called unconventional way of swordsmanship. People who use swords often pursue the pinnacle of attacks. The one who spoke was a Grotto Heaven Realm judge. He was also a sword user, so he naturally knew best. Humph, I didn't expect this shameless kid to have some skills. The head judge snorted coldly, his eyes filled with complexity. He guessed that the sage emperor had said something bad about Ling Xiao in front of him. Otherwise, why would he suddenly hate Ling Xiao so much when he was looking forward to it? While the crowd was discussing animatedly, the battle on the martial arts stage had already entered the exciting stage of exchanging blows. Ding 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 ding, sword light came and went. The sword wind danced like thunder. On the stage, ear-piercing sounds of collisions constantly rang out. The terrifying sound and power overflowed, causing cracks to appear on the protective wall. As for the stage, it was once again covered in scars. This martial arts stage is really no good. In the next competition, I must use better materials and set up a stronger array. Otherwise, the martial arts stage will be destroyed as soon as the competition starts. How can I continue then? Of course, the tournament could continue. Anyway, the area of the stage was fixed. There was no stage to stand on, so the two of them could fight in midair. As long as one reached the level of a Heaven Pulse Realm martial artist, even if they could not fly, they could still float in midair for a period of time. Jade Water Sword Technique, Song of Water. Her continuous attacks were easily resolved by Ling Xiao. Bai Qianjiao frowned even more. She had no choice but to retreat suddenly and change her move. The sword technique that was originally angry suddenly became cheerful. However, in this cheerfulness, there was a terrifying killing intent. It was like the song of a sword. Rings after rings of sword light appeared in the air, weaving into a battle melody. Then, all of them pounced on Ling Xiao. Boom, the sword light that intertwined with the song was completely destroyed. It was completely destroyed by a huge sword that was condensed with black and gold flames. Ling Xiao finally used the Hell Dragon Sword. After destroying Bai Qianjiao's attack, the Hell Dragon Sword shot towards Bai Qianjiao with unstoppable momentum. Ling Xiao's counterattack had finally begun. Previously, he had only defended and not counterattacked because he wanted to gain some experience from Bai Qianjiao's sword technique. However, he could not keep defending passively. There had to be a winner. The Hell Dragon Sword, condensed with 40% heaven elemental energy, carried the power of thunder and lightning, and rushed towards Bai Qianjiao with a roar. How can he be so strong? Bai Qianjiao's face turned pale. Run! Because she was a sword expert, she knew clearly that she couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack. Even if she used her full strength, it would be useless. Too fast, too strong. It was as if the ancient Hell Dragon had come back to life. She would have nightmares during the day. 60% sword intent, lone peak kill. While using the Jade Water Realm, Bai Qianjiao retreated desperately. Her slippery body technique increased in speed. In the audience, many people didn't understand why Bai Qianjiao retreated. But the powerful people knew that if they didn't retreat, they would be defeated. Pucci, in the end, she couldn't dodge Ling Xiao's attack. Bai Qianjiao's shoulder was sliced off a layer of flesh that was 3 inches thick. Even her bones were cut open. Ling Xiao stopped and smiled. You are indeed powerful. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to see the power of my attack. They would definitely choose to meet force with force. The result would be very tragic. Perhaps you are worthy of my sword. A sword appeared in his hand. It was the Overflow Rain Sword. Every sword corresponded to a type of celestial energy. When using the same martial skill, it would produce a completely different effect. Ling Xiao chose the Overflow Rain Sword because it was the most powerful for the sword soul doppelganger of the Shadow Sword technique. Bai Qianjiao's body technique was very powerful. Especially after using the Jade Water Realm, it was very difficult to attack her. But if the sword soul doppelganger's power increased, Ling Xiao would be able to encircle Bai Qianjiao. At that time, no matter how good her body technique was, it would be meaningless. Bai Qianjiao frowned. The injury on her shoulder was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was indeed not human. Humans did not have such a powerful talent, unless they cultivated some special martial arts or reached a certain level of cultivation. Bai Qianjiao had not used any martial arts earlier, and her cultivation had not even broken through to the celestial realm. So, the only explanation was that she had a talent for self-healing. Is this your sword technique? Terrifying indeed. But if that's all you've got, you won't be able to defeat me. Bai Qianjiao looked at Ling Xiao. Although she was shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying attack, it was not enough to make her despair. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Is that so? Your ability had better match your competence. Otherwise, Jian Wuji, Hong Samadhi and Mo Wushang would be your role models. Come on, don't hold back. Show me what you've got. Otherwise, you won't have any chance to show it. Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid of Bai Qianjiao. His failure to defeat Bai Qianjiao with the Hell Dragon Sword was indeed unexpected. But that was because he had suppressed his cultivation and did not use his sword. Next, with the Overflow Rain Sword in hand, the battle had just begun. Jade Water Sword Technique, Mirror of Water. Bai Qianjiao's injuries had mostly recovered in a short period of time. Although many martial artists suspected that she was not human. So what if she was not human? Back then, the human king's goal was for all races to live in harmony and coexist peacefully. It was not strange for some humans to awaken their ancestral bloodline. At this moment, Bai Qianjiao had already launched another attack. The power of this sword was clearly stronger than the previous two moves. Within the mirror-like jade water domain, countless sharp sword chi actually appeared and shot out crazily. Heavenly Pulse Chi Sword, Sunrise Sword Radiance. The sun was high in the sky, and the sword radiance was like golden sunlight shooting down. No matter how many sword radiances Bai Qianjiao had, they were all blocked by the sun-like sword radiance and destroyed. Standing there, Ling Xiao held the Overflow Rain sword in his right hand and the Heavenly Pulse Chi sword in his left hand. He was like a god, causing countless female disciples to scream in shock. Crackle, no matter what technique. No matter what trick. In short, in the face of great power, everything became meaningless. Perhaps this mirror of water could threaten many people. Even the Qin Bishua might not be able to block it easily. But it was useless against Ling Xiao. Bai Qianjiao seemed to understand this as well, which was why, after releasing the mirror of water, she actually used the water flow as a cover to unleash an astonishing movement technique, stabbing towards Ling Xiao's throat. Ding, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Bai Qianjiao's sword was easily blocked by Ling Xiao's Overflow Rain sword. Not only that, the Overflow Rain sword in Ling Xiao's hand shook slightly. It slid past Bai Qianjiao's sword and attacked Bai Qianjiao's slender hand. Bai Qianjiao's expression changed. Ling Xiao was indeed as difficult to deal with and as unpredictable as she had imagined. She could not understand Ling Xiao's thoughts and attack methods at all. Every time she felt that she could hurt him, she realized that she was the one in danger. Bai Qianjiao retreated rapidly again. I'm tired of it. Your moves are beautiful, but they are meaningless to me. So let's end this battle. As she retreated, Ling Xiao's ghostly voice sounded in Bai Qianjiao's ears. Then, she saw a sword flash past. Her protective heavenly essence energy was completely shattered, and she fell to the ground uncontrollably. Bang! Bai Qianjiao spat out a mouthful of blood when she landed. Only then did she realize that she had landed outside the arena. Ling Xiao said it was over, and it was over. She did not have any chance to turn the situation around. I've lost, and I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Qin Bishue is definitely not your match, and neither is Hai Mian Ko. It seems like you, the dark horse, will be the dark horse to the end today. Bai Qianjiao's words were very loud and clear. There was not a single person present who was unable to hear them. You flatter me. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. After absorbing Bai Qianjiao's luck, his luck was infinitely close to Hai Mian Kos. He was very close to the ninth cauldron's complete formation. However, because of Bai Qianjiao's words, the audience was in chaos. What? Bai Qianjiao said that Ling Xiao is more powerful than Qin Bishue and Hai Mian Ko? How is that possible? Qin Bishue has been promoted to the celestial being realm, and the Holy Sun, Hai Mian Ko, is at the early stage of Yin and Yang heaven. Ling Xiao can't make up for this advantage in cultivation. Is Ling Xiao's cultivation also in the celestial being realm? That's impossible. So far, you've seen that all his moves and attacks are at the level of a celestial being realm martial artist. If he's in the celestial being realm, would he need to spend so much effort? It's hard to say. Ling Xiao has now defeated 4 childs. The remaining 2 are Hai Mian Ko and Lu Taiyin. There's no doubt about his strength. TSK, Lu Taiyin is definitely no match for Ling Xiao. Doesn't that mean that 5 of the 6 childs of the sacred dynasty have been defeated by him? This guy is really dark. I don't know if he can be so dark that he can even defeat the Holy Sun. In the eyes of the audience, Ling Xiao had created a real miracle today. Among the 20 geniuses, only the Holy Sun Hai Mian Ko, Qin Bishue, Hong Li, and Lu Taiyin had yet to fight with Ling Xiao. Lu Taiyin was definitely not a match for Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao would be the miraculous existence who defeated the 5 young masters of the sacred dynasty by himself. Even if he lost to Hai Mian Ko, Qin Bishue, or even Hong Li, it wouldn't be a big deal. Because he had already proven himself. He would definitely be one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. The palace master of the Aquamarine Divine Palace didn't look too good. She couldn't accept losing to a human. If she had lost to the Holy Sun Hai Mian Ko, she would have let it go. Even if she had lost to Qin Bishue, a warrior who had advanced to the celestial realm, she could barely suppress her anger. However, losing to Ling Xiao, an opponent of the same realm, was something she really couldn't bear. When we go back, throw Bai Qianjiao into the cold pool. If she can't break through to the celestial realm, she can't come out. And Hongli, if you can't defeat Ling Xiao, you can accompany your senior sister Bai Qianjiao. After all, the palace master of the Aquamarine Divine Palace couldn't deal with Ling Xiao personally, so she could only warn Hongli to defeat Ling Xiao in the next battle. In this way, she might be able to save some face for the Aquamarine Divine Palace. Hey, this kid is really strong. The next battle is going to be interesting. But Bai Qianjiao actually said that this kid is stronger than me? What a joke. Qin Bishue was originally interested in Ling Xiao. Now that she saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Bai Qianjiao, her interest was greatly piqued. You'd better not lose before I fight you. Otherwise, I'll be too disappointed. The battle between Ling Xiao and Bai Qianjiao was the highlight of the 15 rounds. In the following battle, the audience kept discussing this battle. Of course, this was also because the battle between the Holy Sun, Haim Mian-ko, and Fire Devil Venerable was too boring. That fella, Fire Demon Supremacy, actually chose to admit defeat. The battle that the audience had been looking forward to ended without a conclusion. After the 15th round ended, all the martial artists had a meal and rested for a relatively long time. Then, the 16th round officially began. The first match was particularly interesting. The two opponents were Mo Wushang and Long Chen. In this battle, many people had thought that Long Chen wouldn't be young noble Missouri Wushang's match. It was estimated that he would be able to end the battle within 10 moves. After all, even though Mo Wushang had lost to Haim Mian-ko, Ling Xiao, and Qin Bishue, he had never lost to anyone else. And it didn't seem to be particularly difficult to win. However, after the battle started, Long Chen's performance was extremely shocking. A golden dragon materialized behind him, and its terrifying combat prowess and defensive prowess gave the Qin Bishue a headache. Not to mention ending the battle within 10 moves. The two fought for 200 moves. In the end, neither Mo Wushang nor Long Chen could hurt each other, and the head judge declared it a draw. It couldn't be helped. Mo Wushang's illusions were too powerful, and Long Chen's defensive prowess combined with Dragon's aura allowed him to completely ignore Mo Wushang's illusions. In Ling Zhao's opinion, if the two of them wanted to end the battle, it would take at least 500 moves. Mo Wushang was probably better than Long Chen. After all, he was a veteran and had much more experience than Long Chen. It was a pity that the prodigy battle required a victor to be decided within 300 moves. Because of this, it could only be considered a draw. After all, if the battle went on for too long, the audience would get tired. In the following battles, the two people who received the most attention were naturally Ling Xiao and Haim Mian-ko. It was a pity that Ling Zhao's opponent was Lu Taiyin. Although his opponent didn't admit defeat, Ling Xiao easily won with his Hell Dragon sword. Without any suspense, he had achieved the legend of defeating 5 of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. This story would probably spread throughout the entire Heavenly Dragon continent sooner or later. Haim Mian-ko's opponent was Bai Qianjiao. This was a battle between two strong opponents. After the battle between Bai Qianjiao and Ling Xiao, not only did her Jade Water Sword technique improve, but her cultivation also finally broke through the shackles and broke through to the one-line sky early stage. These geniuses had already reached the limit of the transcendent realm, and all they needed was an opportunity. Although Bai Qianjiao lost to Ling Xiao, she also benefited a lot. But even so, she still didn't have a chance of winning against Haim Mian-ko. In the battle arena, Bai Qianjiao could be considered to have given it her all. She didn't choose to admit defeat like Fire Demon Commander. Instead, she wanted to fully display her Jade Water Sword technique. She had to leave a scar on Haim Mian-ko's body. However, the battle didn't develop in the direction she wanted. The only reason was that Haim Mian-ko was too strong. No matter what sword technique Bai Qianjiao used, Haim Mian-ko always only had one punch. And it was the most ordinary divine ancestor's long fist. The terrifying power directly deformed the protective wall of the battle arena. If the protective wall hadn't been strengthened by the chief judge and the others, it would have been completely destroyed. Just how powerful is this attack? Even the defensive wall can't withstand it. In the stands, countless people were exclaiming in their hearts. The previous attacks of those people merely broke through the martial arts platform, but this defensive wall is much tougher than the martial arts platform. It's close to the defense of a martial arts practitioner at the peak of the yin and yang heavenly peak. Yet it was actually deformed. Why do I feel like there's no hope? Yeah, the Holy Sun is so much stronger than the others. They're not even on the same level. Even Ling Xiao is not worth mentioning in front of her. I feel the same way. Every time the Holy Sun attacks, I feel like I'm in despair. This is definitely not the full strength of the Holy Sun. How can her martial skill be only a broken gold grade martial skill like Divine Ancestor's Long Fist? That's right. If she attacks with all her strength, I'm afraid my protective wall will be destroyed. Not only were the audience surprised, but all the young dancers except Ling Xiao were also shocked. The disciples of the Heavenly King sect were very proud. With such a senior sister, they would have many more opportunities. After all, as long as Xianxia obtained the luck of the 9 cauldrons, the luck of the Heavenly King sect would be greatly improved. As long as one was a disciple of the Heavenly King sect, he would be able to benefit from it. It's time to end it, by Xianxia. Although you're powerful, you're still far from me. Xianxia and Bai Qianjiao fought for a few rounds. It was like playing a game. The last punch ended the battle. Bai Qianjiao was beaten until she couldn't stand up. She had to admit defeat. It started with a punch. It ended with a punch. It was so domineering that it was amazing. This was the Holy Sun, considered the strongest of the young generation. Alas, I'm no match for you. Bai Qianjiao sighed and said, but even if you can defeat me, you might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao. You'll never know how terrifying he is until you fight him. What a joke. Xianxia sneered and said, Ling Xiao is nothing. Xianxia sneered and said, then watch carefully how I defeat him. To tell you the truth, my goal is no longer on the Heavenly Dragon continent. I want to become the chosen one and leave the Heavenly Dragon continent for the more powerful Divine Phoenix continent. I want to learn better martial arts and spar with stronger geniuses. That way, I can grow faster. She wasn't spouting nonsense. Among the 13 continents in the mystic world, the Heavenly Dragon continent was not only the weakest in terms of strength, but it also had the worst cultivation conditions. Xianxia felt that there was nothing on this continent that she wanted. Naturally, she wanted to go to the more powerful Divine Phoenix continent. Is that so? Then I look forward to the pinnacle battle between you and Ling Xiao. Bai Qianjiao didn't say anything else. In fact, she didn't know if Ling Xiao or Xianxia was stronger. Both of them gave her the feeling that they were undefeatable and mysterious. Pinnacle battle? You think too highly of him. Don't worry, I'll make sure this battle ends quickly. Xianxia's words were full of disdain and confidence. Bai Qianjiao didn't say anything else. She just smiled and walked down the stage. After absorbing Bai Qianjiao's luck, Xianxia's 9th cauldron was 90% condensed. She was only 10% away from perfection. After Xianxia and Bai Qianjiao's battle ended, the Qin Bishui encountered the Flame Demon Ancestor. This time, the Flame Demon Ancestor didn't admit defeat. However, in front of the Qin Bishui's powerful strength, he was forced to retreat and finally lost. Damn it. How can these young people be so strong? Looks like I have to take action personally. In the audience stands, Empyrean Demon Flame was horrified. When he admitted defeat previously, it could only be said that he was following his own plan. However, this time, he had lost to the Qin Bishui. He was very unhappy. However, there was no point in being unhappy. A loss was a loss. In the end, he had still underestimated the strength of a top genius. The 16 rounds of competition ended quickly. After the break, the 17th round began. The first match was between Ling Xiao and Hongli. I want to avenge senior sister. As soon as Hongli got on the stage, she did not say anything. She immediately launched an astonishing attack in an attempt to defeat Ling Xiao for her senior sister, Bai Qianjiao. For a moment, he seemed to have suppressed Ling Xiao. However, it was a pity that this advantage only lasted for less than 10 moves before he was sent flying out of the stage by Ling Xiao's sudden burst of sword light. Although you have indeed become stronger than before, you are still nothing in front of me. After defeating Hong Li, Ling Xiao's luck had reached 70% of the 9th cauldrons. He was really close to catching up to Hai Mian-ko. However, perhaps because Ling Xiao's previous performance was too shocking, this time, defeating Hong Li did not cause too much of a stir. Only the palace lord of the Aquamarine Sacred Palace was so angry that his face was ashen. If we want to rule over the human race, such a genius must be eliminated. After Ling Xiao easily defeated Hong Li, Long Chen faced the Qin Bixue. It could be said that this was the strongest opponent Long Chen had faced after Ling Xiao. After all, he had forfeited his battle with Hai Mian-ko. Although Long Chen worked very hard, after 100 moves, the Qin Bixue relied on the advantage of the cultivation of the celestial realm to completely defeat this troublesome guy. After that, it was Mo Wushang against Bai Qianjiao. Mo Wushang lost to Hai Mian-ko, Ling Xiao, and the Qin Bixue. Bai Qianjiao also lost to these three people. Thus, the battle between the two of them had attracted the attention of many people. However, Bai Qianjiao's cultivation had broken through after her battle with Ling Xiao. In terms of cultivation, she was much stronger than Mo Wushang. Therefore, in this battle, although Mo Wushang's demonic eye was indeed powerful, he was able to last nearly 200 moves in front of a celestial realm opponent. However, in the end, he was defeated. In the last match of the 17th round, Hai Mian-ko faced Hong Li. There was no suspense in this battle. Hai Mian-ko's strength made Hong Li feel suffocated. Perhaps because Ling Xiao defeated Hong Li in 10 moves, Hai Mian-ko defeated Hong Li in 3 moves. She wanted to show that she was stronger than Ling Xiao. Although she said that she didn't care about Ling Xiao, she couldn't help but take Ling Xiao's strength seriously. Sigh, now it seems that Ling Xiao is no match for Holy Sun. It can be seen from the result of their battle with Hong Li. The next round will either be Ling Xiao against Holy Sun or Ling Xiao against Qin Bixue. Anyway, there are only 2 rounds left. We'll soon know who's stronger and who's weaker. I think it will be difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat Qin Bixue. Yeah, Qin Bixue only lost to Holy Sun once and won all the other matches. Even against a dark horse like Fire Devil Supremacy, it wasn't difficult for her to win. She's a true genius. After the break, the 18th round officially began. This was the second last round of the competition. The final round of the martial arts festival was getting closer and closer. At present, Hai Mian-ko ranked first in terms of points and luck. Ling Xiao ranked second. Qin Bixue ranked third. After that, Bai Qianjiao, Mo Wushang, and Long Chen ranked third. Unfortunately, it seemed that Lan Yu'er had no hope of becoming one of the 6 young masters. However, she had a high chance of ranking in the top 10. This had already exceeded her original expectations. This round of the competition hadn't started yet, but the audience was already boiling. This was because the battle for the top 3 would be decided in this round. Ling Xiao only had 2 opponents left. One was Qin Bixue and the other was Hai Mian-ko. No matter who he faced, it would be a classic battle. It was exciting. While the audience was in full swing, the competition went on in an orderly manner. Long Chen defeated Hong Li and secured his spot as one of the 6 young masters. Mo Wushang and Bai Qianjiao also defeated their opponents and secured their spots. Lan Yu'er also defeated her opponent. Her opponent was Dao Wuming from the Heavenly King sect. Dao Wuming was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. Right now, he couldn't even defeat Lan Yu'er, let alone Ling Xiao. His face was so ugly that it was unbearable. Next, Ling Xiao vs Qin Bixue. As the head judge's voice rang out, the audience burst into cheers. Because the audience liked this arrangement. If Ling Xiao encountered the Holy Sun, Hai Mian-ko, too early, it wouldn't be good. At this point in the competition, the 6 young masters had basically been decided. However, the second and third place were still unclear. This was because Ling Xiao hadn't met Qin Bixue yet. As for the first place, most people thought that it belonged to Hai Mian-ko. No one could take it away. Of course, there was another reason why people were looking forward to this battle. Many people wanted to know if Ling Xiao was qualified to challenge the Holy Sun. If he defeated Qin Bixue, it would be interesting. However, if he lost to Qin Bixue, there would be no suspense. After all, Qin Bixue lost to Hai Mian-ko. If he couldn't even defeat Qin Bishue, how could he defeat the Holy Sun, Xianxia? The Qin Bishue obviously attached great importance to this battle. He unsheathed his blood saber and turned into a red light that swept onto the stage. His eyes were filled with an incomparably strong fighting spirit. This kind of fighting spirit was very similar to the one he had when he fought the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao still walked slowly onto the stage as if this battle was insignificant to him. Ling Xiao didn't seem to feel anything in the face of the Qin Bishue's soaring killing intent and terrifying saber intent. His face was as indifferent as ever. He was dressed in a green robe and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal that came from the horizon. He was calm and unfathomable. I didn't expect that a small Yuehua school would have such a character like you. What a surprise. The Qin Bishue's killing intent was getting stronger and stronger, and his saber intent was getting stronger and stronger. He stood there like a demonic blade covered in blood, causing people to shudder. You're not bad either. Ling Xiao said lightly. Ha ha ha, you're crazy. It's a pity that I, the Qin Bishue, hate arrogant people like you the most. You're not qualified to challenge the Holy Sun. Let me completely destroy your will in this battle. The Qin Bishue laughed loudly. Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said, Don't be so loud. It's too noisy. Since you're so willing to be Xianxia's dog, you'll have to defeat me first. Facing the Qin Bishue, Ling Xiao directly unsheathed his sword. The Qin Bishue was very strong, and his cultivation was already at the early stage of the one-line sky realm. If Ling Xiao didn't want to expose his cultivation and wanted to defeat him with the strength of a heavenly pulse warrior, he had to unsheath his sword. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with him. This time, Ling Xiao used the Fury Wind Sword. The Qin Bishue was very fast. The Fury Wind Sword and Wind Celestial phenomenon pursued the same extreme speed. It was just right to deal with the Qin Bishue. Bloodblade Sutra, massacre in all directions. Qin Bishue did not waste any more time. He channeled his heavenly essence force and slashed down with his blood saber. For terrifying blood saber chi shot towards Ling Xiao. In the void, a sword light flashed like an inconspicuous meteor. It turned out that Ling Xiao had attacked almost at the same time. As Ling Xiao's strength increased, the power of the Fury Wind Sword's skill, Fury Wind Shuttle, also increased substantially. The terrifying shuttle directly penetrated the bloody saber chi of the Qin Bishue, shattering and disintegrating them. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. His speed was faster than the Qin Bishue. After Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword, he also rushed out. The sword light instantly approached the Qin Bishue. This sword actually transformed into 13 human-shaped sword chis. Behind Ling Xiao, the shadow of a sword demon had appeared out of nowhere. This was the advent of the sword demon. It was 10 times more terrifying than the raging wind shuttle. What's going on? Many people in the audience did not understand what was going on. Logically speaking, Qin Bishue's cultivation level was higher than Ling Xiao's, so he should have the upper hand. However, in reality, Ling Xiao had the complete upper hand in this battle. Ling Xiao's terrifying sword strike had already made Qin Bishue extremely uncomfortable. One human-shaped sword chi was already enough to make Qin Bishue vomit blood. 13 human-shaped sword chi was simply killing him. At this moment, Qin Bishue finally understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was. It was not that Bai Qianjia was too weak, nor was it that Mo Wusheng was too weak. It was that Ling Xiao was too terrifying. Every move he made had an unstoppable effect. This was the immense pressure brought about by the mountain river intent. Blood saber transformation. At this critical moment, Qin Bishue did not dare to hold back. The heavenly yuan energy in his body erupted like a volcano. His entire body was instantly covered by a ferocious armor. He had originally planned to defeat Ling Xiao without using the blood saber transformation. However, he had clearly miscalculated. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his expectations. Buzz, the human-shaped sword chi was blocked by the terrifying blood light. However, it was unable to completely block it. In the end, one of Ling Xiao's sword chi pierced Qin Bishue's body. Get lost. Qin Bishue let out a shocking roar. His hands turned into sharp blades and blasted out. This attack collided with Ling Xiao's raging wind sword's human-shaped sword qi. The human-shaped sword qi collapsed instantly. Ling Xiao's body gently bounced up and then flew back and landed on the ground. Looking at Qin Bixue, she was really in a sorry state. On her chest, there was a bloody wound. Even with the transformation of the blood blade, it couldn't stop Ling Xiao's sword from hitting its target. All it did was reduce the damage. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's sword would have pierced through Qin Bixue's chest. Fortunately, he had entered the blood saber transformation state in time. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by Ling Xiao in one move. He might even have been seriously injured. Countless spectators fell into a daze when they saw the scene on the stage. Am I hallucinating? Ling Xiao injured Qin Bixue in one move? You're right. That's the truth. Oh my god. Ling Xiao is just a heavenly pulse martial artist. He can actually challenge a celestial realm master? Only Mo Wushang and the Holy Sun can do this. What's more, those two were facing ordinary celestial realm martial artists. Ling Xiao is facing a peerless genius. Maybe we've all been wrong. Ling Xiao hasn't shown his full strength. All his previous battles were just for fun. Before, in everyone's mind, Ling Xiao was more mysterious and kept winning. In other aspects, including cultivation and aura, he seemed to be inferior to Qin Bixue. In this battle, Qin Bixue should be suppressing Ling Xiao. However, the battle had just begun, and Ling Xiao had let these people slap their own faces. One sword shocking the heavens, everyone looked at him in a new light. Qin Bixue was like an injured king of beasts. His eyes were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed. He roared angrily, Ling Xiao. Yuehua schoolboy, puny transcendent realm martial artist, you've really pissed me off. Now, I'll let you know what it means to be a killing god and what it means to be afraid. Qin Bixue, who had entered the transformed state, was nearly twice as strong as before. Blood-red lightning began to roar all over his body. Then, these lightning bolts condensed into a huge saber of blood-red lightning. Blood thunder mad dance. Die, Ling Xiao. After reaching the celestial realm, Qin Bixue entered the blood-red saber transformation state for the first time. It was also the first time he used the blood thunder mad dance in this state. The protective wall around the fighting ring began to distort and deform, as if it was being torn apart by some kind of force. The huge blood-red saber suddenly flew out and fell from midair with a terrifying momentum. Accompanied by the dancing blood-red lightning, it stabbed toward Ling Xiao, who was on the ground. I'm doomed to die if I face this move. Bai Qianjiao shook her head with a wry smile and said to Hongli next to her. I didn't expect Qin Bixue to be so powerful after reaching the celestial realm. This move should be able to hurt Haim Myung KO. Ling Xiao can't escape unscathed. Although Hongli didn't like Ling Xiao, she was right to praise Qin Bixue. At this time, Qin Bixue was much stronger than when he faced Mo Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, and even Haim Myung KO. His strength had increased by at least 10 times. This was the huge difference between the transcendent realm and the celestial realm. However, Ling Xiao's expression didn't change in the slightest. He was still as indifferent as ever, as if he had turned a blind eye to Qin Bixue's strength. Qin Bixue shouted as he used his killing move, Ling Xiao. You're very strong, which I didn't expect. But now, you won't be able to touch a single hair of mine. I'm going to use this move to defeat you completely. Boom, the terrifying blood thunder bombarded the battle stage. The battle stage, which had been repaired again, couldn't withstand the attack of the violent thunder. Countless zigzagging cracks appeared on it, and there were still flashes of lightning inside. Puff, the protective wall was finally pierced through. The referees didn't dare to be negligent and repaired it again. It couldn't be helped. No one had expected that such a powerful and outstanding young cultivator would appear in this year's martial arts festival final. Although there was still a gap between him and Yu Xianyue and Ji Fuling in the past. However, this level of strength was still shocking. Below the stage, countless young cultivators of the same age as Qin Bixue showed helpless and depressed expressions. They didn't expect Qin Bixue to be so terrifying after advancing to the celestial realm. He was like a demon king with the blood thunder wild saber. He really didn't use his full strength when he fought me. Longchen smiled bitterly. He had lost to Qin Bixue before, but he didn't lose miserably. It should be said that they were evenly matched on the surface. However, from the looks of it, Qin Bixue had obviously concealed her true strength when she fought with him. Otherwise, she would have won within 10 moves. The domineering Qin Bixue floated in the air and looked down at Ling Xiao with a domineering smile. Ling Xiao, admit defeat. You have no chance against this move of mine. I, Qin Bixue, am the only one below the Holy Sun. You're right. You're the first person after the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao used Cloud Dragon Divine Travel to dodge the blood lightning bolts falling from the sky. He even had the time to chat with Qin Bixue. But I'm stronger than the Holy Sun. Hai Miangkeo is not as good as me. F*ck, is there something wrong with Ling Xiao's head? Now that he's facing Qin Bixue, he seems to be at a disadvantage. How dare he say that he's stronger than the saint? I think so too. Unless he's still hiding his true strength, he will lose sooner or later. The situation in the ring was simple. Qin Bixue was launching a killer move, and Ling Xiao was desperately dodging and running away. It was no wonder that the audience doubted Ling Xiao's strength. Even the Yuehua School's students, including Golden Light Celestial Master, Heavenly Eye Celestial Master, and Wanghan Tianzuan, were worried. At this point, Ling Xiao had already done enough. Even if he lost to a powerful opponent like Qin Bixue, it was not shameful. Their only hope was that Ling Xiao would not try to be brave and get himself seriously injured. That would not be worth it. However, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and Ling Hao were not worried at all. Instead, they were full of excitement. Because they believed that Ling Xiao was much stronger than Qin Bixue. Humph, it seems that I have to enter the humanoid dragon form. Otherwise, I won't be a match for Qin Bixue. Ling Xiao curled his lips. While he was dodging, a clear dragon roar suddenly sounded. Then, a golden light pierced through the blood lightning. Ling Xiao, who was standing there, had entered the humanoid dragon form. Well, I'll use the 10th form. The strength of a heavenly pulse martial artist is still too far away from that of a celestial being. I can't be careless. Ling Xiao would never underestimate Qin Bixue, so he directly entered the 10th humanoid dragon form. A terrifying aura was released in an instant. It bounced back the dancing blood lightning and then shattered it. What? Qin Bixue was obviously shocked. He hurriedly retreated to avoid the bounced attacks. He was surprised because he did not expect that Ling Xiao would use the transformation at this time. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have such an ability. In the stands, the Bloodblade Sex Master was shocked. He stared at Ling Xiao, as if he wanted to see through this young man. Is this all you've got? Qin Bixue asked sharply after dodging Ling Xiao's counterattack. Well, you can say that. You can say that? The audience could not help but curse in their hearts. How powerful is this guy? What else is he hiding? Bastard, show me what you've got now. Otherwise, you won't have any more chances. Qin Bixue was extremely angry. Ling Xiao actually looked down on him and did not use all of his strength when fighting with him. He could not accept this. Actually, I was the one who wanted to say this to you. Ling Xiao, who had entered the 10th humanoid dragon form, clearly felt that Qin Bixue's aura was suppressed by him. Is this the majesty of the dragon clan? It's really terrifying. Arrogant. Qin Bixue no longer had anything to hide. He had displayed all of his strength, so his next attack could only be a repeat of the previous moves. Qin Bixue was getting closer and closer. Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head and say, I'm so disappointed. Since you don't have any other killing moves, I don't need to use more powerful moves to deal with you. Shadow Sword Technique, Sword Demon Descends. It was the same move, but the power was twice as strong. This was the effect of the humanoid dragon form. Qin Bixue could only watch helplessly as the 13 human-shaped sword cheese continuously collided against his body. Once, twice, finally, on the 9th time, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Qin Bixue had lost before the 13 humanoid sword cheese were completely released. Everything happened so suddenly. Many of the audience felt that it was a bit surreal. Ling Xiao, who was being chased around by Qin Bixue, defeated Qin Bixue with one move. Ling Xiao won and absorbed Qin Bixue's luck. His ninth cauldron had also increased from 70% to 90%, which was exactly the same as Xianxia's. Bastard, how dare you steal my luck? Qin Bixue roared madly at the stage and even wanted to rush up to the stage. If you dare come up, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. He was not joking at all. Qin Bixue thought of Jian Wuji's death that night and felt a strong chill in his heart. He suddenly stopped after taking 2 steps and said to Ling Xiao, "Don't think that you can challenge the Holy Sun just because you defeated me. You're nothing in front of her." "Is that so?" "You don't have to worry about that. When I defeat him, you'll know who's stronger and who's weaker." Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Ling Xiao had never been nice to a spineless guy like Qin Bixue. In fact, Qin Bixue's aptitude was not inferior to the Holy Sun. Even if he lost today, he still had a chance to surpass him in the future. However, this guy was completely willing to be the Holy Sun's dog. It was really disgusting. After Ling Xiao defeated Qin Bixue, the audience lost interest in the other matches. The only thing they wanted to see was the battle between Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun, Xianxia. As the 18th round of the competition was still going on, many people became restless. Until the last round began, the audience was still very anxious. However, the referees seemed to be deliberately against the audience and put the battle between Ling Xiao and Xianxia to the last match. Now, except for the first and second place, the rest of the rankings were clear. Qin Bixue was 3rd. Bai Qianjia was 4th. Emma Wushang was 5th. Long Chen was 6th. Together with Xianxia and Ling Xiao, they were the new 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Lan Yuer was lucky to get 9th place. Although it was not easy, she was still in the top 10. This made the people of Yuehua School very excited. Celestial Master Golden Light could not help but cry. Ling Xiao should be 2nd. However, in this martial arts festival, our Yuehua School has been in the limelight. Ling Xiao is 2nd, Lan Yuer is 9th, Dai Yuling is 24th, and Ling Xiao is 52nd. They have taken up 4 spots in the top 100. Celestial Master Heavenly Eye sighed. Yes, it would be great if Ling Xiao could defeat Xianxia. Wang Han Tianzuan was still a little ambitious. "I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult. You've all seen Xianxia's battle before. She's so powerful that she's completely above the others. It's simply wishful thinking to want to defeat her." Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Although I am very confident in Ling Xiao, it is indeed too difficult for him to defeat Xianxia." Golden Light Heavenly Master felt the same way. No matter how worried they were, there was only one battle left in the finals of the martial arts festival. On one side was Ling Xiao, and on the other was Xianxia. Ling Xiao was the biggest dark horse in this year's martial arts festival. He had defeated all his opponents and maintained a winning streak. His record was exactly the same as Xianxia's. His points were exactly the same, and even his luck was exactly the same. It was as if his strength could never be seen through, as if it was always hidden. Every battle would give people a surprise, an unexpected surprise. When people thought he couldn't win, he would show amazing and terrifying strength. Even Qin Bixue, who was at the one-line sky realm, was defeated by Ling Xiao. This was too surprising. As for the Holy Sun, Xianxia, there was no need for too much introduction. She had won 1st place in the last martial arts festival and was the head of the 6 childs of the Sacred Dynasty. No matter who she faced, she would easily win. Her cultivation had reached the early stage of yin and yang heaven, which made everyone look at her with new eyes. "Before this battle, Your Highness Holy Sun, shouldn't you tell me about our bet first?" Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to get on the stage. Anyway, the martial arts platform was still under heavy maintenance. Even if he wanted to get on the stage now, he couldn't. Bet? What bet? The audience was a little confused. Ling Xiao was just a disciple of the Yuehua School, while the Holy Sun was going to inherit the throne of Holy Emperor. What kind of bet was there between them? Few people knew about it. After all, this bet was only between Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun. Back in the Yuehua sect, not many people knew about it. Ling Xiao had to let more people know about it. Otherwise, if Han Miankeo refused to admit her loss, he wouldn't be able to say anything. I didn't expect you to admit your bet. I thought you were too scared to mention it. Han Miankeo sneered and then stood up from her seat. She said loudly, my bet with Ling Xiao is very simple. If he loses, he will be interrogated by Holy Emperor in public, pay the price for killing a disciple of the swordsman sect, and become my slave for life. Ling Xiao continued, if the Holy Sun loses, the sacred dynasty will no longer interfere in the affairs of the swordsman sect, and the Holy Sun will be my slave. Although I don't like this kind of maidservant, one more won't make a difference. What? When the contents of the bet were revealed, everyone present was shocked. This was too bold, wasn't it? Regardless of who won or lost, Ling Xiao dared to make such a bet with the Holy Sun. He didn't take the royal family of the sacred dynasty and the Heavenly King sect seriously at all. In the audience stand, countless disciples of the Heavenly King sect looked angrily at the cyan-robed young man near the martial arts platform. They were still unfamiliar with Ling Xiao. But now that the martial arts festival had begun, they were no longer unfamiliar with him. He was the biggest dark horse of this year's martial arts festival. Who dared to look down on him? Of course, at the beginning of the competition, most people mentioned this name with disdain and mockery. What could a mere disciple of the Yuehua school, a disciple of a sect ranked at the bottom of the 12 sects, be capable of? He dared to provoke the core disciple of their sect, Dao Wuming. But now, they were no longer disdainful and mocking. Instead, they were angry and jealous. Who was the Holy Sun? After it was announced that she was a girl, she was not only the unattainable Holy Sun, but also the goddess in the hearts of countless disciples of the 12 sects. Usually, most disciples of the Heavenly King sect didn't have the chance to interact with the Holy Sun, not only because of the Holy Sun's arrogance and indifference. It was also because she was the noblest person on the Tianlong continent. But this girl, who they had difficulty interacting with, had now made a bet with Ling Xiao. If she lost, she would become Ling Xiao's servant. Just thinking about it made them jealous. Although this kind of jealousy was a little strange and abnormal. Because of this, almost all the disciples of the Heavenly King sect had a very bad impression of Ling Xiao. When talking about this person, they were extremely sarcastic and critical. It was as if they wouldn't give up until they made Ling Xiao worthless. They really didn't know if Ling Xiao had stolen their wives or slept with their daughters. Facing the disdain and anger of the disciples of the Heavenly King sect, Ling Xiao's face still had a calm and composed smile. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the other sects secretly gave Ling Xiao a thumbs up. Not only did Ling Xiao surpass all the difficulties to reach the end of the martial arts festival, but he also satisfied the blasphemy in their hearts towards the Holy Sun. He's simply a role model for our generation. He even dared to flirt with the Holy Sun. Amazing, amazing. In particular, some of the lechers in the sects seemed to have thought of something from the bet and laughed very strangely. Han Miankeo looked at Ling Xiao, who was not far away. She hated this person to the extreme. The bet has been announced to the world, and the battle stage has basically been repaired. Can we start the battle next? Han Miankeo said to Ling Xiao. Han Miankeo only wanted to defeat Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. However, even though she was so angry that she wanted to curse, Han Miankeo still tried her best to make herself look better. Standing there, she was like a holy white lotus, noble and pure, not allowing anyone to taint her. Putting on an act. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Xianxia, the vice-sect master of the Heavenly King sect, coldly snorted. Even if you're putting on an act, it's still not easy to be so calm in front of so many people. Xianxia smiled faintly. Big brother, who are you siding with? Xianxia said unhappily. It doesn't matter who I'm siding with. What's important is that our Mingkong must not lose this battle. Xianxia said slowly, once she loses, not only will she lose face, but she will also lose luck and the glory of being the chosen one. This will be a huge blow to the royal family of the sacred dynasty and our Heavenly King sect. Even the establishment of the Sky Dragon Institute will be affected. Then what should we do? Xianxia asked. Just in case, go and make some preparations. If Ling Xiao wins, don't let him walk out of here. I don't believe that the Moon Lady will risk her life for a mere young man. As long as he's dead, she should stop. Si Kongzun said coldly. That can't be, right? Can Ling Xiao win? Si Kongxian said disdainfully. Just go when I tell you to. Why are you wasting your breath? Alright, I'll listen to you. You're the big brother and the sect master of the Heavenly King sect. Si Kongxian stood up and left. Ling Xiao, is there anything else? Why aren't you on the stage? The head judge stood up and frowned. The battle stage and array had been repaired. Haim Miankeo had already stepped onto the stage, but Ling Xiao was still standing there, unwilling to move. This made him a little unhappy. There is indeed something else. Ling Xiao said slowly, the battle in the martial arts festival is too boring. What kind of battle is it if we can't kill each other? I want to battle with the Holy Sun. Life and death is up to fate. It wasn't because Ling was bloodthirsty, but because he was in a disadvantageous position and had to do this. Otherwise, if Ji Mingkong accidentally killed him, nothing would happen to her. The entire Sacred Dynasty and Heavenly King sect would protect her. Unless the Moon Lady's revenge. The Holy Dynasty to kill him. They. And even list. He would be listed as the public enemy of the dynasty. To the. To. They. And to the to. To people. There were many people. The Saint dynasty still wanted to maintain their reputation, so they wouldn't go all out just for a saint. As long as they didn't do it openly, he would have a loophole to take advantage of. It would be safer. Everyone's eyes focused on Ling Xiao in an instant. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to say such a thing. Isn't this courting death? Your opponent is the Holy Sun, Haim Miankeo. Do you think it's a nobody? How dare you propose a life and death battle? Golden Light, should we persuade Ling Xiao? It's too risky. Heavenly Eye frowned. Persuade him? Heavenly Master Golden Light smiled bitterly and shook his head. Can we persuade him? Heavenly Master Golden Light turned to look at the Moon Lady's expression. He found that the Moon Lady was not worried at all. Instead, she had a satisfied smile on her face. Damn. Heavenly Master Golden Light was speechless. He had planned to ask the Moon Lady to persuade Ling Xiao. He thought that Ling Xiao would listen to the Moon Lady. But who knew that the Moon Lady seemed to be in favor of this? Haim Miankeo's eyes also flashed with a trace of surprise. However, she returned to normal after a while. Was he planning to go all out? She sneered and said calmly, I agree. Let's leave it to fate. Hearing Haim Miankeo's words, the Sage Emperor in the VIP seats couldn't help but frown. Although Ling Xiao had cut through all obstacles and successfully made it to the end of the martial arts festival, he had surprised many people. However, he still felt that Ling Xiao was no match for Haim Miankeo. After all, Haim Miankeo was the target of the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty. The Sage Emperor knew how powerful she was. Even so, the Sage Emperor still didn't want to announce the life and death battle in public. Because if that was the case, Ling Xiao would be able to go all out. Who knew what kind of sinister move this brat would use? In the end, even if Haim Miankeo won, it wouldn't be worth it if she was covered in injuries that couldn't be healed. But it was useless even if he didn't want to. Haim Miankeo had already agreed. If he went back on his word, the royal family's dignity would be completely destroyed. The head judge snorted coldly and said, Kid, I didn't blame you when you pretended to be my good son, Ji Furing's son. Now that you've made such a request, do you really want to die? Head judge, I don't know who fed you such nonsense, but I don't know Ji Furing. I've never pretended to be anyone's son. Ling Xiao instantly understood why the head judge suddenly hated him. It turned out that someone had fed him such nonsense. Was it the Sage Emperor, or was it Haim Miankeo? It didn't matter who it was. He explained and then jumped onto the battle stage. Seeking death, he didn't plan to die. He just wanted to save his own life. Although it looked like a life and death battle, it was actually the fairest battle. The purple flash sword appeared in his hand. This was Ling Xiao's strongest sword. It was the most suitable weapon to deal with Haim Miankeo. The sword brought with it a thunderous sound. It sounded like a clap of thunder. Electric currents flickered on the sword. Ling Xiao's heavenly essence energy, which had been completely converted to electricity, emitted a blinding blue light that surrounded his body. Ling Xiao stared at Hai Miankeo and said, "When you brought Chen Nanqing to Yuehua school to cause trouble for me, you probably didn't expect this day to come. It's time for us to end this." He didn't have a good impression of Hai Miankeo. Ever since that meeting, Hai Miankeo had been looking for people to deal with him. She wanted his life. Feng Yarao, Army Breaker, Ye Qianxue, Jian Wuji, and the others had all tried to kill him. However, he had neutralized them one by one and fought back. After all, who would be able to maintain a heart without hatred after the other party had repeatedly tried to kill you? In any case, Ling Xiao couldn't do it. Perhaps Zhao Xi could do it in the past. After all, if one didn't have the temperament of a saint, they wouldn't be able to accept it. Hai Miankeo gently touched the storage ring on her hand. The storage ring was made of beautiful gems. Not only was it spacious, but it was also very exquisite. A red light flickered and a slender sword appeared in her hand. This sword was about a foot longer than an ordinary sword. It was also very thin and gave off a strange feeling. Under the sunlight, the thin sword in Hai Miankeo's hand glowed with a strange light. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. At the very least, it was an immortal-grade artifact. Furthermore, it might have some special effects. Hai Miankeo's pupils contracted slightly. Then, she laughed, "There's no point in saying anything now. Back then, I wanted to uphold justice for the Sword King sect. It was you who was stubborn. I wasn't in the wrong. The one who was in the wrong is you." Uphold justice? Ling Xiao really wanted to laugh. He was afraid that even Hai Miankeo herself would not believe her words. I've seen shameless people before. However, it's rare to see someone as shameless as you. Ling Xiao's face turned cold. The purple lightning sword in his hand glowed brighter and brighter. Let's begin. There's nothing more to say to someone like you. Hai Miankeo's eyes flashed with surprise as she felt the terrifying heavenly yuan energy gushing out of Ling Xiao's body. It seemed that this kid was not completely putting on an act. He was a heavenly pulse martial artist, but his heavenly yuan energy was close to 100%. This was something that ordinary heavenly pulse martial artists could not do. No wonder this kid could defeat the Qin Bishue. Unfortunately, he still has no chance against me. Her slender hand held the thin sword. The heavenly yuan energy condensed into a whirlwind that danced around the sword. The energy that leaked out constantly collided with the protective barrier and the stage. The stage that had been strictly renovated was still covered with ravines from the fierce heavenly yuan energy. It was very ugly. Hai Miankeo raised her sword and pointed it at Ling Xiao. The sharp edge of the sword was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It made people feel a terrifying threat. As the heavenly yuan energy continued to surge out of their bodies, their auras became stronger and stronger. The atmosphere of the entire competition venue became tense because of this. The air seemed to have frozen. Everyone seemed to have been immobilized. They could not speak. They did not even dare to move. Their gazes shot towards the martial arts arena in unison. They really wanted to know exactly what the outcome of this battle would be. Would Ling Xiao, the Dark Horse, completely defeat the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, or would Hai Miankeo protect her honor? On the stage, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with black and gold flames. Ling Xiao, you must remember that your opponent is the Holy Sun, the heir of the Sacred Dynasty. You'd better. In the VIP seats, the Holy Emperor was still feeling uneasy. He was trying to convey his message to Ling Xiao. However, what made him angry was that Ling Xiao didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Under everyone's gaze, his feet moved, and his body turned into an afterimage. With extreme speed, he stabbed the sword in his hand towards Ji Mingkong. What are you talking about? Let's fight. Ling Xiao threw these words at the Sage Emperor as the sword light flew away. Since they had already shed all pretenses, there was no need to be reserved. The anger in his chest would erupt today. He would show no mercy. It was as if he was a ferocious beast that had been waiting for a long time and was finally ready to hunt. How could Ling Xiao stop at this moment? Haim Miangko stared coldly at Ling Xiao, who was rushing over. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes. While he had the natural dragon soul, he also had the heavenly secret martial spirit, which had been passed down from generation to generation in the sacred dynasty. The heavenly secret martial spirit allowed a cultivator to fly in the transcendent realm. It also allowed them to use all kinds of terrifying killing moves. The natural dragon soul represented life force and the ability to recover without dying. The heavenly secret martial spirit gave her terrifying offensive and defensive abilities. Therefore, Haim Miangko was not afraid of Ling Xiao. It was not without reason that she disdained Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao was less than 10 meters away from her, Haim Miangko finally moved. In that instant, a strange pavilion appeared behind her. There were countless strange inscriptions on the pavilion. This was the manifestation of the heavenly secret martial spirit. So, as the inscriptions on the pavilion emitted a soft light, Haim Miangko's speed reached an astonishing level. In the blink of an eye, she crossed 10 meters and passed by Ling Xiao. Because her speed was too fast, many people did not see the moment they passed by each other. The two had already engaged in an earth-shattering exchange. Haim Miangko's strange thin sword trembled slightly. The sharp heavenly yuan qi turned into sword qi and pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. In that instant, Ling Xiao also made his move. The purple lightning sword flashed with a cold light and thunder crackled. It easily shattered Haim Miangko's sword qi. After destroying those strands of sword qi, Ling Xiao did not remain idle. His cold eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Then, he stabbed his sword towards Haim Miangko's back. The terrifying sword qi compressed the air to the point that it almost solidified. Many people even had the illusion that Haim Miangko's body had become distorted. Sensing the powerful sword qi behind her, Haim Miangko frowned. She seemed to be surprised. Whether it was Ling Xiao's reaction or judgment, he was much more outstanding than she had expected. She had seen Ling Xiao's previous battles with the others. She had a certain understanding of Ling Xiao. Although she said that she disdained Ling Xiao, she was still somewhat afraid of him. Therefore, she was actually very serious in this battle. However, this time, Ling Xiao's performance was better than any of the previous battles. While frowning, Haim Miangko's thin sword stabbed backwards and blocked Ling Xiao's purple lightning sword at an extremely strange angle. Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out. However, the purple lightning sword was not stopped. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning combined with the powerful destructive sword qi gave Ling Xiao the upper hand at this moment. The thin sword was actually suppressed to the point that it almost broke. Hiss, seeing this scene, the disciples of the Heavenly King sect all sucked in a breath of cold air. They definitely did not expect that the battle would start like this. Ling Xiao actually dared to fight the Holy Sun face to face. Haim Miangko was Haim Miangko after all. Although they were surprised, they did not panic. In that instant, a terrifying surge of heavenly essence energy condensed on the thin sword. The originally thin sword instantly became much wider. The terrifying power actually sent Ling Xiao and the purple lightning sword flying. Is that the Tianji sword? In the stands, someone recognized the sword in Haim Miangko's hand. It can't be wrong. She's using the Tianji sword that has been passed down for generations in the sacred dynasty. The sword principle she uses is the Tianji sword technique. Legend has it that the Tianji sword is a complete set of swords. It ranges from mortal-grade artifacts to legendary divine-grade heavenly Dao artifacts. I wonder how many of them are still in the sacred dynasty. That's not the key point. The key point is that the Tianji sword technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. However, with each level, one can obtain a transformation of the Tianji martial spirit. The Tianji martial spirit has a total of 36 levels. Even with 36 transformations, only the human kings have succeeded in cultivating it. That's right. For the other members of the imperial family, being able to reach the first level before the age of 20 would already be a blessing to them. However, from the looks of it, His Highness the Holy Sun has already successfully mastered the third level's body transformation. Thus, his Tianji sword is able to change in size. The Holy Sun is indeed the Holy Sun. This is just the beginning. Ling Xiao is really unlucky. Once the Tianji sword art is used, Ling Xiao will definitely be defeated. Ling Xiao had heard of the Tianji sword art and the Tianji martial soul. However, he didn't care. Although the Tianji martial soul was powerful, it was only rumored to be a substitute for the Mountain River martial soul. Its power was less than 1/10,000th of the Mountain River martial soul. At most, it could only reach the level of 12 immortal souls. It couldn't even reach the level of 9 dragon souls. The reason why such a martial soul was created was probably because the human king was worried that his descendants wouldn't be able to inherit the Mountain River martial soul. Therefore, he made it out of kindness. It was truly fortunate to have a good ancestor. This was not a lie. He didn't care, but the disciples of the Heavenly King sect and the disciples of the Sacred Dynasty were excited. Even Si Kongzun and Xingdi nodded proudly, praising Hai Mianko's performance. Looks like we worried too much. Xingdi laughed. That's right. Although the third level of the Tianji sword art is only equivalent to a precious jade grade martial art, if Ling Xiao doesn't have a backup plan, it will definitely be difficult for him to defend against it. Si Kongzun also nodded with a smile. Holding the purple flash sword, Ling Xiao's pupils were filled with countless golden inscriptions, constantly flashing. The Mountain River martial soul had already started to analyze the opponent's sword art. This was the first time Ling Xiao had encountered such a sword art. Therefore, he had to understand it before continuing the battle. Otherwise, it would be a thankless task. The Holy Sun is indeed the Holy Sun. You can even use a precious jade grade martial art so casually. This is really admirable. Although that was what he said, Ling Xiao's face didn't have the slightest hint of admiration. He waved the purple flash sword in his hand again, and the sound of thunder continued to resound. Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to be wrapped in lightning. Whoosh! In that instant, a pair of golden dragon wings sprouted from his back, increasing his speed by more than 10 times. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Hai Mianko. Hai Mianko was very fast. This was an advantage in terms of cultivation. Ling Xiao had to use the golden dragon wings in his 10th dragon form to gain a slight advantage. Within the electric light of the purple flash sword, there were wisps of flames burning continuously. The flame was black gold in color and had the aura of hell. However, other than Ling Xiao, no one else knew about this. Others could not see it at all. Hai Mianko's frown deepened when she saw Ling Xiao speeding towards her. Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that it was beyond her expectations. It was not inferior to her speed when she was below the celestial realm. The frown only lasted for a moment. Then, Hai Mianko pierced her sword through the air. A strange ball of light formed at the tip of the sword. First transformation of the Tianji sword technique, sword cannon. Ling Xiao did not know what a sword cannon was. However, judging from Hai Mianko's attack, the power of this attack was much stronger than ordinary sword chi. It gave people a feeling that they could not block it. It was quite terrifying. Whoosh! The ball of light condensed into the size of a fist and flew towards Ling Xiao. It actually spun violently in the air. Around this ball of light, it vaguely formed a spinning air blade. Even the air was cut apart, creating an absolute vacuum. Before this attack could even get close to Ling Xiao, it had already left countless ravines on the martial arts stage. This martial arts stage was built for nothing again. One of the judges laughed bitterly and helplessly. The terrifying sword cannon was blocked by Ling Xiao's purple lightning sword. It exploded in the air, forming a ball of light that was as dazzling as a miniature sun. Because he blocked this attack, Ling Xiao's rapidly moving figure clearly paused for a moment. He had no choice but to stop. At this moment, Hai Mianko's attack followed closely behind. Sacred Ancestor's long fist, unifying the mystic world. Amidst that clear and delicate shout, Hai Mianko actually held a sword in one hand and punched towards Ling Xiao with the other. Although the current Sacred Ancestor's long fist was not as good as it was in the past, when it was executed by Hai Mianko, it was still very powerful. If Ling Xiao was hit by this attack, he would definitely be injured. If he was injured in a battle with an opponent of equal strength, he would not be far from defeat. The fist energy enveloped the entire martial arts stage. It was as if the holy image of a human king had appeared in the void. The huge fist smashed down like a meteor, heading straight for Ling Zhao's head. Ling Zhao's face was still indifferent, but he could not help but feel surprised. The fact that Hai Myung-ko was able to execute a top-tier gold-grade martial art to such an extent was truly admirable. However, this kind of opponent was even more powerful. Ling Zhao stomped his foot, and an illusory array pattern appeared on the martial arts stage. Then, he gently stepped aside. The huge fist clearly could have hit him, but it missed. Even so, the terrifying power still made Ling Zhao's blood boil. His entire body felt uncomfortable, as if he had been hit by something. This was only the power that leaked out. If he had been hit head-on, it would have been even more uncomfortable. You won't get a chance to breathe when fighting me. The cold voice rang out again. Sword Cannon, Model 2. It was the same move, and even the sword cannon was the same. However, Ling Zhao could clearly feel that this so-called Model 2 was even more powerful than the previous attack. Its speed was also faster, and it even incorporated the wind attribute's cutting effect. Because he had grasped wind celestial phenomenon, he was all too familiar with this. Good. This time I really won't dodge. Although dodging could reduce the damage to the greatest extent, it still felt very uncomfortable. This was because the energy that leaked out still made Ling Zhao feel pain and discomfort. It was different if he took it head-on. As long as he had the same strength, or even stronger strength, then all the damage could be offset. At that moment, the purple lightning sword in Ling Zhao's hand exploded with energy, as if it had grown a lot in an instant. It released an extremely terrifying energy, causing many of the martial artists in the stands to be shocked. A black gold flame finally appeared outside the lightning, wrapping around the purple lightning sword. With an extremely powerful might, it ruthlessly stabbed into Hai Myung-ko's sword cannon. Boom! The moment the two energies collided, a terrifying explosion of energy erupted. The sound pierced through the heavens, and a blinding light burst out like a blazing sun, forcing many martial artists to close their eyes. Otherwise, they would probably go blind. Hai Myung-ko's eyes were also affected. However, this only lasted for a moment. But at this moment, a blue figure shot out from behind the light like a sharp arrow, ruthlessly stabbing into Hai Myung-ko's body. Hai Myung-ko's eyes were affected, but in the end, her cultivation was still high. In addition to the terrifying perception of her natural dragon soul, she instantly moved 10-some meters away, barely dodging Ling Zhao's savage attack. Bang! The blue figure wrapped in lightning pierced through the defensive wall, instantly causing countless cracks to appear on the defensive wall of the martial stage like an eggshell before it shattered. F***CK, can the two of you not destroy the defensive barrier? Are you trying to tire us old fogies to death? One of the older referees gritted his teeth in anger, but there was an excited look on his face. Although the battle between these kids was nothing in his eyes, it was completely different to have such a terrifying attack at such a young age. To be honest, although he was tired, he was still happy to hear that such an outstanding young hero had appeared in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Hai Myung-ko stopped and looked at the broken defensive barrier with an ugly expression. With her speed, Ling Zhao's attack would not be able to hit her. However, the problem was that if such a powerful attack really landed on her body, even with her defense, she would still be injured. With a cold snort, Hai Myung-ko's aura suddenly rose, and the heavenly yuan qi on her sword became more and more intense. But in the next moment, her pupils suddenly shrank. This was because Ling Zhao had suddenly appeared in front of her, only an inch away from her. Bastard, it's a doppelganger. Ling Zhao's doppelgangers were all physical. Every doppelganger of his was made with a treasure sword as the foundation, soul power, and the shadow form sword art. Because they were physical, it was difficult to distinguish them. Not to mention the fact that it was difficult to distinguish them with the naked eye, even Mo Wushan's demonic eyes could not see through them. This was the terrifying thing about doppelgangers. As long as the doppelganger did not attack, there was no difference on the surface. Ah! In the audience, a few of the upper echelons of the Heavenly King sect stood up, afraid that Hai Myung-ko would be at a disadvantage. But Hai Myung-ko's performance was better than they had expected. With a shake of the thin sword in her hand, she drew circles. These circles were extremely sharp, and in the middle was a tough Heavenly Yuan wall, which was equivalent to the thickness of the Heavenly Yuan Qi protective barrier. It was almost impossible for Ling Xiao to penetrate all of these heavenly essence walls in an instant without getting injured. As she executed her moves, Haim Miankeo quickly retreated. She knew that she was being suppressed and had to break free from Ling Xiao's attacks before she could counterattack. However, Ling Xiao was like a barbarian who was not afraid of death. Facing the sharp rings, he did not care at all and directly charged in. A black gold light appeared on the golden dragon wings, and his speed actually increased a little. The rings were completely shattered. Although they had alleviated Ling Xiao's attack, they had not been able to leave a single mark on Ling Xiao's body. I almost forgot. This brat's defense is even more terrifying than Long Chen's. In the stands, a martial artist slapped his forehead as he suddenly thought of something. Haim Miankeo also noticed this, so she looked surprised. No matter how strong your defense is, it's meaningless under my sword. Haim Miankeo snorted coldly. She was just about to raise her sword and counterattack, taking advantage of Ling Xiao's slowing speed to regain her advantage. However, at that moment, a dense chill came from behind her. That cold feeling seeped into her skin, causing her to involuntarily shiver. She did not turn back because Haim Miankeo knew that it was too late. She had never thought that Ling Xiao could use the sword Soul Doppelganger twice or thrice. Behind Haim Miankeo, Ling Xiao's power had already reached the peak of the purple flash sword. The terrifying heavenly Yuan Qi was like boiling water that was constantly trembling and boiling. Then, the ferocious sword stabbed solidly into Haim Miankeo's back. Except for the fact that he did not use his Heaven Realm cultivation, Ling Xiao could be considered to have unleashed the full power of this sword. After the sword stabbed out, a loud sonic boom was produced in the air. Many of the martial artists near the stage were instantly deafened. Shadow Sword Technique, Second Form, Raging Waves of 1,000 Layers. Ling Xiao roared in his heart. The power on the purple flash sword surged crazily again. The heavenly Yuan Qi around him turned into raging waves that surged towards Haim Miankeo. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, wave after wave crashed onto Haim Miankeo's back. Haim Miankeo did not have the chance to dodge at all. The frenzied power sent her flying like debris, like a flower that had been trampled by a wild bull. Weak, pathetic, letting out a long sigh, Ling Xiao withdrew the purple flash sword. The other two sword soul doppelgangers also returned to their original forms and merged into Ling Xiao's body. Rumble, the attack was still ongoing. The most terrifying thing about Ling Xiao's shadow sword technique was that it was a continuous and powerful attack. It would not stop until the attack was over. Even if you blocked the first wave of attack, you would still have to endure the next wave. An ordinary person would not be able to do so. Although Haim Miankeo was not an ordinary person, she was still sent flying by the continuous attacks. She was about to fall off the stage. What? The Holy Sun was defeated? Countless people watched in disbelief as Ji Mingkong was sent flying and fell off the stage. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. This was the Holy Sun, the leader of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. The person who was thought to be most likely to obtain the identity of the Chosen One was actually defeated so easily. However, those who were familiar with Haim Miankeo were very calm. If Haim Miankeo was defeated so easily, then she did not deserve to be the Holy Son of the sacred dynasty. She did not deserve to be the leader of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Everyone's eyes were on the stage. The speed at which Haim Miankeo was being sent flying had slowed down. This meant that she was gradually disintegrating Ling Xiao's attacks. Even so, being sent flying by Ling Xiao was a disgrace to many of the Heavenly King sect members. Their disdain for Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into mockery for Haim Miankeo. This little guy's attacks are not bad. The head judge snorted. He had mixed feelings about Ling Xiao. That's right. It's a pity that even though the attack is ferocious, it's still lacking in strength. With just an attack of this level, it's still insufficient to cause too much damage to the saint. The second level of the Tianji sword skill, Sky Dance Technique, is truly not simple. Another judge stroked his beard and sighed. That's right. This Holy Sun is indeed worthy of being called a Holy Sun. His strength is so strong that it's rare to see someone at his age. I'm afraid he's the one closest to you, Xianxia. It seems that the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty have really done their best to cultivate him. Another judge nodded and said, Ling Zhao's attack just now should be his strongest attack. If that's all he has, I'm afraid he will lose to the Holy Sun. That's not necessarily true. This kid seems to know that his attack won't work. He was just testing the waters. Look at his expression. He seems to be very calm. If he is not pretending, then he must be hiding something. But what kind of hiding method could achieve such an effect? Even the head judge could not see through it. I'm not sure, but this kid has already surprised us many times. Even if he surprises us one more time, it's not worth being surprised. Hee, if that's the case, this will really be a fierce battle. I'm looking forward to seeing what these two little guys will do to surprise us. On the other side, Xianxia looked at the old man beside her and asked, Uncle, have you found out anything about the investigation? The old man shook his head and said, It's difficult. We've been to Tianfeng City. As long as Ling Xiao is mentioned, everyone praises him. However, almost no one knows about his growth path. We only know that he joined the Yuehua school. What about the Yuehua school? Is there anything unusual? We don't know. Ever since Ling Xiao joined the Yuehua school, he has broken miraculous records time and time again, making people look at him in a new light. Moreover, this kid is extremely smart. He knows almost everything, including alchemy and formations. You said that he knows alchemy? Xianxia frowned and asked. Yes. That's interesting. Xianxia smiled slightly and seemed to have some doubts in her heart. Xianxia, don't make wild guesses. How can he be the master behind the scenes? After all, he's too young. The old man seemed to know what Xianxia was thinking and waved his hand. Who knows? Maybe we'll understand in the future. Xianxia just smiled and didn't argue. At this time, there was a new change in the battle arena. With a delicate shout, Xianxia actually completely shattered Ling Zhao's attack and stood firmly on the stage. She was actually unharmed. Seeing this scene, some people were surprised, while others were obviously relieved. On the side of the Heavenly King sect, everyone relaxed. Ji Mingkong had actually changed her clothes at some point in time, and then she looked calmly at Ling Xiao, who had an indifferent expression, and said, You've really exceeded my expectations. You're the first person in this year's martial arts festival to be able to injure me. I have to admit that I underestimated you. I didn't underestimate you, but I think I overestimated you. Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, If it were me, I would never have let the opponent have his way with that attack. If the Holy Sun can't even tell the difference between his doppelganger and his real body, then he's doomed. Really? Unfortunately, you don't know that I intentionally let you hit me just now. There's no other reason than to test your strength. Xianxia said sarcastically. It doesn't matter whether you're telling the truth or not. So, are you going to use your true strength next? With that kind of performance just now, I don't believe it's the strength of a yin and yang celestial realm martial artist. Ling Xiao knew very well that Xianxia was also hiding her strength. She had been fighting against him with the strength of a celestial pulse warrior for half a day. Until she was hit by his attack, she had no choice but to use the strength of the yin and yang celestial realm. Because he had to use it. The attack just now was, in fact, very powerful. If Xianxia still dared to hide her strength, she would be courting death. You're right, so you won't have a chance next time. I not only represent the Heavenly King sect, but also the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty. Even if it's not for the bet between us, I have to win for the royal family's reputation and the fate of the Heavenly King sect. Xianxia said. You mean you won't hide your strength? That's right. Xianxia's long dress and her black hair suddenly fluttered without any wind, as if they were blown up by something. It was a momentum that kept increasing. This aura originated from her true cultivation and her powerful heavenly origin energy. Ha, that's great, the Holy Sun has finally shown his true strength. With the cultivation of the yin and yang celestial realm, Ling Xiao will be defeated without a doubt. It was obvious that the disciples of the Heavenly King sect did not know how much strength Xianxia had used, but the huge difference in strength made them realize one thing: Xianxia was getting serious. The sun had already risen, and the blazing sunlight shone on the arena. Everyone felt a sticky feeling. It was not only because of the stuffy heat, but also because of the heavy atmosphere. In the direction of the Heavenly King's sect, a group of senior members were discussing the battle in the arena. The current development made them very unhappy. Sect leader, it doesn't look like things are going well. The competition has just started, and the Holy Sun has already been forced to show his true strength. That Xianxia is not simple. The person who spoke was an inner sect elder of the Heavenly King's sect. His voice was filled with anxiety and unease. You're right, that Xianxia is not simple, but that's all there is to it. Si Kongzun shook his head and said, everyone has seen Mingkong's improvement over the years. Even our sect and His Majesty the Holy Emperor are shocked by her progress. It can be said that except for Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia, no one can compare to her. Seems like I'm worrying too much. Ha ha ha, it's okay, there's no need to worry so much. Even if that Xianxia has hidden his strength, don't forget that Mingkong has received special secret techniques from the Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly King's sect. Xianxia is destined to lose against Mingkong from the beginning. At this time, the Holy Emperor laughed and said, to be honest, the reason why I'm unhappy is because I think the situation is not very good. That's right, since Mingkong has shown her true strength, this competition is not far from the end. Si Kongzun added. On the stage, Hai Myung-Kos aura finally stopped rising. It could be clearly felt that she had removed all her hidden strength and was ready to end the battle quickly. On the slender sword, a green light flickered, and there seemed to be a divine dragon circling and dancing. Behind her, the shadow of an immemorial nature dragon finally appeared. With the Tianji martial spirit and the nature dragon soul, Ji Mingkong's dual martial spirits were absolutely domineering. This made Mo Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, and the others, who were still a little unconvinced, sigh. They couldn't catch up. Their aptitude was not as good as the Holy Sun's in the first place, and she had two martial souls, both of which were extremely rare in the mystic world. How could they catch up? Give up, there's no chance. They looked at Xianxia, trying to find a trace of despair on Xiao's face. However, all they saw was an excited smile. Not bad, this strength is worthy of me being serious. Boom, with a faint smile, Xiao's aura burst forth, and a thunderous sound rang out on the stage. Terrifying black and gold flames had already enveloped Xiao's body. A layer of black and gold flame armor appeared on his body. This was not a martial skill, but the symbol of a celestial realm martial artist. It was called the Heaven Origin Battle Armor. There were two obvious characteristics of ascending to the celestial realm. The first was that the celestial veins were fully formed, and one's true essence was completely converted into celestial essence. The second was that one could use their celestial essence battle armor. Everyone's celestial essence battle armor was different, depending on the celestial essence of each martial artist. Xiao's celestial essence battle armor wasn't just the black gold infernal dragon flame battle armor. It could even be said that the wind, thunder, rain, lightning, mist, and lightning were all types of heavenly elephant battle armor. What? Again? The audience was shocked once again. So he's also a celestial realm martial artist. No wonder he's so calm and composed. He's not afraid at all when facing other opponents. Looking at Xiao's burning celestial essence battle armor, if anyone still didn't understand Xiao's strength, they didn't deserve to be called martial artists. Ha ha ha, this is a big surprise. On the Yuehua school's side, Golden Light Heavenly Master was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. He never dreamed that Xiao had already ascended to the celestial realm. How long had it been? Although Xiao's celestial essence battle armor was still in its embryonic form, once it was fully formed, there was no doubt that he was a celestial realm martial artist. F***ck. Qin Bishue couldn't help but curse. How much does this kid look down on me? He didn't even use his celestial realm cultivation when he fought with me. I'm impressed. Bai Qianjiao shook her head and smiled bitterly. She thought that after ascending to the celestial realm, she would be on par with Xiao. She didn't expect Xiao to ascend to the celestial realm before her, and his cultivation was stronger than hers. Mid-stage one-line sky. Although he's not as good as the Holy Sun, it's not bad. But why do I feel that his aura doesn't lose to the Holy Sun's at all? What kind of martial soul does he have? It was no wonder people asked this. His cultivation was obviously not as good as the Holy Sun's Xianxia, but his aura didn't lose to the Holy Sun's at all. This was definitely the effect of his martial soul. This kid is not simple. Many of the patriarchs of the 12 sects looked at each other and smiled helplessly. If the Holy Sun was so outstanding, they could understand. After all, the Holy Sun had the support of the Heavenly King sect and the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty. It was equivalent to the entire Sky Dragon continent working for her. But what right did Ling Xiao have? Ling Xiao only had the support of Yuehua school. How much support could they give him? But he had actually also advanced to the celestial realm, and he had hidden it so deeply. The temperament of this child was truly terrifying. Kacha, the armrest of the chair was crushed by the sage emperor. Originally, he was calm and confident that his daughter would definitely defeat Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he was clearly nervous. If one of them was a transcendent and the other a heaven realm cultivator, then the Holy Sun would undoubtedly win. But once they had both advanced to the celestial realm, the gap would not be that big. The outcome of the battle was really unpredictable. Si Kongzun's expression was not very good either. If he had known that Ling Xiao would be so outstanding, he would not have offended this kid for the sake of a mere Sword King sect. It would have been better to take this kid as a disciple and keep him by his side with some benefits. Unfortunately, it was too late now. What was done could not be undone. The Heavenly King sect and Ling Xiao were really like fire and water. Although he was not afraid of a mere Ling Xiao, he was not afraid of him. The problem was the terrifying potential hidden by this young man. If they could not kill this young man, then their Heavenly King sect would inevitably suffer a very serious threat in the future. One had to know that Ling Xiao did not have the support of such a huge force as the Heavenly King sect and the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty. Even so, this kid had grown so fast. Once this kid became the chosen one and gained the support of the entire Sky Dragon continent, who could stop his achievements, wouldn't it be looking for trouble to make an enemy of such a person? Previously, Si Kongzun only treated Ling Xiao as an ordinary genius. He felt that it was impossible for him to surpass Xianxia, so he did not pay too much attention to him. However, it was only at this moment that he realized that this kid's potential was probably even more terrifying than Xianxia. He might even be on par with Ji Funing and Yu Xianyue back then. If he was given a few more years, how terrifying would he become? A Moon Maiden was already a headache. Fortunately, the Moon Maiden basically did not care about the affairs of the Jianghu. Therefore, the Moon Maiden basically did not care about the development of the Yuehua school. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao was obviously not a passive person. If he reached the level of the Moon Maiden, the Yuehua school's strength would definitely grow to a level comparable to the current Heavenly King sect, or even stronger. Thinking of these terrible consequences, Si Kongzun was both regretful and worried. Since he could not use Ling Xiao, he could only kill him. This time, he planned to do it himself. No matter what, he could not let Ling Xiao live. Brother Sikong, you're overthinking it. Even if this kid has great potential, he's still not a match for Mingkong at the moment. The Holy Emperor had already recovered from his shock. When he saw Si Kongzun's constantly changing expression, he said, Mingkong can cultivate the superb martial arts techniques of the Holy Dynasty's royal family and your Heavenly King sect. How can Ling Xiao compare? Perhaps. Let's wait and see. If Xianxia could defeat or even kill Ling Xiao, Si Kongzun would not need to do anything. Otherwise, he might face many obstacles, which would be very troublesome. However, at this moment, he was already feeling very uneasy and nervous. In the arena, Xianxia clearly showed a moment of shock and disbelief. However, she quickly concealed this expression, and a trace of calmness appeared on her face again. She had never taken Ling Xiao seriously. Even when she made the bet, she had only made it in a moment of anger. She had never thought that Ling Xiao would have the ability to challenge her. However, in such a short time, this kid had already advanced to the celestial realm. Although his cultivation was not as high as hers, he was much faster than her. After all, he had the help of the elixirs personally prepared and refined by Sun Shang and those powerful imperial physicians. Unforgivable, Xianxia's eyes revealed a strong hatred and murderous intent. If Ling Xiao did not die, she, as the Holy Sun, would have no face to speak of. Moreover, she had a strong sense of crisis. Even if Ling Xiao was not a match for her now, he would definitely become a huge threat to her in the future. She really could not hold back, not at all. She took a deep breath. The air was cold, and Xianxia's heart turned cold. The slender sword in her hand was still flashing with green light as the power of the natural dragon's soul continued to pour into it. Xianxia did not want to say anything. Right now, she just wanted to kill Ling Xiao and shut the mouths of those who thought that Ling Xiao was qualified to challenge her. Buzz, after a loud rumble, a set of emerald green armor appeared around her. This set of armor was covered in countless divine runes of life, giving off a feeling of exuberant vitality. This was Xianxia's Heaven Origin battle armor. Gen 1121107312553536231487300400 Xianxia's Heaven Origin battle armor was the Nature's Dragon armor. Wearing it on her delicate and exquisite body, her perfect figure was displayed for everyone to see. Compared to Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon armor, Xianxia's Heaven Origin battle armor was more elegant and noble, just like her status. Do I see a fairy? She's a dragon girl. Regardless of what it is, the holy disciple is simply too beautiful. In particular, after materializing her heavenly origin battle armor, she looks even more heroic. If Ling Xiao hurts my goddess, I'll fight him to the death. You? Countless martial artists in the audience were captivated by Xianxia's perfect figure. Apart from a few people who had their eyes on Ling Xiao, the rest of the people had probably become fans of the Holy Sun at this moment. Not only were their Heaven Origin battle armors completely different in color and design, but there was also a difference in strength and refinement due to the difference in their cultivation ranks. Xianxia's Heaven Origin battle armor was clearly more beautiful. Ling Xiao's Heaven Origin battle armor, on the other hand, was slightly cruder. Xianxia made her move as soon as her Heaven Origin battle armor was formed. She wanted nothing more than to kill this annoying bastard before her and not give him any chance to retaliate. Her petite body suddenly burst forward, transforming into a streak of dazzling green light. Under the watchful eyes of countless pairs of eyes, she began her counterattack. Ling Xiao had been suppressing her all this while, but now, she was about to end the battle. The two of them were about 70 to 80 meters apart, but with Xianxia's speed, this distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. With a flash of green light, Xianxia crossed dozens of meters and entered Ling Xiao's attack range. The thin sword in her hand pierced through the air like a venomous dragon. With a clear and proud dragon's roar, it pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat from an extremely tricky angle. Ling Xiao didn't dodge or evade Xianxia's attack. The purple lightning sword in his hand flashed, and with the terrifying speed and strength of a celestial realm cultivator, it collided with the emerald green sword. Another dragon's roar rang out, but this time, the dragon on the purple lightning sword was black and gold. Boom, the two weapons clashed, and it was as if two divine dragons were clashing between heaven and earth. Clouds in the sky, faintly discernible two clouds, could be seen. On one side were black gold burning clouds, and on the other side were emerald green clouds. This wasn't just a battle heavens. It can't be wrong. Ling Xiao's martial spirit is the Hell Dragon's soul. Hell Dragon's soul. Zune suddenly dragonesses. He had felt that something was amiss. How could a normal black dragon martial soul withstand the power of a natural dragon soul? There was only one explanation. Ling Xiao's martial soul wasn't a black dragon martial soul, but a Hell Dragon soul. What? The Sage Emperor was also shocked. How could there be two types of immemorial dragon souls on the Heavenly Dragon continent? Nothing is impossible. The Heavenly Dragon continent's guardian beast has always been the Heavenly Dragon, so it's absolutely possible that there are more immemorial dragon souls here. Sikong Zun said resolutely, but why did this brat get it? What did he do to deserve it? Regardless of the shock below the stage, the battle between the two on the stage continued. Heavenly King Scripture, Sword of Slaughter. Xianxia wasn't surprised that Ling Xiao had blocked her attack. If Ling Xiao couldn't even block this attack, then he was too useless. She had already prepared a follow-up attack. Her slender sword suddenly changed its style. She displayed her most powerful sword skill. It was a set of sword techniques from the Heavenly King Sect's Heavenly King Scripture. The void suddenly turned pitch black as she thrust her sword forward. It was as if the two figures had disappeared from the stage, but outside the stage, the sky was still clear. In the darkness, several streaks of sharp sword chi attacked Ling Xiao from different angles. The sword chi was in the shape of a strange dragon. It was only the length of a thumb, but there were hundreds of streaks. What was even more frightening was that these streaks of sword chi didn't make the slightest sound as they flew. It was as if demons were quietly approaching. He couldn't see, his hearing was also useless. If it were someone else, they would probably have to take this attack head-on. What a powerful sword technique! Ling Xiao praised from the bottom of his heart. Although the Heavenly King sect scripture of Heavenly King scripture was at the same level as the other scriptures of the 12 sects, when it was used by Xianxia, who was at the early stage of Yin Yang Heaven, it was extremely shocking in terms of power and speed. Ling Xiao could sense the position of each streak of sword chi through his Mountain River Martial Soul's analytical ability. However, it was almost impossible to completely avoid them at such a close distance. Since he couldn't avoid them, he would block them. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had only thought of this for a moment. Suddenly, the Overflow Rain sword appeared in his left hand. Rotting Sword Rain. Although this was a skill that came with the Overflow Rain sword, its power naturally couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before with the increase of Ling Xiao's cultivation. It didn't matter if he couldn't see it. Anyway, the Rotting Sword Rain almost covered the entire stage. Xianxia's sword chi was pierced one after another, but they disappeared without a trace. However, in the process of blocking, there were still some gaps. For streaks of sword chi avoided the obstruction of the Rotting Sword Rain sword and pierced Ling Xiao's Tianyuan battle armor. Dazzling sparks were produced, and there was an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against metal. Tisk, I'm still too slow. This was the first time Ling Xiao had such a feeling. He clearly knew where the attack was coming from and where it was aimed at, but he couldn't block it. Thankfully, his Tianyuan battle armor was extremely powerful, and even though 4 small holes had been punctured, the 4 streaks of sword intent had been completely incinerated into nothingness. Xianxia's attack this time didn't cause any substantial effect. It could only be said that it hit Ling Xiao. It was probably because the other party pursued speed that it lost its power. Ling Xiao didn't consider such a complicated problem. Since he blocked the other party's attack and wasn't injured, it was time for him to counterattack. Xianxia wanted to use her cultivation to suppress him. Dream on, he put away the Overflow Rain sword and switched to the Fury Wind sword. Fury Wind Shuttle. This was a skill that was most suitable for surprise attacks. His body didn't move, but the sword chi had already pierced through the air. It glided across the inky black competition platform and reached Xianxia's heart in the blink of an eye. This skill couldn't be underestimated. It was an attack that was infused with wind phenomenon. It was extremely fast, and it was extremely lethal. In combination with wind phenomenon, as long as it struck Xianxia, it would definitely be effective. Ling Xiao had no intention of holding back. Since Xianxia wanted to kill him, then he wasn't going to hold back either. Xianxia's brows furrowed as if she had sensed the sword chi hurtling toward her. She had initially planned to end this battle with a single attack, but it was a pity that she had failed on the verge of success. Instead, Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to counterattack, and she was extremely frustrated. However, even though she was frustrated, she didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao's attack in the slightest. Her body drifted through the air, and the void dance technique made her body as soft and flexible as a willow catkin. On top of that, it was also quite resilient. Xianxia easily dodged the raging wind shuttle with her sky dance technique. The sword brushed past her chest and hit the defensive wall, creating a few more cracks. After dodging the attack, Xianxia didn't stay idle. Taking advantage of the speed of her dodge, she stabbed her rapier at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't want to be suppressed by her, and she naturally didn't want to be suppressed by Ling Xiao either. Thus, the two of them fought back and forth, neither willing to stop. As long as they didn't defeat the other, it would be impossible for them to stop. She wanted to counterattack, and Ling Xiao naturally couldn't stay idle. The Raging Wind sword suddenly disappeared, and the Thunder Shadow sword appeared in his left hand. Thunder Flash. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed on the pitch-black battling platform. The Thunder Shadow sword in his left hand resonated with the purple lightning sword in his right hand, causing the power of the Thunder Flash to increase. In an instant, a large hole was opened in the darkness. Many of the anxious spectators in the auditorium finally got a clear view of the situation. Even though it was only for a moment, they had a general idea in their hearts: Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun were actually evenly matched. The sudden thunderclap directly sent Ji Mingkong, who was pouncing forward, flying several steps away. However, with Haim Myung-ko's strength and the defense of the natural dragon armor, this attack didn't do anything other than interrupt Haim Myung-ko's attack. Both of them were experts. In a battle between experts, it was very difficult to determine the victor because their skills and cultivation were very close. However, Ling Xiao didn't expect the thunder flash to be effective. He only wanted to suppress Haim Myung-ko and prevent Haim Myung-ko from using her moves. The moment he pushed back Haim Myung-ko, Ling Xiao rushed forward and launched a series of attacks. His powerful attacks made Haim Myung-ko spin like a gust of wind, not giving her any chance to catch her breath. At this moment, Haim Myung-ko also understood that Ling Xiao would not be affected by the loss of his vision and hearing. Therefore, she decided not to waste her heavenly essence energy. She removed the darkness on the stage and focused on blocking Ling Xiao's continuous attacks. Ling Xiao was best at swordsmanship. Whether it was close-range combat or mid-range combat, he had his own specialties. Therefore, he had no disadvantage in terms of attack range. This was something Haim Myung-ko could not compare to. The sound of metal clashing could be heard on the martial arts stage. Ling Xiao's figure was almost invisible. Only a series of flickering shadows could be seen. Haim Myung-ko was also constantly blocking the attacks. Her speed was raised to the maximum. On the spectator's stand, the martial artists with weaker eyesight could only see two afterimages entangled with each other. There was nothing else. Of course, the continuous cracks that appeared on the stage and the protective barrier made the spectators, who couldn't see the fight between the two, nervous. The battle between the two had reached its climax. It was like the moment when water boiled. The white steam that gushed out was the heavenly essence energy that the two of them were releasing. The green light and the black and gold light intertwined, and their speed increased again. In the sky, the images of the two divine dragons were also fighting. Further up, two clouds of different colors were fighting for territory. Looking at all this, the disciples of the 12 sects were all stunned. Were these still martial artists below the age of 20? Shouldn't a battle of this level be at the level of an inner sect elder? There was no need to mention the Holy Sun. In their hearts, the Holy Sun was invincible and number one among the younger generation. But what was going on with Ling Xiao? They had thought that he was a dark horse, but in the end, he was a big boss. At this point, those who had said that Ling Xiao was overestimating himself by challenging Haim Myung-ko were embarrassed. Compared to Ling Xiao, they were even worse than trash. Damn it! Qin Bishue was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he had to admit that Ling Xiao was the only one who was not at a disadvantage when facing the Holy Sun, Haim Myung-ko. The difference between him and Ling Xiao was not just a little bit. One had to know that Ling Xiao had defeated him with the cultivation of a heavenly pulse martial artist. Is he still a human? Hongli was also dumbfounded. She had originally planned to cultivate for a while after returning to the Blue Water Sacred Palace and then come out to find trouble with Ling Xiao. However, it now seemed that she was simply too naive and ridiculous. With the time she had, Ling Xiao would only become stronger than her. Mom, that is Sister Yuling's senior brother. No wonder Sister Yuling is unwilling to leave Yuehua School and go back with us. Dai Yaoling had already talked to Dai Yuling privately about returning to the Spiritual Medicine Mountain Villa. Unfortunately, Dai Yuling had not agreed. She had a good life in Yuehua School. Her master, Lan Yuer, was there to protect her. Ling Xiao was there, and she also had a cute junior brother, Leng Hao. She could not just leave like this. At this moment, Dai Yuling only had eyes for the battle on the field. Many people were so nervous that they even forgot to breathe because of the stalemate. Fortunately, they were all powerful martialists. Even if they did not breathe for a while, they would not die. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have probably suffocated. Although many people had hoped that Ling Xiao could challenge Haim Myung-ko, they had not expected Ling Xiao to be so fierce. He was actually evenly matched with Haim Myung-ko. No, he was not evenly matched. Instead, he was steadily suppressing Haim Myung-ko with every move, Was this for real? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Naturally, the ordinary martialists in the spectator seats were not the only ones who were nervous and in disbelief. After Hai Myung-ko had used all kinds of ultimate techniques but was unable to gain the slightest advantage, Si Kong-zoon and Xingdi's expressions had clearly turned gloomier. Hai Myung-ko had even used the Divine Emperor scripture, the natural dragon soul, and the Tianji martial soul. However, she still could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. This was really too unbelievable. One had to know that if Hai Myung-ko attacked an opponent like this normally, even if the opponent's cultivation was a whole realm higher than Hai Myung-ko's and had reached the 3 talents heaven realm, they would still not be able to withstand it. However, Ling Xiao did not feel any pressure at all in the face of such an attack. He took it all. What was even more frightening was that he was actually unharmed. If no one had seen today's battle, no one would have believed Ling Xiao if he told them that. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the battle stage. The two figures suddenly separated and retreated more than 10 steps before coming to a stop. Both of them had nimble movements, so they did not fall. However, when they appeared in front of the crowd, many people were stunned. Good heavens, this battle was really tragic. The battle had been too fast for them to see clearly. Now that they had stopped, they realized that the two of them were really in a sorry state. Gen 11211070312553536101487322000. Dozens of small holes had appeared on Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon armor. Faint traces of blood could even be seen. Although it was only a superficial wound, it meant that he hadn't completely withstood Hai Myung-ko's attacks. Lottie's was normal. After all, Hai Myung-ko was also a genius. Furthermore, her cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's. Coupled with her natural dragon soul and Tianji martial soul, she shouldn't be any weaker than Ling Xiao. However, many people frowned when they saw Hai Myung-ko. Hai Myung-ko didn't look any better than Ling Xiao. In fact, she looked even worse. Her originally neat hair had been shaved to different lengths. There were many cuts on her natural dragon armor. It looked as if it had been picked up from the trash. What was even more unbelievable was that there was a wound on Hai Myung-ko's shoulder that was so deep that her bones could be seen. Her injuries were actually much more serious than Ling Xiao's. However, the natural dragon soul's recovery ability was simply too terrifying. This kind of injury was completely healed in just a short period of time. It seemed that the two of them had both been at a disadvantage and had taken advantage of each other in the previous battle. However, Ling Xiao was still a level higher in terms of skill. This was completely unacceptable to the Heavenly King's Gate. Even if Ling Xiao could fight Hai Myung-ko until now, Ling Xiao should have been the one who was more seriously injured and looked more miserable. Why did it seem like the opposite was true? However, the atmosphere in the arena was so heavy that everyone wanted to say something, but no one dared to. It was as if anyone who spoke would be condemned for eternity. This kind of oppressive feeling was extremely unbearable. Gotcha! A loud sound came from the protective wall. Finally, the oppressive atmosphere was broken. Everyone gasped for breath. The referees silently went to repair the protective wall. It wasn't a big deal if the stage was broken. However, if the protective wall was broken, the spectators nearby would probably suffer. Even the ordinary citizens of the holy city would be at a disadvantage. After a long while, Hai Myung-ko took a deep breath and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. She stabbed the thin sword in her hand directly into the martial arts stage, and then made a strange hand seal with her hands. This scene made the Heavenly King's Gate members nervous. Ming Kong, is that necessary? Si Kong-zoon even shouted loudly. Of course, he knew what Hai Myung-ko was going to do. The next move was extremely powerful, but it was also a move that would hurt her own body. Ji Ming Kong would only choose to use this move when he was helpless against the enemy. I have to use it. Ji Ming Kong shook her head helplessly. She didn't want to do this either, but the strength that Ling Xiao displayed left her with no choice. Sigh, I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful that he could force Ming Kong to this point. In the Heavenly King's Gate, a Grand Elder sighed. Eh? I didn't expect this little girl to meet her match. She used to look down on other young people. Yunya was also a little surprised. As Hai Myung-ko's aunt, Yunya knew Hai Myung-ko's temper very well. She had even chatted with this little girl before. Every time the little girl talked about other young people, she had a look of disdain. She said that it was enough to have the holy son in the world and that other young people were not worthy. But now, Ling Xiao forced her to this point. I'm a little worried. Dai Yuling grabbed Lan Yuer's hand and felt her body trembling. Even she could feel how terrifying Hai Mianko's next move was. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Don't you know Ling Xiao? He hasn't used up all his trump cards yet. Lan Yuer was actually very worried. However, as Dai Yuling's master, she couldn't show her worry at this time. Brother Ling will definitely win. Long Chen looked at the stage and thought of the scene in the Land of Dragons when Ling Xiao transformed into the immemorial golden dragon. He knew very well that Ling Xiao's strength was far more than what he showed on the surface. He was much stronger than what he showed. I hope so. Leng Hao had always been confident in Ling Xiao. However, he couldn't help but worry at this time. Heaven's Eye, can you see it? Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light turned around and asked. I can't help it. I can't see through these two little guys. On the stage, Ji Ming Kong was bathed in a green light as his heavenly essence energy was continuously channeled into the thin sword that was stabbed into the ground. His hair was fluttering in the air, and his clothes were also fluttering. The soles of her feet gradually floated up. She floated up without using the sky dance technique. It was completely driven by a powerful force. The thin sword flew up at the same time and pointed at Ling Xiao. Swoosh, the green light sword and Hai Mianko's expression became ferocious. The energy that enveloped her body seemed like it could explode at any time. Ling Xiao, it's the last move. It's time to determine who's stronger and who's weaker. If not for Ling Xiao, she, Hai Mianko, would be the true number one genius of the sacred dynasty. She would be the holy son and the number one among the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. She would be the chosen one. However, Ling Xiao appeared. Now, he stood in front of her and became the biggest obstacle to her ambition. She hated this person but she had to defeat him. Is this your strongest move? It's really powerful. It seems that I have to be nervous. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and raised his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, the raging wind sword, thunder shadow sword, overflowing rain sword, purple lightning sword, and bewildering mist sword were all summoned. They revolved around his body and flickered with different colored lights. In the sky, the eye of the world had opened. Behind him was an unparalleled demonic sword. The eye of the world spewed out the energy of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, which was constantly infused into the 5 swords. Yi Guxian's martial spirit behind his back exuded an intense slaughter sword intent, which was continuously channeled into the 5 swords. His power was growing, and he was constantly growing stronger. In the air, Hai Mianko's technique was slowly taking shape, and the green glow of her sword had reached its peak. It even enveloped Hai Mianko. This terrifying power caused Hai Mianko to tremble involuntarily. Even she couldn't control what kind of terrifying effect this move would bring. She only knew that this move was very powerful. She had only tried it once when she was a Heaven Vein martial artist. After entering the Heaven tier, she did not dare to try it again. Because it was really too terrifying. She was worried that she would destroy everything in front of her if she couldn't control it. When the green glow on the sword reached its peak, a huge shadow appeared behind Hai Mianko. It was the founder of the Heavenly King sect, a fierce general under the Human King. Its strength was on par with the Moonlight Maiden. Heavenly King Scripture, Jade Crush. Better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. Better to die in battle than to admit defeat. This was the personality of the founder of the Heavenly King sect. Therefore, in his Heavenly King Scripture, this kind of life-risking attack would often appear. No one doubted the power of this move. Because as Hai Mianko shouted, the terrifying energy fluctuations became uncontrollable. It was as if the entire stage and the protective barrier were about to explode. An emerald green longsword pierced down from the sky like a divine punishment from the heavens, shooting towards Ling Xiao. Sensing the terrifying energy in the sky, the referees poured even more energy into the defensive wall. At this time, they didn't dare to be careless, because the slightest mistake would cause the protective barrier to shatter, and many spectators nearby would be killed. Even the royal family of the sacred dynasty couldn't bear this responsibility, unless they really wanted to become enemies with many of the 12 sects and countless other sections. On the stage, Ling Xiao was still calmly looking at the emerald green light that was expanding in his eyes. He didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. He was now focused on resisting Hai Mianko's brazen attack. If it really didn't work, it wouldn't matter even if he transformed into the immemorial golden dragon. Anyway, he would be exposed sooner or later, and the key was to survive. But there was no need for that now. Different celestial powers were rapidly condensing on the 5 swords, and they showed no signs of retreating in the face of the emerald green sword chi. They were both immemorial dragon souls, but the immemorial hell dragon was even stronger than the immemorial nature dragon in terms of combat strength. After all, the immemorial nature dragon was best at recovery. The 5 swords kept spinning and condensing energy, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Gradually, they formed a connected ring and flew in front of Ling Xiao. When the different celestial powers came into contact with each other, strange energy fluctuations were produced, and many people were surprised. What is this kid trying to do? It's already not easy to control one type of celestial phenomenon. Could it be that he actually wants to fuse all 5 types of celestial phenomenon into one? Si Kongzun's expression was uncertain. In his heart, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. He had actually forced Hai Mianko to the point of risking her life to attack. This kid would definitely be a disaster if he was left alive. But if Hai Mianko's risking attack couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then he really couldn't accept it. Merging 5 celestial powers into one? He's just courting death. The flame deity, who was beside the palace master of the Jade Water Divine Palace, snorted. As a member of the Yuehua school, he knew very well that there had been a genius martial artist who had tried to merge 2 celestial powers into one, thinking that it would produce a stronger attack effect. But in the end, they had been devoured by the backlash of the 2 celestial powers. On the Yuehua school side, Heavenly Master Golden Light, Heavenly Master Heavenly Eye, and the others were also a little confused. They didn't know what Ling Xiao was trying to do, but they didn't dare to rashly stop him. If they affected Ling Xiao, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Your Highness Moon Maiden, what is Ling Xiao trying to do? Lan Yuer couldn't help but ask the Moon Maiden. Don't worry and just watch. When have you ever seen him do something he's not competent in? This move should be a new one. I guess he has already practiced it many times. The Moon Maiden said indifferently. Sure enough, she knew Ling Xiao the best. When Ling Xiao created this move, he was worried that it would backfire, so he let his martial soul avatar practice it hundreds of times in the Mountain River world to solve the problems as much as possible. Although the current move wasn't absolutely perfect, there would still be some side effects, but it definitely wouldn't cause too much damage. 5 swords, the 5 celestial powers finally began to merge and change, and terrifying energy was constantly released from the ring. From time to time, there would be howling winds. From time to time, there would be thunder and lightning. From time to time, there would be torrential rain. From time to time, there would be heavy fog. Strange situations occurred one after another, causing everyone in the audience to be shocked. However, Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as usual, as if he wasn't displaying a terrifying move, but making pastries for his beloved woman. Boom, 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 boom. After 5 consecutive loud vibrations, Ling Xiao's hands quickly made various movements, and the 5 swords that were originally connected actually merged into one. A huge 5-colored sword. What the hell is that? 5 swords merged into one sword? Is this guy using an illusion? Si Kongxian, who was lying in ambush nearby, was watching the battle in boredom. Suddenly, he realized that the 5-colored light had condensed into a huge sword, and he couldn't help but be shocked and ask anxiously. It was a pity that the people around him weren't as strong as him, and their eyesight wasn't as good as his. If he couldn't see through it, they wouldn't be able to see through it either. The only answers he received were I don't know and I don't know. On the other side, Xing Di and Si Kongzun looked at each other and saw the shock and worry in each other's eyes. Now that things had developed to this point, although they knew what move Hai Mianko was using, they couldn't determine what move Ling Xiao was using. This was a very dangerous situation. The judges closest to the battle stage could clearly sense that the huge sword contained an extremely terrifying power, and they couldn't help but increase the strength of the defensive wall. How did this kid do it with such powerful power? His territories are simply one after another, and it's too much for the eyes to take in. The head judge revealed a helpless smile. As a Yinyang realm expert, he was finding it harder and harder to see through Ling Xiao. After cultivating for so many years, this was the first time. He even felt that this kid's talent might be even more terrifying than Ji Furing and Yu Xuanyue's. It shouldn't be possible. The head judge shook his head, somewhat unwilling to believe it. After letting out a long breath, Ling Xiao raised his right hand, and the huge five-colored sword soared into the sky and shot toward the dark green light. Shadow Sword Technique, third move, Heavenly Punishment Sword. Although this move was far from complete, as his 12 Golden Lotus Arts had only been cultivated to the 5th level, just the fusion of the power of 5 heavenly phenomena was enough to make countless cultivators tremble in fear. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the huge five-colored sword seemed to understand his words. It actually released 5 different types of light, and its speed suddenly increased by quite a bit. In fact, Haim Myung-ko's attack and Ling Xiao's attack were released almost at the same time. Under the gaze of everyone in the holy city, the huge five-colored sword collided with the dark green light. It was as if a huge meteorite had collided, and in an instant, the entire battle stage began to shake. Even the residents at the edge of the holy city could feel the slight tremors. And this was only the beginning of the stalemate. Boom! After a moment of stalemate, the terrifying power finally produced a huge explosion. The roar resounded throughout the holy city. It was as loud as an earthquake, and in addition to the colorful lights in the sky, it was as if immortals were fighting, causing countless warriors to tremble in fear. After the loud explosion, a crazy amount of energy shot out in all directions. It was as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived on the martial stage. Strong winds raged. Thunder and lightning flashed. Torrential rain poured down. Poisonous fog filled the air. The roar of a dragon could be heard from time to time, and the ground was constantly shaking. Oh no, the martial stage is sinking. The martial stage was originally built in midair, so it was reasonable to say that it shouldn't sink. However, the impact of Ling Xiao and Haim Myung-ko's collision was too powerful, and the protective wall had condensed the energy into a single point, preventing it from spreading out. This made the attack even more terrifying. The martial stage sank, and so did the entire martial stage. From afar, it looked as if a giant void ship had lost control and was crashing down. Below the martial stage was the Sacred Dynasty's sacrificial altar. There was a reason why the martial arts ceremony was arranged here. Although the martial stage wouldn't kill anyone because there was no one below, destroying the Sacred Dynasty's sacrificial altar was a great sin. Si Kong sneered imperceptibly. He was still looking for an excuse to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but he didn't expect an excuse to come knocking on his door so quickly. Since the martial stage was being ravaged, Haim Myung-ko, who was inside the martial stage, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. The crazy energy pounced on her like a madman, completely enveloping her. Boom, poochie, crack, loud sounds rang out one after another. First, they crashed into the martial stage, accelerating its sinking. Then, they crashed into the protective wall, causing the referees in charge of the protective wall to smile bitterly. They were Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, but the attacks of these two brats actually made them feel a sense of fear. It would be a little embarrassing if word got out. In fact, they couldn't be blamed. Although Ling Xiao and Haim Myung-ko were only Heaven Realm martial artists, their attacks had a special effect after colliding. The terrifying power that erupted from their attacks could even injure Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. This was the terrifying part of the superposition of energy. Of course, this kind of energy could not be controlled. As long as a Grotto Heaven Realm expert was not a fool, they should be able to dodge or defend against it. The golden dragon wings on Ling Xiao's back unfurled, and he wore a grim expression on his face. This was because even he did not expect the collision of the two attacks to be so powerful. The energy waves that spread out did not even distinguish between friend and foe. They attacked randomly, and even he became the target of the attack. Fortunately, he could fly. He had also mastered the art of refining formations. The defensive wall was formed by a magic array. Ling Xiao flapped his golden dragon wings and flew near the defensive wall. He only held a piece of alchemy stone in his hand, and a part of the defensive wall actually separated and wrapped around his entire body. The huge impact slammed into the defensive wall. With the judges blocking it for him, he had no problem at all. He didn't even need to use any of his heavenly essence energy. F***ck, isn't this brat too crafty? He can actually do this? One of the referees was dumbfounded and smiled bitterly. This doesn't seem to be against the rules. He didn't leave the range of the stage and used his own ability. Another judge smiled bitterly and said, "See? This is the benefit of being knowledgeable. If the Holy Sun also knew about formations, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state this time." The head judge sighed deeply. At this point, even he had to admire Ling Xiao. It was a pity that he was not his grandson. Otherwise, the sacred dynasty would have a true successor. I've always been curious. This brat is only a celestial realm warrior. How can he fly? In the stands, Qin Bishue, who was following along with the stage, gritted his teeth and asked. It should be some kind of martial art. This kind of thing is very rare. I didn't expect him to get it. In comparison, the Holy Sun's sky dancing technique is much worse. The Bloodblade sect master was very knowledgeable, and he answered Qin Bishue's question. While they were still surprised, the Heavenly King sect side panicked. Sect master, it seems that the situation is not good. Not only can Ling Xiao fly, but he also knows how to refine formations. It seems that he can use the protective wall to protect himself. If this is the case, Ming Kong will be at a disadvantage. I'm afraid this battle is over. An elder of the Heavenly King sect lamented as if he had lost his parents. Yes, sect master. The situation is completely different from what we expected. This Ling Xiao has exceeded our expectations by a lot. Moreover, I think this brat hasn't done his best. Another elder of the Heavenly King sect said loudly. Stop arguing. If anything happens to the Holy Sun, I'll make this brat pay with his life. The Holy Emperor was really angry. He only had one outstanding son, who was either addicted to wine and women or was an incompetent woman. Although the Holy Sun was also a woman, she was more outstanding than many men. If something happened to the Holy Sun, he would kill Ling Xiao even if he had to risk universal condemnation. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to become enemies with the royal family of the sacred dynasty because of Ling Xiao. Si Kongzun frowned and said, Don't worry, Holy Emperor. Ming Kong won't be defeated so easily. Moreover, this is the sacred city. How can we allow a mere Yuehua school's disciple to defeat the Holy Sun? Who will win or lose will be decided by us, right? Brother Sikong, are you saying that you want to intervene? The Holy Emperor asked doubtfully. Let's wait and see. The battle isn't over yet. There's no hurry. Si Kongzun didn't confirm or deny. Instead, he suddenly looked at the arena. The energy explosion in the sky lasted for a while before it gradually subsided. A figure fell from the sky like an object that had lost control. It was stiff and didn't react at all. Oh no, it looks like the Holy Sun was knocked out by the energy just now. If she doesn't have the protection of her heavenly Yuan force, she will be in big trouble if she is thrown from this height. The people of the Heavenly King sect shouted anxiously. Whoosh, a figure suddenly jumped out and caught Haim Myung-ko in the air. It was Ling Xiao. A victorious smile appeared on his face. Haim Myung-ko, who seemed to be unconscious, suddenly threw out a palm in an attempt to send Ling Xiao flying. However, her palm was soft and without any strength at all. Ling Xiao grabbed her lily-white hand, and his cold voice resounded on the martial arts stage. All the martial artists present heard it clearly. Ji Ming Kong, you disappoint me too much. To be honest, I haven't had enough fun yet, and you've already lost. Although he was interested in the Heaven's Chosen One, his biggest goal in coming to the martial arts festival was to defeat the saint and kick this arrogant woman down from her dazzling throne. Haim Myung-ko's body was trembling. She was lying in the arms of the person she hated the most and listening to his humiliating words, but she couldn't do anything about it. Even without the impact just now, just the after effects of using Jade Crush was enough to make her extremely weak. In this battle, Xianxia had really lost. Novel, law, and she had lost completely. No matter how unwilling she was, she couldn't change anything. Just kill me. Xianxia shouted weakly, I'd rather die than be your slave. Hee, don't worry, I'm not interested in making you my slave. But from now on, you'd better not interfere in my affairs. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. He grabbed Xianxia's neck and continued, but even if I don't kill you, I'll still have to collect some interest. I'll kindly accept your immemorial nature dragon martial soul. Ling Xiao, how dare you? A thunderous voice came from the sage emperor's mouth, if you touch her, I'll definitely exterminate your entire clan. With a sneer and ridicule, Ling Xiao looked at the sage emperor with contempt. At this point, he was completely disappointed in the sage emperor. Your Majesty, are you being childish? Or ignorant? Is there any meaning in saying such things at this point? With that, Ling Xiao pulled the immemorial nature dragon martial soul out of Xianxia's body and trapped it in the mountain river world. Perhaps because the immemorial nature dragon had followed Xianxia for too long, it was still very loyal to Xianxia. So after it arrived in the mountain river world, it became very violent and tried to do something inside. But could it do it? The mountain river world was Ling Xiao's territory. Dragon Slayer, beat him until he's convinced. The immemorial Hell Dragon King's name was Dragon Slayer, which was also the name of Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon soul. In the mountain river world, he was much stronger than the immemorial nature dragon king. Just the mountain river world will alone was enough to make the immemorial nature dragon suffer. Ignoring the battle in the mountain river world, Ling Xiao kicked Xianxia away, showing no mercy at all. Xianxia fell to the ground at an accelerated speed. However, she was awake at the moment, so she probably wouldn't die. At this moment, although the world was still rumbling, the spectator stands were completely silent. Everyone looked at the stage in horror, at Xianxia. He looked at the Holy Sun, who was originally arrogant and proud. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This was especially true for the people from the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family. They wanted nothing more than to dig out their own eyes and replace them with another pair because they felt that they had seen wrongly. It was impossible for such a thing to happen. Xianxia, the most outstanding genius of the entire Tianlong continent's younger generation. At the age of 12, she had already defeated all the young martial artists under the age of 20 on the Tianlong continent and obtained the honor of being the number one among the Sacred Dynasty's 6 young masters. At the age of 14, she had successfully entered the celestial realm, becoming the most outstanding young person after Yu Xianyue and Ji Fuling. Now, she was 15 years old and 16 years old, but she was already a celestial realm martial artist in the Yinyang celestial realm. Even in the entire Tianlong continent, this kind of cultivation speed was ranked in the top 3 aptitudes in the past 10,000 years. However, he was such an outstanding genius. The Holy Sun, who was praised to the heavens by everyone, was defeated by a martial artist who was born a beggar. Even after this little beggar entered the 12 sects, he entered the Yuehua school, which was ranked last among the 12 sects. Many people couldn't accept this fact. This was because the majority of the people had treated Ji Mingkong as an invincible goddess in their hearts. However, such a goddess had actually lost to a nobody. However, if they put aside their prejudice and thought about it carefully, many people suddenly realized that in front of Ling Xiao, any genius would feel inferior. According to reliable information, Ling Xiao was only a martial artist at the lowest level of the martial vein realm a year ago. They didn't even know that there was a transcendent realm in this world. But now, he had changed and become a celestial realm master, which was above the transcendent realm. This was really too unbelievable. It felt like his promotion was like a legend. He's only 15 years old. Such a calm and strong person, except for his slightly immature face, really couldn't be associated with a 15-year-old. One had to know that most young martial artists at the age of 15 were only in the 7th or 8th layer of the transcendent realm. The more powerful ones were at most half-step heavenly venerables. Although Ling Xiao wasn't the youngest in this martial arts festival, he was definitely the youngest among the 20 geniuses, and also the strongest. Thinking of this, Qin Bishue, Bai Qianjiao, Mo Wusheng, and the others who had fought with Ling Xiao couldn't help but swallow their Saliva, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. Even the sect masters of the various sects were shocked by this. He showed such amazing potential at such a young age. How amazing would he be in the future? What a pity. Si Kongzun shook his head slightly, and his expression was very complicated. If he had paid more attention to Ling Xiao back then, perhaps such an outstanding disciple wouldn't have fallen into the hands of those good-for-nothings from the Yuehua school. Now, not only could he not accept Ling Xiao as his disciple, but he also had to become fire and water with Ling Xiao. Damn it. Why did I choose Ming Tian back then and not him? The flame deity was even more upset. Back then, he had sent a disciple to Master Bai Yun to snatch Ming Tian back. He thought that was enough to anger Master Bai Yun to death. Moreover, he had spent a lot of effort on Ming Tian. However, now he suddenly realized that he was really blind. If he had chosen Ling Xiao back then, what would have happened? I'm completely convinced. This kid is gradually catching up with us old guys. On the Yuehua school's side, Heavenly Venerable Golden Light shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the past, he only thought that Ling Xiao had potential and was smart enough, and that it might be beneficial to let his disciple follow him. However, now he suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated this kid. His progress is completely different from that of Haim Myung-ko. Every time he fights, it's a matter of life and death. Many times, he might even lose his life. It's really not easy for him to persevere until now. Heavenly Venerable Heavenly, I nodded. In the past, he had some prejudice against Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao was too decisive in killing. But now that he thought about it, if Ling Xiao had been an indecisive person, he would have died a long time ago without leaving even his bones behind. When I saved this kid from Mo Yan, I knew that he had a promising future. However, I'm still shocked that he could defeat the Holy Sun in front of so many people. Wang Han Tianzuan's cold eyes were also filled with incomparable surprise. Guys, can we stop sighing? Senior brother Ling just contradicted the Holy Emperor and crippled the Holy Sun in front of everyone. I'm afraid he's in danger. Lung Hao scratched his head anxiously. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt him unless I die. The Moon Maiden's cold voice sounded, and her eyes were filled with incomparable determination. You guys should leave while it's still chaotic. If a fight breaks out later, I won't have time to protect you. Lan Yuer, take the disciples of Yuehua school and leave first. The rest of us will stay behind with the Moon Maiden. Even if we die here, it's worth it to protect Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden. Heavenly Master Golden Light said. That's right. Heavenly Master Heavenly Eyes nodded. I'm afraid that's the best way. Wang Han Tianzuan said calmly as if she was not too worried about dying. The Moon Maiden did not object. Although these people were not as strong as her, they were still experts among the celestial realm martial artists. If she could not free herself, she would have to rely on these people to save Ling Xiao. I'm not leaving. Lan Yuer shook her head. If you don't leave, I'll kill you first. The Moon Maiden was not good with words. She could only use the most direct method to solve the problem. Lan Yuer was stunned for a moment before she understood what the Moon Maiden meant. She would only die if she stayed. Rather than being killed by others, she would rather die in the hands of her own people. She gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. Then, she tearfully asked the disciples of Yuehua school to leave. She was now the eldest senior sister. If she did not leave, then Dai Yuling, Ling Hao, and the others would not leave. Although Dai Yuling and Ling Hao wanted to stay, they knew very well that it was useless to stay. They would only be a burden. Therefore, they quietly left with Lan Yuer and the other two elders. Boom, the arena finally fell to the ground. At this time only the Moon Maiden, Heavenly Master Golden Light, Heavenly Master Heavenly Eyes, and Wang Han Tianzuan were left in the Yuehua school. The others controlled the Moonlight treasure ship and returned to the Yuehua school. Wu Xiang did not use this treasure when he left earlier. Anyway, his cultivation was high enough that it would not be a problem for him to return to the Yuehua school. At this time, the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family had already started to stir. Ling Zhao's crimes were too many. First, he ignored the Holy Emperor's words. Second, he defeated the Holy Sun, Haim Myung-ko. Destroying the battle arena was the third. As for the other crimes, He could list out as many as he wanted, but these three were the most important. Of course, if he wanted to find fault, the third reason was more acceptable. The other two reasons were a bit unreasonable. Hateful little bastard, if I don't kill him, I won't be able to quell my anger. The Saint Emperor was truly infuriated. A huge hole had appeared in the ground beneath his feet from his fury. His face was livid, angry, and embarrassed. Ling Xiao actually dared to not give him face in front of so many people, saying that he was childish and ignorant. How could he endure this? Your Majesty, what do you think we should do next? The Holy Sun has been defeated. Although he is still alive, he has been deprived of his immemorial natural dragon martial spirit. His strength must be much weaker than before. Si Kongzun was a sly old fox. It was better to leave the matter of offending the world to the Holy Emperor. He did not want to appear so early. The sage emperor's face was gloomy, as if he was still assessing his losses. Haim Myung-ko represented the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family. At the same time, she also represented the Sky Dragon Institute. Today's defeat would undoubtedly cause the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family to lose face. More importantly, how could the Sky Dragon Institute continue to exist under such circumstances? As the Sage Emperor, other than the safety of his daughter, he had to consider everything else. No matter what, he had to regain his face. However, with so many people present, if he did not have a reasonable excuse to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, even if he succeeded in the end, the Sacred Dynasty's royal family would lose even more face. His position as the Sage Emperor might even be replaced by someone else. The head judge could pass the position of Sage Emperor to him, so he had the ability to take it away. He could not afford to make a mistake at this time. Judges, the outcome of this battle should have been decided. Are you not going to announce the result? Just as the Sage Emperor was thinking hard about how to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's voice rang out. You win. This time, there was no suspense at all. Not only did Haim Myung-ko fall out of the stage, but she also did not have the strength to continue fighting. Even if the head judge wanted to protect Haim Myung-ko, there was nothing he could do. As the head judge announced the result, the abundant luck behind Haim Myung-ko flew directly into Ling Xiao's body. Wang, a loud sound reverberated between heaven and earth. The 9 cauldrons behind Ling Xiao were finally completed. But this was not the end. After the 9 cauldrons condensed, a huge figure appeared behind Ling Xiao. He was dressed in martial attire and looked valiant and mighty. He looked like a war god from outside the mystic world. It's the human king. It's actually the human king. Your Majesty, the human king. All the cultivators knelt down, including the Sage Emperor and Si Kongzun. They did not dare to be negligent. At this moment, Ling Xiao represented the will of the human king. They did not dare to offend him in the slightest. The human king's figure slowly opened his eyes. There was a gentle gaze in his eyes. Just this gaze alone seemed to be able to heal the wounds in everyone's hearts. Although his gaze was gentle, it was also majestic. Even the 4 Yinyang realm cultivators present did not dare to challenge His Majesty. I never expected that someone would actually be able to condense the luck of the 9 cauldrons. The human king's figure opened his mouth and spoke. His voice was as loud as thunder. Since that is the case, it means that this person has the qualifications to enter the 9 cauldrons illusion. I will help him activate it. After saying this, the human king's figure waved his hand gently. The entire holy city suddenly shook once more. In the sky, it was both bright and dark. It looked even more frightening than the previous collision between Ling Xiao and Haim Myung-ko. In the next moment, 9 greenish-yellow lights shot out from the ground. They were actually 9 giant cauldrons. The giant cauldrons floated in the air and began to rotate. The sky and earth changed color. As the terrifying winds and clouds surged, it was as if a hole had been torn in the sky. A pitch-black crack appeared in the sky. Everyone in the holy city knelt on the ground and prayed, afraid that this would be the end of the world. After doing this, the human king's figure suddenly disappeared. Others might not have felt anything, but Ling Xiao could clearly feel that there was an external force in his body. This energy could not merge into his body, but it could protect him for the time being. It seemed that the human king had also expected that a heaven-blessed young genius would be envied by others. Thus, he had to protect this young genius and not let him die prematurely. At this moment, even Ling Xiao, who had always been calm in the face of change, felt a little shocked. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. Not to mention the others. When they saw the black hole-like existence surrounded by the 9 cauldrons in the sky, they were all terrified. I never thought that the legend of the 9 cauldrons illusion was actually true. His Majesty the human king really put a lot of thought into this. Yes, it has been more than 100,000 years. His Majesty the human king actually predicted that such a day would come. It's a pity that Ling Xiao seems to be the only one who can enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. Not necessarily. The 9 cauldrons illusory realm is right there. If you have the guts, follow me and try. A 10 directions heaven realm martial artist broke through the air and attempted to enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. Bang, however, he had just reached the entrance when his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Damn, it seems like only Ling Xiao is qualified to enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. The appearance of a living example made those who were itching to make a move put away their greed. What a joke. A 10 directions heaven realm martial artist was blasted into a bloody mist. Most of the martial artists here had not reached that realm. As for Grotto Heaven Realm and Yinyang Realm martial artists, it was impossible for them to try. It was not easy to reach such a cultivation level. If they really died, it would be a huge loss. Sister Yuanu, wait a moment. I will be back soon. Ling Xiao looked up at the mysterious illusory realm like a black hole and felt a little excited. Although he did not know what was inside, this was definitely an opportunity. As his cultivation continued to grow stronger, he would need more and more heaven and earth treasures. He did not need martial arts manuals now, but treasures were definitely not lacking. Of course, it would be good if he had a divine weapon. After speaking, he opened his golden dragon wings and flew toward the mysterious illusory realm without hesitation. He did not believe that the human king would set up such a trap to kill him because it was not necessary. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the remnant power of the human king in his body was protecting him and could be used at any time. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure blocked Ling Xiao's flight path. Now that the human king's phantom was gone, the martial artists who were trembling in fear just now dared to move. Little bastard, not only did you poison the Holy Sun, but you also destroyed the sacred dynasty's altar that has stood for hundreds of thousands of years. Do you think you can leave so easily? The person who stopped Ling Xiao was Xianxia. The person who spoke was also Xianxia. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He had considered the shamelessness of the Qing clan, but he had not expected them to be this shameless. Over at the Yuehua school, the Moon Maiden's expression turned serious. She stared at Xianxia. If Xianxia dared to make a move on Ling Xiao, she definitely wouldn't stand by and watch. Heavenly Premier Golden Light and the others grew nervous as well. They had been worried that the Heavenly King sect or the royal family of the sacred dynasty would make a move against Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, the other party would be so direct and shameless. They did not even care about their reputation. No wonder Ling Xiao defeated the Holy Sun. He drugged the Holy Sun. F***ck, this shameless guy. I knew it. How could a mere Yuehua school produce such a genius? It's understandable that he defeated Qin Bishue, but defeating the Holy Sun is simply a joke. Many people in the audience believed Xianxia's words without a doubt. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they had already decided. However, some of the sect masters sneered disdainfully. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old child? If you want to pick a fight, so be it. What do you mean by drugging? Is Hai Miangkeo an idiot? How could she not know that she was drugged? Humph, the Heavenly King sect is getting more and more shameless. No wonder the sacred dynasty is declining. The royal family has already fallen to such a state. No wonder. Ha ha ha, let's just watch the show. It has nothing to do with us anyway. It won't be easy for the Yuehua school to rise again. Some people despised the royal family of the sacred dynasty and the Heavenly King sect, while others were gloating and waiting to watch the show. Anyway, there were all kinds of people these days. Xianxia was a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Although he wasn't a match for Wu Xiong or the Moon Lady, killing Ling Xiao was still a piece of cake for him. The heavenly Yuan Qi in his hands was ready, and he was ready to use his moves. If Ling Xiao tried to bypass him and enter the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm, he would definitely be ruthless. The martialists who were preparing to leave all looked over. To them, such a lively scene was hard to come by. Ling Xiao didn't move. He knew that he wasn't a match for Xianxia. If he rushed over recklessly, he would be courting death. He looked at Xianxia and sneered. It turns out that the Heavenly King Sect's deputy sect master is so despicable and shameless. Seeing that your sect's top core disciple was defeated, you came to accuse others. You said that I drugged the Holy Sun. Do you have any evidence? You said that I destroyed the altar of the sacred dynasty. That's nonsense. If I'm guilty, do you think the human king will give me the chance to enter the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm? Humph. Let's not talk about the altar for now. I saw you drugging the Holy Sun with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Xianxia snorted coldly. This was completely shameless. What he meant was that if I said you drugged the Holy Sun, you drugged him. I'm the evidence. You don't even have a chance to refute. However, Ling Xiao didn't buy it. You're the deputy sect master of the Heavenly King sect, not the deputy sect master of the Yuehua school. Do you think I'll treat your bullshit as an imperial edict? I asked you to show me evidence, not bullshit. Are you ready to accept the punishment of the mystic world's law for slandering the chosen one? Don't try to scare me. What punishment of the mystic world's law? Do you think you're the chosen one just because you say so? Xianxia didn't know what he was relying on. It seemed that he was deliberately looking for trouble. Ling Xiao said coldly, "It seems that you're determined to deal with me today. Fine. I, Ling Xiao, may be insignificant, but I'm not afraid of power. No need to talk nonsense. Just say what you want." Ha ha ha, what do I want? Xianxia laughed and said, "Don't you know that this is the holy city? If you commit a big crime here, you'll lose your head. Since you said you didn't drug the holy city, I won't slander you. How about this? You can stay in the Holy Dynasty's prison for a while. When we find out what happened, we'll see how to deal with you." Ling Xiao's face was gloomy. These people were really beating around the bush to deal with him. If he really went to prison, even if he wasn't guilty, he would become guilty. That's impossible. My feet are on my body. I can go wherever I want unless you kill me. Ling Xiao was very glad that he was prepared to escape from the holy city. However, before he escaped, he had to go to the Nine Cauldrons illusion. I won't go so far as to kill you. That would make it too easy for you. Where are the Heavenly King Sect's law enforcement team? Why aren't you taking down this traitor? This is a good opportunity for you to make a contribution. Xianxia blocked Ling Xiao's path and didn't make a move. This was because he knew that Ling Xiao was cunning. If he personally made a move, it might cause a lot of trouble. It wouldn't be good to let this guy slip away. Following Xianxia's order, more than a dozen figures suddenly rushed out from the Heavenly King sect. Other than a law enforcement elder who was in the Three Talents realm, there were also more than a dozen law enforcement disciples. Emma Wushang and Dao Wuming were among the law enforcement disciples. It turned out that the Sky King sect's law enforcement disciples were the same as the Yuehua school. They were all carefully selected from the inner and core disciples. Not only were their cultivation levels high, but they were also very good at cooperating in battle. One law enforcement elder was enough to give Ling Xiao a hard time. Now that there were more than a dozen law enforcement disciples surrounding Ling Xiao, it was clear that they had shed all pretense of cordiality. Get lost. Ling Xiao's face turned cold. Facing all kinds of attacks coming at him from all directions, he did not intend to hold back. He used the Rising Sun Sword Ray with his Celestial Realm cultivation. Dazzling golden light shot out in all directions. With a series of clanking sounds, the dozen or so law enforcement disciples flew out, but in the end, they also flew back. Bang 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 bang, one by one, they fell to the ground and could no longer move. They were lucky to be alive after being pierced by the golden energy sword. Emma Wushang, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He thought that he was not too far away from Ling Xiao and that he still had a chance to catch up. However, it seemed that it was just his own wishful thinking. Once Ling Xiao used his true strength, he would not stand a chance at all. Even the Celestial Realm Law Enforcement Elder took 2 to 3 steps back before he could steady himself. His expression was uncertain. Hee, don't joke about him drugging. To be able to cripple a dozen law enforcement disciples of the Sky King sect and even force the law enforcement elder back, is there a need to drug someone with such strength? That's right. Do you think we're stupid? But do you think the Sky King sect and Sacred Dynasty only want Ling Xiao dead? Don't be stupid. They must be after Ling Zhao's Infernal Dragon Soul and Nature Dragon Soul. Don't tell me you don't want them? Of course I do. But now that the Sky King sect and Sacred Dynasty have made their move, we can't possibly fight with them, right? Let's wait and see. Maybe there will be a chance. Everyone below the stage also had their own thoughts. After all, the 9 dragon souls were too eye-catching. Ling Xiao had actually obtained 2 dragon souls by himself. It was impossible for them not to covet it. Ling Xiao had crippled more than 10 law enforcement disciples in one move and repelled the Heavenly King sect's law enforcement elder. However, his expression did not look good. Si Kongzun. As the sect master of the Heavenly King sect, don't hide at the back like a turtle. What is your Heavenly King sect trying to do? Do you really want to go against the Human King's orders? He roared in the direction of the Heavenly King sect. Si Kongzun wanted to stay out of this. Don't even think about it, even if I have to run away, I'll still pull out your fox's tail. Haha, little brother, there's no need to be angry. It's just that the Holy Sun has indeed been poisoned, and you are the biggest suspect. Therefore, you must accept the Sacred Dynasty's investigation. This is not something that I can decide alone. Si Kongzun was a hypocrite. His words were much more hypocritical than Si Kongxian's. Little brother, you can rest assured that even if you enter the heavenly prison, we will serve you well. We won't let you suffer. T, why don't you go to the heavenly prison for a few days? Ling Xiao did not give any face to Si Kongzun. At this point, there was no use in being a coward. Si Kongzun was determined to deal with him. No matter what his attitude was, it would be the same. How dare you? How dare you speak to the sect master like that? The Heavenly King sect's law enforcement elder's expression changed and shouted loudly. I'm talking to the son of a turtle. As Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly pounced forward and attacked the Heavenly King sect's law enforcement elder. A purple flash sword appeared in his hand. Humph, I was defeated by you just now because I underestimated you. With your strength, you are still no match for me. The Heavenly King sect's law enforcement elder snorted coldly. He was fully prepared for defense, but he did not intend to attack. It would be a lie to say that he was not guilty. However, what stunned him was that when Ling Xiao was less than a meter away from him, he suddenly changed direction and rushed toward the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. Si Kongxian was also careless at this moment. He thought that Ling Xiao was going to fight the law enforcement elder head-on. In the end, he could only watch as Ling Xiao darted past him. By the time he wanted to catch him, it was already too late. However, he was too late. Someone could not hold back and made a move. A terrifying aura that was enough to suffocate Ling Xiao completely blocked his way. Ling Xiao hurriedly retreated and instantly retreated more than 100 meters. At that moment, he only wanted to distance himself from this person. Your Majesty! Many people cried out in surprise. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, even the Yin-Yang realm expert like the Heavenly King personally made a move. Wasn't he thinking too highly of Ling Xiao? The Heavenly King's attack did not succeed because someone had blocked his sure-kill attack. Looks like you're tired of being the Heavenly King. A cold voice echoed in the sky. A terrifying and cold aura instantly filled the entire arena. Among the broken walls, the fairy-like woman stood in mid-air as if she was not real. The Heavenly King's face instantly turned red. He had really lost all face today. Not only did Ling Xiao talk back to him, but he was also blocked by the Moon Lady. He did not even have the chance to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Slap, a loud slap resounded through the world. The Moon Lady's fair hand had actually slapped the Heavenly King's high and mighty face. Hiss, the entire arena was filled with gasps. This was too exaggerated. In the current Tianlong continent, someone actually dared to slap the Heavenly King, even the previous Heavenly King did not dare to do so. You! How dare you hit me? The Sage Emperor was also dumbfounded. If the Moon Lady's obstruction had already made him feel extremely humiliated, then this slap had completely stunned him. Slap, it was another resounding slap without any hesitation. Damn, who is this woman? Why is she so fierce? She should be the Yuehua School's Moon Lady. I've long heard that this woman is extremely powerful and is a top-notch expert in the Yinyang realm. Seeing her today, it's indeed true. Strength is awesome. She even dares to hit the Heavenly King. She's too powerful. Some of the experts below the arena were gloating. The Heavenly King always felt that he was high and mighty and that no one in the world dared to do anything to him. Many people were unhappy with him. However, although most people were unhappy with him, they did not dare to make a move. They did not expect a valiant heroine to appear today and slap the Heavenly King twice in a row. Moon Lady, isn't this a little too much? Our ancestors were all subjects of the Human King. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to slap the Human King's descendant today? In the VIP seats, Si Kongzun stood up and said with a frown. The Human King's decree is for Ling Xiao to enter the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm, but this unfilial son wants to kill Ling Xiao. He doesn't even take the Human King seriously. Now you want me to spare him on account of the Human King? The Moon Lady replied coldly. Since the Moon Lady is unwilling to show mercy, then I have no choice but to spar with you. Si Kongzun's expression did not look good. It had been a long time since he met someone who did not give him face. If you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap. Anyone who dares to harm Ling Xiao will be killed without mercy. Si Kongzun left the VIP seats with an ashen face and went to the Holy Emperor. 2 Yinyang realm experts had joined forces just to deal with Ling Xiao. No one would believe such a bizarre thing even if they told it to others. The Moon Lady looked at the 2 people in front of her and asked Ling Xiao softly, "Are you okay?" "Don't worry, Sister Moon Lady. I'm fine. It's a pity that my cultivation is too low. I can't fight against a Yinyang realm expert. Thank you for your hard work." Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I said that I'll protect you until you can protect me." The Moon Lady smiled at Ling Xiao. Her smile seemed to be able to melt dozens of meters of ice in an instant. "I understand. But you don't have to fight with them. I've already thought of a plan to escape. You just need to delay them and let me enter the 9 Cauldrons illusion." The 9 Cauldrons illusion was both an opportunity and a way to escape. He had to enter it. He didn't want the Moon Lady to risk her life here. A wise man knew when to back down. Since he wasn't a match for them now, he could just slip away and come back for revenge in the future when he was stronger. After all, Ling Xiao's enemies wouldn't have an easy time. "Don't worry. As long as you're fine, it'll be easy for me to escape." The Moon Lady smiled. Although the Holy Emperor and Si Kongzun were terrifying when they joined forces, they couldn't stop the Moon Lady if she wanted to leave. Even if the Chief Judge joined forces, she wouldn't be afraid, let alone the 2 of them. At the Yinyang realm, it was too difficult for a warrior to kill another warrior. Without an overwhelming advantage or a perfect plan, it was almost impossible. "Okay. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Sister Moon Lady. Also, let Heavenly Master Golden Light and the others leave. It's meaningless for them to stay." Ling Xiao glanced at the Yuehua school and found that Lan Yuer and the others had already left. However, Heavenly Master Golden Light, Heavenly Master Heavenly Eye, and Wang Han Tianzuan were still there. Understood. The Moon Maiden's words naturally carried more weight. She was more confident in persuading Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light and the others. The great battle had yet to begin, and the Heavenly King sect would not stop the 3 of them from leaving. After all, they were insignificant characters. Even though Heavenly Lord Golden Light and the others were feeling helpless in their hearts, they knew that there was nothing they could do even if they stayed behind. Even Si Kongxian could not deal with it, let alone Si Kongzun or the Sage Emperor. Moreover, since Ling Xiao had a plan to escape, they would only be a burden if they stayed. If they didn't leave now, they would really become a burden later. The three of them looked at each other and left one after another. As expected, the Heavenly King sect did not stop him. After all, their key target was Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao didn't leave, everything would be fine. Moon Maiden, I have no intention of becoming enemies with your Yuehua school. We didn't stop those three people. You saw it yourself. I hope that you won't ruin the relationship between the Yuehua school and the Heavenly King sect for an insignificant brat. In the end, Si Kongzun was still unwilling to make a move. Even if he joined forces with the Sage Emperor, they might not be a match for the Moon Maiden. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to fight the Moon Maiden. Nonsense. The Moon Maiden's cold voice completely interrupted Si Kongzun's delusions. You attacking Ling Xiao is equivalent to attacking me. If you let him go, today's battle can be avoided. If this continues, we will have to come to an end. Hearing this, Si Kongzun frowned. The Sage Emperor said coldly, Moon Maiden, you should know very well that Ling Xiao stole my daughter's natural dragon soul and even destroyed the sacred dynasty's ancestral temple. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to continue being the Sage Emperor. Countless citizens of the sacred dynasty will be bitterly disappointed. What a glib tongue. The Moon Maiden said disdainfully, if you want to steal the Hell Dragon soul and natural dragon soul, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Speaking of citizens of the sacred dynasty, Ling Xiao is also one. Moreover, he is the most outstanding one among the younger generation. He is also the chosen one selected by the martial arts festival. You are the one who is truly disgraceful. It seems like there is no way to negotiate. Si Kongzun and the Sage Emperor looked at each other. They both knew that it was impossible to persuade the Moon Maiden. Therefore, they could only take action. Si Kongzun, don't worry about anything else. Stop Ling Xiao and don't let him enter the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm. If anything happens, you will be responsible. The rest of the disciples of the Heavenly King sect, do your best to capture Ling Xiao. Si Kongzun gave the order. He was prepared to do whatever it took. Do you want the Heavenly King sect to be destroyed? The Moon Maiden's cold voice sounded. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over Si Kongzun's head. If the Moon Maiden was willing, none of the warriors below the Grotto Heaven realm would be able to survive. This was the terror of the Yinyang realm. You dare to massacre the sacred city? The Sage Emperor exclaimed. Why wouldn't I dare? If you dare to lay your hands on my people, I dare to massacre the sacred city. The Moon Maiden's words were cold and there was no room for negotiation. Damn it, Si Kongzun, we can only rely on you. Do your best to capture Ling Xiao. Si Kongzun knew that it was meaningless to rely on their advantage in numbers. If they really pushed the Moon Maiden into a corner, she would definitely be willing to perish together with the sacred city. Don't worry, big brother. That kid can't escape from my grasp. Si Kongzun chuckled. Just now, he almost let Ling Xiao enter the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm. At this moment, he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. Heavenly Yuan force gushed out. He actually set up a protective barrier at the entrance of the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm. Although this protective barrier wasn't very strong, it was impossible for a Sky Realm warrior to break it. The Moon Maiden wanted to stop him, but she was stopped by the Sage Emperor and Si Kongzun. The 3 Yinyang realm experts fought. Although they didn't use their full strength, the crazy energy fluctuations still made the entire sacred city tremble. This wasn't the first time Ling Xiao saw a battle between Yinyang realm warriors. Therefore, he didn't enjoy it. Instead, he used his golden dragon wings and suddenly rushed towards the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm. You want to leave? Not so easy. Si Kongzun didn't need to guard the entrance. He began to chase after Ling Xiao. Although he couldn't fly, his movement technique was also excellent. In this small space, he didn't lose to Ling Xiao. In an instant, he arrived near Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to fight with him. Although he was confident, Ling Xiao also knew his own limits. He could fight a Sky Realm warrior with a cultivation base below the 3 Talents Heaven Realm. If they were stronger, he wouldn't be able to fight. If it was a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, he would definitely be defeated in one move. That was without a doubt. Unless his opponent made a mistake first. then, he would still have a chance to launch a sneak attack. In the sky, there was a battle between 3 Yinyang realm experts. On the other side, there were 2 figures constantly chasing after each other. The figure behind was obviously faster, but the guy in front was unusually cunning. Every time he was about to be caught, he would always be able to escape at the last moment. It was as if the cunning little fish was competing with the fisherman. However, this fish seemed to be playing with the old fisherman until he was dizzy. Heavenly King Cauldron. Suddenly, Xianxia roared. A huge bronze cauldron flew out from his palm and covered Ling Xiao. After the bronze cauldron flew out, it grew bigger. In an instant, it was 7 to 8 meters tall. It could definitely cover Ling Xiao completely. I didn't expect Xianxia to take out the Heavenly King's sex treasure just to catch Ling Xiao. It should be a divine-grade treasure, right? Yes, it's a divine-grade treasure, the Heavenly King Cauldron. Once trapped, it's impossible to escape. The Moon Lady in the distance also noticed the situation. Her expression changed drastically as she tried to save Ling Xiao. However, the Sage Emperor and Xikongzun were not to be trifled with. They held her back. Even if she wanted to save Luo Binghe, she couldn't do it. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was caught, the Moon Lady would have to hold back. The battle would end immediately. That brat deserves it. In the crowd, Mo Wushang snorted. He had suffered too much at the hands of Ling Xiao today. Therefore, when he saw that Ling Xiao was in danger, he became excited. It's probably going to end soon. No matter how powerful the Moon Maiden is, she won't be able to protect Ling Xiao alone. The Bloodblade sect leader shook his head. No one knew if he was relieved or sighing. Clang, the sound of the cauldron falling to the ground could be heard, and Ling Xiao was trapped inside. Ha ha ha, to think that you would have such a day. I'm going to eat you alive. Xianxia laughed heartily as the bronze cauldron took control of Ling Xiao. Not long ago, he had been humiliated in the True Devil Forbidden area. Just now, he was humiliated again here. He was actually tricked by Ling Xiao. He couldn't take it lying down. Therefore, the moment he caught Ling Xiao, he was ready to put away the bronze cauldron. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the sturdy bronze cauldron. What's that? The sharp-eyed chief judge saw a 7-colored light. It was a butterfly. When everyone saw the thing that had bitten the cauldron, they couldn't help but be stunned. It was a very beautiful butterfly. It was very small, but it was constantly eating away at the divine artifact. What was even more frightening was that Xianxia had been caught off guard and hit in the chest by a beam of light shot out by the butterfly. Ah! A miserable shriek came from Xianxia's mouth. His body was like a deflated balloon, flying around in a strange trajectory in the sky. It was as if he was completely out of control. The heavenly elemental energy in his body was also crazily leaking out. This sudden turn of events gave everyone a shock. This included the Moon Lady, the Holy Emperor, and Xikongzun, who were fighting fiercely. They all stopped fighting and looked over. The Moon Maiden knew Ling Xiao very well, but she was still a little confused. As for the others, they were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes and jaws almost fell to the ground at the same time. What was going on? A dignified Grotto Heaven Realm expert was actually sent flying by a martial artist who had just entered the Celestial Realm. No, it's not Ling Xiao. It's that butterfly. After all, there were still some clever people present. They quickly determined that it was the butterfly that had attacked Xianxia, and not Ling Xiao. Could this be a variant of Ling Xiao? *T, how could there be such a variant? This should be a trump card that he has never used. What kind of ferocious pet is this? The people present more or less understood Ling Xiao after watching the finals of the martial arts festival. This kid had so many trump cards that it was too much for the eyes to take in. Who knew what kind of incredible means this guy would suddenly use? Brat, what did you do? On the ground, Xianxia, who had finally regained control of his body, was as irritable as thunder. Just a single attack from the butterfly had caused his heavenly elemental energy to leak out crazily. His current strength was at most equivalent to the 9th heaven of the celestial realm. Although he was still much stronger than Ling Xiao, there was no longer an insurmountable gap between them. At the very least, it was impossible for him to kill Ling Xiao in one move. In addition, once bitten, twice shy. At this moment, he was extremely fearful and did not dare to approach Xianxia at all. He could only roar with a gloomy face. To be honest, Xianxia was also surprised. He originally thought that he was really in trouble this time. Who knew that the butterfly in the mountain river world would actually run out of its own accord and bite the monarch cauldron to pieces and even injure Xianxia? This was simply a huge surprise. He had allowed the little butterfly to stay in his mountain river world and serve it well. It could be said that he had done his utmost benevolence. This little thing probably came out to repay his kindness. What a strange little fellow. It's a pity that I still don't know what you are. I'll call you a butterfly, but how can there be such a powerful butterfly in the world? In any case, thank you very much. Xianxia stretched his limbs and allowed the little butterfly to land on his hand. Then, he smiled at Xianxia and said, "Old thing, come again if you can. I want to see how much heavenly yuan energy you have left." Seeing that Xianxia was fine, the Moon Lady was naturally no longer worried. Instead, she attacked the Sage Emperor and Xianxia again. Previously, the two of them were holding her back. Now, she was holding them back to give Xianxia enough time to enter the Nine Cauldrons illusion. What the hell is that thing? Xianxia did not dare to approach Xianxia and only roared. "Xianxia, you piece of trash. What's so scary about a little butterfly? Capture Xianxia and that little thing should be useless." Xianxia roared in the middle of the battle. However, because of this roar, he was hit by the Moon Lady's palm and his chest almost caved in. This was the result of being distracted while fighting against an expert. This Xianxia really didn't take the Moon Maiden seriously. However, it was nothing for a Yin Yang realm expert to have his chest caved in. He would recover after a while, but it would consume his Yin Yang jade. After reaching the Yin Yang realm, the heavenly veins in one's body would turn into Yin Yang jade. This was a good item that could bring a warrior back to life. However, every bit of Yin Yang jade consumed would be a little less. It might even cause one's cultivation to regress. If he only had 30% of his Yin Yang jade left, his life would be in danger. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, even a Yin Yang realm warrior would not easily use Yin Yang jade. However, Xianxia had no choice. Now that he was facing a powerful enemy, he could only rely on the Yin Yang jade to recover. "Brother Xian, don't be afraid. Just focus on Xianxia. Leave this little butterfly to me." The person who spoke was the imperial physician of the Sacred Dynasty's imperial family, Sun Shang, the heavenly lord of miraculous hands. Although heavenly sovereign miraculous hand Sun Shang had always been called a heavenly sovereign, in reality, his cultivation had already broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm. After all, as the most powerful alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent, even if his cultivation aptitude was slightly inferior, he had an endless supply of elixirs, so he was still faster than the average person. Alright. Although Xianxia did not understand why Sun Shang suddenly attacked, he was relieved that Sun Shang was here. "Little guy, after you finish eating this divine grade artifact, I promise to give you 10 more immortal grade artifacts so that you can eat your fill. Can you help me stop that, Sun Shang?" Sun Shang was already prepared to make a move. Novel, law, it didn't matter if the little butterfly came out or not. He would make a move when necessary. And now, because Sun Shang had his eyes on the little butterfly, he planned to make a move in advance. However, Xianxia believed that the little butterfly was definitely stronger than Sun Shang. That old guy dared to underestimate the little butterfly, he would definitely suffer a great loss. The little butterfly was overjoyed when it heard Xiao's words. It seemed to like eating all kinds of divine weapons and treasures the most. 10 immortal grade artifacts were a delicacy to it. In addition, it had been residing in Xiao's body, so it would be unreasonable if it didn't make a move. After all, it was just stopping one person. Whoosh, after a series of strange noises, under the shocked gazes of countless people, the small butterfly that was only slightly larger than a fingernail turned into a huge butterfly in the blink of an eye. When the butterfly spread its wings, it was more than 2 meters wide. With its enlarged body, a gentle flap of its wings could create a violent whirlwind. Flying in the air, one could clearly see the graceful body of the little butterfly between its wings. It wasn't an insect, but a beautiful woman with a graceful body and exquisite appearance. Don't be fooled by this beauty's appearance. With the completion of the transformation, an extremely terrifying and vigorous energy erupted from her body, forming an energy storm in the space around her, tearing apart countless air and elements. The beautiful woman flew in the air and looked down at Sun Shang on the ground. Her expression was extremely cute, but no one dared to underestimate her. Even Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect the little thing to become so big. Sister Moon Maiden wouldn't be angry, would she? He secretly glanced at the Moon Maiden. He found that the Moon Maiden seemed to have become more ferocious in battle. Damn, this is an azure battlefield. Sister Moon Maiden is really angry. Sigh, I didn't know this little guy could become so big. Ling Xiao helplessly smiled bitterly. From the day he obtained this little butterfly, he had always felt that this little fellow would never grow up, so he didn't think too much about it. However, from the looks of it today, his thoughts seemed to be a little off. Ha ha ha, Sun Shang, aren't you afraid that your lifespan will be shortened by making a move on such a beauty? In the crowd, a judge laughed loudly and shouted. Sun Shang's old face reddened, but he had no intention of stopping. He even cursed disdainfully in his heart, idiot, what do you know? You have no idea how valuable this thing is. As long as I can get my hands on it, not only will I become the #1 alchemist on the Heavenly Dragon continent, but I will also become the #1 alchemist in the entire profound world. Xianxia, do your best. Don't fail miserably. You're a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. If you lose to a junior like Ling Xiao, your Heavenly King sect will be too ashamed to face others in the future. Many people were watching the show. At this time, it was time to mock Xianxia. Since they couldn't get the 2 dragon souls, they might as well take advantage of him with their words. Although these people's words were really unscrupulous, Xianxia knew in his heart that they weren't joking. Ling Xiao wasn't strong, but the problem was that he had too many trump cards. This time, a small butterfly had appeared. Who knew what kind of ghost would appear next time, therefore, he had to be very careful. Ignoring the words of those people, Xianxia carefully walked towards Ling Xiao. In any case, as long as he kept an eye on Ling Xiao and didn't let this kid enter the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm, his mission would be completed. As for other things, he couldn't care less, nor did he want to care. He didn't have the ability to care. On the other side, the heavenly sovereign of miraculous hands, Sun Shang, took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the butterfly girl in the sky. He looked very cautious. Rashly attacking an unfamiliar target was an unwise move in itself. Therefore, Sun Shang had to be careful. Even if it was for his own greed, he didn't want to lose his life. Sun Shang stretched out his 2 arms. His arms were wrapped with green heavenly origin energy, which then became like old tree bark. Don't look down on this thing just because you think it's ugly. Sun Shang had relied on this strange old tree bark to defeat many experts of a higher realm than him. Hee hee. In the sky, the butterfly girl let out a sweet laugh, as if she was a carefree little girl. To be honest, Ling Xiao felt a lot of guilt for letting such a little girl fight, let alone Sun Shang, who was fighting with her. However, the battle had already begun. Sun Shang wouldn't show mercy, nor did he dare to show mercy. 2 powerful auras spread out from the butterfly girl and Sun Shang. Although they couldn't compare to the auras of the 3 Yin-Yang realm experts, they were still sharp and oppressive. Many warriors with weaker cultivations even felt their bodies convulse. They were so frightened by this powerful aura that they foamed at the mouth. Before this, no one would have thought that just dealing with Ling Xiao would not only incur the wrath of the Moon Maiden, but also provoke the wrath of the Moon Maiden. He had even provoked this strange butterfly girl. Just how many more surprises could this kid bring them? Of course, it might be a surprise for the onlookers, but it was a little depressing for the people from the Heavenly King's Gate. Seeing that Xianxia didn't make a move, Ling Xiao suddenly sped up and rushed in the direction of the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm. At this moment, among the warriors from the Heavenly King's Gate and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family, other than the head judge, the strongest was only at the Heaven realm. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. The little butterfly girl's appearance really helped him a lot. As long as the Moon Maiden defeated the Holy Emperor and Xianxia, this battle would end. He could also successfully enter the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm and escape. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Ling Xiao had plenty of ways to escape the pursuit of these people. Where do you think you're going? Although Xikong Xian was afraid of Ling Xiao, seeing that Ling Xiao was about to escape into the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm, he couldn't care less and chased after him. On the other side, the auras of the butterfly girl and Sun Shang had already risen to their limits. Their auras were terrifying, but they appeared extremely quiet. Ling Xiao knew that this was definitely the calm before the storm. The following battle might be more ferocious than he imagined. At a certain moment, one of the auras suddenly erupted. Sun Shang soared into the air, and two thick vines appeared in his hands. Terrifying energy condensed on the vines, making one wonder how terrifying its destructive power was. It tore through the sky as easily as tearing a piece of paper. At the same time, the butterfly girl also moved. The expression on her originally smiling face turned solemn. The two wings on her back flapped and suddenly erupted. The seven-colored light condensed into a beam of light that shot towards Sun Shang. In the sky, two resplendent lights intersected and collided violently. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, a terrifying light that temporarily blinded them was produced. After that, a thunderous sound spread throughout the entire holy city, causing many timid cultivators to shudder involuntarily. Whether it was the butterfly lady or Sun Shang, they both seemed to be good at mid-range and long-range attacks. The green vines and the rainbow light collided repeatedly, causing explosions to ring out. Both sides wanted to attack the other first, but were blocked by the other party's tenacious defense. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Usually, such warriors were afraid of being attacked because their defense was not strong. Sun Shang seemed to have noticed this as well, so a huge vine suddenly appeared behind him. The vine split into tens of thousands of thin vines that pierced towards the butterfly lady. The butterfly lady flapped her wings and a huge protective wall that was identical to her wings completely blocked her behind. The vines constantly hit the protective wall, producing sounds like raindrops hitting the ground after a torrential downpour. Sun Shang was surprised to find that the butterfly lady had many defensive methods, especially that protective shield. It was amazing. He had used almost all his strength, but he was unable to completely shatter the protective shield. In terms of strength, the butterfly lady was probably not weaker than any Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, but she was severely lacking in experience. Seeing this, Sun Shang could not help but sneer. No matter how strong you are, if you lack experience, I have a way to deal with you. Bang! Suddenly, a huge spike shot out from the ground where the butterfly lady was. The spike was extremely fast as it pierced towards the butterfly lady. Furthermore, its position just happened to bypass the protective wall. What Sun Shang did not expect was that the butterfly lady did not panic in the slightest in the face of this sneak attack. She only shook her body, causing rainbow powder to fall. The powder was quite terrifying. When it stuck to the vines, it actually caused the vines to turn around and attack Sun Shang. Although its power would be greatly reduced, this kind of defensive method still shocked many people present. It could be seen that the butterfly lady was inexperienced, but she was not stupid. Her intelligence could make up for her lack of experience. She's really hard to deal with. Sun Shang frowned. The reason why he took action was naturally because this butterfly girl was worth capturing. Secondly, it was because he had judged the butterfly lady's current strength and felt that he could subdue her with his own ability. If that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. Sun Shang had never thought of himself as a martial artist. Sometimes, martial artists had to abide by certain rules. For example, they had to try their best not to use special items like the Thunderbolt Fireball during battle. However, he had no such concerns. The reason why he didn't use it before was purely because he was afraid of killing the butterfly lady. After all, he wanted the butterfly lady alive, not a corpse. But now, it was different. He sensed how powerful the butterfly lady was and knew that even if he used that special method, he wouldn't be able to kill her. Therefore, he no longer had any misgivings. Boom! Sun Shang threw out an emerald green pellet, which then exploded near the butterfly lady's body. The terrifying impact sent the butterfly lady's body flying. The skin of the critical area that was hit by the explosion ruptured, and blood flowed out of the skin. It was a ghastly sight. Ah! A shrill scream came from the butterfly lady's mouth. The lively and cute little girl's eyes flickered with blood-red hatred. The figure that was sent flying suddenly stopped and pounced at Sun Shang at an unbelievable speed. The butterfly lady, who was originally only good at mid-range and long-range attacks, was now in close range. Even her appearance had a subtle change. She became more ferocious and even somewhat ferocious. Sharp nails grew on her hands. They were more than 3 inches long. It was obvious that they weren't simple. Sun Shang was stunned by the sudden change in the situation. He didn't have time to dodge because the opponent was simply too fast. Helpless, he could only erect countless vines to form a vine shield to protect him. He had poured almost all of his strength into this shield, all for the sake of blocking this brazen attack. However, in the next moment, the shield was directly smashed into pieces. The glittering nails enlarged in his eyes. Poochie, in the nick of time, Sun Shang managed to avoid being hit in his vitals, but his shoulder was directly pierced through. The bloody hole made people shudder. In the arena, countless people were dumbfounded. That was Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hand Sun Shang. There weren't many people in the Grotto Heaven realm who could injure him, and there were even fewer who could trample on Sun Shang like that. However, things didn't end there. Sun Shang, who was pierced through, was sent flying by a terrifying force. He directly penetrated 4 or 5 walls of the palace, causing human-shaped holes to appear on the walls. Is this still the delicate butterfly lady from before? The warriors who were watching the show swallowed their saliva, finding it unbelievable. The contrast between before and after was a little too big. Bang! After a series of explosions, Sun Shang, who was covered in blood, darted out from behind the wall. His gaze turned completely cold, but he was horrified. Only then did he realize that he had completely underestimated this strange butterfly. In the beginning, he only thought of it as a little monster that lacked combat experience. He thought that it would be easy to capture it with his own means. However, he ended up in such a sorry state. He had to resort to even more vicious means. If bombing didn't work, he would use poison. In any case, as an alchemist, Sun Shang was more familiar with poisons. His strongest poison was something that even Yin-Yang realm warriors had to be wary of. If he were to use it on this butterfly girl today, he would be a little reluctant to do so. After all, the materials needed to refine such a poison were very difficult to find. He only had a small drop, and it would be gone once he used it. It was originally for self-defense, but the butterfly lady had completely infuriated him, making him want to kill her. He turned his head to look to the other side. Ling Xiao and Xianxia were still playing hide-and-seek. As time passed, Xianxia's speed became slower and slower, but Ling Xiao's speed didn't slow down. He would occasionally attack the protective wall at the entrance of the 9 Cauldrons illusion realm before quickly retreating. Xianxia couldn't do anything to him. Originally, Xianxia could still rely on his Grotto Heaven realm cultivation to forcefully increase his speed, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. However, after being attacked by the butterfly lady, his strength was greatly reduced, and he temporarily fell to the heaven realm. This advantage was basically gone. Ling Xiao's golden dragon wings were something that no one in the heaven realm could catch up to. Many people might be able to kill Ling Xiao with a single slap, but they wouldn't be able to catch up to him. This was the huge benefit of Ling Xiao's golden dragon wings that he had painstakingly cultivated. What a piece of trash! Sun Shang couldn't help but curse when he saw this. He wanted Xianxia to help him deal with the butterfly girl, but he didn't expect that guy to not even be able to deal with Ling Xiao. He could only rely on himself now. However, poisoning the butterfly girl was definitely not an easy task. If things went wrong, he might even be poisoned himself. There was no antidote for this poison. If he was really poisoned, he would probably die. What do you guys think? What's the background of this little butterfly girl? It seems to be even stronger than Sun Shang. Although it hasn't reached the Yin-Yang realm, it seems to have great potential. The warriors who were watching the show were bored and became interested in the butterfly girl. I think I've seen something similar in an ancient book, but it shouldn't be like this. After a careful comparison, there's still a huge difference. Where did Ling Xiao get such a treasure? How many fortuitous encounters did this guy have? Even the sect masters of the 12 sects could only shake their heads and smile bitterly. This Ling Xiao felt that his luck was much stronger than the Holy Sun's. It was no wonder that he could defeat the Holy Sun, Xianxia, and become the champion of the martial arts festival. Just as the people below were discussing, the battle on the battlefield didn't stop. The Moon Lady's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. Not only could she completely suppress the Holy Emperor and Si Kongzun, but she also became stronger as the battle went on. This made Si Kongzun and the Holy Emperor feel a chill in their hearts. The reason they dared to attack Ling Xiao was that they didn't have to fear the Moon Lady if they worked together. They might as well kill the Moon Lady and get rid of a huge problem. However, the Moon Lady's strength was far beyond their expectations. Grand Holy Emperor, are you still not going to help? Do you want to see the foundation of the sacred dynasty destroyed in the hands of this woman? Xingdi's chest was hit by a palm strike, and his mind was shaken. He was really afraid of dying here, so he immediately asked the head judge for help. Humph. You guys brought this upon yourselves, so settle it yourselves. You want this old man to join hands with you to deal with a little girl? This old man feels ashamed. The head judge snorted coldly. Although he said that, he was still paying attention to the match. Even though he wouldn't team up with Xingdi and Si Kongzun to deal with the Moon Lady, he would definitely save Xingdi if he was in danger. After all, that was his heir and his own son. The Holy Emperor felt helpless. He could only use all his skills to block the Moon Lady's attacks with all his might along with Si Kongzun. Looking at Sun Shang's side, the Butterfly Lady's attack had begun again. Realizing that Sun Shang wasn't dead, the Butterfly Lady's eyes were still filled with rage. A rainbow-colored light flashed, and she approached him again. It seemed that they were no longer using mid-range and long-range attacks. Instead, they were madly engaging in close combat. Humph. I was just worried that you wouldn't come close to me. Sun Shang snorted coldly and retreated as he fought. As his hands danced, layers of vines and rocks appeared behind him to form a protective barrier. No one noticed that wisps of black gas were constantly emitting from the rocks. This old man had already started using poison. Not only could this method poison the Butterfly Lady, but it could also prevent him from being contaminated by the poison. It was truly brilliant. The Butterfly Lady was simply unstoppable. She broke through the layers of defenses, but she also inhaled the black poisonous gas. She continued to approach Sun Shang, but there didn't seem to be any signs of being poisoned. This made Sun Shang very anxious. No effect, how is that possible? That's a highly toxic poison that even a Yin-Yang realm expert would be wary of. Could it be that this guy has poison resistance? Sun Shang was only focused on retreating. His mind was filled with thoughts about the Butterfly Lady. He didn't realize that he was getting closer and closer to the location where Ling Xiao and Si Kongxian were fighting. Suddenly, Ling Xiao moved. He didn't notice the poison, but he felt that this was a good opportunity. Si Kongxian couldn't catch up to him. Sun Shang was a problem. As long as he took Sun Shang as a hostage, the Holy Emperor and Si Kongzun would definitely hold back. The reason was simple. Although Sun Shang wasn't a relative of the royal family, he was still very useful to the Sacred Dynasty's royal family. Once they lost the strongest alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent, the strength of the Sacred Dynasty's royal family would definitely plummet. What did they have to contend with the 12 sects? How could they lead those sects? 5 swords appeared. Ling Xiao planned to use the move he used against Xianxia. Because that was his strongest attack so far. What is Ling Xiao trying to do? Does he think he can cause harm to a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Although Sun Shang didn't notice Ling Xiao, the spectating martial artists saw it very clearly. Ling Xiao made his move in front of everyone. If they couldn't see it, wouldn't they be blind? Almost everyone felt that Ling Xiao's actions were inexplicable. It was like a little lamb pouncing on a big bad wolf. He was simply sending himself to his death. Could it be that he thinks Sun Shang is fighting too hard, so he's deliberately sending himself to die? Someone even joked. Ling Xiao didn't care about these people's thoughts. He didn't have the time to care. If these people could see his actions, the Heavenly King's Gate naturally could too. Heavenly Venerable Sun, be careful behind you. Someone from the Heavenly King's Gate had already warned Sun Shang. Ling Xiao had to seize the opportunity. In that instant, the heavenly elemental energy in his body rose to the maximum. In addition, after the battle with Xianxia, he hadn't changed back to his 10th human dragon form. Therefore, this attack could be considered his strongest attack before he transformed into the ancient golden dragon form. As the heavenly elemental energy continued to condense, the heavenly elemental energy in the heavenly vein began to boil like magma in a volcano. The light brought about by the power of the 5 treasured swords also reached its peak in an instant. A huge 5-colored sword appeared in the void. Shadow Sword Art, Divine Retribution Sword. Stinking brat, I can't beat the butterfly lady, but do you think I'll be afraid of your attack? In fact, Sun Shang had already noticed Ling Xiao's actions, but he didn't care at all. He was even prepared to attack the moment Ling Xiao approached him and subdue Ling Xiao. The butterfly lady finally showed symptoms and coughed out a trace of black blood. Ha ha ha, little butterfly, you're dead for sure now. You've been poisoned by this old man's poison. You won't have the chance to be arrogant anymore. Sun Shang laughed ecstatically. With a wave of his hand, a vine shield appeared behind him. He felt that this casual defense would be enough to block Ling Xiao's attack. After all, he was Sun Shang, a top expert in the Grotto Heaven realm. Ling Xiao was just a warrior who had just entered the celestial realm. What harm could he do to him? Hearing that the butterfly lady had been poisoned, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. Due to anger, he even lost some of his rationality. He, who had been unwilling to transform into the ancient golden dragon form, instantly transformed into the ancient golden dragon form. Even though it was only the first form of the primordial golden dragon, the crazy energy seemed to suddenly erupt and leak out. The power of the primordial hell dragon and primordial natural dragon merged into this huge body. What is that? Everyone was stunned. Including the 3 Yin-Yang realm experts who were fighting and Xikong Xian, who was chasing Ling Xiao. In the sky, a golden divine dragon that was dozens of feet long was circling in the air. In front of its huge mouth, a 5-colored divine sword was aimed at Sun Shang. Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. He originally thought that after entering the primordial golden dragon form, he would not be able to use this sword technique. Now, it seemed that something was wrong. The 5-colored divine sword had merged with the dragon's roar and could attack at the same time. At this moment, Sun Shang was completely dumbfounded. The terrifying energy infused into the 5-colored divine sword had completely exceeded his expectations. Sun Shang, go to hell. A thunderous roar came out of the golden dragon's mouth. A horrified expression appeared on Sun Shang's face. Even a Yin-Yang realm martial artist would not dare to be hit by such an attack without any defense. Moreover, he was only a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. The defense he had set up previously was useless. Therefore, this time, he was just standing there and letting Ling Xiao beat him up. The dragon's roar and the divine retribution sword came crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. It was really like a divine punishment descending from the heavens. Golden Dragon's Fury. Before the attack arrived, the ground had already shattered. The terrifying impact caused Sun Shang's face to distort. It was not that Sun Shang did not want to dodge or defend. However, it was too late. Under countless shocked gazes, the terrifying dragon's extinction and the 5-colored divine sword pierced through Sun Shang's body. At that moment, all sounds seemed to suddenly disappear. Silence, terrifying silence, boom. After the silence, an explosion finally sounded. Sun Shang knelt on the ground and looked like he was on his last breath. On the Heavenly King sect's side, Xianxia, who had already woken up, saw this scene and fainted again. She was furious. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? How could this be? This guy actually had such a terrifying strength in his battle with her. Even a peak Grotto Heaven realm martial artist like Sun Shang could not withstand such a terrifying attack, let alone her. At the very least, Sun Shang was still alive. If it were her, she would definitely be dead by now. There might not even be a single trace of her left. What a terrifying fellow. The Qin Bishua licked her dry lips and lowered her proud head. To think that he had thought that he could be on par with Ling Xiao. In the face of such an attack, he was not even worth mentioning. He felt a little vexed, but there was nothing he could do. Ling Xiao is worthy of being called the chosen one. But what's with this variant? Did he obtain another martial soul? Many people couldn't understand what was going on. Ling Xiao clearly possessed the ancient Hell Dragon and the ancient Nature Dragon martial soul. How could he transform into a golden divine dragon after transforming? He had never heard of an immemorial golden dragon martial soul. Wasn't the golden dragon king missing? Finally, the terrifying rumbling stopped. Countless cracks had already appeared on the ground. This was not a martial arts stage, but real ground. It was actually cracked by the pressure of this attack. When the light dissipated, Sun Shang kneeling on the ground appeared in front of everyone. The guy who was usually high and mighty and looked down on all martial artists in the world as playthings was now like a dead dog. His entire body was charred black and there was a large hole from his chest to his abdomen. It seemed that all his internal organs had been destroyed. Even Ling Xiao himself felt that this attack was inconceivable. Logically speaking, even if he entered the immemorial golden dragon form, it was impossible to cause such great damage. However, he knew what was going on. When he entered this form, the human king's aura in his body had decreased by 1 cauldron. This meant that the human king had helped him. It seemed that being the chosen one had some benefits. He could borrow a portion of the human king's power from the 9 cauldrons. This time, he used 1 cauldron, leaving him with 8 cauldrons. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was worth it to be able to severely injure Sun Shang. "Little guy, have mercy." Just as Ling Xiao was about to follow up with another attack and kill Sun Shang, one of the judges stepped forward. This old man once owed Heavenly Sovereign miraculous hands a favor. "I definitely can't let you kill him." This person was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before transforming back into his human form and charging towards the butterfly lady. He needed to check on the butterfly lady's condition. Furthermore, it was unwise to provoke this Grotto Heaven Realm judge who was clearly unwilling to make a move. "Kill. Kill him. Kill him." Sun Shang still had a breath of life left. After all, this old man was an alchemist. He probably expected that he would end up like this, so his body structure was a little special. At this moment, he grabbed the judge and shouted with all his might. However, his voice couldn't be too loud. The intense pain coming from his body made him want to die. In front of all the upper echelons and genius disciples of the 12th sex, he was actually nearly killed by a 15-year-old brat. In the end, he still needed someone to save him. This was simply too embarrassing. "Brother Sun, it's better to heal your injuries first. Otherwise, you will really die." The judge clearly had no intention of making a move. Although he owed Sun Shang a favor, saving Sun Shang's life was already extremely benevolent. How could he find trouble with Ling Xiao? Offending the Moon Lady wasn't fun. Furthermore, the Butterfly Lady wasn't easy to deal with. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to pay attention to this matter. He was carefully examining the Butterfly Lady's injuries. "Little girl, are you all right?" Ever since he obtained the Butterfly Lady, he treated her as his family. This was probably the most normal reaction for someone who had lost his family at a young age. Today, the Butterfly Lady had saved his life and helped him greatly. If the Butterfly Lady died, he would really go crazy. Don't cry." The Butterfly Lady's body was trembling. It was obvious that Sun Shang's poison had a terrifying effect on the Butterfly Lady, causing her body to deteriorate even faster. The little girl wiped away the tears at the corner of Ling Xiao's eyes and smiled. I won't cry, but you can't die." It had been a long time since Ling Xiao cried so emotionally. At this moment, he looked like a real child. Sigh. "Although I don't know how he almost killed Sun Shang, the younger generation will surpass us in time." The Villa Master of the Spiritual Medicine Manor sighed. "That's right. Where did this kid get so many good things? First, it was the ancient Hell Dragon martial soul. Then, it was a peak Grotto Heaven Realm pet. Now, it's the Golden Divine Dragon variant. I'm starting to wonder if there's a huge organization secretly supporting him." The Bloodblade sect master muttered to himself. In fact, there were many people who believed that Ling Xiao had the support of a powerful organization. The sect master of the Hemostasis Blade sect was definitely not the only one. This was because even if the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly King sect worked together, They could only obtain the ancient nature dragon martial soul for the holy sun, Xianxia. Compared to Ling Xiao, the difference was like heaven and earth. Could it be that Yuehua school has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all this time? The sect master of the Snow Mountain sect frowned. That's impossible. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is pure idiocy. Don't forget how the Heavenly King sect bullied Yuehua school in the past. How many Yuehua school disciples died in the hands of the Heavenly King sect's disciples? The sect master of the Profound Fire sect shook his head. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. They really did not know what had allowed Ling Xiao to make such terrifying progress. Each of their sects had a powerful intelligence system. If Ling Xiao really had connections with a big organization, it was impossible for them not to know. Currently, the two organizations that Ling Xiao was closest to were the Yuehua School and the Divine Sword sect. If the Yuehua School was not good enough, the Divine Sword sect was not as good as the Yuehua School. Mother, help him. Look at how sad he is crying. Perhaps it was because of Dai Yuling or because she admired Ling Xiao. Dai Yaoling actually begged her mother. What's wrong? Is the little girl's heart rippling? The villa master of the spiritual medicine villa, the asked with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about, mother? I just feel that there are not many people who are as loyal as him in this day and age. Dai Yaoling shook her mother's arm and said. Whether he is loyal or not, you will know soon. The stood up and said loudly to Ling Xiao, little guy, do you want to save that little butterfly? Yes. Ling Xiao raised his head abruptly, wiped away his tears and nodded. It's actually not difficult to save her. Our spiritual medicine villa has already figured out the antidote for the poison that Sun Shang developed last year. It's just that you have to pay a price. Said. Senior, please tell me. As long as I can save her, I'm willing to pay any price. Ling Xiao nodded heavily. What if I ask you to give the natural dragon soul to the spiritual medicine villa? Sneered. She had seen a lot of people like this. When they talked about it, they were moved by it, but when it came to asking them to pay the price, they were completely evasive. She wanted to show her daughter that Ling Xiao was just one of those people. I'm willing. However, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed to her request. Was stunned. She asked in disbelief, are you sure you didn't hear wrongly? I want the natural dragon soul, not other martial spirits. Of course you didn't hear wrong. It's a natural dragon soul. As long as Senior can save the butterfly girl, I'm willing to give it to you with both hands. I won't go back on my word. Ling Xiao said solemnly. Okay, I've underestimated you. However, this price is only the reward for our spiritual medicine villa. In addition, you may be greatly affected. If you want to detoxify the poison, you will have to consume a lot of source energy. This will cause your cultivation to drop significantly. Even if it drops to the transcendent realm, are you still willing? Senior. There's no need to say these words. What's a drop in cultivation? I, Ling Xiao, was able to cultivate to this level in such a short time. Even if I were to do it again, it wouldn't take long. Ling Xiao interrupted guess words. He just wanted to save the butterfly girl now. Everything else didn't matter. Her cultivation could still be improved, but the butterfly girl only had one life. Okay, I'll help you. Finally stopped talking and jumped over to teach Ling Xiao how to detoxify the poison. After obtaining the detoxification method, Ling Xiao directly pulled out the natural dragon soul and gave it to You're too anxious. Don't give it to me. Give it to your senior sister, Dai Yuling. I owe Dai Yuling too much, but she doesn't want anything I give her. Just give it to her as her junior brother. Smiled with a touch of helplessness in her eyes. Don't worry about detoxifying. I'll protect you. As the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa, this young and beautiful woman just wanted to make up for the mistakes she made when she was young. She knew that her daughter liked Ling Xiao, so protecting Ling Xiao from being ambushed was nothing to her. Ling Xiao could feel that his heavenly essence energy was constantly being consumed. This was something that had never happened before. However, the poison in the butterfly girl's body was constantly being expelled. This meant that the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa wasn't lying to him. Thinking of this, he stopped letting his imagination run wild and started detoxifying the butterfly girl wholeheartedly. Sun Shang was also brought for treatment. In his current state, if he wasn't treated, he wouldn't be far from death. Xianxia stood there, not daring to move. He might have been able to exchange a few blows with the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa before. But now that his cultivation had been greatly reduced, he was no match for her. As a result, there was a very strange situation. The Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family clearly said that they wanted to capture Ling Xiao, but no one dared to make a move. Moreover, the Sacred Emperor and the Heavenly King sect's sect master, Xikongzun, were being suppressed and were on the verge of defeat. Should we make a move? In the crowd, the flame deity looked at the palace lord of Jade Water Sacred Palace and asked. I know you have a grudge with that kid, but now isn't the time to discuss personal grudges. Don't ruin the Storm Legion's plan. The palace lord of Jade Water Sacred Palace reminded. Although the flame deity was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. In terms of strength, he wasn't as strong as the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa. Without the help of the palace lord of Jade Water Sacred Palace, he would be courting death. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. The two figures quickly crashed into the ground, and both of them were defeated. In the sky, the godlike Moon Lady looked down at the Sacred Emperor and Xikongzun on the ground with indifference and disdain. Damn it, how is this woman so strong? The Sacred Emperor clutched his chest and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Xikongzun's condition was much better than his, but there were many injuries on his body. She's an old monster from 100,000 years ago. We're no match for her. It's a pity that the Grand Holy Emperor isn't willing to help. Otherwise, it's possible to take her down. That old thing is really senile. The Sacred Emperor was so angry that he didn't choose his words carefully. Sister Moon Lady, let's go. As the battle ended, Ling Xiao's detoxification was also completed. The little butterfly returned to sleep in the mountain river world. As the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa had said, Ling Xiao's cultivation had dropped to the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. He wasn't even a Heaven Vein cultivator anymore. However, he was still a little special because once a Heaven Vein was formed, it wouldn't revert back to its original state. So, he still produced Heaven Origin energy in his body. A Transcendent Realm 9th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator with Heaven Origin energy was something that had never happened before. Let's go. The Moon Maiden smashed Xikongxian's barrier to the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm with a punch before leaving the sacred city. Ling Xiao stepped into the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm. As long as he entered, the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family would not be able to do anything to him. After Ling Xiao entered the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm, the black hole did not disappear. However, no one was able to enter as they stared blankly at it. Come, surround this place. Don't give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. He will stay here for the rest of his life. The Sacred Emperor was furious as he gave an order. Immediately, someone responded and carried out the order. Ling Xiao naturally did not know what was happening outside. At this moment, he had already entered the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm. The moment Ling Xiao entered the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm, he could clearly feel a very strange change. There seemed to be countless chaotic spaces around him, and these spaces were mixed together, forming countless chaotic mixed spaces. The creatures and plants inside seemed to be randomly pieced together, giving off a very disharmonious feeling. What exactly is going on? What is the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm trying to tell me? Ling Xiao was a little confused. After all, it was his first time here and he was completely unfamiliar with the situation here. Don't just look at the outside world. You have to look at your own heart. A voice rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Human King? You don't have to look for me. This 9 Cauldrons illusory realm only has a remnant of my consciousness. Everyone who enters the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm sees different things. What you see is related to your own body. Don't be lost in this chaotic environment. You have to look at your own body. Perhaps you can find the answer. My own body? Ling Xiao frowned. The 9 cauldrons illusory realm should be a place to increase one's cultivation. Seeing such a chaotic environment here, could it be that his cultivation was also extremely chaotic? Chaotic, yes, it must be so. Ling Xiao had always felt that he had not grasped the true essence of the mountain river martial soul and was walking on a path that deviated from the core. However, he was completely unclear as to what was going on. Senior, do you think that I have learned too many things? The only thing that I have not truly used the most powerful mountain river martial soul? Ling Xiao asked. The human king did not answer his question, but the chaotic scene had disappeared, and in its place was a vast and empty field. 9 cauldrons fate 9 cauldrons fate chi floating above the 9 cauldrons fate was exactly the same as Ling's fate 9 cauldrons ss doozes. It's if you be willing to give up. Is. They exists to let's. Their purpose. Is exists goes. Them exists twos, s2. Exists bees they are is. S is. Is. Exist. 2. Exists is on. Existence. Is. 2 S Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. It's true that the mountain river martial spirit can contain everything, but in the initial stage, if you use too many things, it will lead to the mountain river martial spirit not being able to make full use of it. My opinion is very simple. Temporarily give up on all martial arts other than the secret soul arts, including your hell dragon soul and sword demon martial spirit. Do I have to give up the eye of the world? That's not necessary. Your eye of the world is the door to the mountain river martial soul. It is the best means to release the power of the mountain river martial soul. Its existence can hide the existence of the mountain river martial soul, which is beneficial to you. Hearing this, Ling Xiao fell silent. Heavenly Pulse Sword Art, Shadow Sword Art, 12 Golden Lotus Arts, Hell Dragon Soul, Yigushin Martial Soul, and so on. It would not be easy for him to give up all of them. After all, those things were the means of attack that had accompanied him all the way, and even helped him advance to the celestial realm. Although his cultivation had now fallen to the transcendent realm 9th layer, it was really painful to give up these things. You can choose for yourself. You can get the method to use the 9 cauldrons of the mountain and river martial spirit, or you can improve your cultivation back to the celestial realm. I won't force you. After all, you are the real chosen one. What I can do is to make you stronger. Although the human king's words were very relaxed, Ling Xiao could not help but smile bitterly. Return to the heaven realm, of course, he wanted to, but it was not difficult. There was no need to rely on the power of the 9 cauldrons illusion. Have the correct method to use the mountain river martial soul, that was possible, but to give up other things was really uncomfortable. Perhaps it will be easier for you to accept this. These things are only temporarily abandoned. When you master all the basic practical methods of using the mountain river martial soul in the 9 cauldrons, you can pick them up again. However, you may not be interested in these things in the future. I choose the correct method to use the mountain river martial soul. Ling Xiao thought for a while and made a decision. He also felt that in order to increase his strength, he had learned too many things over the past year, which had affected the practical use of the mountain river martial soul. He did not regret this, because these things had helped him cut through the thorns all the way to where he was now. Without them, he, Ling Xiao, would not have been able to achieve what he had today. As a young man without anyone to guide him, taking a few detours on the road of cultivation was not a shameful thing. It was not too late to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. He had decided. Good. Then, let me lend you a hand. After receiving an affirmative answer from Ling Xiao, the human king's phantom suddenly appeared and tapped on Ling Xiao's forehead. In that instant, Ling Xiao noticed that a huge vortex had appeared in his mountain river world. Like a black hole, it sucked in the heavenly pulse chi sword, shadow transformation sword art, hell dragon soul, 12 golden lotus arts, book of seals, and so on. Then, a huge seal word appeared above the black hole. At the same time, Ling Xiao's heavenly pulse also changed. The original lotus became 9 cauldrons. It was indeed still a heavenly pulse, but there were 9 of them, which made Ling Xiao feel very strange. These things can only be unsealed after you finish cultivating the practical method of the mountain river martial soul in the 9 cauldrons. I hope you don't regret it. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's my own choice. I will bear it myself. I will definitely not regret it. Ling Xiao nodded heavily. The development of the matter did not end there. The mountain river martial soul returned to a chaotic and desolate place, like a pitch-black universe, without anything. However, the eye of the world still existed, but it was dim. In addition, there were 9 huge bronze cauldrons floating in the empty universe. On each bronze cauldron, there was a number, clearly indicating the order. Then let's start with the first bronze cauldron. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and opened the first bronze cauldron. A resplendent light instantly shone out, covering the entire world. The originally pitch-black world of mountains and rivers became bright. This is the first step to creating the mountain river world, to have sunlight. The human king's voice sounded again. Ling Xiao saw something that looked like a sun floating in the sky of this world. However, this sun was crescent-shaped and looked very strange. The first cauldron represents the inheritance of light. It is also a necessary step for the mountain river world to turn from chaos to light. Comprehend it well. When the scarlet sun becomes completely round, your inheritance of light will be fully mature. At that time, you can open the second cauldron. The human king was truly thoughtful, leaving all the information to Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao respect and admire this mysterious sage even more. The scarlet sun needs to go through 15 steps to become round. In each step, you will gain something. You can slowly comprehend it. I have also completed my mission. It is time for me to return to the side of the human king. When the voice rang out, he had already left. Ling Xiao realized that at this moment, he had really lost a lot, including the special abilities that he had obtained from the mountain river martial spirit. Only the analysis ability was fused with the eyes of the world and became even more powerful. This was an unexpected gain. It was a pity that his martial soul avatar was gone. Although the existence of this martial soul avatar didn't become his greatest fighting strength, it still helped him a lot. I really have to start everything from scratch. Fortunately, I haven't lost my ability to analyze and practice, so I'm not afraid. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and began to meditate on the cauldron of light. In the first stage of the cauldron of light, not only could he comprehend the power of light and shadow and apply it to any martial arts, he would also be given a free set of sword techniques that could be combined with the power of light and shadow. This was a brand new sword art, light-shadow sword art. Light and shadow were 2 inseparable existences. Only when there is light can there be a shadow, and only when there is a shadow can the existence of light be revealed. The light-shadow sword technique didn't have any sword moves, only sword intent. The sword moves could be changed according to one's needs, and could even be combined with other sword techniques. This sword technique is divided into 7 levels. The first level, basic level, allows one to comprehend the Scarlet Yang Force and Shadow Force. Level 1, Elementary Mastery. The sword technique had the power of the red sun, and it formed the Shadow Sword. The Shadow Sword was hidden under the sword chi and could harm people without being noticed. It was simply impossible to guard against. The first layer, Success. The sword art could draw upon the power of the red sun. Using both light and heat at the same time, the power would be greatly increased. Under the cultivation level of the heaven tier, there would be no opponent. Level 1, Great Mastery. When the sword chi is used, the power of light and shadow can be unleashed to an even higher degree. Within the range of its power, it can cause the opponent to convulse due to the blazing heat. It can even cause the opponent to show signs of melting. Furthermore, the power of the Shadow Sword will continue to increase. Level 1, Pinnacle. Using the sword to trigger the Scarlet Sun Heavenly Retribution, Shadow Demon's Descent. The might of the sword would reach a new height, and its destructive power would be even more terrifying. The first level, Perfection, could condense the Great Yang and Great Yin swords of light. With the treasured sword as the foundation and the power of light and shadow as the support, not only was it powerful, but it could also improve the cultivator's various abilities. The first level, stage of the transformative stage, had different effects depending on the person. Although it's a free sword technique, its power is not bad. Since I don't have any other martial techniques, I can try to cultivate it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. Sensing the energy within the 9 cauldrons illusion, he began to cultivate the light shadow sword technique. With the passage of time, his light inheritance improved by leaps and bounds. The light shadow sword technique improved by leaps and bounds. Now that he thought about it, this was all thanks to the mixed martial arts that he had cultivated in the past. It was precisely because he had come into contact with so many martial arts that he understood so many things. When he was cultivating the light shadow sword technique, a reference object would very quickly appear in his mind, allowing him to easily comprehend it. The first layer of the light shadow sword technique was successfully cultivated, the second layer was successfully cultivated, the shadow sword was something that could not be seen with the naked eye. Only Ling Xiao could sense it. He did not have any light attribute weapons, so he could only temporarily make do with the purple lightning sword. It was also fortunate that these weapons were not sealed. Otherwise, he really would not know what to do. He did not plan to throw away these swords. He always had a feeling that within the 9 cauldrons, there was definitely something related to the celestial phenomenon. If there was no celestial phenomenon in a world, how strange would that be? Therefore, these treasured swords were still useful. Moreover, they had been upgraded to the immortal grade, so they could not be thrown away casually. After leaving here, I have to think of a way to get a light attribute treasure sword. Although the attributes are not compatible, although I can still use the light shadow sword technique, it is still not the best. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. According to the rules, Ling Xiao could only stay in the 9 cauldrons illusory realm for a maximum of 18 hours. He definitely could not afford to waste any time. Now that an hour had passed, he had to make the best use of his time and try his best to cultivate the light shadow sword technique to a higher level. In terms of moves, he was not worried. There were many different kinds of sword techniques in the outside world. As long as he could find one that was compatible with the light shadow sword technique, it would be fine. At this time, outside the 9 cauldrons illusion, the Moon Maiden had already disappeared. The people of the 12 sects were still discussing some matters to clean up the mess after the battle. The Sage Emperor even planned to bestow the title of Heaven's chosen son to the Holy Sun. Because of this matter, they were arguing with several judges. After an hour, the scene was almost cleaned up, but they still could not reach a satisfactory conclusion. However, at this time a fiery dragon horse came from the horizon. This was a fiery dragon horse that only the royal family of the sacred dynasty was qualified to own. The rider of this fiery dragon horse was the eldest son of the Sage Emperor, who was now the general of the border. He was usually not in the sacred city and was basically fighting the blue-eyed race and the barbarian race outside. He could be considered a brave warrior. Mingfeng, why are you back? The Sage Emperor was surprised to see Ji Mingfeng. Your Majesty, something big has happened. For Ji Mingfeng to say this, it was definitely not a simple matter. What is it that made you violate the agreement between us father and son? The Sage Emperor was displeased. Although Ji Mingfeng was his eldest son, he was born of a concubine and did not even know who his mother was. Therefore, the Sage Emperor did not want him to stay in the sacred city and arranged for him to fight outside. In fact, Ji Mingfeng was very strong. He was only in his 40s and was already a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. His talent was not inferior to the Holy Sun's. It was a pity that he did not have a good mother. A month ago, the blue-eyed race launched a brazen attack on the barbarian race. In just 3 days, they annexed all of the barbarian race's territory and captured the barbarian king alive. Ji Mingfeng did not explain anything. He just reported in detail what he had to report. What? Hearing this, not only was the Sage Emperor shocked, but also the upper echelons of the 12 sects. Of course, there were also people who secretly laughed, but did not laugh out loud. Obviously, someone must have known that the blue-eyed race had attacked the barbarian race. How could the barbarian race lose so easily? The barbarian king is a Yin-Yang realm expert who is not inferior to the Holy Emperor. The leaders of his 9 tribes are also experts of the Tao Insight realm. All this time, the blue-eyed race has never taken advantage of them. What is going on now? The Holy Emperor asked loudly. novel, law, this was also a common problem for the others. It was impossible for the blue-eyed race to be so powerful. Of course, more importantly, the blue-eyed race had destroyed the barbarian race. On the Tianlong continent, the only opponent was the Sacred Dynasty. The next target to attack was naturally the Sacred Dynasty. How could the decadent Sacred Dynasty resist the attack of the blue-eyed race? Would the 12 sects face the same tragedy as when they faced the true demon empire in the past? Your Majesty, I am not very clear about the specific situation, but there is a theory that the blue-eyed race seems to respect the Yin-Yang demon king of the true demon empire. In this war, instead of the blue-eyed race attacking the barbarian race, it would be better for the true demon empire to rise from the ashes. Ji Mingfeng's words once again caused the crowd to be shocked. The shadow of the true demon empire had always been an indelible fear of the Sacred Dynasty. Who would have thought that after tens of thousands of years, the true demon empire would appear again? If this is the case, it will be troublesome. If the barbarian race is destroyed or subdued, it will be a great threat to our Sacred Dynasty. That's right, the true demon empire is ambitious. How could they let go of our Sacred Dynasty? But although our 12 sects are stronger than the 9 tribes of the barbarian race, we are not much stronger. Can we really resist the attack of the blue-eyed race? Why don't we just surrender? Anyway, there is nothing wrong with being ruled by the true demon empire. What a bunch of nonsense. Back then, the true demonic empire adopted a policy of extermination against the Holy Dynasty. Unless they were willing to be their slaves, they would all be killed. Could it be that you want humans to become the slaves of the true demonic empire? The Holy Emperor seemed to have forgotten the hatred between him and Ling Xiao at this time. After all, national enmity was greater than family hatred. What's more, one Ling Xiao could not destroy his rule. But the true demon empire could definitely destroy everything. He knew what was more important and what was more important. Saint Emperor is right, but with our strength, how can we resist the invasion of the true devil empire? Could it be that we need to ask for help from the divine Phoenix continent? You don't need to go anywhere. Today, this is the place where you will decide your life and death. At this moment, the palace master of the Jadewater Divine Palace stood up. Her originally pretty face was now one yin and one yang, one male and one female. Not only that, the terrifying aura spread out, enveloping the entire battle arena. It was extremely terrifying. She was actually a yin-yang realm expert. Her aura was no weaker than the Moon Maiden's. You are not the palace master of the Jadewater Divine Palace. The Saint Emperor shouted, Who are you? Who am I? I'm the yin-yang demon king you're looking for, ha ha ha. The woman sneered, a mocking smile on her face. Now, I'll give all of you a chance. Join the true devil empire, or die here. The cold voice was very strange. It was as if a man and a woman were speaking at the same time. It sounded very strange. Humph. Do you think you can destroy our Sacred Dynasty all by yourself? The Grand Holy Emperor snorted and stood up. Although the Yin-Yang Demon King was a Yin-Yang realm expert, the Sacred Dynasty had a total of 4 Yin-Yang realm experts. Although the Moon Maiden wasn't here, the Grand Holy Emperor, the Saint Emperor, and the Sikon Zun could definitely compete with the Yin-Yang Demon King if they worked together. I alone am enough. However, I have brought some helpers with me. I can't let you die in such a pitiful manner. The Yin-Yang Demon King smiled, and a huge Yin-Yang diagram appeared behind him. The diagram opened, and martial artists rushed out from it. Most of them were Sky Realm martial artists, and a few of them were Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. In the current Heavenly Dragon continent, Yin-Yang Realm martial artists belonged to the extreme. There were only a few of them. There were also very few Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, only about 20 or so. However, the Yin-Yang Demon King had brought a total of 7 or 8 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists with him, as well as dozens of Heaven Realm martial artists. This was a display of his powerful force. The martial artists who walked out of the Yin-Yang diagram were not only experts from the Blue Eyes clan, the Ninja clan, and the Barbarian clan, but also experts from the Sea clan. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. The true Devil Emperor is a member of the Sea clan that came from the deep sea. If that's the case, the Storm Legion's news is also true. Damn it. The Sacred Dynasty had fallen to such a state. This made people sigh. Even when the true Devil Empire was at its peak, they didn't dare to casually come to the sacred city. However, a mere Yin demon king had come to the sacred city and seemed to want to slaughter all the upper echelons and genius disciples of the 12 sects. What are you afraid of? With the strength of our sacred dynasty and the 12 sects, they are no match for us. The highest holy emperor shouted. Many people were scared out of their wits. When they heard the highest holy emperor's words, they calmed down and carefully analyzed the current situation. Although the opponent was very strong, the experts of the 12 sects were basically here. It was absolutely impossible to lose to the opponent. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The Yin demon king let out a crazy laugh. What a bunch of idiots. Since this king has appeared here, I naturally have a reason to win. If you want to listen to this old man, then listen, but I will only give you one last chance to choose, submit or die. Among the crowd, there were obviously people with weak willpower who had already decided to surrender. However, they were afraid of being executed as traitors, so they didn't dare to speak up for the time being. However, most people still had no intention of surrendering. Among the 12 sects, there were still many people with integrity, regardless of their character. The Blue Eyes clan is led by the Yin demon king. As long as we join forces to destroy the sky today, defeating the Blue Eyes clan, the Barbarian clan, and the Ninja clan will be easy. This is a good opportunity to create a great cause. Yes, the opponent has fewer people than us, and their strength is also inferior to us. What are you afraid of? If they dare to come, then they won't be able to return. Kill. Fight. In just a moment, the higher-ups of the 12 sects reached a consensus. It was definitely better to be a tyrant than to be a dog. In fact, the difficulty of this multiple-choice question was too simple. At the Holy Emperor's command, the higher-ups of the 12 sects gathered together and prepared to attack the Yin demon king and the others, completely trapping them here. A bunch of idiots. This king has given you a chance. Zun, are you still not going to attack? Attack. Under everyone's stunned and puzzled gaze, Zun punched through the Holy Emperor's chest. The Holy Emperor was seriously injured on the spot and almost died. It wasn't just Zun. Most of the upper echelons of the Heavenly King sect took action at the same time, plotting against the upper echelons of the other sects nearby. Even the spies that had been planted in the various sects turned on them at this moment. For a moment, screams rang out one after another. Those who fell to the ground were all important figures. Chaos, complete chaos. The internal chaos was even more terrifying than the external attacks. For a moment, everyone was in danger. The originally united scene completely collapsed in an instant. Zun, you bastard. Do you know what you're doing? The Holy Emperor's life was in danger, but he was a Yin realm expert after all. He wouldn't die in a short period of time. He never dreamed that his most trusted right-hand man, his most trusted friend, would be a lackey of the sea race. Of course I know what I'm doing. Zun's cold voice rang out in the void. Then, his body began to change rapidly. Lightning flashed around him, making him look like a demon god. This king is the Lightning Demon King under the former True Demon Emperor. Shouldn't this prince kill you? You can only blame yourself for being an idiot. After so many years, you still don't know that the Heavenly King sect is just a chess piece that the sea race planted in the sacred dynasty. The Heavenly King sect of the past has long been emptied by us. As he spoke, Zun raised his hands. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Those sacred dynasty warriors who hadn't been killed by the spies were all struck by the lightning. Their bodies turned into charcoal. The remaining warriors were also slaughtered by the experts brought by the Yin demon king. The once flourishing holy city had now become a purgatory on earth. Slaughter everyone in holy city. This king wants to let the humans know that the sea race has returned. The entire Sky Dragon continent will belong to the sea race. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The Yin demon king laughed wantonly. They had been planning this for a long time. It was a pity that the Plague Demon King and the Evil Beast Demon King had been killed. This was unexpected. Otherwise, today's plan would have been much easier. Outside, a crazy massacre was taking place. Inside the Nine Cauldrons fantasy realm, Ling Xiao was still wholeheartedly practicing the Cauldron of Light martial arts. The profound meaning of light and shadow was simply too profound. It was impossible for him to fully comprehend it within a short period of time. However, the cultivation of the light-shadow sword technique was rather easy. 4 hours later, Ling Xiao's light-shadow sword technique had already reached the 4th level of greater mastery. However, the further he progressed, the slower his speed became. According to his estimation, he should be able to reach the 6th level of the light-shadow sword technique in 18 hours. As for the 7th level of the transcendent stage, it was not something that could be comprehended in a short period of time. However, being able to cultivate to the great perfection realm was already enough. At this time, his cultivation had made another breakthrough, and he had become a Heaven Pulse martial artist. However, he was still in the embryonic stage. However, as long as there was an improvement, it was very likely that he would be able to recover his original cultivation. He was in no hurry. After another 6 hours, a layer of dazzling light appeared around Ling Xiao's body. This layer of light seemed to be enveloped by a scarlet sun, constantly burning with terrifying flames. I have finally succeeded in cultivating the first step of the profound meaning of light. Seeing this layer of light, Ling Xiao could not help but exhale a mouthful of turbid air. This layer of light was called the Scarlet Sun Feather Coat. Not only could it provide Ling Xiao with a strong defense that was far superior to the previous dragon scale armor, but it could also completely incinerate any object or energy that approached Ling Xiao. The success of cultivating the Scarlet Sun Feather Coat meant that the first step of the Cauldron of Light had been completed. There were still 14 steps left. In addition, the Light Shadow Sword technique had also been cultivated to the 6th level of greater mastery, which was much faster than he had imagined. Buzz, buzz, after 2 strange sounds, Ling Xiao had 2 strange long swords in his hands. One was pure black, and the other was pure white. The black one was the Tyrant sword, and the white one was the Taiyang sword. These were 2 energy swords that were formed purely by the power of light and shadow. Let's test their power first. At this thought, Ling Xiao stabbed at a huge rock in the distance. The sword aura of the Taiyang sword hit the huge rock, and the huge rock melted instantly. The scene was extremely strange. The sword aura of the Tyrant sword hit another huge rock. The huge rock did not seem to have any changes, but with a gentle breeze, the huge rock turned into fine powder instantly. And this was merely an energy sword. If it was condensed with a deity-grade precious weapon as the foundation, the power would only be greater. My cultivation has also recovered to the growth stage of a Heaven Pulse martial artist. It seems that there should be no problem. Ling Xiao smiled. During this period of time, he did not deliberately increase his cultivation, nor did he use any elixirs. He only cultivated the ultimacy of light, and his cultivation had already improved so quickly. The recovery of his cultivation was much faster than other people's cultivation. In addition, Ling Xiao also discovered a secret. Inside the human king's cauldron of light was the inheritance of light. However, Ling Xiao comprehended 2 ultimacies from it, the ultimacy of light and the ultimacy of shadow. He was now focusing on the ultimacy of light, but his ultimacy of shadow had also improved at the same time. After completing the first step of the ultimacy of light, he obtained the Scarlet Sun Feather Coat. After completing the first step of the ultimacy of shadow, he obtained the Shadow Armor. The Shadow Armor did not have any offensive or defensive effects, but it could hide Ling Xiao's body. This was similar to the Shadow Martial Soul that Ling Xiao used to have. However, the Shadow Martial Soul could only be used by himself, while the Shadow Armor could cover others. However, it could only be used after his cultivation had increased. With Ling Xiao's current level, he could only bring 1 more person with him at most. There are still 8 hours left. I'll cultivate for a while more. I'll strive to reach the 7th level of the transformative realm of light shadow sword technique and see what effect it will have. After calculating the time, Ling Xiao closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. However, this time, he could not be at ease. He felt that something had happened. He checked on the butterfly that was lying quietly in his beast ring. It was sleeping very soundly, and there were no abnormalities. Could it be that something had happened outside? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao opened his Eye of the World. Everything outside the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm was immediately reflected in the mountain river world, as if it was a projection. How could it be? Ling Xiao was stunned the moment he saw the projection. Although he did not like the royal family of the sacred dynasty and had no feelings for the other sex, he still broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the bloody scene. The hair-raising feeling made his hair stand on end. At this time, the sacred city had become a ruin. There were corpses and broken limbs everywhere. Regardless of whether they were warriors or ordinary people, most of them had died tragically. There were still battles going on near the martial arts arena. The warriors of the sacred dynasty, led by the Grand Holy Emperor, had been compressed into a group of only a few hundred people. One had to know that there were tens of thousands of warriors who came to the sacred dynasty this time, and there were tens of millions of people in the sacred city. There were only so few people left, no wonder the river outside the sacred city was dyed red, and the ground was also blood red. The afterglow of the setting sun was so terrifying. It was definitely hell on earth. The Holy Emperor was on the verge of death. His son, Ji Mingfeng, carried him on his back and fought desperately. However, more and more wounds appeared on his body. The Holy Emperor was a Grotto Heaven realm powerhouse. In Ling Xiao's eyes, he was invincible below the Yin-Yang realm. However, he was in such a sorry state. The Holy Emperor was being suppressed by the Yin-Yang Demon King. He had no choice but to sacrifice his lifespan to increase his combat strength. Only then could he fight to a standstill. The sect master of the Crimson Blade sect had died in battle. The sect master of the Snow Mountain sect had also died in battle. They looked like they had been ambushed and died in a cowardly manner. The Villa master of the spiritual medicine villa was covered in wounds. He was struggling to hold on. More than half of the genius disciples who participated in the martial arts festival had died. The rest were from the top 20 geniuses. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that Mo Wusheng, Dao Wuming, and Qin Bishui had joined the Oceanic tribe and were killing the sacred dynasty's martial artists with Bai Qianjiao and Hong Li. The Holy Sun, Hai Mian Ko's performance impressed Ling Xiao. This girl was arrogant and vicious. However, she was not muddle-headed in the face of major issues. Although she was injured, she still fought to the death with her injured body. It seemed that the Holy Emperor's choice of her to be the Holy Sun was not unreasonable. Lu Taiyin and Hong Sanmei were still alive. However, they were also covered in wounds and looked like they were having a hard time. 2 of the 10 Grotto Heaven Realm referees had died in battle. They had been killed by the Sikong Zun. The others were still resisting the Sikong Zun's crazy attacks. They were in imminent danger. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao could not hold it in any longer. Although the people outside had nothing to do with him, he was born and raised in the sacred dynasty. How could the sacred dynasty escape unscathed? If the sacred dynasty was really destroyed, he would have to live a life of running for his life forever. Let him be the Oceanic tribe's dog, he could not do that, therefore, he had to think of a way. The Moon Lady should have returned to Yuehua school by now. She definitely wouldn't be able to help. Only he could think of a solution, especially at times like this, he needed to remain calm. Ling Xiao took a deep breath as various methods flashed through his mind. Got it. Ling Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. He had originally planned to escape with the Grand Supreme Holy Emperor and the others. However, from the looks of it, there was no need for that. With the 9 Cauldrons illusion, he could even chase away the Yin-Yang Demon King and the others, or even severely injure them. This was something left behind by a sovereign personage. Its might could be imagined. He had only absorbed 10 hours of energy during his cultivation, so there were still 8 hours left. Therefore, the power of the 9 Cauldrons illusion was still very strong. He didn't know how big it was, but he would know when he tried it. Does the heavens want our sacred dynasty to perish? As his strength continued to decline, the Grand Supreme Holy Emperor's heart was filled with sorrow. He had already used all his strength, but he still couldn't defeat the Yin-Yang Demon King. At this moment, he was truly powerless. Another of the 10 Grotto Heaven Realm referees had died, leaving only 7. Moreover, as the number of referees decreased, the gap between them and the Sikong Zun grew larger and larger. If they continued, they would undoubtedly die. They felt helpless, but they didn't think of escaping. If they left, those young people would really die. They were the hope of the sacred dynasty. Moreover, even if they wanted to escape now, they couldn't. Your Highness the Holy Sun, I'll give you a chance. Join the Oceanic tribe like us, and you might even become the Holy Emperor immediately. Emma Wushang looked at the Holy Sun, who had been knocked to the ground and was no longer able to fight back. A look of pity appeared on his face. That's right. As long as you're willing, we can immediately support you to become the new Holy Emperor. The Xikongzun laughed. I'm also your master. Why would I harm you? But don't be stubborn. Bah. Although I've done many wrong things, I'm not stupid. Even if I die, I'll never become the Oceanic tribe's dog. Hai Miankeo was also distressed. She didn't expect such a young Fanghua to die in such a cowardly manner. Of course, she didn't want to die, but she also didn't want to betray the sacred dynasty. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Emma Wushang snorted. The Holy Sun had always been suppressing him in the Heavenly King Gate. It was impossible for him to not have any resentment towards the Holy Sun. Right now, he was taking advantage of this opportunity to end his inner demons. You may know a person for a long time, but not his heart. If it's him, he definitely won't betray the sacred dynasty. Before the Holy Sun died, a figure flashed through his mind. Are you Ling Xiao? Humph, he'll accompany you in the afterlife. Don't worry. At the mention of Ling Xiao, Emma Wushang became even angrier. His huge claws swiped at the Holy Sun's neck. The people around wanted to save him, but it was too late. At this moment, the sacred dynasty's people couldn't even take care of themselves. Ah! A blood-curdling scream resounded through the sky. However, the one who screamed wasn't Hai Miankeo, but Emma Wushang. His huge claws had been neatly sliced off. A person stood in midair. He held a black sword and a white sword in his hand. His long black hair danced in the wind. The golden dragon wings on his back had disappeared, and in their place was a pair of black and white wings. Ling Xiao. Son of a bitch. The chosen one. It's him. Countless people looked up at the sky. Ling Xiao's appearance was too eye-catching. I didn't expect him to be the one to save me. Hai Miankeo shook her head and smiled bitterly. If there was anyone she didn't want to owe in this life, it would be Ling Xiao. However, the one who saved her was Ling Xiao. Idiot, run. For some reason, Hai Miankeo couldn't help but shout. Run? Where do you think you're going? Since he's here, don't even think about running. Xikongzun hated Ling Xiao to the core. Now that the Moon Maiden wasn't here, he was definitely going to attack Ling Xiao. Lightning Demon King, let me take care of this one. The flame deity suddenly jumped out and begged for the order. The feud between him and Ling Xiao was even worse than the feud between Xikongzun and him. You don't have to fight. None of the members of the marine race who came here today will leave unscathed. A cold voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth. This caused the noisy battlefield to instantly become silent, quiet to the extreme. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. After a while, there were maniacal mocking laughter and helpless sighs. What nonsense is this idiot talking about? He won't let us leave unscathed? If it was the Moon Maiden, I might have believed it. As for this one, it's pure bullsh *t laugh as much as you want. I'll show you the power of the human race. Ling Xiao was indifferent to the mockery. He raised the black and white swords in his hands, and the 9 cauldrons illusion disappeared instantly. Go, the power of the 9 cauldrons illusion, protect the sacred dynasty's last dignity. Both swords struck out, and the remaining power of the 9 cauldrons illusion was instantly thrown out. At the same time, Ling Xiao marked his soul imprint on the remaining sacred dynasty martial artists. Regardless of whether they were enemies or friends, they were now comrades. As long as they had his soul imprint, they would not be attacked by the power of the 9 cauldrons illusion. This was also the reason why he dared to attack recklessly. Rumble, a loud explosion that surpassed the rumbling of thunder sounded. The entire ground cracked, the wind and clouds surged in the sky, and all kinds of illusions appeared. What followed was a series of screams. The Oceanic race, who originally had the upper hand, were now dying one by one in this crazy attack. the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Lightning Demon King Sikongzun were also seriously injured. In a panic, although they had put up their defenses, they were still unable to completely block the damage. They took some of the remnants and fled in panic. "Bastard, just you wait." Angry roars came from the mouth of the distant deserter. "Yin-Yang Demon King. Lightning Demon King. The two of you, listen up. I killed the Plague Demon King and the Evil Beast Demon King. You'd better wash your necks and wait. I will definitely take your heads." Ling Xiao did not dare to give chase. This was because even a seriously injured Yin-Yang realm expert could easily kill him. The two of them had fled not because of him, but because the Grand Supreme Holy Emperor was still here. If this continued, neither of them would be able to escape. A plan that had been brewing for tens of thousands of years had come to nothing. Most importantly, the one who had ruined their plan was not some important figure, but merely an insignificant Heaven Pulse martial artist. This could simply infuriate the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Lightning Demon King to death. They had been so close to success. Just a little bit more, now, it was all for naught. All their previous efforts had been wasted. The rumbling sound faded, and the enemy had already fled without a trace. The remaining Sacred Dynasty martial artists sat on the ground, struggling at death's door, their faces filled with sorrow. Although the battle was over, too many people had died. There were tens of millions of people in the Holy City. In just a few hours, almost all of them had died. Only a few hundred people were left. "Why didn't you make a move earlier? Why?" Suddenly, a martial artist in the crowd roared at Ling Xiao. "Pa!" At the same time he shouted, he was slapped in the face. People should learn how to repay kindness and not complain. The Chosen One had no reason to attack, but he still did. "That's enough. Otherwise, all of us would have died." Ling Xiao looked at this scene indifferently and did not say anything. Really, he also wanted to make a move earlier. It was a pity that he didn't discover it at the beginning. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have died. This was especially true for the commoners. There were simply too many casualties. "Sorry, I was just too excited." The martial artist who complained about Ling Xiao didn't need to blame him too much. People had feelings. There were tens of millions of living people. Yesterday, they were sitting and laughing together, but today, they were separated by life and death. It was inevitable that people would be emotional. Forget it. Grand Supreme Holy Emperor, you still have to make a decision quickly. After these people escaped, although they may need some time to recover from their injuries, the Blue Eyes clan's attack on the Sacred Dynasty will not stop. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that the border is already in a state of war. Ling Xiao was not a narrow-minded person. It was his character to seek revenge, but he was still very open-minded about some things. As he expected, Baiyun Province, which was located at the border, was already in a state of war. Fortunately, the Yuehua School and the Divine Sword sect did not suffer any losses. In addition, Wu Xiang and the Moon Maiden had returned to the sect one after another, forcing the Xi clan there to retreat again. In the entire Sacred Dynasty, the safest places were Northern Han and Tianli. Most of the other places had already fallen. Northern Han did not need to worry. With the Yuehua School and the Divine Sword sect there, as well as the Moon Maiden, there was no need to fear any enemy. Tianli was not a vassal state of the Sacred Dynasty. It was a recently established state, established by the people of the Tianli Union. When Ling Xiao was still in Tianfeng City, he had heard of this Tianli Union, but he had never seen it before. They took advantage of the chaos and established the Tianli Union under the banner of destroy the rotten and depraved Sacred Dynasty and defend the great rivers and mountains of mankind. The Tianli Union was originally funded and developed by the Ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan, so they did not seem to intend to be enemies with other clans. Instead, they regarded the Sacred Dynasty as their primary enemy. "All of you, retreat to Northern Han." What Ling Xiao knew, the Grand Supreme Holy Emperor naturally knew as well. At the same time, what happened in the Holy City was actually happening in various places of the Sacred Dynasty. It was just that the degree was different. After all, the only Yin-Yang realm experts on the other side were the Yin-Yang realm experts and the Electric Demon King. Even the Grotto Heaven realm experts had followed them to the Holy City. This time, Ling Xiao had used the 9 cauldrons illusion to kill 3 of them. Only 4 were left. Therefore, the strongest martial artists in other places were actually Heaven Realm martial artists. However, the Heaven Realm also had 10 layers. The difference in strength between them was still very large. For this martial festival, the Sacred Dynasty had basically gathered all their experts in the Holy City. As a result, the other places were empty. Only Northern Han, thanks to Wu Xiang's early return, was not lost. The Tianli Union's experts also did not come to the Holy City. As for the specific situation, it was not clear. Whether they were the hope of mankind or the lackeys of the sea race, it would be slowly understood in the future. Therefore, Northern Han was the best place for the Sacred Dynasty to retreat. No matter what, Northern Han was a vassal state of the Sacred Dynasty. It was not as dangerous as the Tianli Union. After the discussion, the people of the Sacred Dynasty's imperial family followed the Holy Emperor to Northern Han. The rest of the sects returned to their own sections. At this time, they did not know the situation of their own sections. Therefore, they were definitely going to return. "Senior, please wait." After the others left, Ling Xiao caught up with the people of the Spiritual Medicine Villa. The pitiful Spiritual Medicine Villa had several hundred people when they came. In the end, only a few dozen people returned. Ling Xiao was indebted to the Villa Lord of the Spiritual Medicine Villa, and Dai Yaoling was Dai Yuling's younger sister. Ling Xiao felt that he had a reason to escort them and do his best. Although his cultivation had dropped to the Heaven Vein realm, after grasping the practical method of the Mountain River martial soul, his combat strength had not decreased by much. With his current cultivation, he could definitely defeat a martial artist who had just entered the Heaven realm. Big brother Ling Xiao. Dai Yaoling now looked at Ling Xiao as if she was looking at a god. Her eyes were filled with worship. "Senior, please allow me to escort you to the Spiritual Medicine Villa. I'm afraid the journey will not be safe." Ling Xiao smiled at Dai Yaoling, then cupped his hands and said to the Villa Lord of the Spiritual Medicine Villa, "I'll have to trouble you." The Villa Lord of the Spiritual Medicine Villa, Dai Lingrong, smiled bitterly. Her injuries were very serious. She might not be able to last until they reached the Spiritual Medicine Villa. However, having Ling Xiao was better than nothing. The Villa Master of the Spiritual Medicine Villa, Dai Lingrong, had 2 daughters who took her surname. It was said that her husband abandoned her when she was pregnant and ran away with another woman. It was not easy for Dai Lingrong to carry the Spiritual Medicine Villa alone. Novel, law, she did not object to Ling Xiao's good intentions, but she looked worried. She was probably worried about the situation in the Spiritual Medicine Villa. The Spiritual Medicine Villa also had its own flying Dharma treasure. It was a huge flying bird. After Dai Lingrong blew the whistle, the bird flew through the air and carried everyone to the Spiritual Medicine Villa. Flying in the air, Ling Xiao cultivated while using his eyes of the world to observe the situation on the ground. Along the way, the flames of war were continuous. There were killings and looting almost everywhere. At this moment, the weakness of individual strength could be seen. Unless one was strong enough to destroy the world, it was impossible to help everyone. "Senior, are those people from the Spiritual Medicine Villa?" When they were near the boundary of the Spiritual Medicine Villa, Ling Xiao used his eyes of the world to discover a group of people fleeing 100 miles away. They were wearing the clothes of the Spiritual Medicine Villa. "Let's take a look." Dai Lingrong was surprised that Ling Xiao's eyesight was so terrifying. She did not see them, but the other party had already seen them. However, she did not doubt Ling Xiao's words at all. During the martial arts festival, Ling Xiao had basically done everything he wanted. He had never gone back on his words. "Villa Master. Young Villa Master." The group of people fleeing on the ground saw Dai Lingrong and Dai Yaoling. Their originally panicked faces were filled with joy. They were really about to lose hope. After all, the strongest person in their group was only an inner sect elder at the One-Line Sky Realm. The enemies behind them were 4 Sky Realm experts. Moreover, each of them was more powerful than the inner sect elder. "Are you the only ones left?" Dai Lingrong had a sorrowful expression on her face. Although she had thought about the possibility of encountering such a tragedy, she still could not let it go when she saw it for herself. "That's right, Manor Lord. We killed our way through and only these 100 people managed to escape. After the inner sect elder finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Thank you for your hard work. Dilingrong slowly closed the elder's eyes. Only then did she realize that the elder was actually seriously injured. The only reason he wasn't dead yet was because he was hanging on to his last breath. He wanted to bring the rest of the people out. Nephew Ling Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to take Yao Ling and the others and leave first. Go to the Yuehua school. Perhaps it's the safest place in the entire Heavenly Dragon continent. Dilingrong looked at the 4 figures that appeared not far away and took a deep breath. Senior, it's not me. Although you're already a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, you've only just entered the realm. The strongest 2 of those 4 are already 10 directions Heaven cultivators. You don't have much of an advantage fighting against them, not to mention you're injured. Ling Xiao said with a frown. There's no need to say any more. So many people from the spiritual medicine villa have died. What's the point of me, the villa master, living? Just help me protect them. Even if I have to join the Yuehua school, I don't care, as long as they're safe. After Dilingrong finished speaking, she suddenly struck out with her palm. The wind from her palm actually sent Ling Xiao and the others flying a few hundred meters away. The 4 Sea Ray Sky Realm cultivators also stopped, but there were hundreds of other cultivators following them. The weakest was an 8th level Transcendent Realm cultivator, while the strongest was a Heaven Vein Realm cultivator who had just broken through. You go after those people. Leave this woman to the 4 of us. Yes, senior. Dilingrong didn't stop the pursuers because she didn't have a chance. Ling Xiao, I'm counting on you. Of course, another reason was that she knew Ling Xiao was strong enough. As long as she could stop the 4 Sky Realm cultivators, Ling Xiao and the disciples of the spiritual medicine villa would be enough to deal with the rest. Whoosh, a sword light pierced through the air. Ling Xiao had made his move. They didn't run far before the enemy caught up. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, they had a lot of injured people, which slowed them down. He didn't draw his sword. The sword light shot out like a dazzling sun, and the air seemed to be burned by the high temperature. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was a Heaven Vein Realm cultivator in the embryonic stage. He was directly burned to ashes by the sword light. What a terrifying attack. Why haven't I seen Big Brother Ling Xiao use it before? Dai Yaoling had seen Ling Xiao's strength at the martial arts festival, but she had never seen the attack Ling Xiao just used. It looked like a casual sword chi, but it had a terrifying temperature that could melt everything. It was so dazzling that it temporarily blinded people. It was really terrifying. The pursuers suddenly stopped in their tracks. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded their expectations. Yaoling, take your people and hurry. Don't worry about me. I'll follow behind you. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight, but it was impossible to not fight at this time. He could only retreat while fighting. No, we can't let you fight for our spiritual medicine villa while we choose to run. Dai Yaoling shook her head. That's right. We'll kill the enemy with you. The disciples of the spiritual medicine villa were still relatively unyielding. Although many of them were seriously injured, they still wanted to fight. If it was someone else, they would have chosen to run away. You'll be a burden if you stay. Hurry up and leave. Ling Xiao's words were very direct. It was very hurtful, but it was the truth. These are healing pills. Take them all. It won't be too late to fight with me when your injuries are healed. I can still handle it now. Let's go. Ling Xiao had sealed many things in the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. However, the medicinal herbs and the elixirs that he refined wouldn't disappear. He had a lot of healing pills with him. He had snatched a lot from the True Devil Forbidden Zone and hadn't used them all. Alright, let's go. Dai Yaoling distributed the elixirs to the disciples of the spiritual medicine villa, then turned and left with tears in her eyes. However, she couldn't help but look back when she left. She saw that Ling Xiao had turned into an afterimage and rushed into the group of pursuers. In her eyes, it was just a dazzling light. However, in the eyes of the pursuers, it was a fatal attack. Everyone that Ling Xiao touched couldn't help but burn up. Some even withered in an instant. Seeing this, Dai Yaoling was no longer worried. Instead, she paid attention to the situation in front and focused on retreating. After Ling Xiao showed his power with his sword, he turned and left. The black and white wings spread out behind him, and he easily caught up with Dai Yaoling and the others. After killing for a while and fleeing for a while, the pursuers also discovered that Ling Xiao was difficult to deal with. Thus, they no longer rashly attacked. With several heaven-bane martial artists gathered together, it was truly somewhat difficult for Ling Xiao to kill them all in one go. However, it didn't matter. If he couldn't kill them, he just had to stop them. If he just had to stop them, the difficulty would be much lower. When the light shadow sword technique was cultivated to the 4th layer, it could produce instantaneous high-temperature fission, causing the opponent to convulse and even dehydrate. Just by relying on this point, as long as no celestial realm warriors appeared, blocking these people would be as easy as turning one's hand. Sister Yaoling, follow the direction my flying sword is pointing to. While Ling Xiao was fighting, he still had time to instruct the people in front on how to move forward. After all, there were battles everywhere at this time. If they ran into the enemy's encirclement or the army, they wouldn't even know how they died. Dai Yaoling was anxiously thinking about how to move forward. At this time, Ling Xiao gave instructions. A sword light broke through the sky, leading the way at the front of the team. Although Ling Xiao's sword controlling technique was no longer available, relying on his powerful soul power to control the flying sword, it was more easy and smooth. It was also more sustainable. Got it, big brother Ling Xiao. Dai Yaoling chose to trust Ling Xiao. Of course, there was a reason. In her heart, Ling Xiao was already a godlike existence. How could she doubt a god? Ling Xiao's eye of the world was open all the time, floating in midair. He could see everything within 100 miles very clearly. He could determine where the enemy was and where it was safer to go. Although this would take a long detour, it was safer. The pursuers behind Ling Xiao and the others were really depressed at this time. They originally thought that the battlefield was full of their own people. As long as they ran into them once, they could smoothly wipe out Ling Xiao and the others. But what made them feel strange was that Ling Xiao seemed to have a pair of clairvoyant eyes. He was always able to miraculously go around the warriors on their side. This even made them suspect that there was a spy in their team, informing Ling Xiao at any time. But even so, it was not very likely. How could a spy see the whole situation? The most polite thing was that as the pursuers chased, they found that they ran into the remnants of the Sacred Dynasty's army. Although most of the Sacred Dynasty's army was rotten, there were still powerful troops. When they encountered the sea race, they directly killed them and completely blocked their path. Ling Xiao and the others took this opportunity to break away from the pursuers. About 3 days later, the injured disciples of the Spirit Medicine Mountain Villa had basically recovered. This place was only 100 miles away from northern Han, which was nothing to cultivators. But the troublesome thing was that the road ahead was basically blocked by the sea race's people. If they wanted to take a detour, they would have to travel for several days. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before coming to a decision. Since the road was blocked, they would find a way to find a path. After coming to a decision, Ling Xiao took the lead. He spread his black and white wings and charged straight at the invading army that was blocking his path. These people were from the Sea Clan, Blue Eyes Clan, and Ninja Clan. 2 of them had broken through to the Heaven-Bane realm while the rest were Transcendent Realm 8th layer and 9th layer cultivators. Ling Xiao chose them naturally because they were all soft persimmons that were easier to bully. These people were ordered to block the main road to northern Han. They did not even let go of the road. They wanted to stop the remnants of the Sacred Dynasty who were trying to escape to northern Han. They had already set up a trap and laid an ambush here. If someone rushed over, even if they were stronger than them, they would be ambushed. They did not think that someone would be able to see through their ambush in advance. If Ling Xiao was not among the fleeing Spirit Medicine Mountain Villa's group, the Spirit Medicine Mountain Villa's people would have suffered a tragedy. But Ling Xiao's existence was to make a miracle happen. Scarlet sun feather raiment, black and white twin swords, Ling Xiao's body was covered in flames. Holding the black and white twin swords, he left the fleeing group and rushed into the ambush. Hee, someone's coming. It seems he's an idiot. He actually rushed over alone. Let him pass. He's most likely cannon fodder to scout for others. Lay an ambush, don't fall for it. The Heaven Vein martial artists secretly discussed. They all felt that Ling Xiao was just cannon fodder coming to die. It did not matter if he escaped. They absolutely could not let the other party see through the ambush. In any case, this kind of trash could be easily defeated by a few Heaven Vein martial artists. Although Ling Xiao's eyes of the world could not hear what these people were saying, he could read their mouths. Seeing this, he could not help but sneer. Since you're so calm, I won't be polite. 1 kilometer, 800 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters, Ling Xiao's speed was actually not fast. This was because he wanted to give the ambushers a false impression. Otherwise, if his speed was too shocking, the other party might call for reinforcements. After approaching 100 meters, Ling Xiao suddenly released the will of mountains and rivers. A terrifying will enveloped all the cultivators lying in ambush. The will of mountains and rivers, slaughter will, and destruction will all belong to the category of soul force. Therefore, they were not sealed. Not only would they not affect the mountain and river martial soul's development, but they could also increase the mountain and river martial soul's valiant degree. Crap. Among the cultivators lying in ambush, those with stronger soul force instantly felt that something was wrong. Because when that terrifying will attacked, they actually had an idea of kneeling on the ground and surrendering. Their minds were in a mess. Even the true essence energy and heaven essence energy in their bodies were in chaos. The most terrifying thing was that the few cultivators with weaker souls were actually bombarded to death by this terrifying will of mountains and rivers on the spot. Their souls were destroyed. Although their bodies were still intact, they already became shells without souls. There were even a few people who fainted and lost consciousness. And all of this was merely a meeting gift that Ling Xiao gave them. The real killing move was still behind. Actually, whether these few people underestimated the enemy or took him seriously, it was meaningless. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was not as high as a few of them, his combat experience and fighting strength were much stronger than theirs. Even warriors who had just entered the celestial realm, Ling Xiao could compete with them, not to mention Heaven Pulse Realm cultivators. Quick, retreat! The leader of the Heaven Pulse Realm cultivators felt that something was wrong and did not dare to fight. He loudly ordered his companions to retreat and prepared to send out a signal to inform the nearby allies. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be such a terrifying existence. He was not the so-called cannon fodder at all, but a general charging at the forefront. In an instant, 2 or 3 people in the team died. More than half of the remaining people suffered some minor injuries. Pung, a sword light flew past, and the signal flare was directly cut in half, unable to be fired. Since Ling Xiao had already launched a surprise attack, how could he let these people call for reinforcements? The best way of a blitzkrieg was to be fast, so fast that the enemy did not have any time to react. Activating the light and shadow ultimacy, Ling Xiao instantly turned into an invisible beam of light and rushed into the crowd. The black and white swords in his hands had already begun to kill. Now his speed was naturally much faster than before, because there was no need to pretend. His speed was raised to the extreme. He was a beam of light, an unstoppable beam of light. The Seafolk army paid a disastrous price for underestimating the enemy. Without even fighting, they were already in complete chaos. They were like frozen salted fish, allowing Ling Xiao to easily harvest their lives. A moment later, the battle was over. When Dai Yaoling and the others rushed over to provide support, they were all dumbstruck. After all, Ling Xiao had killed so many experts by himself. This scene was too strange. Don't just stand there. We'll soon reach Northern Han. Let's hurry up and avoid any more problems. Ling Xiao did not have the leisure to appreciate their shocked expressions. The closer they got, the more likely it was that problems would arise. He did not want to waste all his previous efforts. I wonder how my mother is doing. Dai Yaoling worriedly looked into the distance. Don't worry. Senior is fine. She has her own destiny. When Ling Xiao left, he left a soul imprint on Dai Lingrong's body. Therefore, he was not completely clear about Dai Lingrong's situation. However, he was certain that not only was Dai Lingrong not dead, but she was also receiving treatment from someone. Unfortunately, his soul secret technique had not been cultivated to perfection. Therefore, he was unable to fully understand everything. Although she did not know how Ling Xiao knew, Dai Yaoling still chose to trust him. The group continued to hasten on their journey. At this moment, everyone's injuries had already healed. As a result, their speed was much faster. They estimated that they would reach Northern Han's territory in less than 2 hours. They were basically safe. An hour later, they could clearly see Northern Han's territory. The border was blocked by the Great Wall, which was filled with Northern Han soldiers. Great! We'll be able to escape the pursuit soon. What a pity. If we had arrived at Northern Han earlier, our spiritual medicine villa would not have lost so many people. Forget it. It's useless to bring up the past. People have to look forward. However, we must avenge this enmity. The spiritual medicine villa disciples were very excited. With Ling Xiao leading them, they did not even have to fight and easily escaped their pursuers. They were very lucky. Big brother Ling Xiao, what's wrong? However, at this moment, Dai Yaoling realized that Ling Xiao's expression was a bit off. The situation is not good. We seem to have been targeted by someone, and it's an expert. Ling Xiao frowned and said to Dai Yaoling, remember, don't panic later. I'm here. I won't let you get hurt. Ha ha ha, as expected of the Chosen One, you actually discovered this old man's existence so quickly. A strange laughter rang out and a crow on the branch landed on the ground. Then, it turned into a hunchbacked old man. Although his figure was stooped, his face was old, and he didn't seem to have the slightest bit of combat power. But Ling Xiao didn't dare to look at him at all. This person exuded an extremely powerful aura. He was actually a Heaven Realm 3 Talents Realm Cultivation. If it was before, Ling Xiao might not have been afraid. But now that his cultivation had regressed, he could still deal with one-line Heaven Realm martial artists. But these 3-talent Heaven Realm powerhouses were troublesome. Your Excellency is neither from the Sea race nor the Blue Eyes race. Who are you? Ling Xiao was sure that this person didn't have the aura of the Sea race. Those who surrendered to the Sea race had the slave mark left behind by the Sea race. Their aura was very obvious. But this person was different. And he believed that with his soul power, this person couldn't have escaped him. He had followed him all the way and was most likely waiting nearby. Ha ha ha, the Chosen One is indeed smart. No wonder even the League Master values you. The old man laughed and said, I'm an ordinary martial artist of the Heavenly Reason League. I'm here on the orders of the League Master to invite your Heavenly Reason League for a chat. You should at least give me face, right? Senior, since it's an invitation, it's simple. After I send these people back to the Yuehua school, the Heavenly Reason League will naturally pay you a visit. Ling Xiao didn't believe that this was an invitation. He could tell from the aura that this person was very hostile to him. To tell you the truth, among the remaining forces of the 12 sects, the Heavenly King sect, the Blue Water Divine Palace, and the Blood Blade sect have submitted to the Sea race. The remaining Profound Fire sect, the Snow Mountain sect, the Sword King sect, the Gook King sect, the Tang sect, and the Poison King sect have submitted to the Heavenly Reason League. Well, now that we have established a country, the League Master of the Heavenly Reason League is the ruler of the Heavenly Reason League. If the Chosen One is willing to follow this old man, you can become the first core disciple of our Heavenly Reason League. Your status is absolutely high, and you may even become the future ruler. The old man spoke slowly, as if he wasn't afraid that Ling Xiao would run away. But this was normal. A 3 talents Heavenly Realm martial artist facing a group of Transcendent Realm martial artists. It would be embarrassing if he was afraid. To be honest, Ling Xiao was very shocked when he heard the old man's words. He didn't expect the Heavenly Reason League to act so quickly. This was simply robbing a burning house. There were only a few people left in the Sacred Dynasty who had fled. The rest were fighting for themselves. It was estimated that after a while, the True Demon Empire, the Tianli Kingdom, and the Northern Han Kingdom would form a tripartite balance. Those scattered forces would be defeated or subdued. Senior, don't tell me you don't even have a few days to spare? Ling Xiao was still unwilling to fight with this person unless he had no other choice. Because there were only 2 ways he could defeat this old man. The first was for the butterfly girl to wake up, but it didn't seem realistic at the moment. The second was to use the power left to him by the Human King. This power could be used a total of 9 times. He had already used it once in the holy city, so there were still 8 times left. This was his life-saving method. Every time he used it, it would be 1 less. He was really reluctant to use it. But if there was no other way, he could only use it. He couldn't really follow this old man. If he really left, he was afraid that he would completely lose his freedom. Son, this old man's patience is limited. I'll give you 1 last chance, or not. The old man was already a little impatient. If not? Xianxia asked. If not, this old man will take your corpse back. A genius like you, if left to others, will be a disaster. If I can't get you, I must kill you. The old man's expression suddenly became malevolent. His voice was as cold as ice. The people of the spirit medicine villa suddenly walked over and blocked in front of Xianxia. Big Brother Xianxia, leave. With your speed, he might not be able to catch up. This place is already close to the northern Han Kingdom. You can definitely escape. We've troubled you to take care of us along the way. Now is the time to repay your kindness. That's right. Senior Brother Ling, please leave. You will all die. Xianxia was somewhat moved in his heart, but his face remained indifferent. We only ask Big Brother Xianxia to avenge us. That way, our deaths will be worth it. Dai Yaoling's tears dripped down her cheeks. Of course, she didn't want to die. But if she had to choose, she could give up her life to protect Xianxia. Hee, don't even think about leaving today. It's the same for your spiritual medicine villa. If you don't want to join the Heavenly Truth Alliance, then all of you will die. The old man laughed mischievously. Xianxia suddenly laughed as well. He walked to the front of the crowd and waved his hand at the spiritual medicine villa disciples behind him. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, since I, Xianxia, promised Senior Dai to safely escort you to the Yuehua school, I can't go back on my word. The old man's expression wasn't very good. He was very unhappy that these people didn't have the slightest bit of fear in front of him. They were actually fighting to die. He hated people who weren't afraid of death the most. This made him very angry. Big Brother Xianxia. There's no need, little sister Yaoling. I won't be killed by this old monster. Have you forgotten the miracles I created at the martial arts festival? Xianxia stood there, his aura suddenly rising. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. The power of light circulated, making his entire body seem to emit light. It was so dazzling and dazzling. At this moment, Xiao's aura didn't lose to any one-line sky expert before he used the energy left behind by the human king. This made the old man even more astonished. Heaven's chosen one, your reputation is well-deserved. However, the more this is the case, the more this old man wants to kill you as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. The old man's pupils suddenly contracted. Although there were many genius experts in the Heavenly Truth Alliance, their strength didn't lose to the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. It was just that they kept a low profile and weren't known to the outside world. Even so, in the old man's opinion, these people still couldn't compare to Xianxia. It wasn't cultivation, but this kind of aura. This kind of fearless boldness in the face of danger was really incomparable to ordinary people. Buzz, Xiao's body was surrounded by a gale condensed from heavenly essence energy, blocking Dai Yaoling and the others. Everyone watched from the side. Don't move. Xianxia didn't dare to let these people leave in advance because he didn't know if there was any danger ahead. Although Northern Han's border was just ahead, who could be sure that these people were his true friends? Looks like you really want to die. The old man snorted coldly. Then, his figure flashed and turned into a flock of pitch-black crows. Then, he flew towards Xianxia. Behind the old man, there was always the phantom of a huge crow. It opened its blood-red eyes and looked very terrifying. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Xianxia stood there, circulating the heavenly essence energy in his body. Combined with the light profound, the light on his body grew brighter and brighter. As for the purple lightning sword in his hand, it was almost completely devoid of electricity. It had completely turned into the light of the scarlet sun, so dazzling that it could blind people. Sun sword. Xianxia raised his heavenly essence energy to the extreme. At this time, he did not dare to hold back at all. However, he still didn't use his human king's power. His eye of the world was floating in the void, looking for his opponent's weakness. He was going to unleash his full power at the most critical moment. That energy couldn't be wasted. If it was to be used, it had to be effective. Sizzle, the black crow was burned by the blazing high temperature, emitting a burnt smell. However, Ling Zhao's sword light was constantly weakening. There was no other way. The opponent's strength was still stronger. Purely relying on his own strength, Ling Xiao still couldn't defeat his opponent. Scarlet Sun Feather Raiment. The moment the light of the sun sword disappeared, Ling Zhao's body suddenly lit up. The Scarlet Sun Feather Raiment burned with the fire of the sun and finally completely blocked the opponent's attack. However, the impact still caused Ling Xiao to retreat more than 10 steps before he could stand still. Bah, there's still a big difference. Spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva, Ling Xiao was a little dissatisfied. If one's cultivation was low, even if one's martial soul was stronger and one's martial skills were stronger, it would be difficult to make up for the difference. Because the difference between the two was still too big. Ling Xiao was only a mature Heaven Vein martial artist, while the opponent was a Heaven Realm early-stage martial artist. However, this barrier didn't seem to be too big for him. After all, he already had the heavenly Yuan Qi and Heaven Veins that a Heaven Realm cultivator should have. Moreover, his martial skills weren't weak, the only thing he lacked was his cultivation. For some geniuses, the barrier between realms basically existed in name only. Otherwise, how could geniuses be called geniuses? The Holy Sun had only broken through to the Heaven Vein realm in the past and had also defeated a One-Line Sky early-stage cultivator. Emma Wushang had also done the same. Of course, the ones they defeated were only the weakest of Heaven Realm cultivators, those who relied on pills or other methods to forcibly break through and didn't have a solid foundation. But even so, for the average person, the barrier between realms was still a huge gap. Wanting to challenge someone in a higher realm was easier said than done. Forget about this barrier between realms. Even the barrier between the Transcendent 8th layer and the Transcendent 9th layer was difficult to surmount. Unless you were a genius or had a special aptitude, don't even think about it. Even the barrier between the early stage of the Transcendent 8th layer and the middle stage of the Transcendent 8th layer was difficult for most people to surmount. Those who could surmount this barrier could be called geniuses, but only geniuses. The classification of geniuses also came from this. Those who could surmount barriers and challenge people in higher realms were called geniuses. Those who could surmount barriers and challenge people in higher realms were called great geniuses. Those who could surmount barriers and challenge people in higher realms were called super geniuses. Ling Xiao was a super genius, so was the Holy Sun, and so was Mo Wushang. It was just that there was still a gap between super geniuses, it was just that there was no clear distinction. You're really difficult to deal with. The old man saw that he hadn't seriously injured Ling Xiao with a single move and couldn't help frowning even more. Don't seriously injure him, he didn't even manage to inflict a minor injury. Ling Zhao's saliva was dripping with blood, but it was only his lips that were cut. If this was considered a minor injury, then it was still somewhat effective. The difficult part is yet to come. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "When your master sent you here, didn't he tell you that I had defeated the Holy Sun at the Heaven and Earth Vein early stage during the martial festival? And even injured the Paradise Realm Sikong Xian, he didn't send you here to invite me, he sent you here to die." After the exchange, Ling Xiao became even more confident. Although it was impossible for him to defeat this old man with his own strength, he was still confident that he could survive 100 moves. This way, he would have enough time to find his opponent's weakness. He probably didn't know that his performance had really frightened the Heaven Realm Master. The old man originally thought that Ling Zhao's cultivation had regressed to the Transcendent Realm during the martial festival and that it would be easy to deal with him, but now it seemed that it was still difficult. It didn't matter if his cultivation had regressed or not. It didn't matter if his cultivation had regressed or not. Little brat, don't be too arrogant. This old master was just careless and didn't even use 60% of his strength. Let's see how many more moves you can take. After all, the old man was an experienced man. Although he was shocked, he quickly regained his composure. From the first exchange, it could be seen that although Ling Xiao was difficult to deal with, he was still inferior to him. As long as he continued to attack, it wouldn't take long to defeat him. Thinking of this, the old man gently touched the storage ring on his hand. The storage ring emitted a faint black light, and a crowhead cane embedded with strange gems appeared in his hand. As the crowhead cane danced in his hand, a gloomy and terrifying black aura filled the air in front of him, as if it was the aura of death from the underworld. Xiao felt his body suddenly turn cold, as if something was spying on him. "Good fellow, this old thing's soul power isn't weak, but it's still inferior to mine." Xiao secretly operated his soul power, and in an instant, he forced the gloomy and uncomfortable feeling out of his body. However, the soul attack was only the beginning of the old man's attack. When the gloomy and dark aura condensed, it turned into a huge black crow. The crow, accompanied by a biting cold air, pounced on Xiao, and let out a mournful and terrifying cry that made one's scalp tingle. Wherever the black crows flew, the plants on the ground would wither one after another. "Big brother Xiao, you must be careful." Dai Yaoling didn't dare to utter a word, afraid that she would disturb Xiao. She could only pray for Xiao in the depths of her heart. Facing the old man's attack, Xiao chose to fly into the air. The black and white wings on his back propped up, and his body instantly turned into a black and white light that escaped into the void. However, he didn't use his fastest speed, or else the old man wouldn't be able to catch up to him. This was a plan to lure the enemy in, and he couldn't use too much power. "Good fellow, I've heard that you cultivated a special martial skill that allowed you to condense wings. I didn't think it was true, but it's useless." The old man pointed his crowhead cane upwards, and the huge black crow chased after Xiao. It followed closely behind Xiao, and its speed was even faster than Xiao's. "Hee, this old man wants to see where you can escape to. This game of cat and mouse is this old man's favorite." The old man revealed a smug smile, thinking that he had complete control of the situation. Little did he know that it wasn't difficult for Xiao to get rid of his attack. Chance. Seeing that the old man had almost completely given up on defense, Xiao could not help but feel delighted. The flaw he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Whoosh, his speed suddenly increased as he turned around and scuttled to the ground. The sun sword had already condensed in his hand. The 6th level of the light shadow sword technique could trigger the wrath of the heavens. This was not the power of a human, and there was a high chance of failure. Even if it succeeded, it could hurt the user. However, Xiao had to use it now. He had no other choice if he wanted to kill a heaven and earth realm martial artist. Whoosh, in the sky, a beam of light descended vertically and hit Xiao's shoulder, which was instantly charred. Xiao frowned but did not stop. He knew that there would be such danger. Otherwise, he could borrow the power of the heavens at any time. Behind him, the huge crow was still chasing, but Xiao was too fast. Moreover, in this high-speed flight, he was still able to condense the sun sword and trigger the wrath of the heavens. What's going on? The old man's face suddenly changed. At this time, in the sky, a huge beam of light that was dozens of times thicker than before descended vertically and then poured into the sun sword. Xiao pointed the long sword in his hand at the old man. The terrifying beam of light flew from the sword to the celestial realm expert of the Tianli Alliance. The old man was an expert, so he could naturally sense how terrifying that beam of light was. He was so scared that he hurriedly turned around and ran. The huge crow lost his control and crashed into a mountain. It actually flattened the mountain. However, this kind of power didn't land on Xiao's body, so it was meaningless. "You can't escape. Can your speed be faster than light?" Xiao's face was pale. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, but his expression was full of ridicule and laughter. Relying on the precise calculation of the mountain and river martial spirit, the first time he used the heaven's wrath of the heavens was successful. Although he was hit, it was a small price to pay. Boom, the terrifying beam of light directly covered the old man's body. Xiao was right. No matter how fast the old man was, it was impossible for him to be faster than light. Ah! A shrill scream came from the beam of light. Hearing it, the disciples of the spiritual medicine villa covered their ears. The light flashed. The old man's body was scorched black and his breath was extremely weak. Even the blood that flowed out was burned dry by the high temperature. How is it possible? How is it possible? He's only a heaven pulse warrior, How can he display a stronger attack than a celestial realm warrior? No matter how hard the old man tried, he could not understand what was going on. Did the Alliance Master really send him to die? He was terrified. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would kill him at this time. However, he did not know that Ling Xiao's heaven's origin energy was almost depleted after using the heaven's wrath of the heavens. His body was also exhausted. He probably did not have the strength to kill the old man. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, the old man was not dead yet. He desperately turned and fled, turning into a black crow. However, the crow's feathers looked a little charred. Boom! After the old man left, Ling Xiao directly fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground, smashing a huge crater in the ground. However, his body was strong enough and he was not injured. He was just too tired and felt exhausted. "Brother Ling Xiao, are you okay? Are you okay?" Before she could be surprised that Ling Xiao could defeat a Heaven Pulse Realm warrior after his cultivation had regressed, Dai Yaoling hurriedly ran over and helped Ling Xiao up. "Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Hurry." Ling Xiao was exhausted. If he encountered such an expert again, he could only wait for death. The might of the heavens' wrath of the heavens was stronger than he had imagined, so he did not waste the energy of a human king. This was naturally a good thing for him. Using the energy of a human king to deal with a Heaven Pulse Realm warrior was too wasteful. Dai Yaoling carried Ling Xiao on her back and ordered the disciples of the Spirit Medicine Villa to retreat at full speed. The disciples were still shocked as they ran. They could not recover from this shock for a long time. They could be considered to have experienced a lot of things, but it was really the first time they had seen a mature Heaven Vein martial artist almost kill a Heaven Realm 3 talents martial artist with a single blow. Of course, what was even more terrifying was that Ling Xiao could actually borrow the power of the heavens. This was too unbelievable. Could this be allowed by the laws of the mystic world? Even if this matter was told to others now, no one would believe it. It was simply too bizarre. A few days later, Dai Yaoling and the others arrived at the Yuehua school. At this time, Ling Xiao learned that the Heavenly Truth Alliance had declared war on the True Demon Empire. The current Heavenly Truth Emperor announced to the public that the Heavenly Truth Alliance was recruiting talents from all over the world to resist the invasion of foreign enemies. After some discussion, the upper echelons of the Yuehua school believed that the sects were too scattered, which was detrimental to their development. Therefore, they planned to integrate the Yuehua school, the Divine Sword sect, the Spirit Medicine Villa, the Beast King Palace, and the royal family of Northern Han to establish the Heaven's Chosen Academy. Everyone understood that the Heaven's Chosen Academy was established because of the existence of Ling Xiao, the Heaven's chosen son. Furthermore, Wu Xiang, the Moon Maiden, the new Crown Prince of Northern Han, Zhao Ji, and the Divine Sword sect Master Ling Wuhan were all willing to recommend Ling Xiao as the master of the Heaven's Chosen Academy. However, Ling Xiao refused. Although he needed such a power as a backing, his true pursuit was to pursue the limits of martial arts. Therefore, he only wanted the empty position of an elder and recommended Wu Xiang as the Heaven's Chosen Academy's principal. This was equivalent to his power. Although some people in Northern Han were unhappy, it was useless. The current Northern Han existed under the protection of the Heaven's Chosen Academy. It was already good that the Heaven's Chosen Academy did not directly overthrow the royal family of Northern Han. In addition, the Sage Emperor was unable to endure and died from serious injuries. Before he died, he passed the position of Sage Emperor to his holy son, Xianxia. No one objected to this. In any case, the current Sage Emperor was nothing more than an empty shell. No one cared. The name of the Heaven's Chosen Son was even more resounding than the Sage Emperor. After all, the scene of him driving away numerous experts of the sea race in the martial arts festival was too shocking. Xianxia also chose to join the Heaven's Chosen Academy. She was a smart person. She no longer cared about power and concentrated on cultivating martial arts. She wholeheartedly wanted to kill Si Kongzun and avenge her father. Ji Mingfeng became a general of Northern Han and was still in charge of guarding the border. In any case, he was already used to this kind of thing. Staying in the royal capital was not a pleasant experience. The highest Sage Emperor chose to go into seclusion to heal his injuries and no longer cared about political matters. It was estimated that his injuries were not light and that he would not be able to leave seclusion for a long time. The Moon Maiden also did not care about these trivial matters. She continued to live in her moon palace, free and unfettered. As time passed, the war on the Heavenly Dragon continent continued. The True Demon's empire had already conquered all of the Heavenly Dragon continent's territories, excluding the Tianli Kingdom and the Northern Han Kingdom. Their auras were no weaker than back then. However, in terms of overall strength, it was still not as good as it was back then. After all, there was one less true Devil Supreme Lord, and out of the 9 great Devil Kings, only the Yin-Yang Devil King and the Lightning Devil King had appeared. Therefore, at this time, they stopped their attacks and announced peaceful coexistence with the Tianli Kingdom and the Northern Han Kingdom, sharing the Heavenly Dragon continent. Although the words sounded dignified, many people understood that this was because the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Lightning Demon King were injured. In addition, the true demonic empire's overall strength was unable to defeat the Northern Han and Tianli kingdoms. After all, Northern Han had the Moon Maiden. Even if the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Lightning Demon King worked together, they might not be a match for her. Therefore, they were temporarily at a truce, probably because they wanted to revive the rest of the Demon Kings and even the true Devil Emperor as soon as possible. At this time, Xianxia felt that it was time for him to leave. He had to seize this rare opportunity to catch a breather and increase his strength. The Northern Han Kingdom was too small, and he cultivated in a different direction from the Moon Maiden and the Grand Holy Emperor. His master, Yuan Venerate, could give him pointers, but under the blockade of the true demonic empire and the Tianli Kingdom, it was difficult to obtain all kinds of resources. Staying here would completely block his martial path. Even if he could recover his cultivation, he was afraid that he would not be able to improve it again. On the Heavenly Dragon continent, basically all the martialists with sky-tier cultivation and above had gone to the Divine Phoenix continent. Some were even further away. Therefore, he wanted to go to the Divine Phoenix continent and find an opportunity to improve his cultivation on that stronger continent. This was also something that the Chosen One should do, so there was nothing wrong with him bringing it up. His idea was approved by the Moon Maiden and the others. However, Hai Miankeo, Ing Wuya, Lan Yuer, Leng Hao, Long Chen, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, Zhao Ji, and Zhao Xi also hoped to go to the Divine Phoenix continent to gain experience. Only when the younger generation matured would the Heaven's Chosen Academy become even more powerful in the future. This is a good plan. Furthermore, any sect on the Divine Phoenix continent is much stronger than the 12 sects. If we can make friends with some forces there, we will have some help when we counterattack the true demonic empire in the future. Wu Xiang said after some thought. Then, he took out a nautical chart and a map of the Divine Phoenix continent and gave them to Xianxia. He continued, "You are the person in charge of going to the Divine Phoenix continent to gain experience this time. Take these 2 maps. These things are very precious and are treasures of the sacred dynasty. If you lose them, they will be gone." Xianxia immediately chose to copy the maps after receiving them. The Divine Phoenix continent was much larger than the Heavenly Dragon continent, and its laws were more complete. Therefore, the overall strength of the martialists there was much stronger than that of the Heavenly Dragon continent. Of course, there were also weak people. After all, there were some people on every continent who were not suitable for martial arts. Furthermore, no matter what race they would not be martialists from birth. The main inhabitants of the Divine Phoenix continent were the Fiery Phoenix race. There were also the Rock race, the Peacock race, and so on. They were not humans, so they did not cultivate their martial souls. Instead, they focused on awakening their bloodlines. However, their cultivation and fighting methods were not much different from humans. Making friends with forces is just an extravagant hope of mine. If it is not possible, don't force it. The main purpose of you going to the Divine Phoenix continent is to cultivate and increase your strength. If possible, open up a smuggling channel and provide Northern Han with cultivation resources is also very good. Wu Xiang added. Senior brother Wu, I understand. I will work hard to open up this smuggling channel. Xianxia knew that this was the key. Otherwise, under the long-term blockade, the gap between Northern Han's martialists and the true demonic empire and the Tianli Empire's martialists would become increasingly large. Although the Tianli Empire had already declared war on the true demonic empire, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Tianli Empire was only a force supported by the sea race. Just like the Blue Water Divine Palace, it could only be used at a crucial time. Master, since you have been to the Divine Phoenix continent, can you give me some pointers? Which sect or country would be more suitable? Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate. Well, I went to the Divine Phoenix continent too early. I reckon that the situation would be different when I came out. The Yuan Venerate pondered for a moment. Junior brother Ling, take this with you. Wu Xiang took out a 3-inch long throwing knife from his storage ring. It was obviously made of jade and contained a special divine runic array. It was actually an immortal-grade artifact. Of course, even though it was an immortal-grade artifact, its grade was not too high. Most importantly, this thing should have a special meaning. The word Phoenix was carved on the handle of the throwing knife. When he took out this item, Wu Xiang's expression was a little strange. It seemed sad, regretful, and helpless. Of course, this expression was fleeting. Ling Xiao noticed Wu Xiang's complicated expression, but he didn't ask. If someone wanted to tell you about their private matters, they would naturally do so. There was no point in forcing it. This jade flying dagger was given to me by a friend. Back then, I promised to meet her on the Divine Phoenix continent when I returned to the Yuehua school. However, as you know, something happened to me after I returned to the Yuehua school. Since then, I haven't been able to recover. After so many years, I don't know if she still remembers me. Wu Xiang smiled bitterly and shook his head. No matter what, if you have no other choice, go to the Phoenix tribe and look for her. If she still has some feelings for me, she might help you. But don't expect too much. Got it, senior brother Wu. Sure enough, everyone had a past that they didn't want to talk about. Wu Xiang was the same. Also, there are 2 major academies on the Divine Phoenix continent. They are the Phoenix Academy and the Xianxia College. They are above all the sects and are extremely powerful. Their structure is different from that of sections. Even if you belong to a sect, you can still study there. Wu Xiang continued, the Phoenix Academy is a royal academy. Behind it is the most powerful Divine Phoenix Empire on the Divine Phoenix continent. The Xianxia College is relatively ordinary. Although it is also powerful, it doesn't belong to any country. It is a completely independent academy. Senior brother Wu, are you telling me all this so that I can study in one of the 2 academies? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. Not only you, but all of them can learn from you. How much they can achieve in the future will depend on their aptitude. Wu Xiang nodded and said, back then, I entered the Phoenix Academy to study. I had just entered the celestial realm, but it only took me 3 years to reach the Grotto Heaven realm. This is simply unimaginable on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Hearing this, Ling Xiao and the others looked excited. If that was the case, they should really take a look. I met her in the Phoenix Academy. Oh right, her name is Feng Mingxiao. Remember, don't get it wrong. Wu Xiang added. At this point, he still seemed to be worried, so he took out a pen and paper, wrote a letter, and handed it to Ling Xiao. Take this. It's safer. Many thanks, senior brother. Ling Xiao had come this far. Although he had encountered a lot of enemies, he also had a lot of friends. Without the help of these people, he wouldn't be where he was today. Yuan Venerates, Elder Yang, Moon Lady, Wu Xiang, and the others had all done him a favor. Alright, let's not talk too much. I'll gift this moonlight treasured ship to you. No matter if it's flying or sailing, there won't be any problems. I only hope that you can safely reach the Divine Phoenix continent. When Wu Xiang gave the moonlight treasure ship to Ling Xiao, it could be considered as the last time he helped these people. The Divine Phoenix continent was not safe. The outside was heavily sealed, and it was a problem whether they could leave successfully. With the moonlight treasured ship, it would at least be safer. Go. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up and said to his fellow disciples who were preparing to leave together. In order to avoid leaking information, there's no need to return to your respective residences. Let's leave now. I have everything we need to prepare here. It was hard to guarantee that there were no enemy spies in the Heaven's Choice Academy. If the information was leaked, they really wouldn't be able to leave. The few of them boarded the moonlight-treasured ship and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Less than 2 days after Ling Xiao and the others left northern Han, the news was leaked. As a result, the True Demon Empire issued a bounty for Ling Xiao. The bounty on him was actually much higher than that of a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. Obviously, after Ling Xiao had used the 9 cauldrons illusory realm to injure the Yin-Yang Demon Lord and the Lightning Demon Lord, he had become a thorn in the side of the True Demon Empire. If he didn't die, the True Demon Empire would probably never be at ease. After the bounty was issued, Ling Xiao and the others encountered more trouble. However, Ling Xiao, who possessed the Mountain River martial spirit and opened the Eye of the World, was always able to avoid disaster. Every time they were targeted, they would strike first and gain the upper hand, not giving the other party a chance to leak information. Among these few geniuses, Ling Xiao wasn't the only powerful one. Xianxia was very difficult to deal with as an enemy, but as a comrade, she was very reassuring. After killing the stalker, they would immediately board the moonlight-treasured ship and leave. Even if they were discovered later, they would have long escaped. The moonlight-treasured ship basically didn't have any combat power, but its speed was very astonishing. Divine Phoenix Continent. Divine Phoenix Empire. Outside the Imperial City, a group of people appeared to be in a somewhat sorry state. Their clothes were shabby, as if they were beggars. However, everyone's face revealed an excited smile. "We've finally arrived, Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City, Phoenix City." One of them wiped his dirty face and said excitedly. "Yeah, I've never been to the Divine Phoenix continent before. I really didn't know that the Divine Phoenix Empire was actually so big. It's not inferior to the Sacred Dynasty in the Skydragon continent." Another person sighed with emotion. "Don't be too excited. Coming to the Divine Phoenix Empire is just the beginning. Our goal is to enter the Phoenix Academy or Xianxia College to raise our cultivation. If we can avoid trouble, try not to cause trouble." This person looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, but he appeared to be very mature and prudent. Even if his clothes were very shabby, his long black hair appeared to be unusually clean. His pupils seemed to contain the entire world, deep and bright. "Got it, senior brother Ling." Leng Hao stuck out his tongue and said. That's right, this group of people was Ling Xiao and the others. It could be said that they had experienced untold hardships along the way. They had been chased and intercepted many times, and some of them had even almost been killed. However, they had endured everything. Relying on Ling Xiao's Eye of the World and Xianxia's strength, they had finally safely arrived at their destination. The Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City was about the same size as the Sacred Dynasty's Imperial City. Even the style was very similar. However, this was normal. One had to know that the Sacred Dynasty of the past was the Sacred Dynasty of the entire profound world. The various races of the Divine Phoenix continent were also just one of the races of the Sacred Dynasty. When the Sacred Dynasty was at its peak, it was a situation where tens of thousands of races made pilgrimages. Unfortunately, now, let's not talk about it. The Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City had a total of 4 gates in the north, south, east, and west. There were also 8 other gates. The gates were basically closed and would only be opened under special circumstances. The main gates were all made of special metal and had divine runic arrays on them to increase their resistance. Otherwise, with the strength of a martial artist, no matter how thick the gate was, it would probably be easily broken through. On top of the city gate tower, there were soldiers in armor standing guard and patrolling. At the city gate, there were also very strict guards. Anyone who acted suspiciously would definitely be questioned. Outside the city gate, it wasn't that there was nothing. On the contrary, it was very lively. On both sides of the main road were some vendors or merchants who had set up simple temporary sheds. Many businessmen were unable to enter the Imperial City, or felt that the taxes in the Imperial City were too expensive, so they set up stalls outside. This place was also quite lively. "We've used up all the spare clothes in our storage rings. Why don't we find a clothing store and buy some clothes? Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be taken away as suspicious people," Ling Xiao suggested. "I agree." Xianxia was the first to nod in agreement. After all, she was a girl and was most afraid of being dirty. At this moment, she felt uncomfortable all over. If she could change her clothes and take a hot bath, that would be the best. The others naturally did not object. All right, let's go. Although their clothes were shabby, they had a lot of money on them. There were basically no gold and silver transactions in the Divine Phoenix continent. They were all paid with spirit stones. Ling Zhao's mountain river world stored a large amount of spirit stones, which was more than enough. At this time, perhaps no one knew how big of an impact Ling Zhao's arrival would have on the Divine Phoenix continent. No one even paid attention to this handsome and tall youth. They only treated him as a passerby on a long journey. However, they would soon understand that this person's arrival would cause earth-shaking changes in the Divine Phoenix continent. The group of people entered a clothing store. This clothing store was very interesting. It used mechanical puppet technology to create a mobile store. It was almost no different from the stores in the Imperial City. After entering, the shop assistant just glanced at them indifferently and went back to his own business. The shop assistant had seen many of these vagrants. Although they were different from beggars, the clothes they could afford were very ordinary. There was no need to take special care of them. They could choose by themselves. The clothes here are not bad. The materials are all good and the lowest level inscriptions are woven on them. They are much more practical than ordinary clothes. The style is also beautiful. The girls had a deeper understanding of clothes, so it was more troublesome to choose. Hai Miankao, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, and Zhao Xi went directly to the second floor. Ling Xiao, Ying Wuya, Leng Hao, Long Chen, and Zhao Ji casually bought a few clothes that fit them. As a man, as long as he dressed appropriately, it was fine. The few of them were not that picky. After they changed their clothes, the girls still hadn't come down, so they found a place to sit down. As they waited, they listened to the gossip of the passers-by. There were only two things that these people were discussing. One was the matter of the Divine Phoenix Empire, which involved the Fire Phoenix tribe and the Ice Phoenix tribe of the Divine Phoenix Empire. These two clans were the ruling class of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Every 5 years, there would be an opportunity to compete for the position of monarch. The method was very simple, which was to compete in martial arts. Whoever won, the recommended martial artist would be able to sit on the monarch's seat for 5 years. Currently, it was the Ice Phoenix clan that was sitting on the seat of the celestial monarch. This was already the 4th year that he had been sitting on the seat of the celestial monarch. There was still 1 year before the election. Both races had produced outstanding individuals. The Fire Phoenix tribe's most likely candidate to become the Celestial Emperor was Feng Yinshan. This person was the eldest son of the Fire Phoenix tribe's patriarch. His strength was unfathomable, and his intelligence was outstanding. He was gentle and refined, and he was loved and respected by the people. The Ice Phoenix tribe's most likely candidate to become the Celestial Monarch was the current monarch's second son, Feng Mingqishan. Although Feng Mingqishan was not as loved and respected by the people as Feng Yinshan, he had been fighting outside since he was 10 years old. He had outstanding military achievements, and in the military, he was the one that was admired the most. These people discussed the matter of the Divine Phoenix Empire for a while, and the topic quickly shifted to the Heavenly Dragon continent. Brother, I recently received news that something big has happened in the Heavenly Dragon continent. The True Devil Empire has risen, and they destroyed the Blue-Eyed Clan in one fell swoop. They subdued the Blue-Eyed Clan, and then destroyed the 9 barbarian tribes, turning the barbarian tribe into their own fighters. Your news is outdated. After destroying the Blue-Eyed Clan and the barbarian tribe, they invaded the human race's sacred dynasty on a large scale. Now, only the Northern Han country is left of the sacred dynasty. It's really sad. The former sacred dynasty was like the sun in the sky, but I didn't expect it to fall to such a state. What is the origin of this True Devil Empire? They suddenly rose tens of thousands of years ago, and now they suddenly appeared again? It's said that the True Devil Empire is an existence supported by the Sea Clan. Those people walked out from the depths of the stormy ocean and conspired to take over the entire profound world. Are they worthy? Destroying the declining sacred dynasty is nothing. Our Divine Phoenix Empire is the real powerful one. If they have the ability, let them come and try. They will definitely piss their pants and run away. Brother is right. How can the Heavenly Dragon continent be compared to the Divine Phoenix continent? The current Divine Phoenix Empire is 10,000 times stronger than the human race's sacred dynasty. That's reasonable. I heard that the True Devil Empire has already sent a peace treaty to the Divine Phoenix Empire, and even sent some young people to the Phoenix Academy to further their studies. What? Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. The True Devil Empire had already sent people to the Divine Phoenix continent. He didn't know if it was related to them, but seeing them, it must be because they were enemies. Damn it. Bang, just as he was listening with interest, something suddenly fell from the second floor. Looking carefully, it was a person. This person wasn't anyone else. It was actually Xianxia. Seeing this, Zhao Ji hurriedly ran over. Ling Xiao and the others also stood up. It seemed like they were in trouble. The sound of quarreling came from upstairs. Then, the footsteps of Haim Miankeo, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and Dai Yaoling could be heard. They should be coming down to check on Zhao Xi's injuries. What's going on? Ling Xiao frowned and asked, Haim Miankeo, with you here, how could she be beaten? Haim Miankeo shook her head and said, it happened too suddenly. I didn't even have time to react. Who knew that the other party would suddenly make a move because of a small matter? What matter? Ling Xiao asked. She touched the clothes I took a fancy to. This matter is big enough, right? At this time, a girl walked down the stairs. Her age was similar to Zhao Xi's, but her cultivation was obviously stronger. Her hands were as white as jade, and her clothes were also very decent. However, her words made people feel extremely uncomfortable. There were 3 people behind her, and their strength was not bad. Just because she touched the clothes you took a fancy to? Ling Xiao frowned. Wasn't this woman a little too overbearing? She was actually willing to make a move over such a small matter? Do you think this matter is big? The young girl coldly said, you all look like trash that fled from the Heavenly Dragon continent. Since you've come to the Divine Phoenix continent, you should have the awareness of being a lowly person. If I hit you, you should obediently accept it. Don't talk back, otherwise. At this point, the girl suddenly waved her hand. A strong wind broke through the air, like a poisonous snake stabbing towards Ling Xiao's vitals. She wanted to kill someone because of a disagreement. She was really like the Holy Sun, Haim Miankeo. However, compared to Haim Miankeo, whether it was strength or potential, this girl was far inferior. He really didn't know why she was so arrogant. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and easily caught the cold light. It was a 3-inch long flying dagger. The material used was very particular. On the handle of the dagger, there was on the hilt of the handle. This throwing knife was almost exactly the same as the throwing knife that Wu Xian gave to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Playing with the throwing knife in his hand, he said, Miss, this attack is a bit too rude and ruthless, isn't it? That young girl disdainfully said, trash should obediently be their own trash. Don't think of yourself as a human, or else even more ruthless than this will come later. Listening to the young girl's words, Ling Xiao's gaze became even colder. They didn't know each other, but because of such a trivial matter, she actually wanted to take someone's life. Not only that, but she also repeatedly said that he was trash. Most likely, no one would be able to withstand this kind of treatment. If he was in the Heavenly Dragon continent, Ling Xiao would have already made his move. It was just that he had just arrived here and didn't understand the situation, so he endured until now. Who would have thought that the young girl would take a mile after taking an inch? Her throwing knife didn't manage to stab Ling Xiao. Her hands flung out, and dozens of cold lights flew out of her hands, all of them covering Ling Xiao's various vital points. What a waste of your good looks. Your heart is so vicious. No matter how beautiful you are, it's still disgusting. There was a limit to enduring silently. Ling Xiao couldn't keep being attacked like this and not retaliate. Even if this Divine Phoenix continent was an unfamiliar place, there was one principle that hadn't changed. That was the law of the jungle. If you were too weak, then you would inevitably be bullied, just like now. Ling Xiao didn't make a move. He only said a few very ordinary words, and he was treated like this. If he was just an ordinary person, or if his strength was slightly weaker, then he would already be an ice-cold corpse by now. Could it be that he really had to kneel in front of her like a piece of trash and let her slaughter him? Impossible. Ever since Ling Xiao started cultivating, he had never been humiliated like this. You're about to die and you still dare to talk nonsense. Heavenly Dragon Continent's trash really don't want to live. A man standing behind the girl sneered coldly. The young girl's flying daggers were extremely fast and came from tricky angles, but unfortunately, her cultivation was too low, only a trivial 8th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. Yang Kai really didn't know where she got the confidence to cause trouble here. Whether or not he's a piece of trash, we'll know once we try. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. He did not need to use his sword, he only swung his hand, and a terrifying amount of Heaven's Origin energy broke through the air, not only directly shattering the dozen or so flying blades, but also accelerating towards the girl. Only then did the 3 people behind the young lady realize that something was amiss. They hurriedly moved to help. Only after the 4 of them joined forces did they manage to destroy Ling Xiao's heavenly yuan energy. However, even with that being the case, the girl was still bleeding from the corners of her mouth. She had suffered internal injuries. The surrounding people were afraid of being implicated, so they all retreated, leaving a large space. Good heavens, this young man looks young, but he's already a Heaven Vein martial artist. Furthermore, he's condensed quite a bit of Heaven Essence energy. They could not see the cultivation of the other people, but since Ling Xiao had already made a move, they could still make a rough guess. That girl's bodyguard also seems to be a Heaven Vein martial artist. Young people these days are really amazing. The onlookers were quite surprised. Ling Xiao was only 15 or 16 years old while the girl's bodyguard was only in his 20s. To be able to reach the level of a Heaven Vein martial artist at such an age, even in the Divine Phoenix continent, he was definitely quite powerful. You actually dared to fight back? The girl was injured by Ling Xiao in a single blow, her face pale and ferocious as she glared coldly at Ling Xiao, her eyes filled with anger. She dared to cause trouble here naturally because she had someone she could rely on. When she had bullied the cultivators who had fled from the Heavenly Dragon continent, no one had ever dared to fight back. If she killed someone, she would just kill them and nothing would happen. But today, she had encountered a guy she didn't know the depths of, who actually dared to injure her. Idiot, didn't your family teach you not to offend people casually when you go out? You want to kill me? Do you think I should kneel down and beg you to kill me? You're simply stupid to the point of being useless. When Ling Xiao heard this, he really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was most likely born in a large family, otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have been spoiled to this extent. Forget it, seeing that you're an idiot, I won't bicker with you about today's matter. Now hurry up and get lost. Damn it. Kneel down. The girl angrily shouted. What did you say? Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying killing intent filled the entire clothing store, causing everyone to uncontrollably shiver. The 3 bodyguards of the girl also sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces revealing shocked expressions. The killing intent released by Ling Xiao made them feel that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, the girl was still clamoring like an idiot. I told you to kneel down and cripple your own martial arts, then get lost from the Divine Phoenix continent. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. In the Divine Phoenix Empire, she had never suffered such grievances. Today, she was actually injured by someone, how could she just let it go? Furthermore, the one who injured her was actually a trash from the Heavenly Dragon continent. Simply laughable to the extreme. Forget it, since your parents aren't willing to teach you how to behave, I'll help them today. Ling Xiao had already endured time and time again, but the other party still wanted a yard after taking an inch. She completely had no intention of reconciling, and actually wanted him to kneel down and cripple his own martial arts, if this was the Heavenly Dragon continent, he wouldn't waste his breath at all, and would directly kill with a sword. Although he didn't want to make a big deal out of it now, not making a move was definitely not his style. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Ling Xiao explosively shouted, and simultaneously struck out with both palms. Without using any martial arts, the power of light wrapped around his palms, and directly struck out. Stop. Although the 3 bodyguards were afraid of Ling Xiao, they had no choice but to make a move at this time. If anything happened to this girl, the 3 of them definitely wouldn't be able to keep their lives. The three of them pulled out their weapons one after another, and all of them were long swords. The three swords pierced towards Ling Xiao's palms, sharp like the fangs of three vicious wolves. The two sides finally exchanged blows, and whether it was in the clothing store or outside on the main road, they all gathered around, thinking that the people from the Heavenly Dragon continent weren't all incompetent people. This young man dared to fight back after being ravished by the girl. This was what a real man should do. Presumably, he was definitely not a simple person, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be so overbearing. Scram! Facing the three bodyguards who were blocking the road, Ling Xiao didn't even look at them. Under the celestial realm, he already had no opponents. Although the other party's cultivation was similar to his, the difference between their martial spirits and internal energy was huge. It was impossible for them to be his opponent. Boom, with a sound, a light suddenly flashed, as if a small sun had exploded. The three bodyguards were directly sent flying, and one of them fell on the main road. Two of them crashed into the building of the clothing store, smashing through the wall. The clothing store owner wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. The young man who attacked was only 15 or 16 years old, but his methods were so brilliant. He didn't even use any martial skills, but he was able to heavily injure the three martial artists who had similar cultivation. Novels, law, if he wasn't a genius, who would believe it? It seemed like the Sky Dragon continent wasn't full of trash like the rumors said. There were also geniuses there. The young girl looked at her three lackeys who were heavily injured and couldn't get up. Her expression became extremely ugly. She was frightened, angry, and confused. You! How dare you? As the young girl retreated, she trembled with fear, her entire body trembling. She suddenly remembered that someone in her family had warned her not to be too arrogant outside. Otherwise, if she kicked an iron plate, she might not even be able to keep her life. Now you still want me to kneel down and cripple my own martial arts? Ling Xiao walked towards the young girl step by step. His expression was cold and emotionless. He didn't like to bully people, and was even more unwilling to bully people who were weaker than him. But if someone wanted to bully him or deal with him, then sorry, he would never be merciful. When the Sword King sect killed his Divine Sword sect's people, he slaughtered almost all of the Sword King sect's inner disciples. This was his style. In this unstable world, excessive kindness would only cause one to die faster. As for the reason, he had already explained it. Unfortunately, this unruly and willful woman didn't listen at all. Instead, she went overboard. Not only did she want to kill him, she even wanted him to cripple his own martial arts. Humiliating him like this, how could he not be angry? Since he was angry, then he had to do something. Now that things had reached this step, it wasn't that he didn't know how to be merciful, but that some people simply weren't worthy of being merciful. Stop. You can't kill me. Do you know my identity? The young girl fell to the ground with a plop. Her heart was filled with panic. She originally thought that bringing 3 Heavenvein martial artists as bodyguards was enough. Since this was the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial city, no one would dare to make a move against her. But how could she have thought that she didn't look at the almanac when she went out today, and actually met this kind of person? I'm not the least bit interested in your identity. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I only know that since you pissed me off today, I won't be kind. Who was he afraid of? Didn't he dare to go against the Holy Sun back in the Sky Dragon continent? He had even insulted the Sage Emperor before. Today, he didn't go all out because he had other people with him. Otherwise, if he was alone, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. No matter how powerful this girl's background was, if they couldn't catch him, it would be useless. What do you want? The young girl was really panicking. The person in front of her was completely impervious to everything. Didn't you just tell me to cripple my own martial arts? You. Could it be that you want to cripple my cultivation? No. You can't do that. You don't know the consequences. The girl screamed as she crawled backward. Crippling you is for your own good. So that you won't provoke someone more ruthless than me in the future. You won't even be able to keep your life. Ling Xiao said coldly. Once he had decided on something, no one could change it. In his opinion, crippling this young girl's cultivation was already a light punishment. You dare to cripple me? Believe it or not, I'll make you beg for death from now on. I'll send the people around you to exile. The men will be slaves, and the women will be military prostitutes. The young girl suddenly became ruthless. If that's the case, you really shouldn't have done that. Originally, I was thinking of seeing how pitiful you are and how you're an idiot. My heart softened and I decided not to cripple you. However, after hearing what you said, I even have the desire to kill you. Ling Xiao hated it when people used his friends and family to threaten him. No. What are you doing? Stop right there. Seeing Ling Xiao approaching her step by step, the young girl could only scream. She no longer had the awe-inspiring aura from before. Friend, where it's possible to let people off, you should spare them. Why do you have to bully a young girl? Just as Ling Xiao was about to make his move, a figure appeared in the path that Ling Xiao had to pass. She was very fast, and her cultivation was much stronger than the young girl's 3 useless bodyguards. This figure quickly attracted everyone's attention. It was a woman dressed in silk. She had a curvaceous figure and was quite alluring. She was followed by 2 servant girls, who were holding the new clothes that they had just bought. She must have been waiting on the 2nd floor the whole time. So she had seen everything that happened before. Don't think that this clothing store couldn't attract powerful people. One had to know that this clothing store had a complete range of goods, and it was even better than many stores in the Imperial City. Especially the silk and satin imported from the Sky Dragon continent, which was deeply loved by the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family. So it wasn't impossible for a powerful person to appear here. The woman in front of Ling Xiao was much older than the young girl. She was about 20 years old, graceful and luxurious, and gave off the feeling that she was a talented woman. Isn't this Xianxia College's Feng Yanran? She actually came here for a stroll. Sigh, I'm afraid that I won't have the chance to see today's good show. Yes, that unruly girl has never put others in her eyes because of her identity. Evil people need evil people to deal with evil people. It's a pity that Feng Yanran appeared out of nowhere, so there is no way to deal with this matter. Yeah, no matter how powerful that young man is, he can't afford to offend Xianxia College. But this Feng Yanran is really pleasing to the eye. She's not only beautiful, but also elegant. Most importantly, I heard that she's from Xianxia College's fledgling Phoenix class. Yes, this Xianxia College's fledgling Phoenix class has no more than 30 people. They are definitely the elites of Xianxia College. If you provoke them, you have to be tired of living. It seemed that anyone who was familiar with the Divine Phoenix continent knew how powerful Xianxia College was. Since someone from Xianxia College had stepped in, who would dare to mess around, Feng Yanran obviously knew that young girl, so she stepped in to protect her. Even though the people present didn't like the young girl, so what? This young girl's status was very noble. Even Feng Yanran from Xianxia College had to step in to help her. This was the benefit of having a noble status. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Yanran indifferently. It was undeniable that this woman was very beautiful and had a very attractive temperament. But it didn't mean anything to him. Not to mention the Moon Maiden and Ling Yixue, even compared to Hai Miankeo, she was still a far cry. Hai Miankeo used to be the Holy Sun. His temperament was really not something that Feng Yanran could compare to. Maybe it was because he had seen too many beautiful women, but Ling Xiao's immunity in this regard had become much stronger. Looking at Feng Yanran, his expression was very calm. Are you going to stop me? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. Feng Yanran was somewhat discouraged. Looking at the girls beside Ling Xiao, her original confidence turned into embarrassment. She really had an impulse to leave this place immediately. Beauty and temperament really needed to be compared. With this comparison, the difference was even more obvious. But she knew that she couldn't leave, because if the young girl behind her was really crippled, it would be a big problem. Brother, listen to my advice. It won't do you any good to cripple her. Although Feng Yanran's words seemed to be a discussion, in fact, there was a strong warning and threat in her tone. It even sounded like an order. It seemed that as long as she showed up, Ling Xiao would have to do as she said. There was no room for doubt. If I don't cripple her, will it do me any good? Ling Xiao asked in a sarcastic tone. This was an unavoidable question. Even if he didn't do anything to the girl today, she would still come for revenge, and her revenge might be more direct and vicious. Then he might as well collect some interest in advance. Feng Yanran naturally knew this. She was stunned for a moment and directly avoided the topic. Instead, she said, if you cripple her today, not only will you offend her, but you will also offend Xianxia College. Do you really want to do that? Are you threatening me? Ling Xiao asked coldly. If you think so, then so be it. I still have some influence in Xianxia College. I believe that many people will be willing to stand up for me. Feng Yanran's threat became stronger. I hate being threatened the most. Ling Xiao said coldly, do you know the consequences of offending me? As soon as he said this, the onlookers were stunned again. This guy was too arrogant. He dared not to give face to the goddess of Xianxia College, Feng Yanran. Although Feng Yanran's strength was the weakest in the Puerile Phoenix class, her beauty attracted many people in the class to go through fire and water for her. Offending this girl was equivalent to offending half of the elites in the Puerile Phoenix class. Ling Xiao was not interested in other people's thoughts. He knew exactly what he was doing. He had already considered all the consequences. In the final analysis, if he didn't teach the girl a lesson, she would only take an inch and take a mile. This was also the experience he had along the way. Offend you? I didn't mean to offend you. Feng Yanran was stunned for a moment and shook her head. However, when my friend was hit down the stairs, you didn't say anything to stop it. When I was stabbed by this woman with a flying knife, you didn't say anything to stop it. When she told me to kneel down and cripple my martial arts, you didn't say anything to stop her either. Since you want to be a spectator, you should learn from them and abide by the rules of a spectator. Just stand there obediently and watch the show. Why did he only appear when I was teaching this woman a lesson? Do you think I have no status? Without any power, he was just a piece of trash that escaped from the heavenly dragon continent, so even if he died, there would be no regrets, or perhaps, saving a piece of trash like me won't do you any good? Ling Xiao's words were loud and clear. Before this, they felt that Ling Xiao was a bit too much. If such a beautiful woman came forward and asked you to stop, you should give her face. There was no loss. But after hearing this, they suddenly realized that this was not the case at all. Thinking about it carefully, Feng Yanran was really a bit of a bootlicker to that girl. She was a typical double-standard dog. Feng Yanran herself did not intend to offend Ling Xiao, but in fact, her actions were precisely to stand on the opposite side of Ling Xiao. Scram! Hai Myung-ko suddenly made a move and stabbed at Feng Yanran with her sword. Feng Yanran's face changed greatly, and she hurriedly dodged. At this time, Ling Xiao walked over and gently tapped the girl's forehead. You really can't be too arrogant. Ah! A shrill scream sounded in the clothing store. The whole store and the bustling crowd seemed to have been immobilized and instantly quieted down. The girl's face showed an unprecedented expression of fear. No. You crippled me, you really have to cripple me. She was actually crippled, and it was so easy. There was no real essence left in her body, and even her martial veins had almost regressed to their original state. She had to start from scratch. Everyone was dumbfounded. They really did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to cripple that girl without any hesitation. That girl was the favored daughter of the Ice Phoenix clan, a real precious daughter. Even the emperor doted on her dearly. However, today, her cultivation was actually crippled. Feng Yanran was also shocked. This young man actually did it. Was he really not afraid of the Ice Phoenix clan's revenge? What you did was really stupid. After Hai Myung-ko forced Feng Yanran to retreat, she did not make another move, so Feng Yanran had the chance to say such a sentence. Her body was trembling, as if she had been stung by something. Her originally graceful and elegant temperament seemed to have crumbled a little at this moment. Is your smart way to let her kill me? Ling Xiao did not even look at Feng Yanran. He had seen many women like her, who were not even worth mentioning. She thought that she could command all the men in the world because of her beauty. How ridiculous. Yes, even if she wants to kill you, you should kneel down and let her kill you. This way, you can at least save the lives of your friends. What's more, she has no ability to kill you. Feng Yanran's cold voice sounded. She was also surnamed Feng. Like the girl, she was also a member of the Ice Phoenix clan, which belonged to the imperial family. They were both spoiled since childhood and treated human lives like grass. In front of them, only the imperial family was considered human. The rest were just dolls that could be killed at any time. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao was so angry that he laughed. Sorry, I'm really not as smart as you. Thick ridicule was mixed in his words. He really hated this woman called Feng Yanran to the extreme. It was not less than his disgust for the girl. I think you're stupid because you've caused a big disaster. You came to the Divine Phoenix continent to seek refuge, but you offended someone you shouldn't have. You can't afford to pay this price. Feng Yanran said coldly. Wrong. Very wrong. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I don't want to repeat what I said before. There doesn't seem to be any difference between crippling her and letting her go. The only difference is that crippling her will make me feel very happy and satisfied. I won't have to sulk like a tortoise and end up being slaughtered in the end. Yes, since you can't avoid it, why run? If the end is death, dying standing is more comfortable than dying kneeling. Hai Miangkeo also said in a clear voice. She didn't stop Ling Xiao from beginning to end because she felt that Ling Xiao was right. A very courageous method, but you can't afford to cripple her. There's a difference between one person dying and all of them dying. Feng Yanran looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, originally, I wanted to wait until you died and do my best to ensure that your friends are alive. But now, I can't help you. If what her family wants is a corpse, then I don't mind helping them. Ling Xiao's cold voice revealed a strong threat. Ling Xiao, who possessed the light shadow profound meaning, would definitely be able to get rid of the girl before anyone else did. His voice was very calm, but there was a strong threat in his words, which made people shudder. The onlookers believed this without a doubt. Feng Yanran felt a kind of helplessness that she had never felt before. The person in front of her obviously didn't have a high cultivation and was a nobody. He was only 15 or 16 years old, but he could judge the problem and even hit the nail on the head. He was like a master who controlled everything, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Do you mean that it's not enough to cripple me, and you want to kill me? The girl asked with a trembling voice. Haha, it seems that you've become smarter after being crippled. That's what I mean. You heard it very clearly. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the girl. The biggest mistake this girl had made was that she was arrogant and liked to stir up trouble even though she was weak. Just because he had some family background, he dared to provoke others. Most people might be afraid of her because of the power behind her. But what if she met a lunatic like Ling Xiao, who had never been afraid of anyone and relied on killing to get to where he was? Then this girl was not far from death. No matter who she was, Feng Yanran sneered, you're arrogant now because you don't know who she is. If you really know who she is, I believe you'll understand what a stupid thing you've done. She stared at Ling Xiao, hoping to see a trace of fear and panic on Ling Xiao's face. If that was the case, perhaps she would feel a little better. The girl also looked at Ling Xiao. She even imagined that after she revealed her identity, Ling Xiao would kneel down in front of her in panic. At that time, she would definitely not let this fellow off. She would make him beg for death but unable to do so. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Before they could reveal the girl's identity, Ling Xiao spoke. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? This flying saber hilt has the word Feng engraved on it, and it's surrounded by the patterns of the Ice Phoenix clan. How could I not know that he's from the Ice Phoenix clan? Ling Xiao disdainfully threw out the throwing knife in his hand, which landed right beside the girl, scaring the girl into trembling again. As a member of the Ice Phoenix clan, you don't know how to protect the dignity of the imperial family. Instead, you flaunt your strength and bully others. What's the difference between you and a dog that relies on its master's power? The Ice Phoenix clan should feel ashamed for having such a shameless woman like you. Ling Zhao's voice echoed in the boutique. Many onlookers were so excited that they wanted to applaud. However, they did not dare to do so. They did not have the guts of Ling Xiao. They could only live their lives in fear and trepidation. After being bullied by others, they could only lower their heads and not dare to make a sound. Their daughter had been snatched away and their son had been killed. They could only cry bitterly, but they did not dare to resist. These were their days. Because they were timid, they did not dare to offend anyone from the imperial family. The girl's face was deathly pale. Her imaginary dream had been shattered. The scene of her humiliating Ling Xiao had been completely destroyed by these righteous words. She was a dog that relied on its master's power. This was the most serious humiliation. Feng Yanran's expression kept changing. Sometimes it was surprise, sometimes it was anger, and sometimes it was confusion. Although this young man was right, who would dare to say such things in front of their clan members? Was he really a lunatic? Not necessarily. It was almost time for the next election. If the Ice Phoenix clan made a big fuss about Ling Xiao because of what had happened today, the Fire Phoenix clan would definitely be happy in the end. The Ice Phoenix clan would lose the next election because of a stupid girl. They would be completely defeated by the Fire Phoenix clan. If that happened, the situation would be very serious. Did this young man see through this? Was that why he was so fearless? Was he a guest elder of the Fire Phoenix clan? Which bastard dared to cripple my daughter? I'll kill him. Just as Feng Yanran was hesitating about whether she should personally subdue Ling Xiao, a thunderous voice came from outside the door. Then, they saw a middle-aged man in armor rush into the clothing store, followed by two warriors in the same armor. Father, it's him. It's that guy who crippled my cultivation. Seeing that her father had arrived, the girl seemed to have been saved. She pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted. The middle-aged man's body shook. He looked at Ling Xiao and released a terrifying aura. Late-stage ninth heaven of the sky realm, Ling Xiao definitely could not deal with this kind of cultivation. He could not help but frown. He gently touched the storage ring on his hand and prepared to run. If he could not win, he would run. There was nothing embarrassing about that. Being able to remain unscathed while being chased by an expert was also a kind of ability. Bastard, how dare you hurt my daughter? Today, I'll tear you into pieces. The middle-aged man was furious. It was impossible for him to reason with him. Under such circumstances, if it were Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be reasonable either. When a person was furious, they would lose their rationality. The middle-aged man took out a long spear from his storage ring and pointed it at Ling Xiao. An even more terrifying aura burst out and aimed at Ling Xiao. For a moment, the entire clothing store became very oppressive. This person should be a veteran of killing enemies on the battlefield. If there were not 10,000 souls under the spear, there would be at least thousands. The smell of blood condensed was really unbearable for many people. Those who wanted to watch the show retreated one after another, farther away from the place where the battle broke out. Ling Xiao felt that it was a little difficult for him to breathe. It was as if there was a huge rock weighing tens of thousands of pounds on his chest. It was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. The strength of the other party was really not something that he could fight against. However, his face was still calm and did not show the slightest bit of panic or fear. Now that things have come to this, you should understand how correct my words are, right? None of you will be able to survive. A cold voice came out from Feng Yanran's mouth. Her eyes were still staring at Ling Xiao, hoping to see the change in Ling Xiao's expression. If she could show fear or panic, then she would be very satisfied. I've already said it. Even if I die, I will die standing. Some things are done. What's the use of regretting it? Just face it calmly. Ling Xiao disdainfully said. If a person still has no sense of shame when he's being bullied, then he's living like a walking corpse. However, there's still a little regret. Feng Yanran's face was happy. Finally, the other party was afraid. However, Ling Xiao's next words almost made her choke on her saliva. I only regret that I didn't kill that girl cleanly. Things like crippling people's cultivation are too troublesome. It will leave behind future troubles. Ling Xiao said lightly. He was calm as if nothing had happened. It was as if no one in front of him was threatening his life. Humph, even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, it's useless. If I don't take care of all of you, I'll take off my pants and run 10 laps around the imperial city. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, his killing intent growing stronger. The young man in front of him had crippled his daughter's cultivation, yet he was still so calm. This made him feel very unhappy. Very unhappy. Some words are better left unsaid. If a general of the Divine Phoenix Empire, a member of the Ice Phoenix clan's imperial family ran naked around the imperial city, I believe many people would be happy to see it. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, his feet had already taken a strange step, and two kinds of black and white light faintly appeared behind him. When the middle-aged man was still angry about how to deal with the arrogant young man in front of him, Ling Xiao suddenly moved. A dazzling light flashed. The middle-aged man didn't even have time to react. His daughter was in Ling Xiao's hands, and the cold blade was placed horizontally on the girl's neck. "Bastard, stop!" The middle-aged man suddenly panicked. Feng Yanran was even more shocked. Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that even a 10 directions heaven martial artist might not be able to match it. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. If he wanted to escape, who could stop him? "Old dog, listen up. I can let your daughter go, but you better not act rashly. Otherwise, I can guarantee that your daughter will die earlier than me," Ling Xiao said coldly. This guy is really something. He actually dares to talk to this lord like that? Amazing. If it were me, I would have peed my pants. You don't have his speed. The onlookers felt that this scene was very satisfying. Because they had also fantasized about fighting this old dog face to face. "Let her go, or I'll let you die without a complete corpse," the middle-aged man roared. "Hee, you actually dare to show off in front of me?" Ling Xiao used a little bit of strength with the sword in his hand, and the girl's neck was cut open. Don't, what do you want?" Although the middle-aged man couldn't wait to slap Ling Xiao to death, his daughter's life was more important. "Get out of here right now. You better not let me see you again. When I'm safe, I'll naturally release your daughter," Ling Xiao said coldly. "That won't do. How can I trust you?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "I'm in the Imperial City. What good will it do me to kill her?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Go." After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged man finally chose to leave. However, as soon as he took a step, he heard Ling Xiao's voice behind him. "General, don't forget the oath you made before. You'd better take off your pants and run around the royal city. Don't let others laugh at you for not daring to do it." It's not over yet." Of course, the middle-aged man wouldn't really do that. For people like him, oaths were like farts. "You too, scram." After the middle-aged man left, Ling Xiao threw the young girl out. "If you let her go, aren't you afraid that person will come looking for trouble again?" Xianxia asked in confusion. "He doesn't have the guts." Ling Xiao sneered. What he was best at now was not martial arts, but soul power. The young girl had been imprinted by him. As long as he wanted, the young girl could go crazy and die at any time. Although he didn't want to use such a ruthless method, he had to be careful of the middle-aged man. After all, this was someone else's territory. Being ruthless to the enemy was to protect oneself. After that, Ling Xiao looked at Feng Yanran and said, "Why aren't you scramming? What are you doing here? Do you want me to thank you? You dare to ask me to scram?" Feng Yanran was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to do that. "If I ask you to scram, then scram. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You're just a martial artist at the early stage of yin and yang sky. You really think you're something?" The moment he said that, the eyes of the world appeared above Ling Xiao's head and a terrifying soul power poured out. Under the pressure of the will of mountains and rivers, Feng Yanran found herself afraid. At this moment, Xianxia attacked again. However, she didn't use her sword. Instead, she kicked Feng Yanran and sent her flying. These people are not easy to deal with. They even dared to kick Xianxia College's Feng Yanran? That guy is a bit strange. He seems to be a master of soul power. That beautiful girl's strength is actually not inferior to Feng Yanran's. Where did she come from? The onlookers all stared with their eyes wide open. They had been in the Imperial City for so many days, but they had never seen someone from Xianxia College's Young Phoenix class get kicked out like this. "Let's go. Have you all changed your clothes?" Ling Xiao didn't plan to escape. It was not easy to come to the Imperial City of the Divine Phoenix Empire. He really wanted to go in and see the situation. In the entire Divine Phoenix continent, the two major colleges were located in the Imperial City. It was enough to show how powerful the Imperial City was. He came to the Divine Phoenix continent to improve his cultivation and get more cultivation resources. No matter what, he had to choose one of the 2 colleges to join. I'm done. Let's go. Seeing the sorry state of those people, Xiaoxi's gloominess from being beaten up earlier was swept away. After all, she was a martial artist. Falling down from the 2nd floor wasn't a big deal. After changing into new clothes, the people would no longer be mistaken for beggars. They looked like traveling martial artists. The city gate was simple and heavy. It had a mysterious power. In the past, the holy city also had such a gate. Unfortunately, it was now in ruins. No matter how strong this gate was, it was still not as strong as a martial artist's strength. Therefore, if one wanted to protect the country, strength was the most important thing. Everything else was just an empty shell. Dodge. Just as they were about to enter the city gate, a sudden shout came from behind. A rainbow light flew over, almost sticking to the ground. Its speed was so fast that it made people speechless. This rainbow light was rushing towards Ling Xiao. However, it didn't seem like it was going to attack him. It was just passing him. Ling Xiao didn't dodge. He stared at it. This person had a pair of rainbow wings on his back and a long rainbow light tail behind him. He was just like a peacock. As he flew, the rainbow light danced. The dust on the ground was lifted up, and the people near him were all sent flying. Ha ha ha, this is fun. Eagle Sky Hero, your son isn't as fast as me. This person laughed loudly. He had no intention of stopping. It seemed like he was going to crash into Ling Xiao. Behind him, there was another figure. As he flew, thunder rumbled. The wings on his back also showed the color of blue lightning. He looked extremely cool. That should be the Eagle Sky Hero that the peacock was talking about. It's the Peacock Phoenix Sun Kong He and the Thunder Eagle Phoenix Sun Eagle Sky Hero, ranked in the top 10 of the Young Phoenix leaderboard. Exclamations came from the crowd. Like the Heavenly Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent also had a ranking of young geniuses. However, the scope was broader. The young people ranked in the top 10 of the Young Phoenix leaderboard were all called Phoenix Sons. Their full name was Son of the Divine Phoenix. Turn. Ling Xiao's pupils constricted, and a powerful soul force was released. The space seemed to be distorted. No, it was really distorted. Peacock Phoenix Sun Kong He was originally heading straight for him, but when he got close, he circled around and flew over his head. Those who didn't know would think that Peacock Phoenix Sun didn't want to hurt him. Only Ling Xiao and Hai Mian-ko, who was nearby, understood what happened. That Peacock Phoenix Sun Kong He turned his head to look at Ling Xiao, his eyes revealing some displeasure and surprise. But he still turned and flew away. The races on the Divine Phoenix continent were different from the human race. They could fly after a period of time after they were born. Of course, they needed to turn into a bird to fly. Only when their cultivation reached the heaven realm could they gradually fly in their half-human form. This was their advantage over the humans on the Heavenly Dragon continent. But there was nothing special in battle. Bloodline power was very similar to martial souls. In fact, the martial souls of humans were created by the human king based on the bloodline power of the demon race. It could even surpass the blue. After all, the variability of martial souls was better than bloodline power. Peacock Phoenix Sun is so impressive, worthy of being in the top 10 of the infant phoenix list. Whether it's strength or aura, it's first class. The crowd looked at Peacock Phoenix Sun with envy. In the mystic world, martial arts were respected. So no matter which race, they would be proud of having powerful strength. Powerful martial artists, no matter where they went, would be revered by people. Kong He, I disdain to compete with you in speed. Otherwise, your peacock race can't be compared to our Thunder Eagle race. Peacock Phoenix Sun had just flown into the city when a figure mixed with lightning and fire scuttled by, shocking everyone so much that they had to cover their ears. It was really like a thunderclap. In the Divine Phoenix continent, only the top 10 experts on the infant phoenix list were qualified to be called Phoenix Sons. Among the top 10 Phoenix Sons, the Fire Phoenix race and Ice Phoenix race each had 2, the Dark Phoenix race also had 2, and the remaining Peacock race, Thunder Eagle race, Great Rock race, and Vermilion Bird race each had 1. The Dark Phoenix clan had a rather special status in the Divine Phoenix continent. They had once plotted a rebellion but were defeated in the end. From then on, they were stripped of their qualifications to run for the position of emperor. Therefore, when the Phoenix clan was mentioned, most people only knew about the Fire Phoenix clan and the Ice Phoenix clan. They didn't know much about the Dark Phoenix clan that lived in seclusion in the mountains. I heard that something big happened in the Heavenly Dragon continent. In addition, the election of the emperor is about to begin. Therefore, the 10 great phoenixes have all arrived at the Imperial City. It's going to be lively now. Yes, yes. I just heard that a terrible teenager appeared in the clothing store outside. He even beat up Feng Yanran from the Young Phoenix class of Xianxia College. Not only that, they even crippled a young lady of the Phoenix clan. So powerful. That's right. He must be someone with a great background. I reckon that the Imperial City will be very lively during this period of time. It's really the right time for us to come here. Listening to these people's discussions, Ling Xiao only smiled slightly. Although the 10 great phoenixes' overall strength was much stronger than the 20 prodigies of the Heavenly Dragon continent, the Holy Sun Haim Mian Ko and him, as well as the Qin Bi Shue, Mo Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, Hong Li, and Long Chen, were definitely qualified to fight with them. Especially him and the Holy Sun Haim Mian Ko. If they were willing, it was not impossible for them to fight for a spot as a Phoenix Sun. Let's continue. After witnessing the strength of the Peacock Phoenix Sun and the Thunder Eagle Phoenix Sun, Ling Zhao's heart was suddenly filled with fighting spirit. The current him was not a match for the two of them. However, after a period of time, that might not be the case. At this time, in the Imperial Palace. This was the core of the Divine Phoenix Empire's power. It was the core of the entire Divine Phoenix continent's power. Although the Divine Phoenix Empire had yet to unify the Divine Phoenix continent, they were definitely the strongest and largest nation on the Divine Phoenix continent. The surrounding nations basically had to pay tribute to them. The Imperial Palace was considered a city within a city. Its majesty and vastness were even more intense than the inner and outer cities. The king's providence that was constantly rising made it obvious who was living there. The Imperial Palace was heavily guarded and the guards were extremely powerful. If an ordinary martial artist wanted to barge in, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. The Imperial Palace was divided into the Fire Phoenix Palace, the Ice Phoenix Palace, the Emperor Palace, and the Imperial Harem. The Fire Phoenix Palace and the Ice Phoenix Palace were naturally occupied by the two crown princes. They were the ones who had the potential to succeed the emperor, Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingqishan. The safety of the crown princes was extremely important. It was rumored that the two imperial palaces had 1,000 open and hidden layers of defense. It was not an easy task to pass through the layers of defense and reach the center. At this time, in the Fire Phoenix Palace, Feng Yinshan was sitting in front of a desk reading some memorials. His seemingly ordinary attire and gentle appearance made this crown prince look very approachable. However, his eyes were filled with wisdom and depth, as if he could see through everything with a glance. Some of the difficult problems in the memorials were easily solved by his wisdom. According to the rules of the Divine Phoenix Empire, some of the memorials that did not involve the foundation of the empire could be given to the two crown princes to read. This could prepare them to become the emperor. However, not involving the foundation of the empire did not mean that it was simple. Many trivial matters were even more troublesome to deal with. This was also a test of the crown prince's abilities. At this time, a fragrant wind drifted in from outside the door. Feng Yinshan frowned slightly, but soon revealed a slight smile. With a creak, the door was pushed open. A woman walked in from outside. The fragrant wind came from her body. Feng Yinshan raised his head and smiled. It was as comfortable as the spring breeze. "Big brother Yinshan, you have to help me," the woman angrily said with her hands on her hips the moment she entered. This woman was Feng Yanran. At this time, she no longer had that elegance and luxury. Instead, she looked like a little sister next door. "Sit down first. Look, who dares to offend our princess? Is it that Peacock Phoenix or that Thunder Eagle Phoenix? These two just arrived in the Imperial City today, and you're playing outside the Imperial City. You couldn't have been bullied by them, right?" Feng Yinshan smiled and put down the pen in his hand. He raised his head and looked at Feng Yanran. Of course not. In front of her cousin, Feng Yinshan, Feng Yanran was like a different person. Even her personality had changed. It was probably because their relationship was really good. Oh? Brother guessed wrong? Feng Yinshan was a little surprised. Basically, there was nothing that happened inside or outside the imperial city that could escape his eyes. Regarding the arrival of the Peacock Phoenix Sun and the Thunder Eagle Phoenix Sun today, he already knew about it a few days ago. Was there something that he did not know, unless it had just happened and his informants had not had time to report it? Big brother Yinshan, you are powerful, but this matter is definitely related to some fleeing martial artists from the Heavenly Dragon continent. Feng Yanran said with a smile. Feng Yanran suddenly became mysterious, as if she wanted to test her cousin. That person of yours, he can't be called Ling Xiao, right? Feng Yinshan raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked. Ah. Feng Yanran hurriedly covered her mouth and looked at her cousin in surprise. That youth's name was something she had painstakingly found out. She didn't expect that her cousin would know about it in the Divine Palace. You don't have to be surprised. Feng Yinshan smiled and said, the Heavenly Dragon continent is the closest to our Divine Phoenix continent, and their strength is also the closest. These years, the Divine Phoenix Empire has been intending to enter the Heavenly Dragon continent and expand their territory. Although they haven't been able to do so due to internal strife, they have investigated a lot of information. Brother Yinshan, what else do you know about this Ling Xiao? Feng Yanran hurriedly asked. He is the chosen one of the Heavenly Dragon continent. Rumor has it that the Plague Demon King and the Evil Beast Demon King of the True Devil Empire were killed by him, and they were really killed, not sealed. Feng Yinshan said, in addition, in the finals of the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival, Ling Xiao even repelled the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Lightning Demon King with a single sword strike, preserving the bloodline of the Sacred Dynasty. So powerful. You must be bragging, with his strength? Feng Yanran simply couldn't believe it. I'm not bragging, these things were all witnessed by people, so it shouldn't be fake. Feng Yinshan shook his head and said, actually, there is one more thing that you might be even more surprised about. Is there anything that can surprise me more? Feng Yanran looked at her cousin in bewilderment. Do you know whose son this Ling Xiao is? What does it have to do with us whose son he is? Feng Yanran completely lost interest. As if he already knew that Feng Yanran would be like this, Feng Yinshan smiled and said, what if I tell you that he is the son of Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia? What? Feng Yanran suddenly raised her head, and there was a hint of joy in her surprise. Do you understand now? Don't provoke him in the future. Get along well with him, it won't do you any harm. Feng Yinshan smiled. If I had known about this earlier, I definitely wouldn't have made things difficult for him. I didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually be the son of those two. Those two are the great benefactors of our Phoenix clan. Feng Yanran smiled bitterly. Keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell anyone else. As for the Phoenix Cry Army and Feng Mingyu, I'll send someone to remind them. Feng Yinshan's expression suddenly became solemn. The current atmosphere in Divine Phoenix Empire is a little strange. I keep feeling that something is about to happen. With this additional variable, perhaps it will be beneficial to all of us. Feng Yanran said helplessly, but Ling Xiao crippled Feng Mingyu's martial arts. I'm afraid the Phoenix Cry Army will not let this matter rest. You don't have to worry about that. As long as she doesn't die, this isn't a huge grudge. That Feng Mingyu is used to being arrogant. Just treat this as a lesson. It's beneficial for her. I understand, Big Brother Hidden Mountain. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know about this conversation in Fire Phoenix Palace. He also didn't know that he was the son of the famous Yu Xianxia and Ji Fuling. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't have much of a reaction. In the past year or so, he had matured a lot. He was no longer the child who would cry for his parents when he was wronged. After the group entered the city, they headed straight for the Phoenix Academy. The reason why they chose the Phoenix Academy first and not Qingshu College was because Wu Xiang had once studied at the Phoenix Academy. And the Feng Mingxiao that Wu Xiang had asked him to find might still have some kind of relationship with this Phoenix Academy. The Phoenix Academy standard was second only to the Imperial Palace. It was majestic and dignified. In front of the academy was a spacious plaza. A few people stood in the plaza, chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Their expressions revealed a bit of excitement and nervousness. They were probably the same as Ling Xiao and the others, coming to the Phoenix Academy to study. The Phoenix Academy's main gate was a huge bronze door. When the 2 doors were opened, it was more than 20 meters wide. It looked very majestic. At this moment, the door was wide open. Beside it was a huge stone tablet. On it, there were 4 large words engraved in flamboyant calligraphy, Phoenix Academy. These 4 words were incomparably domineering. It was rumored that they were personally written by the first emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire. They emitted a strong domineering aura. Every word emitted a strong aura. Senior brother Ling, I'm a bit worried. Perhaps it was because of the powerful soul pressure emitted by the stone tablet, but Xianxia, who had the weakest cultivation, was actually a bit afraid. Don't be afraid. The worst-case scenario is that you won't be able to enter the Phoenix Academy. Ling Xiao comforted her with a smile. Then, he wrapped her body with his soul power and blocked the domineering aura from the stone tablet. Only then did Xianxia feel a bit better. In the plaza, there were a few martial artists wearing the Phoenix Academy's uniform sitting in front of a stone table. They were conducting a simple test for each person who came to study. Of course, the Phoenix Academy's gate wasn't that easy to enter. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to fit everyone. There were 2 types of test results. The first type didn't have a letter of recommendation, and the requirements were very high. The other type was to have a recommendation letter and a letter of introduction. The requirements would be much lower. This was called making an exception. Others were not that good. Ling Xiao and the others didn't have a letter of recommendation, so the requirements were naturally higher. However, in Ling Xiao's opinion, it wasn't a problem for them to enter the Phoenix Academy. Of course, the prerequisite was that the test had to be fair. Those who passed the test could register their names and other information. Then, they would receive a student card and be considered to have successfully entered the Phoenix Academy. Of course, entering was only the beginning. It didn't mean that everything was fine. This was because the Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College would conduct tests every year. Those who didn't perform well would be expelled. This was also to make room for more outstanding martial artists. Jie. Suddenly, a bird's cry came from the sky. It was actually a fiery red phoenix. This phoenix was rumored to be a close relative of the phoenix. However, it couldn't transform into a human form and was usually used as a mount. However, it was very expensive. If one didn't have enough spirit stones, it was impossible to buy it. The majestic phoenix landed on the plaza, and a young girl jumped down from it. It was actually Feng Mingyu, whose cultivation had been crippled by Ling Xiao. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that Feng Mingyu's cultivation had actually completely recovered. Not only that, but it had also improved. Interesting. There are indeed many experts in the Divine Phoenix continent. They can actually directly recover Feng Mingyu's cultivation. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. It's not that they're powerful. It's just that you went easy on them. If you destroyed that girl's martial veins, even the gods wouldn't be able to do it. Hai Miangkeo said coldly. Once we become sworn enemies, it's impossible to resolve. Ling Xiao naturally had his reasons for not being so heavy-handed. He didn't want to become sworn enemies so quickly. You're indeed thinking far ahead. Of course, I'm not as good as you. La Hai Miangkeo was stunned for a moment, then laughed bitterly. She had always thought that Ling Xiao was a reckless and daring madman. But now, it seemed that her understanding was wrong. He wanted revenge, but he couldn't become a mortal enemy. It was not easy for him to think so much under such circumstances. Good fellow, he can actually afford the phoenix. This girl's background is not simple. In the crowd, many people looked at Feng Mingyu with jealousy and envy. It's great that you're fine. Who bullied you? Give it to me, I'll help you deal with him. Just as Feng Mingyu kept the phoenix, a young man came over on a golden eagle. That should be a phoenix-tailed golden eagle. It's rumored that it's a cross between a phoenix and a phoenix. It's expensive and definitely not something an ordinary person can afford. This young man is not simple. Isn't that obvious? 100 years ago, the Phoenix Academy only recruited disciples of the royal family. Later on, they started to expand their enrollment. As long as one has a special aptitude and can be called a genius, they have the right to enter. The Royal Academy is really extraordinary. Those who have the right to enter are either disciples of the royal family or monstrous geniuses. If you can enter, even if your cultivation doesn't increase, it's good to make a few friends. In the midst of the discussion, Ling Xiao only smiled. Hi Miankeo, I used to think that you were just SOSO. But compared to these people, you're not bad. Ling Xiao, can you not be so sarcastic? Along the way, you've been making fun of me. Hai Miankeo wanted to be angry, but in front of Ling Xiao, she really couldn't be angry. She owed Ling Xiao too much. Although her personality was still domineering and even a little arrogant, she wasn't a heartless person. Ling Xiao had saved her life, her brother Ji Mingfeng, and even the Grand Holy Emperor and the Holy Emperor who had just passed away. Therefore, she always felt a special sense of guilt towards Ling Xiao. Alright, I won't bully you anymore. I just want to tell you that once you're here, you should put down your identity and train hard. As long as you're strong enough, even if you're not the Holy Son, no one will dare to look at you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He was deeply aware of this point. In the past, he was the kind of person who was looked down upon and despised by others. However, today, at least in the Heavenly Dragon continent, there were very few people who dared to look down on him. Thank you. Hai Miankeo nodded and smiled. What's there to laugh about? A bunch of trash that fled from the Heavenly Dragon continent. They really don't know their own limits. They actually came to the Phoenix Academy to join in the fun. Just as Hai Miankeo was feeling a little better, she suddenly heard these words, and a strong killing intent appeared on her face. The one who spoke was the young man riding on the phoenix-tailed golden eagle. I dare you to say another word. Hai Miankeo's personality was actually more extreme than Ling Zhao's because she grew up in such an environment. In the past, if anyone dared to talk back to her, she would kill them. Now that she was with Ling Xiao, she somewhat restrained herself. However, a leopard could not change its spots. It was not easy to completely change her personality. At this moment, she really had the urge to kill that young man. Hai Miankeo, if he says it, we won't lose a single strand of hair. As long as you don't do anything, don't bother. Just treat it as a dog barking. Ling Xiao gently patted her on the shoulder. That's true. Killing a dog would dirty my sword. Hai Miankeo took a deep breath. She understood Ling Zhao's deep meaning. After all, this was the entrance of the Phoenix Academy, and they still wanted to join the Phoenix Academy. Well, if they could bear with it, then they would bear with it for the time being. It would not be too late to deal with this group of people after they entered the academy. Ling Zhao's words made the young man's expression turn extremely ugly. Feng Mingyu was stunned for a moment. He obviously recognized Ling Xiao, and there was even a hint of fear in his eyes. He looked at the young man and said, Lin Chan, registration is more important. Why are you wasting your breath on them? The young man called Lin Chan glanced coldly at Hai Miankeo and Ling Xiao, and said through gritted teeth, if today is not the day of registration at the Phoenix Academy, the two of you can forget about living. After saying this, he realized that Ling Xiao, Hai Miankeo, and the others had already walked to the other side and did not listen to his words at all. You're pissing me off. Feng Mingyu, what's wrong with you? Normally, when you see these trash from the Heavenly Dragon continent, you would torture them. Why are you so calm today? Lung Chan looked at Feng Mingyu and asked. Although I'm a member of the royal family of the Phoenix clan, I don't want to cause trouble outside the Phoenix Academy. You should know that the Dean of the Phoenix Academy is also the state preceptor of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Who dares to offend him? Feng Mingyu found an excuse to dodge the question. There were actually two reasons why she did not dare to provoke Ling Xiao again. Firstly, the soul imprint in her body could not be removed even by the experts of the clan. This was the key. She was very worried that if she provoked the other party, she would die a tragic death on the spot. Secondly, the crown prince, Feng Yinshan, had sent word that they were not to provoke Ling Xiao. The specific reason was not given, but the tone was very serious. Although she was a member of the royal family, her father was just a prince without any authority. If they offended any of the crown princes, it would be very troublesome. That's true. Let's go and register. My mood was spoiled by these trash. It's really unpleasant. Leng Chan was convinced by Feng Mingyu's reason. She shrugged helplessly and followed Feng Mingyu to the stone table to register. Beside the stone table, there was something similar to the testing pillar of the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival. This was the potential testing pillar used by the Phoenix Academy to test one's potential. The testing method was very simple. As long as you hit it with a punch, the Academy's teachers would judge your potential based on the result and subtract your cultivation. If it showed a positive number, then it meant that your actual potential was greater than your current strength. If it was a number higher, then you were basically a genius and qualified to enter the Phoenix Academy. If you wanted to wait, or if it showed a negative number, then sorry, you were not qualified. Of course, if you had a recommendation letter, you would pass as long as it was not a negative number. After Feng Mingyu's test, the result was that his potential had reached 2 levels, which meant that his strength was 2 levels higher than his actual strength. He definitely passed. It was fine even if he did not have a recommendation letter, not to mention that she had one. After Leng Chan's test, her potential was similar to Feng Mingyu's, and she also successfully entered the Phoenix Academy. It's your turn. The teacher in charge of the test looked at Ling Xiao and the others and said. At this moment, Leng Chan also noticed them. How can trash from the Heavenly Dragon continent be qualified to enter our Phoenix Academy? Don't you even know this little bit of rules? Leng Chan's voice was filled with disdain and mockery. This was clearly a classic provocation. He's not wrong. The Phoenix Academy used to recruit martial artists from the Heavenly Dragon continent, but the rules have been changed recently. No one from the Heavenly Dragon continent is allowed to enter. The Phoenix Academy teacher said indifferently. There's no exception? Ling Xiao frowned. He heard that Mo Wushang, Qin Bixue, Bai Qianjiao, Hong Li, and the others were all in the Phoenix Academy. You talk too much. Even if there's an exception, it's not you guys. Hurry up and scram. Before the teacher could say anything, Leng Chan started scolding again. Ling Xiao was puzzled. He didn't offend this idiot. Could it be that he could trample on the dignity of others just because he was a noble? Ha ha ha, well said. If the trash from the Heavenly Dragon continent wants to enter the Phoenix Academy, they'll have to have a recommendation letter or a letter of recommendation. You idiots dare to join in the fun without anything. Are your brains in a mess? At this moment, a person walked out of the school. It was the former core disciple of the Heavenly King sect, Dao Wuming. The former Dao Wuming probably didn't even dare to speak loudly when he saw Ling Xiao and Hai Mian Ko. Now that he had joined the Phoenix Academy, he was like a pheasant that had turned into a phoenix. He didn't even know who he was anymore. Ling Xiao looked at Dao Wuming with a mocking expression. Haha, in the Heavenly Dragon continent, you were a dog. Now that you've come to the Divine Phoenix continent, why have you become someone else's dog? No wonder. Hanging out with this kind of dog who relies on people's power, you're really in cahoots. Snakes and rats from the same nest. Interesting. Ling Zhao's sarcastic words made Dao Wuming and Ling Chan freeze. Especially Ling Chan. He really didn't expect that this homeless dog who had fled here would dare to talk back in front of so many people. He even dared to call him a dog. He was really bold. He turned to look at Feng Mingyu and found that Feng Mingyu didn't say anything. He felt a little strange. If it were any other time, Feng Mingyu's flying dagger would have pierced this person's head. Brother Leng, he called you a dog. Dao Wuming took this opportunity to sow discord. Leng Chan was an arrogant person to begin with. Although he understood that Dao Wuming was trying to sow discord, he was still displeased. Being scolded by a Sky Dragon continent's trash, if he did not dare to talk back, then he would not have the face to stay in the Imperial City in the future. Stinky brat, who are you calling a dog? As Leng Chan spoke, she released a cold aura. It looked like she was about to attack at the slightest disagreement. Everyone knows who I'm scolding. With your little potential, you wouldn't even be qualified to enter the 12th sex in the Heavenly Dragon continent. I thought the Phoenix Academy was very powerful, but it turns out that it's just a place that hides evil. It's fine if you don't enter. Ling Xiao didn't want to argue with Ling Chan because he didn't want to leave a bad impression on the Phoenix Academy. However, it was obvious that without a recommendation letter, his chances of entering the Phoenix Academy had already been cut off. What was the point of him enduring? Moreover, Ling Chan had repeatedly called him trash. He could pretend that he didn't hear it once or twice, but after being scolded so many times, he really had no choice but to fight back. Humph, you're still talking about the 12th sex. Don't forget that the 12th sex were destroyed by the Great True Demon's Empire. If it wasn't for the Phoenix Academy's great enrollment day today, I, Dao Wuming, would have crippled you on behalf of the Academy. Dao Wuming relied on the fact that he was a student of the Phoenix Academy and had long forgotten how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He also didn't take Hai Mian-ko seriously. Therefore, his words were really arrogant. Are you done? If you're done, then you can scram if you're not a student of the Phoenix Academy. The Phoenix Academy teacher behind the stone table was already impatient. Although he didn't mention any names, it was obvious that he was targeting Ling Xiao and the others. Then, he looked at Ling Chan and Dao Wuming and said, "The two of you are really too much." A few dogs came out of the wild looking for food. Can't you have some compassion? But teacher, you heard it just now. Some people are not only targeting us, they're even scolding the Phoenix Academy. Ling Chan cupped his hands and said, "Son of AB****, I'll just say this. If anyone dares to cause trouble in front of the Phoenix Academy, all the students of the Phoenix Academy have the right to ask them to scram." The Phoenix Academy teacher's words were equivalent to making his attitude very clear. What he meant was to tell Ling Chan and Dao Wuming that even if they were to fight here, they would be helping the Academy get rid of evil and wouldn't be considered breaking the rules. When he heard that, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh and say, "If I knew that the Phoenix Academy was like this, I would have gone straight to Xianxia College. If the teacher is like this, then the students will be even worse. Let's go." He was really disappointed. He came to the Divine Phoenix continent to further his studies. He really hoped that the Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College would be truly trustworthy academies. However, first, Feng Yanran from Xianxia College's fledgling Phoenix class sided with her relatives. Then, he encountered such a situation in front of the Phoenix Academy. It was no wonder that he was disappointed. Leave? You want to leave after scolding the Phoenix Academy? Do you really think that I, a student of the Phoenix Academy, don't exist? After Ling Chan received the teacher's permission, he no longer had any scruples. In his opinion, he could easily deal with a few good-for-nothings from the Heavenly Dragon continent by himself. Not only could he relieve the hatred in his heart, but he could also make a name for himself. Although it was a false reputation, people liked false reputations. Unknowingly, more and more people gathered around the Phoenix Academy. Most of them were martial artists in gorgeous clothes. These people were either related to the imperial family or were monstrous geniuses. Seeing that someone actually dared to cause trouble on the day of the Phoenix Academy's enrollment, they couldn't help but become excited. Usually, there wouldn't be such a commotion. After all, most people didn't dare to do such a thing in front of the Phoenix Academy. What a joke. How can a mere Xianxia College compare to our imperial family's Phoenix Academy? That guy is not only stupid but also has a cheap mouth. Ling Chan, give this guy a few tight slaps. Make him remember where he is. Among the crowd, a dignified young man shouted loudly. Needless to say, he was also a student of the Phoenix Academy. Moreover, he was a noble. In the eyes of these nobles, the Phoenix Academy shouldn't have opened the exception 100 years ago and allowed commoners to enter the academy. An imperial academy should act like one. They shouldn't be like Xianxia College, who didn't understand the situation. Idiot, if Divine Phoenix Academy hadn't made a special exception to allow commoners to enter 100 years ago, they would have long been pressured by Clear Void Academy to the point of being unable to breathe. Just based on you arrogant and conceited fellows, it's fine if you don't bring shame to your family, but you actually want to vainly attempt to change the situation. This tit-for-tat voice didn't come from anyone else. It came from Feng Yanran. After leaving Feng Yinshan's place, she had been looking for Ling Zhao's whereabouts. When she heard that Ling Xiao had come to the Phoenix Academy, she was a little anxious. She only felt relieved when she arrived here. Because Ling Xiao was a martial artist from the Heavenly Dragon continent and didn't have a letter of recommendation, the Phoenix Academy refused to recruit him. They didn't even give him a chance to take the test. This was the perfect opportunity for Xianxia College. Feng Yanran. To think that you're a member of the royal family. Why are you so protective of a lowly person? Feng Mingbo, don't forget that in the past, when the Divine Phoenix Emperor established the Divine Phoenix Empire, he received the support of countless commoners. Tens of thousands of years ago, our Phoenix clan was also commoners, and we were no different from them. Could it be that after being the emperor for so long, he has forgotten the oath of sharing blessings and suffering together? Feng Yanran and Feng Mingbo were at loggerheads. What's the use of talking? I won't waste my breath with you. Those trash are as capable as you, but do you dare to let them compete with Ling Chan? The Fire Phoenix race's surname was Feng. The Ice Phoenix clan's surname was Feng Ming. The former had never forgotten the teachings of the Divine Phoenix Emperor. They chose to live peacefully with the commoners. Although it was impossible to be completely equal, at least they treated the commoners as humans. They had always thought that only the Ice Phoenix clan, the Fire Phoenix clan, the Dark Phoenix clan, the Rock clan, the Thunder Eagle clan, the Vermilion Bird clan, and the Peacock clan, which had the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix, were the true nobles. Only they had the qualifications to enjoy all the authority of the Divine Phoenix Empire. As for the other races, they were all commoners and untouchables, not to mention the foreign humans of the Sky Dragon continent. It was precisely because of this obvious opposition that the two races had never been harmonious. Although the Fire Phoenix tribe had the support of the commoners, the Ice Phoenix tribe had the support of the nobles. Therefore, the number of times the two tribes held the position of emperor was about the same. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the Ice Phoenix tribe had 3 times more than the Fire Phoenix tribe. It was evident that the aristocrats were more powerful. From Feng Mingbo's point of view, although Ling Chan was not an orthodox noble, he was still a member of the Golden Condor clan that had been rising in recent years. He could be considered a new noble. There was no need for his strength. As a Heaven Meridian cultivator who had broken through, he was even stronger than Feng Mingyu. Moreover, his cultivation was extremely close to the celestial realm. As for those humans, especially that arrogant young man, he looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. It was impossible for him to reach Ling Chan's level in terms of cultivation. In a one-on-one situation, it was impossible for Cold Cicada to lose. That was why they made such a request. I don't think that's a good idea. After all, Ling Chan is a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. She's only a hair's breadth away from advancing to the celestial realm. Isn't that bullying? Feng Mingyu couldn't help but speak up. Of course, she knew how formidable Ling Xiao was. She actually did not want to embarrass Ling Chan by saying these words. Unfortunately, she was too naive and didn't know that it was meaningless. Would a shameless person care if he was bullying others? What a joke. Feng Mingyu, when did you become so compassionate? I heard that your martial arts were crippled. Don't tell me that it was these people who did it? Look at how useless you are. Feng Mingbo sneered, your cultivation isn't good enough, so it's normal for you to lose to them. However, you brought shame to our Ice Phoenix clan. You'd better shut your mouth. Otherwise, even if you're my sister, I'll still slap you. I just don't want Ling Chan to suffer. Feng Mingyu panicked and spoke the truth. Little sister there's no need for you to be afraid. I know that you've been frightened, which is why you're somewhat afraid of them. However, since they've really injured you, I'll still cripple them today. A look of excitement appeared on Ling Chan's face. It was as if he felt that he was about to display his prowess in front of Feng Mingyu. At that time, Feng Mingyu would definitely throw herself into his arms. Ling Chan, remember, you have to cripple them thoroughly. Destroy their martial veins as well. Don't give that brat any chance. Let these humans remember that this is the Divine Phoenix continent, not the Heavenly Dragon continent. Remember that we are the masters of the Divine Phoenix continent. Feng Mingbo's words were even more vicious. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Mingbo from afar and remembered this person's appearance. They kept calling themselves nobles, but tens of thousands of years ago, they were just a bunch of mixed chickens that followed the human king. They really thought they were something. Lung Chan smiled at Feng Mingbo. Young Master Bo, don't worry. I definitely won't lose face for our divine phoenix continent. That's good. Everything depends on you. Feng Mingbo didn't take Feng Mingyu's words seriously at all. After all, his sister was only at the 8th level transcendent realm. She was too far away from breaking through to become a heaven vein cultivator. It wasn't strange for someone to cripple his sister. A 9th level transcendent realm cultivator or any half-step heavenly venerable could do it. However, this kind of cultivation was not worth mentioning in front of Lung Chan. Feeling that he represented the entire divine phoenix continent, Lung Chan felt a little excited and inflated. He looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, his nose almost pointing to the sky, and said coldly, "Lowly human, I'll give you a chance. Kneel on the ground and cripple your own cultivation. Then, say I'm a human slut 3 times, and this young master will let you go." Ling Xiao frowned. Why did the nobles of the divine phoenix continent like to make others kneel on the ground and cripple their own cultivation, and this Lung Chan seemed to be even more ruthless. Not only did he want him to cripple his own cultivation, he also wanted him to shout out those humiliating words. Hearing these words, Feng Mingyu smiled helplessly. She didn't even need to think to know what would happen. She even looked at Lung Chan sympathetically. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Then, I'll leave this group of people to you to deal with." Lung Chan mistakenly thought that Feng Mingyu was concerned about him and was immediately overjoyed. "Is this guy retarded?" Ling Xiao asked Tai Myung-ko, who was beside him. "He looks like a retard." Hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter. "Lung Chan, you're a retard. Looks like you don't have that much power. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the newcomer." "That's right. Especially if you lose to a few lowly humans. That would be terrible. Hurry up and do it. Stop talking nonsense. If you continue talking nonsense, I'll think that you're a retard." Words of ridicule and provocation entered Ling Chan's ears. This made Lung Chan very uncomfortable. He felt like a monkey that was being toyed with. It was simply embarrassing. His anger was ignited in an instant. His face was as red as the once famous human Marshal Saint Guandi. "Lowly human. Listen carefully. Today, you'll pay the price for your actions. Originally, I only wanted to cripple you. But now, I'm going to cripple all of them." Feng Yanran, who was in the crowd, laughed bitterly. Back then, Feng Mingyu had also threatened Ling Xiao like this. The result was obvious. The smile on Ling Xiao's face finally disappeared. Replacing it was a cold killing intent. Before he came to the divine phoenix continent, he didn't want to offend anyone because he only wanted to cultivate well. He only wanted to increase his strength and defeat the remaining demon kings of the true demon empire. He even wanted to defeat the true demon emperor who might appear again. But first, it was Feng Mingyu. Now, it was Lung Chan. He suddenly felt that his previous thoughts of hiding his strength and biding his time was a mistake. As expected, one couldn't be too low-key. Otherwise, others would think that they were easy to bully. If you did not let others know of your strength, others would not take you seriously at all. In the future, similar things might happen one after another. Then it would really be endless. Only by letting others know of your strength would the majority have some fear towards you. Even if there were those who acted recklessly, it would also be in the minority after all. Now. Immediately. Apologize to me immediately, and I can treat it as if nothing happened. Ling Xiao decided to endure it one more time. He planned to give this Lung Chan another chance. "Apologize your mother's ass." All of a sudden, Lung Chan exploded and leaped into the air. His right leg was filled with heavenly elemental energy. It was as if a thick giant sword had descended from the sky and pierced towards Ling Xiao. The leg technique was swift and terrifying, mixed with a violent gust of wind. Anyone could tell that this kick would severely injure an ordinary martial artist, even if they didn't die. However, Ling Xiao just stood there, with no intention of dodging at all. When Lung Chan's right leg approached, his right hand suddenly extended out like lightning, firmly grabbing Lung Chan's right leg. Eh? Lung Chan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that this heavenly essence energy attack of his would actually be easily blocked by this fellow. Impossible. An even stronger aura erupted. Lung Chan's body entered half-demon state. His original human hand turned into sharp claws, and then ruthlessly grabbed towards Ling Xiao's neck. Incomparably ruthless, the power was even stronger than the previous leg technique. That human is finished. Although he forced Lung Chan into half-demon state, this attack was too sudden. He can't block it at all. Feng Mingbo laughed coldly and said to the people beside him. As if to show that his eyesight was outstanding, he deliberately spoke very loudly. Young Master Bo is wise. Slap. Those praises had not yet landed when suddenly, a loud slap rang out. People only saw Lung Chan fly more than 10 meters like he was thrown out trash before smashing onto the stone table. Then, Lung Chan's body began to tremble non-stop. His face revealed a terrified and angry expression, and even some despair. This scene made the entire place fall silent. Lung Chan wanted to cripple that human child, but he was crippled by the other party instead? You crippled me? Lung Chan screamed hysterically. That's right, I crippled you. Ling Xiao said indifferently, you and I are trash from the Sky Dragon continent. You and I are lowly humans. I can't be bothered to bicker with you. After all, you are usually arrogant, why would you care about others? But you shouldn't have attacked me, I'm not afraid of you, I'm too lazy to bicker with a rotten worm like you. But you're not willing to give up and insist on finding trouble with me. Do you know what you're doing? This is called if you don't do it, you won't die. You want to cripple me? Then I'll cripple you. Ling Xiao even dared to cripple Feng Mingyu. What was a mere Lung Chan to him? Lung 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 lung, lung 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 of lung 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 lung. However, this Lung Chan was really an idiot. He thought that others would not dare to touch him. He thought that he could do as he pleased with just a little bit of strength. In the end, he ended up being crippled. Do you really think you have the qualifications to represent the Divine Phoenix continent? You're just a pitiful worm that Feng Mingbo pushed to his death. Now get lost, I don't want to see you again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Ling Xiao glanced at Ling Chan who was lying on the ground, then gave Hai Miangko and the others a look before turning to leave. Hai Miangko did not move. Instead, she looked at Dao Wuming and said, you traitor, I'll take your head with my own hands sooner or later. After saying that, she followed Ling Xiao out of the plaza. Stop him. Lung Chan was about to go crazy. His cultivation was crippled by a slap, and he did not even know how his opponent did it. Compared to his cultivation being crippled, losing face was obviously more important. As a young master of the Golden Condor clan, he naturally had guards with him. Unfortunately, he was too confident earlier and did not ask for help from his guards. Otherwise, he would have been able to withstand a few more blows. Only then did the guards realize what was going on. They all moved to block Ling Xiao's path. Even the phoenix-tailed golden condor leaped into the air, its sharp claws aimed at Ling Xiao's head. The phoenix-tailed golden condor's strength was equivalent to a breakthrough heavenly pulse martial artist, which was on par with Lung Chan. However, most beasts had more potential, especially the phoenix-tailed golden condor. Its claws and beak were very sharp, comparable to an immortal artifact. Its combat strength was enough to give some martial artists who had just entered the celestial realm a headache. Well done, Condor. Kill him. Ignorant beast, death is not to be regretted. Ling Xiao snorted. He then raised his hand, and a bright light broke through the air. Bam! The huge phoenix-tailed golden condor lost its vitality and fell heavily to the ground like a dead chicken. What just happened? I don't know, it looked like a light? What did that young man do? That's too fast. It's not fast, and it's ruthless. He killed the phoenix-tailed golden condor in one blow. It seems like he really showed mercy to Lung Chan, otherwise, Lung Chan would have been killed instead of crippled. That's right. Who is this terrifying young man? His name is Ling Xiao, the chosen one of the heavenly dragon continent. He's the one who the true demonic empire has a huge bounty on. Dao Wuming yelled at the top of his lungs. Perhaps he thought that if these people knew about Ling Xiao's identity, Ling Xiao would never have the chance to be a Ning. After all, the true demonic empire's bounty on Ling Xiao was too high. It was as high as the bounty for a Yin-Yang realm criminal. It was a total of 1 million upper spiritual stones, according to the exchange rate of 100 to 1. That was 100 million middle spiritual stones and 10 billion lower spiritual stones. To all the martial artists present, that was a terrifying number and a huge temptation. For a moment, many pairs of unkind gazes were cast towards Ling Xiao. They were filled with greed and excitement. Whoever wants to die, feel free to make a move. I don't mind killing you all like I killed that beast. Ling Xiao was calm as if nothing had happened. He coldly swept his gaze over the crowd, then continued to walk out of the plaza. The crowd surrounding the plaza actually automatically opened up a path for him. All a bunch of trash. With so many people, could it be that you're still afraid of a mere human? You people have really thrown away the face of the divine phoenix continent. When Feng Mingbo saw this scene, he was truly enraged. Earlier, it was he who told Ling Chan to cripple Ling Xiao. In the end, the one who was crippled was Ling Chan. If this matter were to spread, he, Feng Mingbo, would lose all face. He could feel that his face was burning. Although no one slapped him, he still felt so depressed in his heart that he wanted to vomit blood. Everyone else is trash? What about you? Since you're so brave, why don't you stand out and give it a try? See if you can defeat that brat? Among the nobles, there were also people who were not afraid of Feng Mingbo. After being scolded by Feng Mingbo for no reason, they naturally had to retaliate. That's right, Feng Mingbo, if you're a man, then teach that human a lesson. If you don't dare, then shut your stinky mouth. Don't show off your royal prestige, we're not afraid. Internal strife, Ling Xiao looked at Feng Mingbo with disdain. He didn't mean to provoke him. He hadn't forgotten his purpose in coming to the divine phoenix continent. Since he couldn't enter the Phoenix Academy, he could only go to Xianxia College. Feng Mingbo stood there, feeling as if the people around him had suddenly become his enemy. His chest was heaving up and down, and there was anger in his heart that couldn't be vented. All of this was thanks to that lowly human. If he didn't do something today, how could he stand among these aristocratic children in the future? Wouldn't he be laughed at every day? But Feng Mingbo was still a little worried. He didn't know Ling Xiao's strength at all. Just now, Ling Xiao had crippled the breakthrough heaven vein martial artist, Ling Chan, with one blow. Because it was too fast, he couldn't see through Ling Xiao's true cultivation. This person was mysterious and unfathomable. He was really difficult to deal with. But, what are you afraid of? He looks like he's only 15 or 16 years old. His strength is at most at the early stage of one-line sky. With this kind of cultivation, defeating Ling Chan is normal. After all, there's a big gap between the heaven realm and the transcendent realm. Another voice roared in Feng Mingbo's heart. Yes, my cultivation is at the late stage of one-line sky. Dealing with a cultivator at the early stage of one-line sky, isn't it easy? The voice in his heart made Feng Mingbo's confidence rise. He had no choice but to fight today. Ling Xiao was just a lowly human, a piece of trash that escaped from the heavenly dragon continent. If she was afraid of such a person, she would be looked down upon even within the Ice Phoenix clan, let alone outside. If he won this battle, then not only could he continue to be carefree, he could also give Xianxia College's Feng Yanran a heavy blow. It was simply the best of both worlds. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. He suddenly lifted his foot and rushed out, blocking the path of Ling Xiao and the others. Brat, you want to leave after injuring someone? Do you really think that the Phoenix Academy is your backyard, where you can come and go as you please? Feng Mingbo's words were filled with an incomparably sinister aura, as if he was a venomous snake spying on its prey. What? You want your cultivation to be crippled as well? Ling Xiao felt that he was already tolerant enough. Just now, this Feng Mingbo kept instigating Ling Chan to deal with him and cripple him, but he just acted as if nothing had happened. But now, this guy was actually blocking his way. He clearly didn't want him to leave just like that. Even a man made of mud would have a temper, not to mention that he didn't like to be taken advantage of. Ha ha ha, cripple me? You'll find out who crippled who in a moment. Feng Mingbo laughed out loud and said, don't think that just because you defeated Ling Chan, you're still nothing in front of this young master. There was a hint of mockery between Ling Zhao's brows, and he said disdainfully, I only see that you so-called royal nobles have powerful mouths, but when it comes to battle, I'm afraid that you're not even 1/10,000th of that mouth. You're simply useless. As he spoke, he pointed at Lin Chan, who had been helped up by a few guards. The Lin Chan just now was as impressive, as insufferably arrogant as the current Feng Mingbo. He's already cheap enough, I didn't expect you to be even more cheap than him. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Get lost, I'm not in the mood to fight with you today, before I change my mind. Hee, Feng Mingbo, you're not a ball-less idiot, are you? You're being scolded like this, and you're not angry at all? That's right, everyone else is asking you to get lost. If you don't teach them a lesson, I'm afraid that you, young Master Bo, will become young Master Rua, ha 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 ha. The aristocrats weren't that harmonious. Apart from the Fire Phoenix clan and the Ice Phoenix clan, the other aristocrats also wanted to get involved in the emperor's election. During this period of time, they were constantly making moves, so it was normal for them to be sarcastic and mocking Feng Mingbo now. Want these aristocrats to unite, unless there were commoners who rebelled. Hearing these words, Feng Mingbo's eyes flickered with a sinister killing intent. If Ling Xiao had given in to him, he would still have a way out, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao's attitude to be so unyielding. He no longer had any way out, so he could only make a move. Everyone has to be responsible for their words. In the Sky Dragon continent, you're the chosen one, but in the Divine Phoenix continent, you're just a lowly human. Feng Mingbo's pupils constricted to the extreme, and a cold light shot out, as if he could make a move at any time. That's right, everyone has to be responsible for their words. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and took a step forward. A terrifying killing intent erupted and collided with Feng Mingbo's aura. You keep calling me a lowly human, a trash of the Sky Dragon continent. Do you understand the consequences of this? You and I are just lowly humans in the Divine Phoenix continent, but what about you? In my eyes, you're just a beast that can be slaughtered at will. You dare call me a beast? Feng Mingbo's entire body was trembling. His eyes were like a viper staring at Ling Xiao, and he was on the verge of exploding. I, Feng Mingbo, was born in an imperial family. I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, and my talent is outstanding. I'm only 19 years old, and my cultivation has already reached the late stage of the one-line sky realm. Compared to me, you're nothing. You're just a lowly human, are you wrong? A terrifying aura burst out from Feng Mingbo's body and turned into a fierce cold air, completely enveloping Ling Xiao. The strength of the late stage of the one-line sky realm was completely displayed, as if he wanted to subdue the enemy without fighting. He wanted to make Ling Xiao kneel in front of him and bow his head. Boom, Ling Xiao took another step forward, and his terrifying killing intent became even stronger. That aura seemed to have condensed into an unparalleled devil sword, and it still moved with ease within the cold air. I, Ling Xiao, am just a commoner with poor aptitude. I don't have any elders to guide me, and no one has prepared cultivation resources for me. But I'm only 15 years old, and I can rely on my own efforts to defeat a one-line sky realm martial artist. I've also killed the Plague Demon King, the Evil Beast Demon King, and repelled the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Lightning Demon King. In front of me, you're just a worm. What do you have to compare with me? That's right, his cultivation was not as good as Feng Mingbo's, but he was able to defeat Feng Mingbo. This was even more terrifying than having a similar cultivation. Looking at Ling Xiao's violent aura, and listening to the two kinds of power colliding with each other, everyone was incomparably shocked. This Ling Xiao was truly worthy of being the Heavenly Dragon Continent's chosen one. Not to mention his cultivation, just this battle record alone was definitely more monstrous than Feng Mingbo's. In front of Ling Xiao, Feng Mingbo was not even worth a fart. Although they were unwilling to admit it, this was the truth. Whether it was Ling Xiao's courage or experience, he far surpassed Feng Mingbo. If this person can't join the Phoenix Academy, then I'm afraid it will be the Phoenix Academy's loss. This time, Xianxia College has made a huge profit. Many people in the crowd thought to themselves. Feng Yanran was even more excited. Earlier today, although she met Ling Xiao, she didn't realize that Ling Xiao was such an amazing person. So when her cousin Feng Yinshan mentioned that Ling Xiao was the son of those two, she didn't quite believe it. But at this moment, she believed it. Only the sons of those two could be so courageous and heroic. Lung Chan, who was standing at the side, was annoyed when he heard this. If he knew that this person was the chosen one of the Heavenly Dragon continent, he wouldn't have touched him even if he was beaten to death. Although this person's reputation in the Divine Phoenix continent wasn't as great as in the Heavenly Dragon continent, he was still known by the people of the two great academies. Some teachers even used this person as a model to teach their students. He glared fiercely at Dao Wuming. If Dao Wuming had told him who this person was, he wouldn't have had his cultivation crippled. But fortunately, his martial veins weren't crippled, so there was still a chance for his cultivation to recover. It seemed that the other party had indeed been merciful. At this moment, Feng Mingbo, who was standing there, was clearly taller than Ling Xiao by a head, but in the eyes of the crowd, he was completely dwarfed. He was close to 2 meters tall, but compared to Ling Xiao, he seemed like a childish child. When Ling Xiao was rebuking the world, he, Feng Mingbo, could only fight bravely at the table. He hadn't even been on the battlefield once. In terms of aura, Feng Mingbo had completely lost. He had lost in a complete mess. He originally planned to use his powerful cultivation to suppress Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao admit defeat. This way, he could avoid an uncertain battle. But the development of the situation was completely different from what he expected. The one who was suppressed wasn't Ling Xiao, but him. Ling Xiao's aura was too strong. Standing in front of him was like a boundless world, making him seem incomparably small. Kneel. Suddenly, a thunderous voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. The terrifying effect of the secret soul technique struck Feng Mingbo's soul directly. Plop. Feng Mingbo actually knelt on the ground, his whole body covered in cold sweat. Whoosh, at this moment, the crowd was in chaos. Although he had lost to Ling Xiao in terms of aura, a noble, a member of the royal family had actually knelt in front of a lowly human. No one would believe this. No. What sorcery did you use? Not long after Feng Mingbo knelt down, he stood up again and roared with a hysterical voice. Losing face was even more unbearable than being killed. Sorcery? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. You're not good enough and can't stand the pressure of my aura, so you actually used some demonic technique on me. Bastard. I want you to die today. Feng Mingbo was completely enraged. Show me your martial soul. I won't bully a human without a martial soul. As he spoke, the image of a phoenix appeared behind Feng Mingbo's back. His body also began to undergo some magical changes and entered a half-demon state. I don't need a martial soul to deal with you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You, on the other hand, have really wasted the Divine Phoenix bloodline. You have such a high-grade bloodline, but your cultivation is a mess. Alright, then let's try. Feng Mingbo finally couldn't hold it in anymore. In a fit of rage, he attacked with both fists. 2 balls of cold aura wrapped around his fists. His aura instantly exploded, as if it could explode at any time, producing a terrifying power. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. Using his finger as a sword, that seemingly ordinary finger instantly turned into a sharp weapon to subdue demons. The murderous aura that condensed on his finger actually made Feng Mingbo feel a terrifying aura of death. No. I'm actually scared? Feng Mingbo couldn't believe that he had lost before the battle. His opponent hadn't even made a move and he was already scared. Are you scared? Ling Xiao's voice rang in his ears. Feng Mingbo sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, his entire world seemed to be locked by a sharp sword chi. No matter where he ran, he couldn't escape. He even felt that his body was already riddled with holes and blood was flowing out. However, this was just an illusion brought to him by the terrifying pressure. No. I don't believe it. Feng Mingbo wasn't willing to wait for death like this. He crazily increased his strength in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's seemingly casual but shockingly terrifying attack. Poochie, he felt a real pain coming from his body. Then, he realized that his protective heavenly essence energy had been easily penetrated. A bloody hole had appeared on his hands. This time, it wasn't an illusion. It was a real wound. However, his opponent's finger was still a foot away from him. What was going on? He didn't have time to think. He didn't dare to fight Ling Xiao head-on. In front of everyone, he turned around and ran. The dazzling ice phoenix wings stretched out from his back, and his speed was raised to the extreme. However, no matter how fast he was, he still couldn't escape the lock of Ling Xiao's finger sword. Come down. Lightly spitting out 3 words, the sword chi on Ling Xiao's fingertip pierced through the air. Feng Mingbo, who had just soared 4 to 5 meters high, tilted his body and fell heavily to the ground. The crystal-like ice phoenix phantom blocked in front of Ling Xiao, attempting to stop Ling Xiao from continuing his attack. A mere bloodline power dares to block me? Destroy. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The chi on his fingertip became even more ferocious. The huge ice phoenix phantom instantly collapsed, turning into ice shards that filled the sky and disappeared without a trace. Feng Mingbo lay on the ground, looking at Ling Xiao in horror like a dead dog. There was actually a penetrating wound on his legs. Drops of blood kept dripping out from the bloody hole. What a horrifying sight, terrifying. He didn't expect the power of this youth's finger to be so terrifying. Was this a sword technique? It was really as he said. There was no need to use his martial soul to deal with Feng Mingbo. He didn't even need to use his weapon. Just a casual finger was enough to end the battle. Just how terrifying was this youth's strength? That was Feng Mingbo, a 19-year-old Heaven Realm martial artist. In the Heavenly Dragon continent, he was a genius second only to the Holy Sun. Even in the Divine Phoenix continent, he was definitely not weak. Among those of the same age, he was definitely one of the stronger ones. But this Ling Xiao was too terrifying, his strength was unfathomable. It made people feel mysterious and fearful. Han Miankeo, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, secretly smiled bitterly. Sure enough, no matter where this person went, he was as brilliant as the sun. She had also once defeated a one-line sky martial artist with the cultivation of a breakthrough stage Heaven Vein martial artist. But that was a Pyrrhic victory. After winning, she could barely move and almost lost her life. However, Ling Xiao won so easily. If she was a super genius, then what was Ling Xiao? A super monster, a super monster, a super genius among super geniuses. It seemed that no words could describe the terror of this youth. He had really surpassed his peers by too much. It was not a difference in cultivation, but a difference in martial arts attainments. That finger just now was clearly a sign of sword intent reaching completion. Sword intent was very important to martial artists or swordsmen who used swords. Some people thought that sword intent was illusory, but it was not. Sword intent truly existed. From entry to completion, from completion to completion, from completion to perfection, from perfection to perfection, from perfection to perfection, from perfection to manifestation, from manifestation to general momentum, from general momentum to nuance, from nuance to profound, and finally to the realm of man and sword as one. I am the sword, and the sword is me. Whether it was slaughter sword intent or destruction sword intent, they were just practical methods of sword intent. The existence of sword intent was a comprehensive improvement to a swordsman, including lethality, willpower, speed, sword moves, and so on. Ling Xiao's sword intent before was only at entry level, so it could only intimidate the enemy, but not much practical use. However, now that sword intent had reached completion, it could already cause substantial damage. Just now, when he used his finger as a sword, it was the sword intent that wrapped around his finger and fused with heavenly essence energy to cause explosive damage. An ordinary finger sword was not that powerful. Just sword intent was already so terrifying. Then when he reached the realm of man and sword as one, how powerful would he be? Han Miankeo could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, shocked in her heart. She also used a sword, but her sword intent was still unable to awaken. This was probably the biggest reason why she lost to Ling Xiao back then. Sometimes, the gap between martial artists was not just a matter of cultivation level. Cultivation level was just a reference point. Interesting. Sword intent has just reached completion, and it's already so powerful. It seems that I'm on the right path. Ling Xiao was also pleasantly surprised. In the past, because he had many attacking methods, he did not deliberately study sword intent. It was completely casual. However, in the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm, he finally realized the wonderful use of sword intent. As a swordsman, there was no need to learn other martial skills. Just the sword alone was enough to study for a lifetime. With the combination of the mountain and river martial spirit, it was not impossible to dominate the entire profound world. As for becoming one with the sword, Ling Xiao did not think too much about it. That was still a very distant goal. Only by continuously completing one goal after another could the ultimate goal be achieved. What are you doing? Seeing Ling Xiao destroy his ice phoenix phantom, Feng Mingbo struggled to crawl back a few steps, and then asked in fear. Just a moment ago, Feng Mingbo was still arrogant and overbearing, but now, he was really like a dog, battered and exhausted. He had previously mocked Ling Xiao as a lowly human and a piece of trash. But now, he looked even more like a piece of trash. He couldn't even withstand a casual finger attack from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao walked forward without a trace of sympathy on his face. Those who insult others will be insulted by others, this was his logic. With a disdainful sneer, Ling Xiao looked down at Feng Mingbo, who was lying on the ground, and said, "Noble? Outstanding talent? Heaven-tier martial artist? Young genius? Now it seems that your so-called high-sounding words are really not suitable for you. My words are more appropriate. You're just a parasite that lives on a huge family. I'm a lowly human, then you, who can't even withstand a single move from me, are more like an animal raised by humans?" His words were sharp like a knife, directly cutting Feng Mingbo's heart. It was also like a slap on Feng Mingbo's face, causing Feng Mingbo's whole body to tremble. His face was pale, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. And this time, not only Feng Mingbo, but those people from the Phoenix Academy also seemed to have been slapped in the face. Their faces were extremely ugly. Just a moment ago, they still regarded Ling Xiao as a piece of trash and instigated Feng Mingbo to cripple Ling Xiao. And now, not only did Ling Xiao cripple the disciple of the Phoenix Academy, Lin Chan, he also easily defeated the disciple of the royal family, Feng Mingbo, whom they had high hopes for. It was laughable that their Phoenix Academy looked down on such a person. Others were lowly humans, then what about those who were defeated by this lowly human? Were they really as useless as animals as Ling Xiao said? The dignified Phoenix Academy is only SOSO. Luckily, I don't have a recommendation letter. Otherwise, I'm afraid my future will be ruined. Of course, this was only sarcasm. Ling Xiao also knew in his heart that since the Phoenix Academy was so famous in the Divine Phoenix continent, it naturally wouldn't be fake. It was normal to have some black sheep, but the Academy's attitude towards him made him very unhappy. They didn't even give him a chance and even allowed their disciples to attack him. From this, it could be seen how the Academy's atmosphere was like. He took a deep breath and no longer looked at Feng Mingbo, who was lying on the ground. He turned around and walked out of the crowd. Xianxia and the others naturally followed closely behind. How my Phoenix Academy is, it's not up to a human like you to judge. No matter how outstanding you are, with your character, our Phoenix Academy will definitely not accept you. At this moment, the Phoenix Academy teacher who had been watching from the sidelines suddenly opened his mouth. These words weren't pleasant to hear. Ling Xiao sighed. If even the teacher was like this, it was obvious how the Academy's atmosphere was like. He didn't turn around and continued walking forward. He only wanted to leave this place that had disappointed him. How dare you? Do you think you can leave so easily after beating up my Phoenix Academy's disciple? If you don't explain clearly who sent you here to cause trouble, don't even think about leaving. When the teacher saw that Ling Xiao actually ignored him, he was even more furious. He suddenly shot out and blocked the path of Ling Xiao and the others. You guys leave first. Wait for me at Xingshu College. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Xianxia and the others. Only when they left would Ling Xiao be able to find a chance to escape. Be careful. Along the way, Xianxia and the others had already seen how powerful Ling Xiao was, especially Ling Xiao's ability to escape. Therefore, they didn't hesitate and quickly left through the crowd. No one stopped them. After all, the main culprit today was Ling Xiao. After dealing with Ling Xiao, the few of them wouldn't be able to escape. After Xianxia and the others left, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at the Phoenix Academy teacher in front of him. His character was improper, his intentions were unfathomable. Was he sent by someone to cause trouble? To think that this old guy would say something like that. Hearing the teacher's words, the Phoenix Academy's disciples were all excited. Although Ling Xiao had no choice and was forced to make a move. Who would care about that, anyway? He had caused trouble in front of the Phoenix Academy. No matter how big a label was put on him or how much dirty water was poured on him, he had to bear with it. The Phoenix Academy's people had mocking and smug smiles on their faces. Since the teacher had stepped in, even if Ling Xiao had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be in trouble. After all, to be qualified to work at the Phoenix Academy, even the most ordinary teacher was very powerful. In the crowd, Feng Yanran and many passers-by were indignant. It was obvious that this Phoenix Academy teacher was trying to confuse right and wrong. He wanted to find a reason to deal with Ling Xiao. The passers-by didn't dare to say anything because they didn't want to be unlucky. Otherwise, they would be labeled as the troublemaker and wouldn't be able to escape. Feng Yanran was anxiously waiting for something. Although she was an elite disciple of Xianxia College's Young Phoenix class, she was still far behind the Phoenix Academy's teachers. Moreover, everyone knew that the imperial advisor behind the Phoenix Academy was on the side of the Ice Phoenix clan's crown prince. He had a very good relationship with Phoenix clan's Qishan. Even if she was Feng Yanran, this person would probably only give face to the crown prince, Feng Yinshan. At this moment, she could only wait for her cousin, Feng Yinshan, to appear. Perhaps he could save Ling Xiao's life. She only hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't provoke this Phoenix Academy teacher anymore. Otherwise, it would be too late. However, her hopes were dashed. Ling Xiao's face was filled with mockery and sarcasm as he said, "Are all the Phoenix Academy teachers as shameless as you? When Lin Chan wanted to attack me, you didn't mind. When Feng Mingbo wanted to kill me, you just looked on coldly. What? Now that I've defeated them, I'm being sent by others to cause trouble? Your shamelessness has really reached a new level." Impudent. The teacher shouted and interrupted Ling Xiao's words. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he said angrily, "I don't need a human like you to remind me of what I've done. Do you really think that you can disregard our Phoenix Academy just because you defeated Feng Mingbo and Ling Chan? In my eyes, you're just a pitiful and arrogant ant." Ant, Ling Xiao smiled slightly. That was true. In the mystic world, strength was respected, and the strong were respected. With strength, not only could one be overbearing and rude, they could also invert right and wrong and call a deer a horse. In terms of cultivation, this teacher from Phoenix Academy really had the right to treat him like an ant. However, experts also needed to have morals. Not every expert was so shameless. This person made Ling Xiao feel nauseous and disgusted by Ling Xiao. A typical double-standard dog. What was beneficial to him was right, and what was harmful to him was wrong. This teacher of mine, as a teacher, should at least be reasonable. It was clearly Ling Chan and Ling Xiao who made the first move. Why did he blame Ling Xiao in the end? Feng Yanran was afraid that the teacher would make a move, so she couldn't help but speak. Seeing her, Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Didn't this woman want to protect Feng Mingyu and go against him? Why did she change her mind now? Miss Yanran, as a member of the royal family, you joined Xianxia College. This in itself is a disgrace to the royal family. Today's matter is a family matter of the Phoenix Academy. It's not your place to interfere. The teacher from Phoenix Academy didn't give Feng Yanran any face at all because he knew that his backer was Feng Mingyu Mountain. Therefore, there was no need to give Feng Yanran any face. He is not a member of Phoenix Academy. Perhaps he will become a disciple of Xianxia College soon. How can this be a family matter of yours? Feng Yanran's eyes were a little cold. No matter how bad she was still a member of the Fire Phoenix clan and a member of the royal family. The teacher in front of her was just a servant of the Ice Phoenix clan. How dare he speak to her like this, which made her a little unhappy. Wait until he becomes a disciple of Xianxia College. The teacher snorted and wasn't afraid of Feng Yanran at all. Feng Yanran seemed to want to say something more, but she was stopped by Ling Xiao. Miss, although I don't know why you are helping me, it won't be easy for him to deal with me. Shameless boasting. Feng Mingbo struggled and roared. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at him, and he immediately trembled and didn't dare to say a word. Teacher from Phoenix Academy, you stopped me. I came to your Phoenix Academy to make trouble. Although I am distorting the truth, I really want to know what you want to do with me. Ling Xiao asked with interest. According to the rules, you injured a disciple of Phoenix Academy and destroyed Ling Chan's cultivation. This should be a capital offense. Even if I kill you, it won't be too much. The teacher narrowed his eyes and said, however, considering that this is your first offense, I don't want to make things difficult for you. As long as you sign a slave contract with the Phoenix Academy and swear to be loyal to the Phoenix Academy for the rest of your life, I can spare your life. When he said this, he spoke in a completely casual tone, as if this was a very ordinary matter that was simply insignificant. This guy was really ruthless. He probably also saw that Ling Xiao was very talented and had a lot of potential. If this guy was allowed to enter Xianxia College and was even won over by the Fire Phoenix tribe, he would definitely become a great enemy of the Ice Phoenix tribe. Therefore, there were only two choices. Kill him to prevent future troubles. Or sign a slave contract and make Ling Xiao a slave for the rest of his life. The slave contract was a very evil secret scroll. After signing it, unless the caster released the spell, it was really difficult to get rid of this terrifying secret scroll that reached directly to one's soul. In this teacher's opinion, as long as Ling Xiao signed this contract, he wouldn't have to kill him. Not only would this add a super fighter to the Phoenix Academy, but it would also prevent Ling Xiao from joining other forces. It was the best of both worlds. After all, Ling Xiao had just said that he wanted to enter Xianxia College. Slave? That's really easy. Are you trying to ruin my life? Ling Xiao's expression turned cold. This slave contract was even more cruel and ruthless than crippling one's cultivation. A dignified martial arts expert was actually so despicable. No wonder he didn't have much success despite his age. However, he had to admit a reality. No matter who you were, no matter how talented you were, no matter how outstanding you were, as long as you weren't a match for others, you were a weakling. Weaklings didn't even have the right to choose how to die. You could be treated however others wanted to treat you. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of this Phoenix Academy teacher in front of him. This was because even if they fought today, he could still leave calmly. More importantly, the butterfly girl had woken up. Ling Xiao put the butterfly back into the mountain river world. The current mountain river world was as vast as the universe. However, the butterfly was able to dance in this vast space, and it even seemed to be very comfortable. The butterfly was much stronger than this Phoenix Academy teacher in front of him. If Ling Xiao was really in danger, it would naturally do its best to help. The incident at the martial arts festival was a very clear example. Although the butterfly was innocent, it really didn't care who the enemy was when it went berserk. Just as a huge battle was about to break out, a voice broke the tense atmosphere. Forget it. Teacher, give him a chance. If he's willing to join the Phoenix Academy, we'll pretend that nothing happened today. After all, it's rare to see a youth with such talent. The speaker was a woman. A woman who was older than Feng Mingyu and about the same age as Feng Yanran. Her voice was gentle and calm, without a trace of emotion, but it carried an unquestionable aura. Her face couldn't be seen clearly because she was wearing a veil. However, her eyes were really moving, revealing an otherworldly charm. Her figure was also envied by many women. She was Phoenix Cries Piao Shui. An enchanting woman. Although she was a member of the Ice Phoenix clan, she rarely showed herself in public. However, she had a lot of authority in the Ice Phoenix clan. She actually appeared and pleaded for Ling Xiao. This really surprised many people, and they started to suspect Ling Xiao's identity. If Ling Xiao was only the chosen one of the Heavenly Dragon continent, Phoenix Cries Piao Shui probably wouldn't appear. The teacher didn't have to give Feng Yanran face, but he didn't dare to do so in front of Phoenix Cries Piao Shui. Since Miss Piao Shui has said so, I naturally have no problem with it. What about you? What do you want? The Phoenix Academy teacher's tone reminded Ling Xiao of when he was still a beggar. Those richly dressed rich kids would greet him with leftovers as if they were dogs. At that time, he had no choice because he was a beggar. If he didn't get his food, he would die. He didn't have the right to choose. But now, he had the right to choose. He practiced martial arts because he didn't want to return to the life of a beggar. He was very disdainful of this person's tone. Others might think that Phoenix Cries Piao Shui was an unquestionable person, but Ling Xiao didn't know this person at all. He also didn't plan to join the Phoenix Academy. Sorry, I'm not interested in joining the Phoenix Academy at all. His voice was neither servile nor overbearing. The world was big, and there was always a place for Ling Xiao. Even if the entire Divine Phoenix continent couldn't accommodate him, he could still move on to the next destination. It wasn't a big deal. What? When the Phoenix Academy teacher heard this, he frowned and a cold aura rushed toward Ling Xiao. You're an idiot who refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'm giving you a chance to join the Phoenix Academy without signing a slave contract, and you don't want to do it? Do you want to die? Teacher, piao shue's piao shue, piao shue piao 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 shue, piao, piao shue piao, and piao shue and piao. Ling Xiao, I'm sure you've heard of Divine Phoenix Academy's fame. If you really want to become strong, then choosing to join this place is definitely not a mistake. Besides that, you have to understand that I'm not begging you to join. I'm just unwilling to let a talent like you fall. That's why I'm giving you a chance. Don't miss it. No need. If it was only the front part, Ling Xiao might have been a little tempted. After all, one cannot see Mount Tai for a single leaf. What he saw might not necessarily be the entirety of Divine Phoenix Academy. If someone really sincerely invited him to join, he naturally would not refuse. However, the second part of the girl's sentence made him uncomfortable. That high and mighty arrogance really reminded him of Hai Myung-ko. Ling Xiao had climbed up from the bottom, so he was disgusted by such a high and mighty tone. He used to be a beggar, so he hated it when others treated him like a beggar and gave him charity. Otherwise, what was the point of cultivating so hard for the past year? A murderous look appeared on the teacher's face as he thought to himself, this brat really doesn't know what's good for him. But it's good that he offended Miss Piao Shui, so I won't have to worry about killing him. You dare to reject my good intentions? Piao Shui seemed to be surprised. In this world, there weren't many people who dared to reject her good intentions. I, Ling Xiao, am not worthy of Miss Good Intentions. Can I leave now? The more he stayed with this girl, the more disgusted Ling Xiao became. He just wanted to leave this damned place now. Everyone here seemed to be so high and mighty, looking down on others with their nostrils. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Brother Ling, listen to my advice. Miss Piao Shui doesn't like to help others. She only helps those she thinks are valuable. Another person walked out of the academy. It was actually Bai Qianjiao. Hong Li was walking with her. It hadn't been long, and the cultivation of these two people had improved at a godly speed. Senior sister, why are you trying to persuade him? You know how stubborn this person is. Hong Li grumbled at the side. Bai Qianjiao sighed, and said, no matter what, I don't want to see a peerless genius like Brother Ling fall. Don't worry, he won't fall. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, and then a person flew over. He had white hair and a youthful face. It was probably this kind of person. The person who came looked extremely young, but his hair was completely white. He was dressed in white and looked cultured and elegant. There was actually a bit of a mortal aura about him. Hey, isn't that the vice dean of Xianxia College? That's right, it's him. What's going on? This Ling Xiao is just a human. How did he attract the vice dean? I don't know. I don't know what's going on either. My mind is in a mess. Not only were the onlookers confused, but even Ling Xiao himself was confused. He was just an ordinary martial artist who came to the Divine Phoenix continent to study. He had never had any contact with the Divine Phoenix continent. Although he had shown a certain level of talent, it was impossible for the vice dean of Xianxia College to come out for him. Seeing this person, Piao Shui and the teacher from the Phoenix Academy had to bow their heads and salute. Although this person was the vice dean of Xianxia College and not the vice dean of Phoenix Academy, he was powerful and respected. He was definitely not someone they could go against. Everyone, although Ling Xiao heard a disciple of the Phoenix Academy, there was a reason for it. I think it won't be good for anyone if we look into it. After the vice dean landed, he first nodded and smiled at Ling Xiao as a greeting. Then, he said to the people from the Phoenix Academy, how about this? Xianxia College will help Lin Chan recover her cultivation. As for the Phoenix Cry Boom, we, the Xianxia College, are willing to provide a set of precious jade-grade martial arts as compensation. What do you think? This method was actually giving the Phoenix Academy a lot of face. After all, if this matter was investigated and brought to the Emperor, the Phoenix Academy would be the one to suffer in the end. Not only would they not receive any compensation, but they might also lose a lot. Hearing this, the teacher from the Phoenix Academy could not help but feel nervous. Today's matter had reached this point. It was really not something he could solve. Ha ha ha, old Phoenix Qingyan, you dare to show off in our Phoenix Academy? Someone flew out from the Phoenix Academy amidst the laughter. Brother Wanchong, how have you been? Feng Qingyan cupped his hands and smiled. Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. I don't care about the things you gave me as compensation. The Phoenix Academy doesn't need it either. It's easy to take this person away. Fight with me. If you win, you leave. If you lose, you stay. Feng Ming Wanchong said. Oh my god, the meeting of these two vice deans is simply like heavenly lightning meeting earthly fire. Things are going to be bad. That's right. I heard that Clear Void Academy's Vice Principal Qing Yan and Divine Phoenix Academy's Phoenix Cry Wanzhong have always been opponents. They've been fighting since they were young, all the way until now. Every month, they would exchange blows. Now, both of them have won and lost, and the amount of wins and losses are actually exactly the same. Otherwise, why would they fight each other as soon as they meet? Their strength is on par with each other. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Ling Xiao was also quite surprised to hear this. Today's events were really strange. He thought that the matter would be solved after he left. He didn't expect it to develop to this stage. The two vice deans were going to fight. You can fight. But if you lose, not only will I take Ling Xiao away, but he will also have to apologize to Ling Xiao. Feng Qingyan pointed at the teacher from Divine Phoenix Academy and said. No problem. Let's start. This Phoenix Cry Wanchong looked like a reckless person. He would not take that teacher from Divine Phoenix Academy seriously at all. Even if Feng Qingyan wanted that guy's life, Feng Ming Wanchong would agree without hesitation. Moreover, it was just an apology. Let's fight. Feng Qingyan and Feng Ming Wanchong's aura suddenly erupted. The whole square of Phoenix Academy seemed to be thrown into a blazing hell. Bang, however, the fight only lasted for a moment. The two retreated. Feng Qingyan smiled. Feng Ming Wanchong was unhappy. You. Apologize to that guy. Feng Ming Wanchong turned and left. It was clear that he had lost this exchange. Even though the Phoenix Academy's teacher was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to disobey Phoenix Cry Wanchong's order. He could only apologize to Ling Xiao. Right now, he didn't even dare to curse Ling Xiao, let alone kill Ling Xiao. Everyone sighed. Could this Ling Xiao be related to some expert from the Divine Phoenix continent? That's right. Otherwise, why would an expert like Feng Qingyan take action? While everyone was discussing, Feng Qingyan looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. You're Ling Xiao, right? I'm Feng Qingyan. Senior Feng. Ling Xiao had always been a person who respected others tenfold. Since this person had helped him, he naturally wouldn't treat him coldly. Well, someone asked me to recruit you into Xianxia College. Are you willing? Feng Qingyan asked. May I ask who this person is? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That won't do. I promise to keep it a secret. But don't worry, Xianxia College doesn't force anyone to take in disciples. If you're willing, you can join. Xianxia College is very free. It's different from the sects on the Heavenly Dragon continent. As long as you pay the tuition, you can enter and leave freely. Feng Qingyan replied. Of course I'm willing. Compared to other people, there was really a huge difference. If Feng Ming Piaoshui's attitude was the same as Feng Qingyan's, Ling Xiao would probably agree to join the Phoenix Academy. Okay, but I won't let you go through the back door. You'll have to take the test. Feng Qingyan smiled. Of course, with your talent, you should be able to enter Xianxia College. Your friends have already entered the academy. Don't worry. Hearing this, the Phoenix Academy's disciples shook their heads helplessly. Although they didn't like Ling Xiao, they knew how much potential Ling Xiao had and how high his talent was. For such a talent to enter the Xianxia Academy like this, it really made people feel helpless. Thank you, Senior Feng. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at Feng Yanran in the crowd. He wondered if this girl had helped him. But if it was really her, why, although he was confused, it was a good thing to be able to enter Xianxia College. The two major academies were on par with each other in the Divine Phoenix continent. Being able to enter one of them was a victory. Usually, the academies wouldn't interfere with the students' actions. However, they had a set of rules and regulations. If the students violated the rules, they would be punished accordingly. Ling Xiao didn't need any special treatment. He just wanted to be treated fairly. Maybe Xianxia College could really fulfill his request. Then I'll take my leave first. You can report to Xianxia College with Yanran later. She'll guide you on what to do after you enter. After saying this, Feng Qingyan turned into a red flame and disappeared. She came and went in a hurry, but she left a deep impression on Ling Xiao. After that, Ling Xiao followed Feng Yanran to Xianxia College. Compared to the domineering and majestic Phoenix Academy, Xianxia College was more ethereal and mysterious. Standing on top of an ethereal mountain surrounded by dense trees, it gave people the feeling of a hermit. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Feng Yanran. Standing in front of Xianxia College, Feng Yanran bowed solemnly and said, You're welcome. My name is Ling Xiao. I guess you've already done your research. Ling Xiao wasn't a person who held grudges. As long as the other party didn't pester him for revenge, he was fine with it. You're a genius who rose like a comet. Just based on this, you're qualified to enter Phoenix Academy. It's a pity that they don't have that luck. Feng Yanran smiled. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Show me around the college. Ling Xiao shook his head. Whatever happened before, it was over. If the people from the Divine Phoenix Academy did not come to provoke him, he did not want to stir up any trouble. Right now, all he wanted to do was to raise his cultivation level. Everything else was meaningless. No problem. Feng Yanran made a gesture of invitation and said, Brother Ling, please. The main entrance of Xianxia College was completely open. It only had a huge doorway, but no door. This also symbolized its open style of running a school. Stepping into this huge doorway, Ling Xiao's pupils abruptly constricted. The inside of the college was as magnificent as the heavenly palace he had seen in books. Countless buildings were floating in the air, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. As expected of Xianxia College, it must have used a lot of arrays to make these buildings float in the air. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the skill. Ordinary people could only see the magnificent view of the college. However, what Ling Xiao saw were layers upon layers of interconnected formations and formations. It was simply airtight. Whoever wanted to cause trouble in Xianxia College would have to think twice. Feng Yanran showed a surprised expression and said, I didn't expect Brother Ling to know how to make arrays. I'm really impressed. It's just a basic knowledge. It's not worth praising. Ling Xiao said, but he was using his mountain and river martial spirit to observe the arrays and their development. What surprised him was that these arrays formed a huge, mysterious sky-8 trigrams. They were like delicate components that maintained the operation of the biggest array. This was really a big deal. Xianxia College may not be as famous and prestigious as Phoenix Academy, but you'll know how good it is after you join. Feng Yanran said proudly. She had planned to join the Phoenix Academy, but she was persuaded to join Xianxia College. However, she found that it was completely different from what she had imagined. It should be much more powerful than she had imagined. Now I know. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He had been to all the 12 sects on the Sky Dragon continent, but none of them had such a strict array. Just based on this point alone, the Xianxia Academy overshadowed the Tianlong continent's 12 sects. More importantly, these arrays were obviously maintained by professionals, and there were no signs of them being destroyed. Unlike the Yuehua sect's large arrays, which were powerful but full of loopholes, almost to the point of being unable to be repaired, the Xianxia Academy had quite a number of array masters. At this point, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at Feng Yanran. Maybe it was because he was too focused, but the girl's face turned red. Brother Ling, why are you staring at me like that? Feng Yanran lowered her head and asked. I'm wondering why Miss Yanran's attitude is so different. Ling Xiao didn't hide his thoughts. Feng Yanran seemed a little disappointed when she heard this question, but she immediately became serious. Brother Ling, don't worry. I don't have any thoughts about you. I just want to repay your kindness. Repay my kindness? Ling Xiao didn't remember doing this woman a favor. It's not convenient to know now, but you'll know in the future. Feng Yanran smiled and said, anyway, remember that you, Ling Xiao, are my guest in the future. If you run into any trouble, just come to me. Okay. Ling Xiao didn't ask further. Since she didn't want to, it was useless to ask. However, he had to figure it out. It wasn't hard to guess. Feng Yanran and Feng Qingyan were both from the Fiery Phoenix clan, so the person who wanted to help him was most likely an expert from the Fiery Phoenix clan. Could it be the Crown Prince, Feng Yinshan? Ling Xiao couldn't help but stroke his chin. He had a rough guess in his heart. At the same time, inside Phoenix Academy, Feng Ming Wanchong sat in his room and thought about what had just happened. Suddenly, he slammed the table and shouted, Piao Shui, come in. Outside the door, Feng Ming and Piao Shui slowly walked in. Vice Dean, please give your orders. I don't dare to instruct you. After all, your identity is special. Can I trouble Lady Piao Shui to help me investigate someone? Phoenix Cry said. Could it be that Vice President wants to investigate that Ling Xiao? Young lady is indeed intelligent. Feng Ming Wanzhong nodded and said, this kid is definitely not simple. Otherwise, with Feng Qingyan's passive personality, he would definitely not stand up for him. Maybe it's because his talent is good enough, because he is the chosen one of the Heavenly Dragon continent? Phoenix Cry Piao Shui said after some thought. It can't be that simple. I have seen young people with better aptitudes. Even Feng Qingyan didn't do such a thing. I suspect that he might have some other secrets. Lady Piao Shui has always been good at gathering information. Can you help me with this? Phoenix Cry said. No problem. My Piao Shui house does business in this area. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui smiled and said, then I will ask my subordinates to start investigating this person. Thank you. You're welcome. Ling Xiao followed Feng Yanran to walk in Xianxia College. Every time he walked a distance, he would be attracted by the mysteries here. There were many things that he had never seen before. Many complicated formations and the ways to use them made him crazy. Different from when he first entered, after walking for a while, he could already see the students of Xianxia College coming and going on the road. Not only were these people dressed differently, but their temperaments and styles were also different. Ling Xiao guessed that Xianxia College should have chosen to teach students according to their aptitude and had divided the students into some categories. For example, some people looked very aggressive at first glance. Their eyes were always full of strong killing intent. However, in Ling Xiao's view, their defense was a little weak. There were also some people who were strong and good at defense, but lacked the ability to attack. There were also some people who had weak sky origin energy but strong soul power. Ling Xiao was sure that these people must be good at soul mystic arts. He threw his question to Feng Yanran. Feng Yanran couldn't help but be a little surprised. Brother Ling's eyesight is also extraordinary. Ordinary people can't see these characteristics at all. After all, the college will teach some concealing methods in the process of teaching, so these people won't be seen through. Yes, when I was in the Heavenly Dragon continent, others also did that. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was calm. Since Brother Ling has seen these, I won't keep you in suspense. I originally wanted to show you the whole college before telling you these, but now I'll give it to you. Feng Yanran thought and said. Please. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Feng Yanran said, the whole Xianxia College is divided into 6 departments: attack, defense, skill, healing, control, and spirit. There are many specialties under each department. You'll know them when you see the college chart. I'll just briefly introduce these 6 departments to you. 6 departments? It sounds quite interesting. I hope Miss Yanran can enlighten me. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with strong interest. The so-called attack department is the attack department. Warriors of this department are best at attacking. In a battle, they use strong attacks to suppress the opponent, making the opponent have no power to fight back. However, they are weaker in other aspects. If the attack is not as good as the opponent, it is naturally difficult to win. Swordsmen usually choose this department. After all, the sword is unconventional. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. This was basically the same as what he had imagined. Although most of the warriors were comprehensive, they must have something they were good at. After all, not every warrior had the mountain river martial spirit like Ling Xiao, who could be both offensive and defensive. If one wanted to be comprehensive, it was likely that he would be mediocre in all aspects. The so-called defense department is naturally the defense department. The warriors of this department are the opposite of the attack department. It is difficult for them to suppress the opponent with their attacks, but their defense is strong. It is not easy for anyone to defeat them. This was true. When the defense reached a certain level, the opponent's punch would be like scratching an itch. Even if the attack was not good, they could still wear the opponent to death. The so-called skill department is also called the secret skill department. This is more special. This kind of people are best at using the secret skill of the soul, which is impossible to guard against. Their attacks are the most mysterious and the most difficult to resist. These people are also the most unpredictable. Unfortunately, this department has always had the least number of warriors. After all, soul power is more difficult to cultivate than internal power. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little excited. The cultivation methods of the Heavenly Dragon continent didn't specify these things. It was too general, so it was very difficult to specialize in one area. Now that he had come to Xianxia College, it was indeed the right choice. Whichever area he was weak in, he would strengthen it. This might help him improve even more. The so-called healers usually refer to pharmacists, including alchemists and alchemists. This category is easier to understand. They aren't good at attacking or defending, but they are very good at supporting healing. They have the best endurance in battle. Brother Ling, I heard that you are also good at alchemy? Feng Yanran asked. I know a little. Ling Xiao seemed very humble. Excessive modesty is arrogance. Actually, I won't hide it from Brother Ling, this aspect has always been the weakness of our Clear Void Academy. We can't compare with the Divine Phoenix Academy. Our two great academies both have their own businesses in the Imperial City, selling things like alchemical pills. After all, if the academies want to develop, they can't do it without money. Feng Yanran smiled bitterly and helplessly. Now Xianxia College is being suppressed very badly, especially when the Phoenix Academy recently added a new teacher. He was recommended by the True Demon Empire. His name is Sun Shang, and he was the imperial physician of the Sacred Dynasty. He was known as the Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hands. It's actually him. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back, the Holy Emperor treated this person very well. Who would have thought that he would choose to betray and join the sea race? Brother Ling, you know this person? Yes, we have some conflicts. At the martial arts festival, it was this person who poisoned the butterfly girl. Ling Xiao still held a grudge. I see. Brother Ling, you have to be careful in the future. The Phoenix Academy has always been protective. You have a grudge against Sun Shang, so they definitely won't let you go. Feng Yanran reminded. Miss Yanran, don't worry. Let's talk about the other two departments. Ling Xiao was not willing to talk too much about the feud in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Anyway, this grudge, he would take revenge sooner or later. There was no hurry. Alright, the so-called control is a control-type martial artist. This type of martial artist is rather special. Some of them are good at arrays and formations, some of them are good at using secret scrolls, and some of them have martial souls or bloodlines that are rather special. Their attacks aren't that great, but they can control the entire battlefield and make their opponents suffer a fate worse than death. The so-called spirit is the spirit communication element. There are very few people like this. They are born with a martial soul or bloodline ability that can communicate with special spaces. Therefore, they can control beasts or special creatures to fight. After listening to Feng Yanran's words, Ling Zhao's heart felt like it was being overturned. In fact, He once possessed the abilities of these 6 elements, but he did not systematically cultivate and strengthen them, so they seemed a little messy. If he had come to the Divine Phoenix continent earlier, perhaps his development would have been even better than it was now. However, the possibility of losing his life was also greater. After all, at that time, his cultivation was too low. In the face of the Divine Phoenix continent's Heaven Realm martial artists, a Martial Vein Realm martial artist was simply an ant-like existence. After listening to my introduction, which department does Brother Ling intend to enter? Feng Yanran asked. Can I choose not to? Ling Xiao thought for a while and said. It was not that he was greedy, but because he felt that he did not seem to be suitable for any department. He was good at both offense and defense, and was also good at alchemy and setting up formations. His soul power was even more extraordinary. No matter which department he chose, it did not seem to be suitable. I am not surprised by this result. Most people would do this. Feng Yanran smiled and said, actually, you don't have to worry. No matter which department you enter, there will be basic teaching. Their courses are intertwined, but the focus is different. Even if you join the attack department, you can still learn defense, but it will not be as in-depth. No, you misunderstood. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I am a person. If I choose one, I hope to do my best. Brother Ling, don't blame me for talking too much. If you are too greedy, it will often lead to mediocrity in all aspects. This kind of example is actually very common. Feng Yanran reminded, it is not that there are no comprehensive talents, but most of them are unable to become the top of their profession. Generally, comprehensive talents only take into account 2 aspects at most. You want to choose all 6 departments at once. This is a bit too greedy. I naturally know Miss Yanran's good intentions, but I have already made up my mind. Can I choose this way? Ling Xiao did not care about others, but he knew his own situation. He had the Mountain River martial spirit, so of course he would not be mediocre in all aspects. He would be the best in every aspect. Of course you can, but you must accept a very difficult test. If you pass, you can enter the comprehensive department. There are very few people in this department, but you can choose to study many departments or all 6 courses. Feng Yanran sighed and said, but you also know that your time is the same as others. In the same time, with the same qualifications, others learn one thing, but you have to take into account 6 things. Whose results will be better? Actually, I don't need to say more, right? I appreciate Miss Yanran's good intentions, but I will not change my mind. Well, please come with me. Feng Yanran was somewhat disappointed with Ling Xiao. She originally thought that Ling Xiao should be a person who could see the big picture, but she did not expect Ling Xiao to be so greedy and stubborn. What a pity. With such qualifications, if you focus on the offensive department, you will inevitably become an overlord in the future, a top swordsman. But now, doing 6 things at once is simply destroying your future. She felt helpless in her heart, but she could not persuade him. She had experienced Ling Xiao's temper. A real bull's temper was useless. Once he decided on something, even 10 dragons could not pull him back. Miss Yanran should also be in the comprehensive department, right? On the way, Ling Xiao suddenly said. You can actually tell? Feng Yanran could not help but be surprised again. In front of Ling Xiao, she seemed to have no secrets. This is not surprising. While you are good at attacking, you also have a certain level of attainment in defense. You should belong to the category of both attack and defense. Ling Xiao said casually. Things that were very difficult for others became very common when he talked about them. Feng Yanran felt that she had hidden it very well, but she still could not hide it from Ling Xiao's eyes. Yes, just the courses of 2 departments, I feel that I can't keep up. The teachers have also advised me that if I simply choose the offensive department, my cultivation would be higher now. Feng Yanran sighed and said, because of this, I advise you not to be so greedy. Choosing 2 departments is already the limit. More will destroy your future. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly and did not speak. He could not tell Feng Yanran the secret of his body, so this was not clear. Since he could not explain it clearly, he could only give up. Soon, Feng Yanran took Ling Xiao to a towering palace. This palace had 6 doors, symbolizing the 6 departments. The palace was called the testing hall. The 6 gates represented the 6 departments. As long as one could pass one of the gates, he or she would pass the test and become a student of the department. If one wanted to enter the general department, he or she would have to pass multiple tests. He or she would have to be recognized by the departments. So far, only 10 people from Xianxia College had passed 3 tests and 1,000 people had passed 2 tests. These people were the sum of the past tens of thousands of years. Among the students of Xianxia College, only 1 person had passed 3 tests and 5 people had passed 2 tests. This was the best result in tens of thousands of years. It was obvious how difficult it was to pass the test. After all, everyone was good at different things. In front of the testing hall, many people were chatting. Xianxia College was very liberal. It was normal for these students to discuss problems together. It was normal for them to practice martial arts with each other as long as they didn't make trouble. Seeing Feng Yanran and Ling Xiao walking over with a smile, these people suddenly stopped talking and opened their eyes wide. They were obviously surprised. Feng Yanran was one of the goddesses of the puerile phoenix class, one of the few royal children of Xianxia College, and one of the only 5 warriors of 2 departments. She was usually arrogant. It was harder to talk to her than to reach the heavens. No one had ever seen her smile so happily and so freely. Who was that guy with Feng Yanran? Why was he so enviable? You seem to be quite famous in this college. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was not a fool. It could be seen from the attitude of those people. Famous? Feng Yanran smiled and felt a little speechless. She was not only famous in Xianxia College, but also famous. But what was the use? She was bullied by Ling Xiao. Good. At this moment, a loud shout came from the testing hall. Everyone's attention was also attracted by it. Another goddess? I heard that she used to be the holy son of the sacred dynasty in the Tianlong continent. She is indeed powerful. She's so beautiful and powerful. Do you still want others to live? She should have passed all 3 tests, right? That's right. It looks like she's planning to take the 4th test? The sounds of discussion rose and fell one after another, and naturally attracted the attention of Ling Xiao and Feng Yanran. It's your friend, Xianxia. She's stronger and prettier than me. Brother Ling, you're so lucky. Feng Yanran's tone was a little sour. However, Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't hear it. He smiled and said, among the young people in the Sky Dragon continent, other than me, she is the first. It shouldn't be difficult for her to pass the 3 tests, but the 4th one is probably a little difficult. At this time, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and the others also saw Ling Xiao and ran over. Are you all done with the test? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. I'm from the general faculty, and I passed 2 tests. Longchen said excitedly. Hearing this, Feng Yanran was shocked. Who are these people? She thought that only Ling Xiao and Xianxia were good, and the others were not good. However, it seemed that was not the case at all. I'm also from the general faculty, and I passed 2 tests. Lan Yuer smiled faintly. She looked at Ling Xiao and Feng Yanran with doubts in her eyes. It seemed that she didn't understand why the 2 of them were together. Congratulations, senior sister Lan. We should be able to cultivate together in the future. Miss Yanran and I have reconciled. I hope you can forgive us. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course. Lan Yuer nodded and smiled. You 2 should be from the medical faculty, right? Ling Xiao looked at Dai Yuling and Dai Yaoling and asked. At this time, Dai Yuling had the primordial gourd vine martial soul, and Dai Yaoling had the primordial nature dragon martial soul. The nature dragon martial soul was given to Dai Yaoling by Ling Xiao. Although he couldn't use it after it was sealed, he could give it to others. Ling Xiao really wanted to praise the seal. These 2 martial souls were very helpful in the medical field. That's right. The 2 sisters were now very close, especially when they heard the news that their mother, Dai Lingrong, was still alive before they left the Tianlong continent. They were in a good mood and didn't have time to be angry. Zhao Ji and I are from the offensive faculty. Ying Wuya and Zhao Ji had the golden-winged rock martial soul, while Zhao Ji had the black-winged rock martial soul. Both of them were good at attacking, so it was natural for them to choose the offensive faculty. Senior brother Ling, you definitely didn't expect that I actually passed the defensive faculties test and joined the defensive faculty. Lung Hao was a little surprised by this result because he took after the Golden Light Heavenly Sovereign's personality and preferred to attack. He didn't expect that he was best at defense. Actually, I already noticed this when I was in the Tianlong continent. Unfortunately, I didn't have the conditions at that time. Next, I'll think of a way to get you a strong defensive martial soul. Study well. What you're good at is the best. If a person cultivated in the direction they were good at, regardless of whether it was their future achievements or cultivation speed, there would be a huge increase. It was because of this that Ling Xiao felt that Qingshu College was really good at this point. Xiaoxia, what about you? What faculty are you in? Ling Xiao asked. Reporting to senior brother Ling, I'm in the spiritual communication faculty. Xiaoxia replied. Spiritual communication faculty. This is interesting. In the Tianlong continent, you didn't have the conditions to display your specialty. Now that you're here, you should study hard. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Miss Yanran. Got it, senior brother Ling, senior sister Yanran. Although Xiaoxia was the princess of the northern Han state in the Tianlong continent, she had completely let go of her identity after experiencing so much. She treated herself as a simple warrior and focused on cultivation and self-improvement. Alas! Feng Yanran was about to speak when a sigh came from the other side. I guess Hai Miankeo didn't complete the fourth test. She looks a little disappointed. Ling Xiao said with a smile as he looked at Hai Miankeo, who was walking over gloomily. You're still not satisfied after passing 3 tests? Isn't this the best test result in the Qingshu Academy? Feng Yanran was speechless. How can I not be disappointed? The gap between you and me will be even bigger. Hai Miankeo shook her head helplessly and said, you should be able to pass all 6 faculties, right? Maybe. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and then walked toward the testing hall. Look, that person is about to take the test. A man who can walk with Feng Yanran probably won't have a bad result. Maybe he'll pass 2 faculties. Discussions immediately broke out. Ling Xiao walked through the first door, the attack power test. Outside the testing hall, there was a huge screen. This screen should be made of special materials because it could show the whole process of the test and let the people outside see it. It was supposed to be fair to avoid cheating. The attack power test was very simple. There was a special crystal inside, and the participant would attack. If your attack power could reach the A level, you would pass. The attack power here was divided into 6 levels: superior, excellent, A, B, C, and D. Those below A level would not be considered to have passed. Ling Xiao also wanted to use this opportunity to understand his situation, so he did not intend to hold back. Begin. The testing teacher glanced at Ling Xiao's information and said lightly. Whoosh, a sword light broke through the air, and a purple flash sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand at some point. Boom, the crystal kept flickering, and finally, it turned into powder. At that moment, the people in the square outside the testing hall almost dropped their jaws to the ground. Although they knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, they had never thought that he could directly shatter the crystal. Me? He's too strong, isn't he? This kind of situation has never appeared in the test of the attack type system. His attacks are a bit too powerful. This is even more terrifying than some heaven-tier martial artists. As expected of the man that Feng Yanran likes. Amazing. That's right. Just in terms of attack, he's already very scary. Eh? He is going to continue the test? In the midst of everyone's discussion, Ling Xiao walked out of the first door. His result was superior because there was no better evaluation. Then, he walked into the second door to test his defense. The defense test was not complicated. A teacher would launch an attack, and the power of the attack would gradually increase. According to different levels, the teacher would give an evaluation. Teacher, just use the superior level attack. Ling Xiao smiled and said respectfully. Are you sure? You will get hurt. The teacher frowned and said. I am sure, but I hope you will be careful. My defense is a bit special, and it may hurt people. Ling Xiao explained very seriously. He was sincerely reminding the teacher. However, the teacher thought that Ling Xiao was looking at him. The students outside also expressed their dissatisfaction. This brat is too arrogant. Even if your defense is exceptional, it's impossible for you to injure a teacher who is at the 3 talents realm. Yes, his cultivation is not very strong. He must have forgotten himself. Son, don't worry. Huh. The testing teacher punched out, and the attack power was indeed very strong. Red sun feather raiment, Ling Xiao's body was suddenly covered in a layer of clothes woven out of light. Boom, the testing teacher's fist landed on the scarlet sun feather raiment. Ling Xiao didn't move an inch, but the teacher suddenly retreated. His right hand was already somewhat charred. Of course, it wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. It was just that he was in charge of testing Ling Xiao's defense, so he had only used a superior level attack. It wasn't his full strength. Brat, you're really strong. With such a strong defense, why don't you join our defense department? The examiner wasn't angry. Instead, he said excitedly. Come on, his attack power is also top-notch. This kid was born to enter the general faculty. This time, the vice president really picked up a treasure. An attack-type teacher came in from the door of the defense department's testing room and said with a smile. 2 top-notch departments. This is a talent that even Phoenix Academy doesn't have. The defense-type teacher lamented. Thank you for your praise, teachers. I should take the next test. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and then walked out of the second door with a superior grade and entered the third door. He actually chose to enter the secret arts department. Is there something wrong with his head? Yeah, the secret arts department requires a strong soul power to pass the test. This kind of person is very rare among the martial artists. Maybe he has some special skills. It can't be. His attack power is so strong, and his defense is so good. How can his soul power be so strong? Many people felt that it was illogical. It was indeed illogical, but Ling Xiao was such an existence. In the crowd, Feng Yanran smiled bitterly. It seems that he really intends to take all the tests of the 6 departments. What's wrong with that? Hai Miangkeo asked. Feng Yanran saw that Hai Miangkeo, Lan Yuer, and the others felt that it was normal. She couldn't help but ask, don't you think that he is a bit overconfident and greedy? You really don't know him. This kind of thing is just normal for him. Keep watching and you will know. Lan Yuer shook her head with a smile and said, he is more terrifying than you think. Feng Yanran didn't believe her. The soul power test is completely different from the other tests. The passing rate is the lowest. Lan Yuer and the others didn't say anything and just looked at the big screen. When Ling Xiao stepped into the third door, the attack type and defense type teachers also came in. The soul power test was indeed different from the other 2 tests. Before the test, I need to remind you that this is a special magical equipment called the Rubik's Cube world. As long as your skin comes into contact with it, you will immediately enter an illusion and experience all kinds of different worlds. It could be a dreamlike heavenly court or a tragic hell. Once you enter it, you may not be able to come out for the rest of your life. So, if you can't come out after half an hour, we will forcibly stop the test. This will damage your soul, but it can save your life. Yes, the soul power test was very dangerous. The Rubik's Cube world was very scary. Disciple understands. Ling Xiao nodded, but his expression didn't change. Then, let's start. When you enter the illusion, we will calculate the time. The sooner you can come out of the illusion, the better your score will be. After half an hour, it means that you are not qualified. The testing teacher was a little surprised because there were few disciples who could remain calm after hearing his words. But soon, he regained his composure and announced the start of the test. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and touched the Rubik's Cube world with one hand. Buzz, at that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly found himself in the killing field of the sacred city. There were true devil imperial countries everywhere. Between heaven and earth, there were mournful screams and shouts that shook the heavens. The setting sun shone, and the whole world was blood red. Beside him, a 12-year-old martial artist had his head chopped off. Blood splattered on his face, and he could even smell the unwillingness in the blood. Then, the blade that killed the youth slashed towards him. From the outside, Ling Xiao's body seemed to move a few times, and then there was no movement. A quarter of an hour had passed. What a pity, it's not excellent. The attack-type teacher shook his head and said. It's about time. His attack and defense are both excellent, and his weakness and soul power is nothing. It's very normal. The defense-type teacher laughed. In the Rubik's Cube world, Ling Xiao was bathed in blood. He held the enemy's head in his hand and stood alone in the vast land. Around him were corpses and blood. The scene suddenly changed. The original bloody and murderous aura was gone, replaced by richly ornamented pavilions. He was reclining on the couch, resting his head on the thighs of beauties, and several fairy-like women were feeding him grapes. Opposite him, in a large hall, there were beautiful women in thin clothes dancing. The sound of decadence reached its peak at this moment. Outside, a long time had passed. Oh no, I'm afraid this kid is completely immersed in the illusion. It's been almost an hour. The testing teacher of the attack department was worried. Alas, he's good at both offense and defense, but his soul power is his weak point. This kind of person can't do well on the battlefield. It's easy for him to fall into other people's illusions, and he might even become their weapon. The testing teacher of the defense department also sighed, somewhat disappointed. I've already told you that the soul power test isn't that easy. Feng Yanran said helplessly. What's going on? Lan Yuer was also confused. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. She was very clear about how powerful Ling Xiao's soul force was. Did something really happen? Hai Myung-Ko was also confused. They were already so confused, let alone the onlookers. This person is finished. It seems that he's not as good as the Holy Sun. Yes, it should be so. But he's good at both offense and defense, which is quite good. Most people can't reach his level. Amidst their discussion, an hour finally passed. Several teachers of the soul power testing room made a move at the same time, trying to interrupt Ling Xiao's immersion. However, at this moment, something strange happened. In the past, they could easily wake up the students from their immersion. But today, as long as they approached the Rubik's Cube world, they would be pushed away by an invisible force. It was extremely strange. What's going on? The testing teacher of the attack department was puzzled. There's a problem. We can't get close to the Rubik's Cube world now. This has never happened before. The testing teacher of the secret arts department was a bit panicked. After all, Ling Xiao was brought back by the vice dean. If he died like this, he couldn't report back. Won't anyone die from this? The teacher from the defense department frowned. You won't die, but you'll be trapped in an illusion forever. You'll never be able to wake up again, just like a zombie. You can't do that. His talent in both offense and defense is excellent. If he becomes a zombie just like that, I won't allow it. What's the point if you don't agree? If there's really no other way, we can only ask the head of the secret arts department to come over. With the strength of his soul, he should be able to summon this child back. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up, it's already been more than an hour. If we're late, it'll be too late. Alright, I'll call them now. I'll have to trouble you guys to keep an eye on them. The secret arts department's testing teacher raised his leg and was about to call for someone. No need, I'm fine. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded out. He smiled as he removed his hand from the Rubik's Cube world and looked at everyone. How is this possible? Both the teachers inside and the students outside were dumbfounded. After more than an hour, he was still able to walk out of the illusion by himself. This had never happened before. How did he do it? Don't be surprised, everyone. I just found this Rubik's Cube world interesting, so I stayed a little longer. Naturally, Ling Xiao didn't just find it interesting. When he was in the Rubik's Cube world, he suddenly discovered that the Rubik's Cube world had a strengthening effect on his soul die. It also evolved the soul die into the soul Rubik's Cube. The trouble with the soul die was that it had to be rolled every time. As for what ability would appear, Ling Xiao had no control over it. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao rarely used the soul die. He liked to be in control of everything, so he was very dissatisfied with this. However, when the soul die evolved into the soul Rubik's Cube, the uncertainty completely disappeared. The 6 special abilities that the soul die originally had could be freely controlled and used according to his will. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Therefore, he stayed a little longer in the Rubik's Cube world. But you're already unqualified. The Secret Arts Department testing teacher shook his head and said, no matter how you did it, the rules are the rules. You can't go against them. Teacher, you can't say that. The purpose of the Secret Arts Department test is to see if a martial artist's soul power is strong enough. Am I right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Yes. In that case, I should have passed. It's just that with your ability, I'm afraid it's difficult for you to understand. Ling Xiao wasn't looking down on these testing teachers. It was just that his soul power was far above their level. Especially in terms of control, they couldn't understand. When he said this, the students in the square weren't happy. The testing teachers are inferior to you, you really have a big heart. I thought you were a good guy with a lot of potential, but I didn't expect that you don't even have the courage to admit defeat. Instead, you're here to cause trouble? We don't have the ability. Then go take the test in another department. You don't have to stay here. The teachers were a little unhappy. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, teachers, don't be angry. I'm not mocking or looking down on you. It's just that my soul power is indeed stronger than yours. What's wrong with this guy? He must be crazy. I've never seen such a shameless guy. Why would my goddess be with such a guy? She must have been drugged. The students in the square outside were dissatisfied with him. The teachers inside the testing door weren't happy either. The attack department testing teacher said with a cold face, guy, don't be too arrogant. Although you were brought in by the vice dean, you should know how to respect others. The defense department testing teacher also said, I'm a very magnanimous person. But you didn't pass the test, yet you're causing trouble and mocking the testing teacher. That's not good. So what if I give him a chance? Just when Ling Xiao didn't know how to explain, a gentle voice sounded. The one who walked in was an old man with a black beard. He looked a little scary, but his voice was quite gentle. Head teacher. The first seat of the Secret Arts Department was naturally called by Feng Yanran. Just now, when Ling Xiao was in danger, she was extremely anxious. But head teacher, this person is too arrogant. He looks down on us testing teachers. We don't have the ability to take the test. Although the Secret Arts Department testing teachers respected this head teacher, they still held their own opinions. They felt that Ling Xiao had insulted them. It seems that you teachers have a deep prejudice against me. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, you have a prejudice against me because you think I'm insulting and mocking you. This is actually a misunderstanding. I'll show you how strong my soul power is. He didn't want to make it too exaggerated, but he didn't want to start a feud for no reason. These teachers had a misunderstanding with him. It was completely different from what happened at the Phoenix Academy. How are you going to show it? The Secret Arts Department's first seat asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Above his head, the eye of the world opened. As the huge eye produced blood-red inscriptions, the surrounding world suddenly changed. The original testing room turned into a battlefield of slaughter. This is... The Secret Arts Department's first seat was shocked. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. You can stop now. Your results are above excellent. Thank you, first seat teacher. Ling Xiao put away the eye of the world and cupped his hands at the Secret Arts Department's first seat. First seat, how did he pass the test? He clearly didn't touch the Rubik's Cube world just now. One of the teachers couldn't help but ask. The Secret Arts Department's first seat smiled and said, haven't you noticed? His soul force, compared to ordinary students, is on a completely higher level. A level higher? These words were naturally heard by the students in the square outside. Some of the Secret Arts Department's students were puzzled and somewhat unconvinced. Yes, in our usual tests, as long as they aren't affected by the Rubik's Cube world, they're the best. However, he directly controlled the Rubik's Cube world. The Secret Arts Department's first seat's words were earth-shattering. It was as if a volcano had erupted in the crowd. It directly exploded. Controlling the Rubik's Cube world? Was that possible? It seems that you still don't believe it? Ling Xiao, change to a snowy world. The Secret Arts Department's first seat smiled. Yes. Ling Xiao called out the eye of the world again. The sky suddenly changed color. In the white snow, everything was hazy. Only the shocked expressions of those people could be seen clearly. It's done. One of the teachers from the Secret Arts Department walked up to Ling Xiao and cupped his hands. Ling Xiao, we've misunderstood you. Your soul force has indeed far surpassed ours. What we said just now was a bit too much. Sorry. The others also nodded in agreement. Teachers, you're too polite. It's your disciple who doesn't know how to speak properly and caused you to misunderstand. In that case, I should pass this test, right? Of course, it's above exceptional. Oh my god, it's above SME again. This person is really amazing. Looks like we've all misunderstood him. The goddess's man is indeed extraordinary. On the square, countless students smiled bitterly. Feng Yanran was completely dumbfounded. After a long time, she shook her head and said, maybe you're right. He's much more powerful than I imagined. Fellow, if you have any questions about the soul in the future, you can come and find this old man at any time. You can continue with your tests, this old man will be leaving first. The head of the Secret Arts Department turned around and left. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. In comparison, Xianxia College was really much better than Phoenix Academy. At the very least, the teachers here dared to admit their mistakes. They were not as domineering as the teachers at Phoenix Academy. Teachers, I'm going to take the 4th test. After the 3 tests, the people present were even more expectant. As long as Ling Xiao completed one more test, he would break the record of Xianxia College that had been maintained for tens of thousands of years. This was a groundbreaking feat. They thought that the 4th test would take a long time. However, they did not expect Ling Xiao to complete it easily. The record that was as difficult as ascending to heaven in the eyes of others was simply not worth mentioning to him. After all, the 4th test was a medical test. He only needed to heal an injured animal, which was not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. Even though his dragon soul and other things were sealed, don't forget that the blood in his body was already the blood of the primordial golden dragon. There was no way to seal it. His blood had a very powerful healing effect. Naturally, his results were excellent. He's really breaking the record. Is he going to continue? Feng Yanran was a little excited and dazed. Initially, she had helped Ling Xiao only because Ling Xiao was the son of those two. However, now, she felt that she had to befriend Ling Xiao even if he was not the son of those two. Such a talent was hard to come by even in 100,000 years. The 5th test was a control element test. Ling Xiao had only slightly demonstrated his array formation skills, and he had already received a special grade. There's one last test left. This test is for the School of Spiritual Communication. It's more troublesome. It depends on the student's compatibility with the animal. If the student can make the animal develop a good impression and complete one task, the test will be considered a success. Feng Yanran was a little nervous. When it came to the last test, she was even more expectant. However, there was a hint of nervousness in her anticipation. However, what she did not expect was that not only did Ling Xiao pass the test, but he also made the animal complete 10 very complicated tasks. This was another result that was above excellent. Amazing, all the examiners followed Ling Xiao out of the examination hall. They all wanted to see this talent. He actually passed all 6 elements, and his results are all above excellent. Sky Dragon Continent's chosen one, he really lives up to his name. Alas, I knew it would be like this. In the end, the gap between us is too big. Hai Myungkeo shook her head and smiled bitterly. In the past, there was still a big gap between him and me. Now, I'm not even worth mentioning in front of him. Ying Wuya also smiled bitterly. Don't sigh. When we were in Yuehua school, I wanted to protect him. In the end, he protected me many times. Lan Yuer shook her head. Meeting such a junior brother, she really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After the test, Ling Xiao followed Feng Yanran to the general department's main hall under the admiring eyes of the examiners. It was not only a place for teaching, but also a place for living. All the buildings were very beautiful. Each student had a room, clean and tidy. It was much more comfortable than living in a cave. Long Chen, Haim Miankeo, and Lan Yuer, who were also from the general department, followed them. The others went to report to their respective departments. Oh right, Miss Yanran, I heard that there is a Heaven Essence Pagoda in the Imperial City. Only the students of Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College are qualified to cultivate there, right? After choosing his residence, Ling Xiao was most concerned about cultivation. Yes, the higher you go in the Heaven Essence Pagoda, the better the effect of cultivation. Therefore, the competition is very fierce. What I mean is, if you don't have full confidence, it's better not to go there. Cultivating in the academy is better than other places, but it's not as good as the Heaven Essence Pagoda. Feng Yanran suddenly paused. Alas, you won't listen anyway. Feng Yanran now understood Ling Xiao a little. Ling Xiao was a person who never feared difficulties. The more difficult something was, the more energetic he seemed to be. Ha ha ha, it's good that Miss Yanran knows. Where is the location of the Heavenly Essence Pagoda? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. It's easy to find. Just stand at a high place and you'll find it. Feng Yanran pointed into the distance. Ling Xiao leaped dozens of meters into the air and looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a towering pagoda standing among the clouds. This was completely different from the Moonlight Pagoda. The Moonlight Pagoda could not be used for cultivation, but the Heavenly Essence Pagoda was a place for cultivation. There were many cultivation rooms, and the higher one went, the better the effects of cultivation. Countless warriors from the Divine Phoenix continent wanted to enter to cultivate. However, only the disciples of the Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College were qualified. However, there was a problem. If one wanted to enter to cultivate, one had to have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, one would be driven away. Especially since the relationship between the Divine Phoenix continent and Xianxia College was not good. They had always been in competition. It was not uncommon for the two great academies to fight over cultivation rooms. If Ling Xiao wanted to enter, he would really have to consider it carefully. What's that? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes turned. He noticed that there was a very lively courtyard near the Phoenix Academy. He could not help but turn around and ask Feng Yanran. That's the newly established Divine Phoenix Medical School. Feng Yanran replied, originally, the Phoenix Academy was better than our Xianxia College in terms of medical alchemy. This time, they even poached the godly Han Sun Shang from the Heavenly Dragon continent. Their advantage has become even greater. In order to completely drive Xianxia College out of the elixir market, they established this independent Divine Phoenix Medical School. Just established? Ling Xiao asked. To be exact, it hasn't been established yet. Because tomorrow is the establishment ceremony. At that time, there will be a large number of famous people coming to congratulate them. Although our Xianxia College feels uncomfortable, we still have to send people to congratulate them. Feng Yanran sighed. I'll take a look tomorrow. Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of the heavenly venerate miraculous Han Sun Shang. However, he didn't intend to make an enemy out of him so soon. It would be better for him to disguise himself tomorrow. Of course, there's no problem. There should be quite a lot of people watching tomorrow. Other than the establishment of the Divine Phoenix Medical College, they should also be holding the opening ceremony at the same time. The new students should all appear. Feng Yanran nodded and said. She didn't know about the grudge between Ling Xiao and Heavenly Venerate Wondrous Han Sun Shang. If she knew, she probably wouldn't have let Ling Xiao go. The next morning, as expected, many students from Xianxia College went to the Phoenix Academy to watch the show, including some teachers from the academy. Ling Xiao was no exception. However, he did not inform Haim Miankeo and the others. Instead, he went alone. He was mainly afraid that he would not be able to control himself and would not be able to escape with those people. Phoenix Academy's location was really much better than Xianxia College's. Xianxia College's location couldn't even be considered the outskirts of the imperial city. It could only be considered in the countryside. Phoenix Academy's location, on the other hand, was in the center of the imperial city, opposite the imperial palace. Today, the imperial city was still bustling with people and carriages. However, compared to yesterday, it was clearly more lively. Many people had arrived at the Divine Phoenix Plaza where the enrollment was held yesterday. It was so densely packed that one couldn't see the end of it. In fact, the news of the establishment of the Divine Phoenix Medical College had already spread throughout the entire Divine Phoenix continent. Many martial artists had rushed here a few days earlier. Some came early, while others just arrived. Everyone had calculated the date. Due to the incident that happened in the Heavenly Dragon continent, the sacred dynasty was almost destroyed. This also made many martial artists in the Divine Phoenix continent worry about the safety of the Divine Phoenix continent. According to this time, the Phoenix Academy's opening ceremony would announce an important piece of news related to the True Demon's Empire. Many people rushed here not just to watch the show or to congratulate, but to know some accurate information. Everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the world, especially martial artists. Their sense of responsibility in this aspect was very strong. On such a lively day, if nothing happened, it would be too good. The establishment of the Phoenix Academy's medical college and opening ceremony probably won't end peacefully. In the crowd, a person wearing a sinister ghost mask smiled faintly. The person wearing the mask was naturally Ling Xiao. There was no one else beside him. However, what surprised him was that Feng Yanran had actually brought Hai Myung-ko and the others to the scene. Fortunately, he had disguised himself, so they didn't recognize him. Of course, it was also possible that they recognized him and didn't come over to greet him. After all, Ling Xiao was wearing a ghost mask because he didn't want to be recognized. If they came over, even an idiot would know that the person wearing the mask was Ling Xiao. Today's sky was a little gloomy, as if the heavens were dissatisfied with Sun Shang's betrayal. However, even if the sky was gloomy, the atmosphere at the scene was still lively. That must be Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hands. Suddenly, a voice shouted, and then countless people looked up at the high platform. Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hands Sun Shang and the many new students behind him were all wearing the Phoenix Academy's uniform embroidered with the Divine Phoenix pattern. They looked domineering and majestic. Emma Wushang, Qin Bishua, Bai Qianjiao, Hong Li, and the others were among them. The flame deity is also here. Ling Zhao's pupils shrank as he saw the flame deity appear in front of the line, wearing the Phoenix Academy's uniform. This person's cultivation has reached such a level. What surprised him even more was that the flame deity's cultivation had already broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm. Although he had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm, his aura was completely different from that of a celestial realm martial artist. Good. Very good. You are indeed the most outstanding genius in Yuehua school after me. That's good. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so exciting to kill you so easily. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and stared at the flame deity. An excited smile appeared on his face, which no one else could see. Everyone on the high platform was in high spirits and extremely pleased with themselves. They were able to join the most outstanding academy on the Divine Phoenix continent and become a part of it. This was a great honor in itself. They enjoyed the envious gazes of countless people. Their heads were held high, like proud roosters. Ming Kong, calm down. Just as Ling Xiao was looking at a few familiar faces, Hai Myung-ko, who was below the stage, could no longer hold back. Fortunately, Feng Yanran and the others were there to stop her. Otherwise, she would have attacked. After all, Ling Xiao could hate the sacred dynasty, but people like Mo Wushang, Dao Wuming, and Sun Shang had been nurtured by the sacred dynasty with countless efforts. They had no right to betray the sacred dynasty. When Hai Myung-ko saw the proud faces of these people, she was unable to suppress her anger. Among the crowd, there were many martial artists from the Sky Dragon continent. They had arrived at the Divine Phoenix continent from the Sky Dragon continent a few years ago. They were unaware of the betrayal of the sacred dynasty and the matter of the True Demon's Empire. In their opinion, these people were the hope of the Sky Dragon continent. Alliance Head Bien, it truly makes one sigh with emotion. In the past, we crossed the ocean and arrived at the Divine Phoenix continent, yet you were the only one who was able to enter the Divine Phoenix Academy to study. None of us had the chance to do so. But this time, that Mo Wushang, Qin Bishua, Bai Qianjiao, Hong Li, Dao Wuming and the rest have truly brought glory to our heavenly dragon continent. The one who spoke was a middle-aged martial artist who was over 40 years old. The Alliance Master Bian he spoke of was called Bian Tianyin. He was the current Alliance Master of the Sky Dragon Alliance in the Divine Phoenix continent. From this name, one would know that this Sky Dragon Alliance was an alliance formed by martial artists from the Sky Dragon continent. Their numbers accounted for 80% of the Sky Dragon martial artists in the Divine Phoenix continent. It could be considered as the largest organization. That's right, Chenhai. In the future, we have to make friends with these young people. If possible, let them join our Sky Dragon Alliance. This way, the strength of our Sky Dragon martial artists on the Divine Phoenix continent will be stronger. Bian Tianyin said with a smile, all along, human martial artists have no status on the Divine Phoenix continent. Perhaps in the future, it will be an opportunity. Obviously, even this Bian Tianyin was very optimistic about these people. Ling Xiao happened to be standing not too far away from the two of them, so he could hear their conversation clearly. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For those who didn't know the situation, these martial artists who were either the sea race or human traders had instead become the hope of the Sky Dragon continent, the hope of humanity's rise. This was really ironic. However, they were currently kept in the dark. One day, the truth would be revealed. Traitors and shameless people would eventually be punished. And humanity's true hope would rise completely. Ling Xiao never thought too highly of himself. However, he hoped that he could inherit the human king's wish and bring humanity to a higher level. After all, he was also human. Moreover, he had obtained many benefits from the human king. If he didn't do something, his heart would feel uneasy all the time. Everyone. Today, I would like to introduce 3 important people to everyone. They will become the future pillars of our Phoenix Academy. A voice came from the high platform. Only then did the figure follow. He was the vice president of Phoenix Academy, Phoenix Cry Wanchong. I've long heard that Phoenix Academy has poached many talents from the Heavenly Dragon continent. I'm guessing that the vice principal is introducing them to us. Countless people in the crowd were muttering to themselves. Yeah, it seems like the rise of the Phoenix Academy is unstoppable. Some people were worried for Xianxia College. Xianxia College didn't like to be associated with the royal family, so it wasn't liked by the royal family. This was because in the eyes of the current emperor, if Xianxia College did not support him, it meant that they supported the fiery Phoenix tribe. If that was not an enemy, then what was? The first one is Yuehua Sek's heavenly venerable demonic flame, who used to be famous in the heavenly dragon continent. An expert at the first transformation of the Grotto Heaven realm. Whoosh, the crowd applauded enthusiastically. From this, it could be seen that the flame deity was quite famous. The Phoenix Academy was also very popular among the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent. Moreover, an expert at the first transformation of the Grotto Heaven realm was worthy of respect. The second one is the biggest contributor to the establishment of the Divine Phoenix Academy today, Heavenly Venerable Miracle Hand Sun Shang. He's the most outstanding pharmacist on the Heavenly Dragon continent. His cultivation is even more astonishing. He's at the 9th transformation of the Grotto Heaven realm. Whoosh, even more enthusiastic applause sounded. Sun Shang was not only an expert in alchemy, but his cultivation was also equally astonishing. Naturally, he attracted more attention. The last one is even more impressive. He used to be a disciple of our Phoenix Academy. After he finished his studies, he returned to the Heavenly Dragon continent and became the leader of the strongest sect on the continent, the Heavenly King sect. His cultivation has reached the terrifying Yinyang realm. His name is Xikongzun. This time, the crowd was silent for a moment. Then, there was an explosion like a volcanic eruption. Everyone was stunned. Xikongzun was a famous genius when he was in the Phoenix Academy. Many martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent regretted that he went to the Heavenly Dragon continent. They didn't expect that after so many years, he would actually come back. His cultivation was even stronger than before. The flame deity will become a teacher of our Phoenix Academy. Heavenly Venerable Miracle Hand will become the dean of the Divine Phoenix Academy. Phoenix Cry Wanchong continued to announce, as for Xikongzun, he will be the vice dean of the Phoenix Academy. he'll become an existence on the same level as me. The Phoenix Academy originally wanted Phoenix Cry Wanchong to be the vice dean. The position of the second vice dean had always been empty. They didn't expect that it would be given to Si Kongzun. At this moment, Ling Xiao was incomparably glad that he had not entered the Divine Phoenix Academy. Otherwise, facing these people, it would be difficult for him to even have a chance to survive, let alone have any achievements in the martial way. Alright, I've finished announcing what I wanted to announce. I'll go back and cultivate first. Vice Dean Si Kongzun will be in charge of all the following matters. After he finished speaking, Phoenix Cry Wanchong turned around and left. This person was a martial arts fanatic who wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Therefore, if Si Kongzun became the vice dean of the Phoenix Academy, then the Phoenix Academy would be completely under Si Kongzun's control. However, in the eyes of most people, Si Kongzun was originally a genius who walked out of the Phoenix Academy. It wouldn't be a problem for him to become the vice dean of the Phoenix Academy. Even if Ling Xiao told others that Si Kongzun was the Electric Demon King, the key was that people had to believe him. Moreover, what did the existence of the Phoenix Academy have to do with Ling Xiao? Everyone, on this auspicious day, I would like to announce two joyous events. Si Kongzun's voice was steady and capable, revealing wisdom and valiance. This was indeed in line with the temperament that a vice dean should have. It should be said that if he wasn't the Electric Demon King, if he wasn't from the Si clan, then he would be more suitable for this position than Phoenix Cry Wanchong. First, from today onwards, all medicine shops under the jurisdiction of the Phoenix Academy will publicly sell low-level yellow-grade pills at half the current market price. In addition, mid-level yellow-grade pills will be sold regularly at half the current market price. In addition, all martial artists under the jurisdiction of the Phoenix Academy will be able to purchase high-level yellow-grade pills at a 20% discount. If one simply heard this news, they might not think that it was exaggerated. However, after understanding the situation in the Divine Phoenix continent, one would understand how important this news was. One had to know that for a long time, none of the medicine shops on the Divine Phoenix continent sold high-level pills. Low-level yellow-grade pills could only be purchased by aristocrats, and they also needed to use their connections. Mid-level and high-level yellow-grade pills could not be seen at all. Even aristocrats could not buy them. If they wanted them, they had to go to other continents to buy them. The Phoenix Academy's sudden announcement when there was a serious shortage of yellow-grade elixirs was undoubtedly earth-shattering. To be honest, even many Xianxia College students were tempted and had the idea of leaving Xianxia College and joining the Phoenix Academy. What a ruthless strategy. In this way, Xianxia College will be completely at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the Phoenix Academy. There will be no possibility of a comeback. Feng Yanran sighed helplessly. Not necessarily. Lan Yue smiled faintly. She glanced at Ling Xiao, who was wearing a ghost mask. Not necessarily? Feng Yanran smiled bitterly. These warriors from the Sky Dragon continent really didn't know the current situation of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Divine Phoenix Empire. The second thing. Si Kongzun saw the shocked expressions of the people below and couldn't help but laugh secretly. This little favor could win people's hearts. It was really too convenient. He immediately struck while the iron was hot and announced the second thing. I believe that everyone here has heard of the 10 great phoenixes? Phoenixes. The phoenixes are the top 10 young people in the Divine Phoenix continent. The Phoenix Academy already has 2 phoenixes. Is there going to be a new addition? I don't know. Let's see how the vice president will announce it. In the square, there was a tense atmosphere among the crowd. I guess many of you have already guessed it. That's right, we will have 2 important students in this start-of-term ceremony. Si Kongzun felt that the atmosphere was about right, so he raised his voice and said, the 2 of you can come out and meet everyone. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of wild thunder fell from the sky, scaring everyone. The lightning fell on the high platform and the young man in blue finally revealed his true appearance. He was calm, and had a smile on his face. That's Eagle Heavenly Hero, the Thunder Eagle Phoenix. How could everyone not recognize this person, Eagle Heavenly Hero, one of the 10 great phoenixes and the most outstanding genius of the Thunder Eagle clan, was actually going to join the Phoenix Academy? Was the Thunder Eagle clan going to submit to the Ice Phoenix clan, At this moment, a rainbow-colored divine light flashed in the sky and almost everyone couldn't open their eyes. The clouds in the sky turned into a rainbow-colored glow. A young man emitting a rainbow-colored glow slowly floated down from the sky like a beautiful peacock spreading its tail. It's the peacock phoenix, Kong He. Everyone was surprised. It was one thing for the Thunderhawk clan to submit to the Ice Phoenix clan. After all, the Thunderhawk clan wasn't considered the strongest among the aristocratic clans. However, the Peacock clan's status was second only to the Phoenix clan. Could it be that the Ice Phoenix clan was preparing to take over the position of Divine Phoenix Empire's monarch forever? This was really too shocking. This news was probably more than any other news. News was Phoenix Academy after all. The addition of the Peacock Phoenix Sun and the Thunder Eagle Phoenix Sun was not just two students. It represented the allegiance of the two large clans. Yesterday, when I saw the Peacock Phoenix and the Thunderhawk Phoenix chasing each other outside the city, I thought they were just here to have fun. I never thought that they were here to join the Divine Phoenix Academy. This Vice Principal Xikongzun is really something. With him, I'm afraid that Divine Phoenix Academy will be able to ride on top of Clear Void Academy's head and abuse their power. Yeah, 4 of the 10 great phoenixes belong to Phoenix Academy, while Xianxia College doesn't have one. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. In the plaza, everyone was discussing animatedly. Everyone was surprised and sighed with emotion. Feng Yanran frowned. Against Divine Phoenix Academy's imposing manner, what kind of method would Clear Void Academy use to display their strength? The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled into a slight smile. 10 great phoenixes. Since he came to the Divine Phoenix continent, he had to challenge the 10 great phoenixes. From his point of view, it would be best if all of these people joined Divine Phoenix Academy. At that time, if he could single-handedly turn the tide and protect Clear Void Academy, then in the Divine Phoenix continent, his position in Clear Void Academy would be much higher. Alright, the 2 announcements have been made. Next, the ceremony will begin. Everyone who comes is a guest. I hope there won't be any blind people causing trouble here. Otherwise, I won't be merciful. Xikongzun's high-pitched voice was filled with viciousness. He probably knew that there were many people in the crowd who didn't like him. But he didn't care. It didn't matter to him whether they liked him or not, as long as they didn't come out to court death. Xianxia College's Feng Qingyan congratulates the establishment of Divine Phoenix Medical School. I have prepared a gift for you. Please accept it. At this moment, a white figure floated over. It was Xianxia College's vice principal, Feng Qingyan. Of course, he wasn't here to deliver a gift. From the powerful aura he released as he flew, it was obvious that he didn't want Phoenix Academy to be too proud, so he deliberately showed off his strength. So what if he was a son of Divine Phoenix? He was just a young person with talent and potential. Phoenix Academy didn't dare to touch Xianxia College all these years, not because of these young people, but because of Feng Qingyan, Principal Feng Xianxia, and another vice principal. Of course, he didn't plan to cause trouble. That would seem petty. The gift was a real gift. It wasn't fake. Welcome. The Peacock clan is here to congratulate you. The Thunder Eagle clan is here to congratulate you. True Demons Empire's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Skymoon Sunrise, is here to congratulate you. I have a gift for you. Please accept it. Hearing this voice, countless people suddenly became nervous. True Demons Empire's reputation was too great. Tens of thousands of years ago, they almost destroyed the sacred dynasty, causing countless heroes to tremble in fear. At that time, the sacred dynasty was 100 times more powerful than the current Divine Phoenix Empire. Not long ago, the True Demons Empire rose again and destroyed the sacred dynasty, completely destroying the sacred city. Although they didn't completely unify the Sky Dragon continent, it wasn't far away. Skymoon Sunrise was a woman. A very beautiful woman. Noble, graceful, elegant. It seemed that all adjectives could be used to describe her. Her cultivation wasn't as high as the 2 demon kings, but it wasn't lower than Sun Shang. The people around her were also experts in the heaven realm. You're finally here. Seeing Skymoon Sunrise, Xikongzun smiled and said, "There's one more thing I didn't announce just now because the host isn't here." Now, I'll solemnly announce to everyone, Divine Phoenix Empire and True Demons Empire have formed a strategic partnership. The two empires will not invade each other and will send cultivators to learn from each other and fight against foreign enemies together. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Not to mention what would happen if Divine Phoenix Empire and True Demons Empire formed an alliance. Since this was announced by Xikongzun, it represented the will of Phoenix Academy. They had long heard that the president of Phoenix Academy was the current emperor's advisor. This was equivalent to announcing that Phoenix Academy represented the existence of the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. Compared to them, Xianxia College wasn't even worth mentioning. Good heavens, this was getting interesting. The Ice Phoenix clan's ambition was being exposed step by step. Relying on the special power of the Emperor, not only did they control the government, they even completely took control of the Phoenix Academy. Did the Fire Phoenix clan still have hope? What would become of the Divine Phoenix Empire in the future? All of this caused the martial artists present to have endless fanciful thoughts. Looking at the confused expressions of the people below the stage, Xikongzun's lips curled into a smug sneer. Alliance? Would the True Devil Empire ally with a mere Divine Phoenix Empire? This was just a stalling tactic. Using the internal strife of the Divine Phoenix Empire to destroy this country might be easier than directly invading. Thinking of this, Xikongzun's injuries seemed to have healed a lot, and he didn't feel as painful as before. Impudent! Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Suddenly, dust flew in the distance. A group of cultivators wearing armor and riding on winged heavenly wolves galloped over in a grandiose manner. The one who spoke was the valiant general leading the group. Even though it was just a roar, it made people feel as if they were on a bloody battlefield in an instant, as if they had entered a battlefield full of blades and swords. Everyone looked at this pair of people. The leader's voice was heard again. A mere Phoenix Academy dares to make decisions for the Empire? Are you trying to rebel? After speaking, the leader jumped up from his winged heavenly wolf and swept the halberd in his hand through the air. A ferocious aura enveloped Xikongzun. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone actually dared to provoke the Phoenix Academy and directly chose to attack the newly appointed vice president, Xikongzun. What were they trying to do? The smile on Xikongzun's face disappeared. Lightning flashed in his hands, and a long sword completely condensed from lightning appeared in his hands. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. The Phoenix Academy represents the will of the Divine Phoenix Empire. How can you rebel? Your Excellency, please speak. With a thrust of the sword, a terrifying sword aura broke through the air. Boom, the two forces collided in the air and then shattered. The man who had flown up landed back on the winged wolf. He looked at the Xikongzun in surprise and said, "Good heavens, I should have killed you back then. Otherwise, today's incident would not have happened." Jining. That's the National Protector General Jining. Humph, Jining. It was because of your pursuit that I had no choice but to hide in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Are you going to make the same mistake again? I'm now the vice president of Phoenix Academy. Dealing with me is the same as making an enemy of the Empire. Xikongzun snorted coldly. When he saw Jining, it was as if he had seen the greatest enemy of his life. Back then, he had awakened his powers in the Phoenix Academy and recovered quickly. No one had noticed what was wrong with him. However, there was one person who saw through his identity as the Lightning Demon King and wanted to kill him to prevent future troubles. That person was none other than Jining. At that time, he had been severely injured. In the end, he had escaped to the Heavenly Dragon continent with the help of the president of the Phoenix Academy, who was also the current state preceptor. He did not expect that Jining would still pursue him now that he was back. He took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself down. Things were different now. Not only was his cultivation level not inferior to Jining's, but his status was also not inferior. If Jining wanted to kill him, he would have to see if he had the ability and courage to do so. The crowd in the square was also confused by this sudden change. Jining's title as the National Protector General was conferred by the previous emperor. The previous emperor was from the Phoenix tribe. After abdicating, he mysteriously disappeared and his whereabouts were still unknown. However, the current emperor did not revoke his title as the National Protector General. He only demoted Jining to the empire's borders. Logically speaking, without the emperor's permission, Jining could not enter the imperial city. However, not only did Jining come, he even attacked the vice president of the Phoenix Academy. What was his intention? The Phoenix Academy represents the empire's will? Ha 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 ha, your ambition to rebel has been completely exposed. Jining sneered, did you really think that I didn't do anything all these years? Your state preceptor, the president of the Phoenix Academy, is not from the Divine Phoenix Empire. His real identity is the same as yours, one of the 9 great demon kings of the true demon empire. You are the lightning demon king, and he is the yin-yang demon king. What a joke, how can I be the lightning demon king? What evidence do you have? Si Kongzun sneered, moreover, it's fine if you insult me, but you actually insulted the current state preceptor. Do you really think that the empire won't dare to punish you? Punish? That's right, your true devil empire has already destroyed. The sacred dynasty, and the divine Phoenix Empire is next. In this place, very few people know of your secret, and these people either wallow in the mire with you, or collude with you like them. Jining sneered and pointed at Mo Wushang and the others on the stage, then continued, there are also some others who are afraid of death, so they don't dare to identify you. Do you think that if you punish me, this secret will be kept forever? His eyes were still fixed on the Si Kongzun, cold and sharp. Back then, when the divine Phoenix continent was in chaos, it was my master, Ji Fuling, who worked together with Mr. Xianxia to quell the chaos, and gave the divine Phoenix continent more than 10 years of peace. When my master left, he asked me to stay and help the emperor protect this empire. If it wasn't for this agreement, I really wouldn't care about this matter. However, today, I can't just stand by and watch you bastards from the true demon empire destroy my master and mistress's hard work. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. Ji Fuling and Yu Xuanyua's matter was known by almost everyone in the divine Phoenix continent. To the people here, these two were like saviors. Without them, the chaos of the war would have caused the divine Phoenix continent to suffer, and countless people would have died. It's true that you have meritorious service, but if you think that because of it, you can frame the important officials of the imperial court, then you are gravely mistaken. The Si Kongzun coldly said, disobeying orders and entering the imperial city without permission, this is already a capital offense. Your master and mistress should have set a rule that you people are not allowed to participate in the election of the Ice Phoenix clan and the Fire Phoenix clan. However, you have frequent contact with the Fire Phoenix clan. This is the second capital offense. The emperor didn't kill you because of old friendship, so don't stand on the merit book and do whatever you want. It couldn't be helped that the Si Kongzun knew how to speak. In any case, no one else dared to identify him as the Lightning Devil King. Then, Jining's words were basically slandering him. He didn't care at all. On the contrary, he could bite back and say that Jining had a rebellious heart. Among the crowd, there were those who believed in Jining, and there were also those who believed in the Si Kongzun. For a moment, there was no end to the quarrel. Feng Yanran was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Although she absolutely believed in Jining's words, she didn't understand that Jining's actions today were very unwise. Rushing over so recklessly, in the end, he might not get anything. Instead, how many people came, how many people would die? Was it really worth it to die in vain like this? You don't understand. Hai Miankeo shook her head and said, you can tell just by looking at their expressions. They clearly know that they will die, but they still came here fearlessly. This person is not as stupid as you. On the contrary, he is very smart. He knows that he might not be able to get anything today, he might not be able to kill Si Kongzun, and he might not be able to make the people of Divine Phoenix Empire believe that Si Kongzun and the Grand Tutor are the two demon kings of True Devil Empire. But as long as a portion of people are willing to believe, then he will have succeeded. This can be done through other methods. Feng Yanran was puzzled. You don't understand. He must have tried all the methods, but none of them were effective. Because of this, he took the risk and used this last resort. Hai Miankeo was the holy son of the sacred dynasty. Her understanding of governance was much better than Feng Yanran's. Many so-called smart people felt that things were impossible, so they were not willing to try. That way, they could protect themselves, but it was not beneficial to the empire. And it was precisely these stupid people who wanted to try even if there was a slight possibility. Even if they really died, they were not willing to give up that glimmer of hope. This was the reason why Divine Phoenix Empire was so powerful today. Ling Xiao did not understand politics, but he admired this Jining very much. Not to mention other things, just daring to expose Xikong Zue and the Grand Tutor's true colors in front of so many people required a lot of courage. Because the slightest carelessness could have killed him on the spot. He believed that before Jining came here, he had gone through an intense battle of thoughts. From the moment he led the soldiers into the imperial city, he did not think that he would be able to return alive. Perhaps he had even made arrangements for his funeral. Even if he died, he would completely expose True Devil Empire's scheme. Perhaps most people would not believe him, but as long as a portion of people were willing to believe, then even if the fire was sown, it would one day burn into a raging fire. Brothers! What are we here for today? Jining roared loudly. Kill the sea race, kill the traitors! Their voices rang out in the square in unison, as loud and clear as thunder. Once we make a move, there is no chance of survival. Are you still willing to go crazy with me? Jining asked again. For the country and the people, I can die without regrets. I can die without regrets. This voice echoed in Ling Xiao's ears for a long time. What a great for the country and the people, I can die without regrets. This was a true soldier, although he was not a soldier and did not have such great ambitions. At this moment, he was deeply moved by these people. Such a general, such soldiers, wouldn't it be a pity if he died in such a dubious manner? Is there any way to save them? The face under the ghost mask was slightly anxious. Xikong Zun's face revealed a sinister smile. How could they not know that Jining had come to the imperial city? The reason why he didn't kill them along the way was to allow them to reach the imperial city smoothly. Only then would he be able to kill them legitimately. Suddenly, many soldiers rushed out from the square. All of them were armed with strong bows and crossbows. They completely surrounded Jining and the others, leaving no room for escape. Jining, you have committed treason and colluded with the enemy. Today, under the orders of the emperor, we are here to arrest you. Xikong Zun sneered. Death is nothing to be afraid of. But before I, Jining, die, I will definitely drag a few of you down with me. Surrounded by so many soldiers, Jining appeared to be even calmer. Since there was no hope of survival in the first place. Then there was nothing to be afraid of. General Jining, don't do this. Once you make a move, you will give them something to use against you. Then they will be able to act wantonly. Feng Yanran was anxious. Others could ignore Jining, but she could not. This was because Jining had saved the lives of many people from the Fire Phoenix tribe. Although she could not remember the past clearly, the older generation of the Fire Phoenix tribe still remembered it clearly. As she spoke, she rushed out and stood between the Xikong Zun and Jining. At this moment, among the soldiers behind Jining, a sinister look flashed in the eyes of one of them. He aimed his bow and arrow at Feng Yanran. No one knew that he was actually a spy that the imperial tutor had placed beside Jining. Before coming here today, he had received a secret report. If Jining did not make a move, he would. When the time came and there was a conflict, he would definitely kill Jining here. As long as Jining died, the Divine Phoenix Empire would lose one of its pillars. After that, things would be much easier to handle. Whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. Even Jining did not react. Not to mention Feng Yanran. If this arrow hit, then not only would Feng Yanran be seriously injured or even die on the spot, but Jining would also become a great enemy of the empire. Someone's plot would succeed completely. Feng Yanran was stunned, Jining was stunned, Xikong Zun smiled. However, at this moment, the arrow encountered a strong resistance. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yanran, and the tough arrow was directly broken by him. He was able to react in time because he had already sensed that there was something wrong with that person's aura, so he was prepared. After all, his powerful soul energy was no joke. Things did not end here. Ling Xiao's figure flashed. In a breath's time, he was beside that person and pulled him out of the group. Feng Yanran let out a long sigh of relief. Jining was also very glad. Xikong Zun was gnashing his teeth. The plan was about to succeed, but it was interrupted by this guy who came out of nowhere. Who was he? the three of them were actually very confused. However, Si Kongzun was also very cunning. He shouted, "Jining, you actually dared to shoot Miss Yanran. It seems that you are very ambitious. Shoot the arrows. Kill these people." At this moment, no one in the square sympathized with Jining. In fact, no one believed Jining's words anymore. If Jining died at this moment, then it would be a really sad death. He would not be killed so easily. However, if Si Kongzun joined in, he would not be able to leave alive today. Stop. The one who spoke was Ling Xiao. If it was just shouting, those people would not listen to him at all. However, this time, he integrated a strong mountain river intent into his shout. The pressure of this intent made those soldiers who were not very strong put down their crossbows. "What are you doing, Grimace Man?" Si Kongzun was anxious. The appearance of this person in front of him was the second time he had ruined his plan. He originally thought that this person was Feng Yanran's guard. However, it seemed that this person was trying to save Jining's life. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to him. Instead, he asked the person who ambushed him on the ground coldly, "Who gave you permission to shoot?" "I don't know. I am a spy that the sea race sent to Jining. My superiors ordered me to provoke Jining to attack at this time so that I could find a reason to attack Jining." Ling Xiao only asked one question, and the other party told him everything. This was obviously due to his strong soul control. Everyone heard that. General Jining is really being watched by the Sea Tribe. His every move is being monitored by the Sea Tribe. Otherwise, do you think he could have arrived at the Imperial City safely? Many people had overlooked this matter, but once Ling Xiao reminded them, they felt that something was wrong. This devil-masked man is right. It seems like someone really wants General Jining's life and deliberately set a trap to lure him into it. It must be the Sea Tribe. No way, are the State Preceptor and the Vice President really the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Electric Demon King of the Sea Tribe? If that's the case, it's too scary. Ling Xiao had only done something insignificant, but it had completely changed the standpoint of the people in the square. From doubting Jining to believing Jining's words now. "Mr. Devil-Masked Zun, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please take Miss Yanran and step aside." Jining was grateful to the devil-masked man, but he did not want to implicate more people because of this matter, so he could only reject Ling Xiao's kindness. "General, you're wrong." Ling Xiao shook his head slightly. "This matter is not only related to me, it's very important." "It's related to you? Are you?" Jining suddenly thought of something. Could this devil-masked man be a warrior from the Heavenly Dragon continent? "General, you're right. I'm a warrior from the Heavenly Dragon continent who was lucky enough to survive. I witnessed the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Electric Demon King teaming up to destroy the Holy City." Ling Xiao nodded. Hearing this, the Si Kongzun suddenly became nervous. The warriors in the square also became nervous. There was actually another insider who dared to stand up in front of the Si Kongzun. This person was really bold. "Then can you prove my words?" Jining asked. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment. Then, he looked at Si Kongzun and said calmly, "The Electric Demon King actually has to disguise himself as a human to mingle in the Phoenix Academy. Don't you think it's beneath you? I'm not sure if the Imperial Preceptor is the Yin-Yang Demon King, because I've never seen the current Imperial Preceptor. Furthermore, the Yin-Yang Demon King's appearance is ever-changing, so it's hard to be sure. But Si Kongzun is the Demon King of Lightning, this can't be false." "Good. How dare you? There are still martial artists like you on the Sky Dragon continent. The Ming Sacred Dynasty hasn't completely decayed yet." Jining clapped and cheered. "What a joke. You're just a coward, yet you actually dare to criticize me based on a one-sided statement?" Si Kongzun sneered. "Yeah, this person is wearing a ghost mask. Who is he? Don't tell me it's shameful? Then his words can't be trusted." Si Kongzun was a sly old fox. With one sentence, he regained the upper hand. However, Ling Xiao was not anxious. He just smiled calmly and said, "The Electric Demon King wants to know what I look like. He wants to kill me behind my back. I'm just an ordinary warrior. My strength is not as good as yours, so I naturally want to protect myself. However, it's very simple to prove that you're from the Sea tribe. It doesn't matter whether I take off my mask or not. Hearing this, the square suddenly quieted down. Everyone wanted to know how to prove that Si Kongzun was from the Sea tribe. There are many differences between the Sea clan and humans. Although some Sea clan members look exactly the same as humans, their blood is blue. This is one of them. Ling Xiao said calmly, some clever impersonators can use their bloodline to disguise their blood as red. However, there's another big difference between the Sea tribe and humans. Most people probably don't know about this difference. The veins of the sky of the human race are all in the form of a deep sea liquid. However, for the Sea tribe or humans who have been modified by the Sea tribe, their veins of the sky will undergo various changes. I wonder if the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy dares to prove it. Ha 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 ha, why wouldn't I dare? Si Kongzun laughed loudly. There's no need to do this, but in order to prove my innocence in front of so many divine Phoenix continent warriors, what's wrong with proving it to you? After he finished speaking, a drop of dark red blood dripped down. The first difference was rejected. Then, Si Kongzun activated his heavenly elemental energy and turned his skin almost transparent. This allowed all the warriors to see the shape of his veins of the sky. They were in the form of a dark blue liquid like the sea. How is it, Ghost Mask Man? Now you have nothing to say, right? Si Kongzun sneered. However, at this moment, there were people below the stage who were secretly laughing. They thought that Ling Xiao was really cunning. Idiot! Jining scolded. That's right, this guy is an idiot. Si Kongzun pointed at Ling Xiao and said, he wanted to help you, but he's doing more harm than good. This general, you're an idiot. You've been pretending to be a human all this time. Don't you know that a human's veins of the sky are never in a fixed form? Only the Sea clan's veins of the sky are as blue as the sea. Jining said loudly. Si Kongzun was stunned. He had been pretending to be a human all these years. He had only cared about his own cultivation and the matters of the true demon's empire. He had never cared about any other human. He had not even cared about the disciples beside him. Therefore, he knew nothing about a human's veins of the sky. At this moment, all the warriors standing in the square were from the divine Phoenix continent. There were a few human warriors who did not dare to make a sound. The few humans on the stage were all transformed by the Sea clan. They did not dare to make a sound. Therefore, even when Si Kongzun confidently showed off his veins of the sky to others, no one reminded him that it was a scam and a trap. I believe that I don't need to say much about what's going to happen next, right? Si Kongzun is a member of the Sea clan. There's no doubt about that. And the true demon's empire is an empire founded by the Sea clan. I believe that many people already know this. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, it doesn't matter whether he's the electric demon king or not. What's important is that he's a member of the Sea clan. An ambitious foreign race. Whether we're humans, phoenixes, or other races, we're all citizens of the sacred dynasty. The Sea clan is not. This person has planned every step carefully and meticulously. He set up a dead-end situation that General Jining had no choice but to come and die. No matter how smart the general is, it's useless. Because even though he knew it was a dead-end situation, he still came to die. If he didn't come, this empire would be finished. Ling Zhao's voice was very calm, but the countless warriors of the divine Phoenix Empire in the square were sweating profusely. It was too scary. If this guy's evil plan really succeeded, then the empire would lose an absolute general. Once war broke out in the future, it would be very troublesome. What happened in the Heavenly Dragon continent is a bloody example. This Si Kongzun infiltrated the Heavenly King sect and addressed the Sage Emperor as his brother. In the end, he killed the Sage Emperor. Do you really think that such a person can get along with him peacefully? Ling Zhao's voice suddenly became louder. No. The crowd was agitated. What a bunch of nonsense. Why don't you shut your stinky mouth? Come, aren't the Empire's patrols here? This person dares to slander the Grand Tutor and the Vice Principal of the Phoenix Academy. Why don't you arrest him? At this moment, Si Kongzun had already lost his cool. After being teased by Ling Xiao, Si Kongzun's heart was filled with hatred. He no longer had the wisdom he once had. The current him was probably even less intelligent than a 3-year-old child. The things he did were getting more and more stupid. He had already proven his identity as a member of the Sea clan. Who would still dare to listen to him? One had to know that the fear that the true Devil Empire brought to the profound world had yet to dissipate. When the warriors present saw him now, other than hatred, there was only fear. Even the people from the Phoenix Academy did not dare to listen to his orders. Listening to the orders of a member of the Sea clan to kill someone who spoke the truth, if this were to spread, how would the warriors of the Phoenix Academy face the world? All right. If you don't do it, I'll do it myself. Si Kongzun seemed to have realized this. Even though these people did not dare to attack him, they would not listen to his orders anymore. He had to kill this devil-masked man. No matter who he was, he had to die. Those who dared to tease him, the Lightning Demon King, never had a good ending. What a joke. Do you dare to touch him? Jining laughed coldly and said loudly, "This is the Divine Phoenix Empire, not your true Devil Empire. If you want to kill someone here today, you have to ask the warriors of the Divine Phoenix Empire first." That's right. The true Devil Empire killed so many of our clansmen back then. Do you still want to watch them run wild here? With Jining standing up, many warriors who hated the true Devil Empire and the Sea clan also stood up. Si Kongzun suddenly realized that in this world, other than strength, one's mouth was also very powerful. His mouth was even more frightening than a divine weapon. This devil-masked man had forced him into a desperate situation with just a few words. The true Devil Empire's plan would probably be ruined because of today's events. His strength was obviously many times stronger than this devil-masked man, even dozens of times, but he could not make a move. Because once he made a move, he would immediately become the target of public criticism and die tragically on the spot. This devil-masked man was really calculative. He even considered this point. No wonder he dared to stand up. Seeing Si Kongzun in such a sorry state, Ling Xiao felt very happy. Although this was not as satisfying as defeating Si Kongzun with his own hands, it was still a different kind of satisfaction. Come, follow me to capture this Sea Ray spy and hand him over to the Emperor for punishment. How could Jining let go of such a good opportunity? With an order, many martial artists were eager to give it a try. The Imperial Edict has arrived. However, at this moment, a person floated over, holding an Imperial Edict in his hand, emitting a gentle light. It was very difficult to fake an Imperial Edict from the Divine Phoenix Empire. The Divine Phoenix aura on it could only be emitted by the Divine Phoenix seal. Long live, long live, long live. Although there was nothing he could do, Jining had no choice but to kneel and listen to the edict. Everyone else followed suit. The Emperor decrees that the Divine Phoenix Empire and the True Demon's Empire form an alliance, of one heart and one mind. The Lightning Demon King Si Kongzun joining the Phoenix Academy is our decree. There is no need to investigate further. In addition, Jining's loyalty to the Emperor and his country is commendable. Although he entered the Imperial City without permission, his merits outweigh his faults. He is specially bestowed with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. You may receive your reward and return to your encampment without delay. Imperial Edict. After reading the Imperial Edict, Jining's eyes were red. He was extremely angry. This emperor was really asking a tiger for its skin and wanted to cooperate with the True Demon's Empire. He let out a long sigh, revealing some helplessness. If this was really the case, he really had no other choice. If he still insisted on capturing Si Kongzun at this time, then he would be a great sinner who started a war and broke the peace. General Jining, are you not going to accept the edict? This official accepts the edict and thanks the emperor for his kindness. Long live the emperor. Jining received the imperial edict with trembling hands, but his heart was mournful. Was the Divine Phoenix Empire really going to walk on the path of self-destruction? He shook his head helplessly. Looking at Si Kongzun's complacent appearance, he was extremely angry. General, there is no need to be angry. You have already done what you wanted to do today. Si Kongzun's identity has been exposed. Even if the Emperor protects him, he is still an enemy in the eyes of the Divine Phoenix Empire citizens. He is someone who needs to be guarded against. As for the Emperor of the Ice Phoenix clan, I'm afraid he is already disloyal. They no longer have a chance in this year's election. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in Jining's mind. It was a direct transmission. That's right. Your Excellency is right. Jining immediately became spirited. There was less than a year left until the election. It would not be easy for the True Demon's Empire to do anything in this period of time. As long as it was next year, everything would be clear. Mister, can you leave the city with me for a chat? Jining suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. This person was not stupid. He knew that Ling Xiao had offended Si Kongzun. If he continued to stay here, he might be in danger. Therefore, he proposed to have a chat with Ling Xiao. In reality, he wanted to protect Ling Xiao. Si Kongzun dared to attack Ling Xiao, but he did not dare to attack him. Thank you for your kind intentions, General. However, I am only a martial artist. I am not willing to get involved in political disputes. I just said a few words of fairness. I will leave now to avoid being hunted down. Ling Xiao shook his head and did not agree to Jining's request. He was thinking further than Jining. If he left with Jining, he was afraid that others would think that he was Jining's subordinate and that he was a trap set by Jining. Such a scheming general would not be liked by the royal family. When that happened, Jining would be in even more danger. What kind of general was the least threatening? A simple-minded, and straightforward person. Jining was such a person. There was no need for him to be misunderstood. After saying that, Ling Xiao was about to leave. However, he heard Sun Shang behind him sneer. This is the Phoenix Academy. You dare to cause trouble here. Do you think you can leave so easily? Si Kongzun could not make things difficult for him, but Sun Shang could. You're really a loyal dog of the True Demon's Empire. Ling Xiao could not help but sneer, as he said sarcastically, the Saint Emperor has treated you well, yet you betrayed him. Everyone from the Divine Phoenix Academy, this kind of dog that will bite its master, you should be more careful when using him in the future. Don't let him bite you instead. You. What a sharp-tongued brat. If I don't kill you today, I'll be the dean of the Divine Phoenix Medical College for nothing. Sun Shang was so angry that his whole body trembled. If I want to leave, can you stop me? Ling Xiao sneered. In terms of movement skills, it was not that he looked down on Sun Shang, but other than a few people present, no one was his match. An afterimage broke through the air and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. Sun Shang did not even have time to move. What amazing movement skills. Who is this person? From his voice, he sounds like he's in his 40s or 50s. His voice can also be a disguise. The Phoenix Academy has offended such a person. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful in the future. In the square, everyone was talking about it. On the high platform, the Peacock Phoenix and the Thunderhawk Phoenix looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They thought that their speed was already very fast. However, compared to this person, it was like comparing a small witch to a big witch. Let's go too. Jining turned the winged skywolf's head, and then threw a sentence at the Si Kongzun. Si Kongzun, with me, Jining, here, your True Devil Empire can forget about having any improper thoughts about the Divine Phoenix Empire. After saying that, this pair of people quickly left. They really came in a hurry, and also in a hurry. The winged skywolf's speed was extremely shocking. Yellow sand filled the sky. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. This was a city with an extremely harsh illusion. It stood on the border of the Divine Phoenix Empire, guarding the northern gate of the empire. Facing the empire's most ferocious enemy, the Black Crow Empire. In the entire Divine Phoenix continent, the Divine Phoenix Empire occupied close to half of the territory. The Black Crow Empire occupied 80% of the remaining half. And this Black Crow Empire also had the backing of the White Tiger continent. The White Tiger continent was the third continent, and its overall strength was much stronger than the Divine Phoenix continent. If the Divine Phoenix continent's practitioners wanted to go to the White Tiger continent, it was impossible for them to reach the Grotto Heaven realm. Not only was this route filled with danger, but it was also because there were countless experts on the White Tiger continent. Perhaps the reason why the Divine Phoenix Empire chose to form an alliance with the True Devil Empire was also related to the Black Crow Empire. On the dust-filled yellow sand road, a person stood. A person wearing a ghost mask. Violent winds wreaked havoc, and yellow sand filled the sky. But when it was a few meters away from him, it naturally bounced off, forming a strange ball. A group of people rushed over from afar, and when they approached this person, they all stopped. Mr. Ghost Mask. This group was Jining's group that had left the Imperial City. And that ghost mask was naturally Ling Xiao. May I have a word with you? Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. The reason why he rushed over and waited here before Jining was only to form an alliance with Jining. To deal with the true Devil Empire, he naturally couldn't do it alone, so he needed an ally. This Jining was a bold and straightforward person. If it was possible to form an alliance with him, then he would finally have a place to stay in Divine Phoenix Empire in the future. This is not a good place to talk. Why don't we go to the northern desert city for a chat? Jining looked around warily. Fine. Ling Xiao nodded. He had been traveling for such a long time and was a little tired. It would be good if he could rest in the northern desert city. Moreover, since they were going to form an alliance, they had to reveal their true identities. Otherwise, it was unlikely that there would be any mutual trust between them. Come on, give Mr. Ghost Mask a winged sky wolf. Jining was naturally very interested in this mysterious devil-masked man. When he heard that Ling Xiao had agreed to go to the northern desert city with him, he was very pleased. Therefore, he ordered his subordinates to give up one of their mounts. Many thanks. Ling Xiao did not decline. Even though his heaven's origin energy was long and vigorous, it was still a little too much for him. Therefore, it was a good thing to ride the winged sky wolf and rest for a while. He was not in a hurry to reveal his identity. Since Jining felt that this was not a good place to talk, then he must be worried about being monitored. He had to be more careful. A pair of people galloped majestically. A moment later, at the place where the winged sky wolf was flying at a low altitude, a strange plant suddenly appeared. Its outer appearance was similar to a cactus, but it had a human face. The human face was divided into yin and yang, one black and one white. This was clearly a characteristic that only the yin-yang demon king's subordinates had. Quickly report back. That devil-masked man has already contacted Jining. It's a pity that the northern desert city is protected by a magic array, so we can't get close. The yin-yang demon king shouted to his side. Then, a rustling sound came from the ground and quickly went away. The northern desert city was already close. From afar, one could see that the tall city walls were almost like a sand city. It did not have the luxury of the imperial city, nor the grandeur of the sacred city. There was only desolation and a harsh environment. This is a lone city. Once it's surrounded, the reinforcements will not be able to arrive. General, have you not thought of retreating some distance and relying on the mountains to build a city and then strengthen the defense? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Jining shook his head and smiled. Mr. Devil-masked man, look behind this city. Behind? Ling Xiao patted the winged sky wolf lightly. The beast rose into the air and flew to a height of more than 10 meters. As expected, they could see behind the city. It was actually an oasis. Not only was there a rich water source, but there were also many people living there. At a glance, one could tell that most of these people were mediocre. Some were not even martial artists. If the northern desert city was retreated, this place would be completely exposed to the iron hooves of the Black Crow Empire. In that case, not only would blood flow like a river, the only oasis in this area would be destroyed. Thousands of people would be displaced. It seems that I did not misjudge him. This Jining is not only forthright and straightforward, but also treats the people very well. If it was someone else, I'm afraid it would be difficult to put himself in the most dangerous place and let the people hide behind. Ling Xiao's judgment of Jining in his heart had improved. Mr. Devil-masked man, you may not know that the northern desert city used to be behind the oasis. That way, life would be more comfortable. But after the general came here, he built a new city. All of it was built by soldiers. He did not take any able-bodied men from the people. A deputy general of the northern desert city could not help but say. Oh? If Mr. Devil-masked man does not believe me, you can ask around in the village. The northern desert city is still in the process of being built. According to the plan, it will be surrounded by the oasis. In this way, if the enemy invades, they will not be able to bypass the northern desert city to harm the people. That deputy general saw the shock on Ling Xiao's face and could not help but add another sentence. I believe you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, for someone who would not hesitate to give up his life for a promise, it is not difficult for him to do such a thing. Sigh, I am only trying my best. The current Divine Phoenix Empire looks glamorous on the surface, but in reality, it is surrounded by strong enemies and is full of danger. As the #1 empire in the Divine Phoenix continent, everyone wants to see you fall and then divide this fat piece of meat. Jining sighed and said, what's more, I am not protecting the people here entirely out of kindness. More importantly, I want to nurture more useful martial artists. Although the conditions here are not as good as Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College, it is better to train people. That's right, Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College will send a batch of students here every year to train. That deputy general said excitedly, when this group of students see the martial artists of the Black Crow Empire, their usual arrogance completely disappears. Each and every one of them is so scared that they cry out wah wah wah. Even if they are stronger than the opponent, they will not be able to defeat them. They must train well so that they will not be killed on the battlefield in the future. He is right, Mr. Devilmask should also know that the next continent is the White Tiger continent, right? Jining suddenly asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I know. But Mr. Devilmask definitely does not know that there is an island between the Divine Phoenix continent and the White Tiger continent? Jining asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I did not listen. Ling Xiao really didn't know that there was a mysterious island between the Divine Phoenix continent and the White Tiger continent. Jining smiled and said, it's normal that you don't know. Unless the martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon continent have been to the White Tiger continent, there really aren't many people who know about this island. You all only know that the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire are at odds with each other on the Divine Phoenix continent, but you don't know that in this sea region, the truly powerful empires aren't these two. What? It was Ling Zhao's first time hearing about this. Jining said, Mr. might be surprised, but in fact, other than the two empires and countless small countries, the most powerful ones in the Divine Phoenix Ocean are the 5 Immortal Islands. The 5 Immortal Islands aren't that big, and each island is only 1% the size of the Divine Phoenix continent. However, their strength is so strong that it makes people fearful. After the 5 Immortal Islands, there are 7 Martial Zone Islands that are on par with the two empires. Although the Divine Phoenix Empire is an empire, it's under the control of one of the 5 Immortal Islands, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. The Black Crow Empire is under the control of the Black Water Immortal Island. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was shocked. One must know that the Divine Phoenix Empire's strength was far stronger than the current Sacred Dynasty. However, such a strong empire with the Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College was actually under the control of an island. He felt like he was dreaming. Then the war between the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire, won't the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and the Black Water Immortal Island interfere? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. They won't. On the contrary, they're happy to see this kind of war. Because the more wars there are, the more outstanding martial artists there will be. Jining shook his head and said, I'm afraid you still don't know. The enemies the 5 Immortal Islands are facing are from the White Tiger continent. They won't care too much about the war between the empires, small countries, or Martial Zone Islands. In order to select talents to fight against the White Tiger continent and resist the harassment from there, they'll basically select talents every 5 or 10 years. The selection method is usually carried out in a large competition, but it's much crueler than the martial arts festival you participated in before. It was even possible that the large competition would involve fighting against the savage pirates and the martial artists of the White Tiger continent. If he failed, he would really die. But even so, at that time, the entire Divine Phoenix Sea area, and even the young people of your Sky Dragon Sea area, will go. Because once you survive in this concentrated selection, you will obtain countless benefits. The benefits are much more than the Heaven's chosen child of your Sky Dragon continent. They might even make an exception and let you join some immortal island to learn and cultivate. That would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. After listening to this, Ling Xiao suddenly realized that he was really like a frog at the bottom of a well. His understanding of the profound world was really too little. He actually didn't know that in the Divine Phoenix Sea region, the strongest was not the Divine Phoenix Empire, but the 5 Immortal Islands. The monarchs of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire, as well as the island masters of the 7 Great Martial Grandmaster Islands, had they never thought of replacing the 5 Immortal Islands and becoming an existence whose strength is close to the 5 Immortal Islands? Ling Xiao asked. Jining nodded and said, of course, but the 5 Immortal Islands aren't idiots. They have gathered almost all the outstanding talents under their hands and controlled most of the resources. Even if the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire's territories are so huge, they still have to offer close to 90% of their resources as tribute. The 5 Immortal Islands will only become stronger and stronger, while the 2 Great Empires and the 7 Great Martial Grandmaster Islands will only become weaker and weaker. No wonder the Black Crow Empire colluded with the forces of the White Tiger Continent, and the Divine Phoenix Empire wants to form an alliance with the True Devil Empire. It seems like this is also to challenge the 5 Immortal Islands' ruling position, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Mr. is indeed amazing. You hit the nail on the head. Jining said with a smile, the northern desert city is right in front. As they spoke, everyone had already arrived at the foot of the northern desert city. Looking closer, the northern desert city seemed even more lonely. In the raging wind, the city that stood tall and didn't fall was like the stabilizing needle of the northern part of the empire. If it fell, the northern gate of the empire would be completely opened. The great general is back. He came back alive. He didn't abandon us. On the city gate tower, voices that were filled with ecstasy could be heard. These people anxiously watched Jining leave the northern desert city and head towards the imperial city. Their hearts were filled with grief, but they couldn't stop him. They could only pray in their hearts that the great general could come back alive. When this extravagant hope became reality, they were filled with tears and snot. However, even so, the guards of the city were still in good order. The city gate wasn't opened. The soldiers suppressed their excitement and acted according to the military rules. Please show the great general's waist token. On the city gate tower, a deputy general shouted loudly. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Indeed, a general would have a subordinate of his own. Such strict discipline was really admirable. Even if they saw the great general himself, they still had to prove it. Who knew if the great general was being held hostage, or maybe some demon that could transform into the great general disguised as him? They had to be careful about all of these. Jining took out his waist token and activated his heavenly yuan force. The words on the waist token lit up. Only Jining's heavenly yuan force could activate the waist token. Therefore, it was useless even if the waist token was taken away by someone else. Great General. It's really the Great General. Quickly open the city gate. Quickly. After receiving confirmation, all the soldiers were excited. They jumped and laughed as if they were celebrating a grand festival. I, Jining, have come back alive. The shout was filled with excitement, completely igniting the enthusiasm of the entire northern desert city. The entire city started to celebrate. On the streets and alleys, the people lined the streets to welcome him. They held the fruits and snacks they had made themselves. Ling Xiao was touched. These people's excitement wasn't fake. The tears in their eyes were the most sincere. This was really a good general. He was too similar to his previous noble, Lin Zhe. However, he was much more powerful than Lin Zhe. This is the general's residence? Ling Xiao couldn't believe it. Although Jining's residence was bigger than an ordinary house, compared to the mansions he had seen before, it was like a beggar's house. The area was very small and there were basically no decorations. Stepping into the general's residence, Jining ordered people to prepare tea and snacks. Then, he sat down with Ling Xiao and prepared to discuss business. Mister, since you were waiting for me on the road, there must be something important. Now that there are only the 2 of us in the hall, why don't you just say it? Jining said with a smile. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly took off the ferocious ghost mask on his face. The face under the mask revealed a kind smile. His eyes were deep and wise, as if he could see through everything. He's so young. Jining cried out in surprise. He thought that the person under the mask was at least 40 or 50 years old, or even over 100 years old. However, he didn't expect it to be the face of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Ha ha ha, as expected, heroes come from youth since ancient times. Mr. is amazing. I'm impressed. After being surprised, Jining laughed loudly. Obviously, he admired Ling Xiao even more. Such a young man could stand out in that kind of atmosphere and confront the Lightning Demon King, refuting the Lightning Demon King until he was speechless. More importantly, the clever young man had even allowed the cunning Electric Demon King to fall into his trap, eventually exposing his identity. Although the Divine Phoenix Emperor was protecting him, the Lightning Demon King was not brought to justice. However, the Lightning Demon King who had exposed his identity would not be able to do anything. Unlike him, he was simply a straightforward person. He almost lost his life, and there might not be any effect. Great General, you don't have to call me Mr. Just call me Ling Xiao. I'm only 15 years old this year, I don't dare to call you Mr. in front of you. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. This junior admires General's bravery, fearlessness, and loyalty. That's why I wanted to meet General today. If you don't mind, it would be best if we could become friends. Little Mr. is too modest. You're the one who is truly young and fearless. You're smarter than others. I can't compare to you in this aspect. Jining waved his hand. It's my honor to be friends with someone like Little Mr. Great General is indeed a straightforward person. Junior will not beat around the bush. Ling Xiao went straight to the point. Junior was originally a disciple of the Yuehua school in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Now that the True Devil Empire is pressuring us, the Yuehua school is in imminent danger. This time, I came to the Divine Phoenix continent not only to focus on improving my martial cultivation, but also to lead troops to help. Little Mr. has also seen that the True Devil Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire have formed an alliance. If I attack the True Devil Empire at this time, it's equivalent to declaring war. It's equivalent to putting the common people in the flames of war. Jining frowned helplessly. Ling Xiao smiled. General, you misunderstand. I am not talking about saving them now. The Sacred Dynasty is still alive and has a few Yin-Yang realm experts. True Demon Empire won't be able to do anything to them for now. I am talking about the future. This can be considered. In my opinion, that True Devil Empire has the ambition of a wolf, and will make a move on Divine Phoenix Empire sooner or later. Jining nodded. As long as the general says so, it's fine. This junior will take his leave first. This time I didn't inform my friends before I came out. I'm afraid that they will be anxious. After finishing his business, Ling Xiao got up and was about to leave. He did not intend to push Jining too hard. Time would reveal a person's true nature, and many things still needed to be done slowly. Little Mr. is indeed a person who values friendship and righteousness. All right then, I'll see you out. Jining stood up and said. All right. Just as the two of them walked out of the general's residence, Ling Xiao was shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of the general's residence, there were actually two long lines of people standing on the road. They suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted at Ling Xiao, who had already put on the ghost mask again. Thank you, Mr. Ghost Mask, for saving our lives. The same words were repeated several times. Their voices resounded throughout the entire northern desert city, causing Ling Xiao to be extremely excited. What ability do I, Ling Xiao, have to be thanked by so many people? It seems that this Jining is really loved by the people of Northern Desert City. No wonder the people of the imperial family want to kill him. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Everyone, please get up. Your general is a righteous person and has a heart that loves the people. I am only doing my best. Ling Xiao slowly raised his hands in the air and released a powerful Heaven's Origin energy. He actually helped the thousands of people kneeling in front of the door up. Jining, who was watching from the side, was shocked. If he was not wrong, Ling Xiao's strength was only a breakthrough Heaven Pulse martial artist. However, this terrifying Heaven's Origin energy was probably comparable to a Heaven Realm martial artist with Heaven Realm cultivation. This was a true monstrous genius. General, goodbye. Everyone, goodbye. Ling Xiao stretched out a pair of black and white light wings behind his back and turned into a black and white light that broke through the sky. Farewell, Mr. Ghost Mask. The soldiers and the people led by Ji Ning all cupped their hands in the same direction and watched the figure disappear quickly. Soldiers, listen up. Mr. Ghost Mask will be the savior of Northern Desert City. If he is in trouble, what should we do? Ji Ning asked loudly. Do your best and repay him with your life. Repay him with your life. Their voices were like thunder in the sky. It was very spectacular. Haha, I didn't expect this little guy to have grown to such a level. Ji Ning, do you know who he is? An old man walked out of the general's mansion. If Xianxia was here, he would have found that this person was none other than his grandfather, Hong Qi. Old sect leader Hong. Ji Ning looked at Hong Qi and asked in surprise, from what you said, that young man seems to know you. Who is he? Him? You've seen him before, but he was just a baby in swaddling clothes at that time. Hong Qi said with a smile. It's him. Little master. Ji Ning's face was filled with ecstasy. Yes, it's him. Back then, Ji Fu Ling and Yu Xianxia got a piece of God's stone on the Sky Dragon continent and kept it by their side. One day, their blood dripped on the God stone at the same time. Then, the God stone broke open and gave birth to a thumb-sized baby. Hong Qi's voice was gentle and he continued with a smile. From then on, they treated the baby as their own and named him Ling Xiao. Ling was taken from Ji Fu Ling's last word. And Yu Xuanyua's nickname was Xiao Xiao. So the baby's name was Ling Xiao. It's really little master. No wonder he has such outstanding aptitude. For more than 100,000 years, only 3 people were born from the God Stone. One was the successor of the human king, the Clear Sky Emperor. Another was the Great Ape King of the same era as the human king. The last one was the 9th generation Saint Emperor of the Sacred Dynasty, the Stone King. Our little master has been extraordinary since the day he was born. Ji Ning said excitedly. You're wrong. Those 3 were just ordinary stones that absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. The stone that gave birth to Ling Xiao is somewhat special. It should be said that Ling Xiao's achievements are even more extraordinary than those 3. Hong Qi said with emotion, this old man is really looking forward to it. Ling Xiao did not see Hong Qi, which was a pity. But since Hong Qi appeared in the Divine Phoenix continent, then the day he met Hong Qi was probably not far away. After returning to Qingshu College, Ling Xiao put all his thoughts into cultivation. The cultivation of a heaven-vein martial artist during the breakthrough period was still too low. He had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome in the future. And the best place to raise his cultivation was naturally the Heaven Essence Pagoda in the center of the imperial city. Only the disciples of the 2 major academies were qualified to cultivate there. As soon as he entered Qingshu College, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to practice new martial arts. The Guangying inheritance alone was enough to keep him busy. Even with the Mountain River martial soul, he could not fully comprehend the mysteries within a short period of time. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. He had learned too many things in the past, so now he had to focus more on one thing. Ling Xiao, you're finally back. I don't want to ask where you were, but as the saying goes, if you don't advance, you'll fall behind. Phoenix Academy's momentum is very strong now. After the Emperor publicly announced the cooperation with the True Demons Empire, many sea tribes joined the Phoenix Academy. Our Qingshu College is facing more resistance in the Heaven Essence Pagoda. Feng Yanran had been uneasy for 2 days after Ling Xiao left. She knew the true identity of the ghoul-masked man. There was no need to guess. Seeing Ling Xiao's return, the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Qingshu College won't be kicked out of the Heaven Essence Pagoda, right? Isn't that too weak? Ling Xiao frowned. Of course not. In fact, Qingshu College has the advantage in the upper levels of the Heaven Essence Pagoda. However, the lower levels, the greater the advantage of the Phoenix Academy. Feng Yanran explained, due to the Phoenix Academy's recent activities, they have recruited many Heavenly Pulse warriors and Celestial Realm disciples. These people have almost completely occupied the cultivation rooms on the first 3 levels, so the freshmen of Qingshu College have no chance to cultivate. What are the cultivation levels of the warriors on the first 3 levels? Ling Xiao asked. Basically, they are Heavenly Pulse warriors, One Line Sky, and Yinyang Sky Realm warriors. Feng Yanran answered. I'm not afraid. Ling Xiao was slightly relieved. If it was only warriors of this realm, he could still deal with them. However, he was still a little confused, so he asked, won't the warriors of the upper levels interfere with the fights between the warriors of the lower levels? There isn't such an explicit rule, but everyone has an unspoken rule in their hearts. That is, martial artists on the same level can fight, but if the upper level bullies the lower level, then that is a violation of the rules. It will lead to a group brawl between the two great academies. Feng Yanran explained. Alright, that's enough. Let's go to the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda together. Right now, I'm really anxious to raise my cultivation base. That place is not a bad idea. After Ling Xiao got a general idea of the situation, he did not waste any more time. He used his movement technique and headed in the direction of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. Only when you get closer would you discover the wonders of this Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. This thing was like a huge magnet, and the surrounding spiritual chi was like iron shavings, which were constantly being sucked into the pagoda, causing the density of spiritual chi here to be higher than anywhere else. Naturally, it was very suitable for cultivation. What was even more amazing was that this Heavenly Essence Pagoda was supported by multiple formations. Not only could it absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, but it could also absorb the essence of the sun and moon to produce spiritual energy. This caused the spiritual chi here to be richer than many spiritual chi veins, and it was endless. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda of the Divine Phoenix Empire is not much worse than the 5 Immortal Islands Cultivation Secret Realm. The 7 major Martial Grandmaster Islands and the Black Crow Empire are very jealous of it. Feng Yanran explained. They're here too. As he walked closer, Ling Xiao saw Lan Yu, Ying Wuya, Long Chen, and many other Xianxia College's disciples standing there. They were clearly at the bottom of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda, but they were unable to enter to cultivate. Their expressions were not good. Every level of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda has 10 individual cultivation rooms and a large cultivation room. The individual cultivation rooms are naturally the best. Not only are there no disturbances, but the spiritual chi can also be enjoyed by one person alone. The more people a large cultivation room can accommodate, the worse the effect of cultivation. Feng Yanran explained as she walked. Not only did the people from the Phoenix Academy occupy 25 of the top 30 individual cultivation rooms, but they also did not allow our Xianxia College's disciples to enter the large cultivation room. They are really overbearing. Doesn't the imperial family care about this? Ling Xiao asked. They never care about the disputes between the two academies. Even if they do care, they will be on the side of the Phoenix Academy. Now that Xianxia College is at a disadvantage in the first 3 levels, they will naturally pretend to be blind. Feng Yanran said indignantly. If that's the case, then it's easy to handle. Ling Xiao respected the rules set by others. However, if someone did not follow the rules first, then there was no need for him to follow the rules. Isn't the Phoenix Academy overbearing and unreasonable? I'm even more overbearing than you, even more unreasonable. Ling Xiao, you're here. Hai Myung-ko was the first to notice Ling Xiao and Feng Yanran. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. The moment he stepped into the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda, he felt the spiritual chi that seeped out of the pagoda. It was very terrifying. Many disciples of Xianxia College could not enter the cultivation room, so they could only cultivate near the pagoda. Although the effect was far from that of the cultivation room, it was much better than other places. Hai Myung-ko, you should be able to get a private cultivation room, right? Why don't you do it? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at the martial artists of Phoenix Academy guarding the cultivation room. Among those martial artists, the strongest cultivation was only at the Yin and Yang Heavenly Realm. With Hai Myung-ko's strength and Tianji martial soul, she should be able to win. I'm waiting for you. Hai Myung-ko smiled. You don't have to wait anymore. Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, Leng Hao, Yu Ling, Yao Ling, Ying Wuya, the 6 of you can do it. They won't let you use the cultivation room, so you can get a private one. With your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem, right? After the disaster in the Sky Dragon continent, it could be said that fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Although it was a little bitter, these people had greatly improved their cultivation during the training. Especially Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, and Ling Hao. Their cultivation was now comparable to Ling Zhao's. They were all heavenly pulse martial artists in the breakthrough period. Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, and Ying Wuya were slightly inferior. Their cultivation had reached the level of heavenly pulse martial artists in the growth period. In addition, Lan Yu'er had broken through to the one-line heaven realm, surpassing Ling Xiao, whose cultivation had regressed. Hai Myung-ko was more vigorous. She was already at the pinnacle of the Yin and Yang heavenly realm, not far from the three talents realm. Got it. With Ling Xiao as their backbone, they no longer hesitated and took action. Among the guards on the first floor of the Phoenix Academy, the strongest were heavenly pulse martial artists in the breakthrough period. They couldn't stop the 6 people at all and were defeated one after another. Only then did everyone realize that out of the 10 single rooms, 8 of them were actually empty. The Phoenix Academy was occupying the latrine but not taking a shit. Why didn't they use the private rooms to cultivate? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Although the cultivation room's effect isn't as good as the private rooms, it's free. On the other hand, you have to pay for the private rooms. The fee for the first floor is 100 low-grade spiritual stones per day. Many people think it's too expensive, so they don't want to use it. Feng Yanran explained. Hearing this, Ling Xiao cursed, no wonder. These Phoenix Academy martial artists are really disgusting. They don't have the money to cultivate, but they don't let others cultivate. They really deserve a beating. End of chapter 895. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.